Good morning and hello. Welcome everybody to the NRG Teams event here in St. Louis. My name is Rakdos and I'm here with Mason Clark. Mason, good morning. What's up?
I'm good. I'm excited to watch some Magic today. We have Modern, Pioneer, and Legacy, three of the best formats in Magic, and we just get to watch it nonstop today. It's just so exciting on our.
Yeah, we've got a pretty packed event today. We've got some pretty amazing players out here, and there's been a lot of developments. I mean, a new set has come out in Modern, and I got a lot of thoughts. I got a lot of words to say. I'm pretty sure you do as well. Before we get into that, let's just run down through everything that's going on here at the NRG Series event. So we'll start with looking at the NRG Series, what these events are for the RC schedule and what we can provide. So for the NRG Series, this is provided by Norm Cohen, who is fantastic. We go to various cities across the country. We have $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 sometime cash prize tournaments here. Every weekend, we've got RCQs coming up for you here. We've got up to 9 RC invites. So if you're looking to play at the regional level, get to the Pro Tour, maybe even to Worlds, the NRG Series is a great place to start. Let's take a look at the leaderboard status too, stats as well, because this is a global year-long series, and you can see here we've got a couple players already queued for the end of year tournament here for the 2023 season, and we're going to see if we can crown a couple more players here after today's event. So this is a teams event. We've got 4 players already queued up of the 16 total slots. At the end of today, we're going to have 3 more players here. So you can see on the slides, we got Raja Suleiman, Stephen Dykeman, Daniel Weiser, and Matt Hoey, all already queued. Today, we're going to have 3 more amazing players join this roster to play next year in January sometime, I presume, for a large $20,000 prize pool. But speaking of prize pools, let's check out today's event and see what's on the line here. What are the players fighting for here in this team's event? Well, first things first, there's that whopping $3,000 prize pool, which is fantastic, and 30 points to get you ever so closer to queuing for champs on the leaderboard stats. Second place gets $1,500. Third, fourth make out with a little over 1,000. So there are a lot of stats on the line here. But speaking of, the players, let's check out who we're actually going to watch, because Mason, I know we've got a couple exciting names here. When this list shows up, Mason, only. Yeah, is there anybody here you're excited for or rooting for?
All right, so there's a lot of amazing names on this screen. I mean, for starters, we have the dream team of Kruger, Hoey, Bernal. They always dominate our events here. Dykeman, Suleiman, Powell, Honorog is 3 of our highest win rate players across all NRG events ever. They all are in the 70+ percentile, which, if you know Magic, is absurd. They have come together to form the super team. That is the team I am rooting for and the team to beat this weekend in my eyes. All of these teams on screen are amazingly well and venerated players, but those 3 are kind of like our juggernauts. It's like if Thanos met Superman, met Wonder Woman, all combined together and they're teamed up. It's absurd.
I love that. And, this isn't the only event, like I mentioned before. There are many events that we've got going on here at the NRG Series. So let's check out the schedule here. If you can't make it here today, well, don't worry. There's going to be an event nearby you where you can go hang out, play some sweet Magic. So check it out. August, coming up on the weekend of the 12th and 13th, there's a $15,000 cash pool there in Modern and Pioneer events in Detroit. That's going to be pretty awesome. Next is, I believe, October, where the NRG Series will be visiting Indianapolis. So there's 2 10Ks here, the Pioneer Showdown, and then also the team trial event as well the next day. This is October 14th and 15th. And then finally, on Thanksgiving weekend, the NRG Series will be at Madison. And so this is the 25th and 26th of November. You can see here $10,000 in the Modern event and $5,000 in the Pioneer trial. So we have a lot of sweet events coming up pretty soon. And I for one, am very stoked about it. Yeah, I mean, like you mentioned, there are a couple amazing teams here today. Our first team today that we're going to be watching is actually Team Sam Black, and I'm pretty excited because there's a lot of, look, when the stars align. Okay, I got my hands out, I got the hand motions, right? Like, you're going to get a good match. So here's the first planet, right? It's Sam Black. Now, the second planet is the Modern format. And we know that with LTR coming out, the Lord of the Rings set, there's going to be a lot of cool stuff that we're going to see this weekend. And the third is Carrion Feeder. And you may be asking, like, wait, Otter, what does Carrion Feeder do? Well, if you know anything about Sam Black, you know that he is a fiend for any sort of sacrifice value strategy. I think, was it like Cartel Aristocrat, like Falcon Wrath, all those kind of, like, you know what I'm talking about? All those sort of, those value decks, Goblin Bombardment. Carrion Feeder fits in so nicely, and it's Sam's comfort zone. So I'm really excited to watch the match for there. So for full disclosure, he's playing a sweet Golgari Yawgmoth list. I feel like calling it only Golgari Yawgmoth is weird because it's a little bit different. Mason, why don't you walk me through a little bit of this deck list while while the players are getting ready and everything, so we can sort of visualize what sort of idea Sam has moving into this new modern format.
Yeah, and it's important to know this, like Sam idea. Sam is a really big innovator and someone who's known to take established archetypes and sort of push them to the next level. And what he's done today is he's said, hey, I'm going to have the tutors and stuff to find Yawgmoth, but I'm only going to play 2 Yawgmoth. I'm going to play 4 the One Ring, just find all of my cards, and I'm going to actually add the Samwise Carrion Feeder combo. So if you haven't seen it, Samwise is a new card from Lord of the Rings that we get pulled up on screen here. Anytime a non-token creature enters the battlefield, you make a food token. With a card like Carrion Feeder or Yawgmoth, you can sack Cauldron Familiar, then rebuy the Cauldron Familiar. So you end up basically having the cat oven combo without needing the oven. This allows you to sort of have a little small tutor package. And now we have the normal Yawgmoth combo and this combo. And food just generally works really well with the Yawgmoth strategy. It makes a lot of sense. We've seen players sort of do this later here. Our star, Chris Smith, in the series actually top 8 our last event, cutting Blood Artist and just moving towards this whole combo in normal Yawgmoth. And Sam Black said, no, I'm going to innovate even further. So this deck has a lot of Sam Blackiness to it, but I think a lot of legitimacy and sort of sticking power that the Yawgmoth deck is a real deck in the format, and something that, we sort of had players be kind of anxious about, but we're going to actually see it in action right now. So let's hop on down to the feature match area, because players were worried about Yawgmoth before this set, right? Honorog, they just couldn't actually beat cards like Fury and Solitude, but the addition of the One Ring has actually changed that dynamic and put it on its head.
Yeah, we're gonna have to talk about this card as we go throughout the day, because the One Ring, I believe, is just like the spiciest card that has come out in a while, and I have some pretty strong thoughts about it. I think we're gonna be seeing a lot of this card, just like in every single deck list almost, because it's just like that generically good. But let's take a look on the other side. We have Jonathan Steele playing 4-color. Now this is going to be kind of interesting, right? Walk me through the texture of maybe this specific matchup. What are some cards we want to see in the opening hand? What is the overall macro strategy? What's good here for Sam?
Yeah, so from Sam's perspective, he's, especially with the One Ring as being a big part of his deck, as we see our Cauldron Familiar here on turn 1, it is going to want to like play a longer, grindier game than traditional. Yawgmoth before sort of had this problem where if you're the 4-color or the control player in general, you sort of had 2 game plans. You either fight over the Undying creatures to prevent any sort of huge value, or you fight aggressively over the Yawgmoth if your deck is heavy on counter spells. And that was sort of the way that players would approach this dynamic. Now that Sam's sort of low on Yawgmoths and high on rings, Sam can play a longer, grindier game, but needs to be really careful that the Yawgmoths don't all get exiled, and so doesn't want to throw out any value Yawgmoths like you might normally see, unless Sam is sure that there's another Yawgmoth lined up. So from Sam's perspective, we want to get on board early, present a good board presence, force Jonathan to interact, and sort of tap out, and then boom, slam our Yawgmoth, go for the combo kill.
All right, well, it looks like Jonathan is going to go for a Windswept Heath here on turn 1, fetching up a Stomping Ground. Now, one thing that I would like to mention is I know that it does say 4-color as the deck indication, but looking at this deck list, Mason, my jaw is literally just on the floor. This is a deck list that I don't think we've actually even ever seen on the NRG series, so banger to start off the day already. This is a 8 birds deck, so he's got 4 Birds of Paradise, 4 Ignoble Hierarch, and I'm looking at I am not joking when I say this: 4 Ball Lightning, 4 Groundbreaker, 4 Lightning Skelemental, 3 Spark Trooper, and 4 Thunderkin Awakener. So I mean, just give me a quick rundown. What is this deck trying to do?
I obviously know exactly what this deck's trying to do. A staple of the modern format. I am pulling up the deck list right now, actually, because I didn't quite have time yet. Wasn't sure who Sam Black's opponent was. And it looks to me like this deck is really trying to abuse the fact that, hey, using birds early is going to really put you far ahead. And we also have some really cool interactions here. We have Ball Lightning and stuff like that in Groundbreaker. And then we have Eldritch Evolution, so we can turn on a Skelemental into something else. And there's a lot of really cool sort of things going on here. And it looks like we're just trying to, really abuse Elf into one of these Ball Lightning type effects into unearths. And then we have things like Eldritch Evolution to find more or to turn them into real cards. And it's a really interesting approach. I'm curious to see how it lines up against Sam Black, because one thing that was always true of the Yawgmoth deck is its life is a resource more so than any other deck in Magic. We typically say as Magic players, you should use your life aggressively to leverage cards. But in this deck, you actually need life in order to start comboing. And with things like the One Ring and Yawgmoth being taxing, a bunch of these Ball Lightnings might be a huge thing, as we are seeing a Shocked and Overgrown Tombs and a casting of, I assume, a Ball Lightning effect.
Yeah, so that is basically what this deck is. It is just, here's a Ball Lightning on turn 2, here's a Ball Lightning on turn 3, here's a Ball Lightning on turn 4. You can see the pattern here, right? Thunderkin Awakener to buy back all these elementals that are going to the graveyard. And so really, this is just a fast clock. Now, we see Samwise Gamgee in play now on turn 2 from Sam. He's going to untap, draw a card here. And Sam doesn't have very many cards in hand, so I'm going to presume that there may have been a mulligan involved or something like that. How does Yawgmoth handle this sort of hyper fast, aggressive strategy?
Yeah, so typically the plan from the Yawgmoth deck is, hey, I have Undying creatures. So Young Wolf and Strangler Geist, they block really well. And Wall Roots, as we see here, is also a great way, as we see a Convoke here from Quarter Calling. To sort of be like, I have a bunch of chump blockers. But all these ball lightning effects have Trample on Arog. So Sam's normal plan to just mitigate this sort of damage, get a little bit of food from Samwise is enough. But instead, we're just going to win the game right now as we have found Carrion Feeder with Samwise in play. So Sam Black's going to sack the cat, get a food token, sack it, do it again, and that's a turn 3 kill. And this is the difference in Sam Black's deck to traditional Yawgmoth. Let's hop into one of the other matches real quick. We have just won on turn 3 out of nowhere. It didn't matter that we had these elementals. Sam Black's just like, well, I have the combo kill, as we have hopped into a Pioneer match of Sacrifice versus Dimir Mill.
Yeah, that's interesting. And so that's one of the great things today, because we are bringing you a team tournament. We're going to showcase various formats, multiple. So we got Pioneer, we got Modern, and Legacy. So in between matches, we may return to Modern to see the conclusion or get the continuation of the Modern game there. Walk me through this matchup. Brian Kowal on Rakdos Sacrifice against Fernie, Porras, and Dimir Mill. Wow, these both seem like Modern archetypes too, you know?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so it looks like early on in this game here, Rakdos Sacrifice, we've got... Sorry, just checking in if Mason is still there. Okay. Let's if we can get a chance, let's take a look at also the legacy match that is going on. I believe that is a spicy one that we've got. And I can definitely showcase everything that's going on there. So we have Aspa Amiridis here on Jeskai Delver, which is interesting, and Blake Stinson on Simic Combo. So we're going to find out a little bit more about what that is as we go on. I see Summoner's Pact, looks like an Elvish Spirit Guide, and what appears to be a green creature. Is this just Neoform, but in Legacy? I see a Neoform in the hand, and that might just be sacrificing this Allosaurus. It's not Shepherd. It's like what, the Rider? Oh my goodness. And then we're gonna get Gristlebrand here, and I think we're just going to win. Now, what's really interesting is here, in the meantime, while we're resolving this Neoform, I'm going to talk about this Jeskai Delver deck, which I think is pretty sweet. It features one of the new cards in the Lord of the Rings Commander sets, because we, as Legacy players, have access to that. Fourth Airlingas. Mason, have you seen this card? Okay, Mason is reconnecting. But Fourth Airlingus is a really cool card. I actually got to play a little bit with this card in Legacy. Very, very excited by it. It basically reads X red white. Make a bunch of trampling, hasty warriors, I think. They attack, and if a creature deals combat damage this turn, you actually become the monarch. And so I've actually been playing it I've seen it in a couple shells. I've been playing it in Control, but this Delver deck really does sort of abuse the fact that you can play a creature on turn 1 and then immediately follow it up with Fourth Airlingas on turn 2, making 0 tokens, but still attacking with the turn 1 creature to become the Monarch, and then generating advantage that way.
I love to be in charge and be the Monarch. It's such a good feeling to get all the card draw. And really a card that nicely scales with the game, right? You can play it, like you mentioned, on turn 2, but you can also sort of go off here in the mid game and get things going on. So we have a little oopsie poopsie and a dropping of the card.
Yeah, I think people, so after the banning of expressive iteration, a lot of players are trying to find, just figure out what's going on with card advantage in these sort of Delver decks, and I think Fourth Airlingus is a great option. I think also in the last Legacy event that we had here on the NRG series, actually Theo Jung went 6-0 in the Swiss portion with this deck specifically, with this Jeskai Delver deck. Just as a note to production, while this player is comboing off, maybe we could take a look at the Pioneer match as well to see how that's developing forward. Because at this point, the combo is just draw a bunch of cards with a Gristlebrand and then win with a Thassa's Oracle or something like that. So back to our Rakdos Sacrifice and Dimir Mill matchup. A lot has happened here. Mason, I'm going to ask you to catch me up to speed here with what we see in play.
Yeah, so we have Frank Sanity. That is one of the mill enchantments. Basically, it's going to mill Brian here for a couple cards every turn. As we do see Brian sort of exiling 2 here to the Deadly Dispute and the Unlucky Witness. And it looks like kind of what's happened here is Porras has stabilized the battlefield a little bit. We have one little Thopter in play that maybe is a food. We're not exactly sure if players have the correct token there. I would guess that that's a food, given that the deck normally doesn't make Thopters, but I could be off. And it looks like for if you're a Dimir Mill fan, the game is sort of a little bit stabilized. We had Jace go off, we milled them for a bunch, and now we're just looking for that one last mill piece to sort of push us over the edge as Fable the Mirrorbreaker gets cast.
I like that there's that sort of pseudo sacrifice theme amongst this team, except I guess Delver doesn't really sacrifice at all. No, you sacrifice your opponent. Okay, perfect. Today's the gods. All right, so we're on it. This is team sacrifice. So this matchup, this matchup is kind of interesting. It looks like the modern match is getting ready. Before it does, let's just wrap up some thoughts here. How do you feel about this matchup in general, the sacrifice versus mill matchup? What are some key cards? What's important? Who do you think is actually ahead in game one?
I imagine the card Tasha's Hideous Laughter matters a ton in this matchup, just because the sacrifice deck, one of its big strengths is how cheap the mana value of all the cards are. So a card that says, hey, mill till you hit 20 mana value of cards is often going to be 15, 16 cards, and that is huge for these mill decks. So I imagine Tasha's Hideous Laughter is one of the big ones, as long as Jace the Perfected Mind, as we do see that being the graveyard there sort of fought over. It's something that mills a ton of cards and draws a bunch of cards. So that's something that often can take over these games.
Awesome. Well, okay, I'm sure people have seen this matchup 20,000 times before, and I really want to watch Sam Black play with this new Samwise Gamgee card. So let's pen over back to Modern and see, as the players are starting to shuffle up here, what we've got going on. Now, as a recap of this first game, because it's been like less than 5 minutes, but the game ended so fast that we just have to talk about it. We were looking at a Ball Lightning deck on the other side that just goes Ball Lightning, Ball Lightning, Ball Lightning. Haha, did you have fun? And Sam was like, actually, yes, I did, because here's a turn 3 combo kill to get you dead. Walk me through the combo and like what are some of the cool things that this Golgari Yawgmoth in quotes deck can do?
Yeah, so the Golgari Yawgmoth deck, kind of like the Abzan pod deck of old, really. So what's heartening to me when I'm looking at play here is we do have the Yawgmoth kill like we talked about. We also had the kill that we saw last round. Carrion Feeder, any stock outlet really, Cauldron Familiar and Samwise means that every time the cat enters the battlefield from the graveyard, you make a food, then you can sacrifice the cat to bring it back. Another small interaction we talk about here is we talk about how a lot of Jonathan's cards have trample. So the blocking isn't going to go very far. But if you just have Samwise and Cauldron Familiar, you get to block with the cat every turn. And while that isn't going to save you long term, that is going to mitigate about 2 life, right? Because you're going to block, take the 1 damage, trample, and then bring it back to gain a life. So there is a little bit of blocking Sam can do to minimize the damage and sort of work towards the combo. So if you're a Ball Lightning fan, which, who isn't these days, you're going to want to see a lot of cards that can maybe interact and stop the graveyard coming back and forth. When it comes to those sort of cards, we do have a bunch of Leyline of the Void, although it looks like we didn't have one in our opening hand. So that is going to make it a little bit harder to stop Sam's combo.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to start off here with the same play as game 1 here. Ignoble Hierarch off of a Stomping Ground. If it didn't work the first time, get up, try again, and I'm a huge fan of that. Let's see if the texture of this game is a little bit different, as Sam is going to, looks like, put a play, it's going to put a land into play tapped here, perhaps. Probably shocking. I don't think there are too many tap lands in Modern, especially in a 2-color deck, so that means that we're probably going to see something like a Yawgmoth or a Mana Dork on turn 1 and go from there.
Yeah, if you're if you're going to pick up this Yawgmoth deck and you want to play it after buying it from us over here at NRG, you can want to start with the Mana Dorks, because then you can play more cards. Although sometimes you do lead on things like Yawgmoth just because you don't have those. And it's one of the strengths of this deck is Delighted Halfling is the play. You sort of have a bunch of turn 1 plays, and having really efficient mana plays is super powerful in these older formats if you haven't gotten around to playing those.
Yeah, Delighted Halfling is a new card from the Lord of the Rings set here. It's a 1/2 Halfling Peasant. And that's actually really interesting in the format. First, we'll get into that just a second. But also, it has the ability to tap for any color, and you can spend that color to cast only a legendary spell. But then that legendary spell becomes uncounterable. So you'll see some synergies in this deck with Delighted Halfling. Notably, Yawgmoth Transposition is a legend. Notably, the One Ring is a legend as well. It looks like turn 2, surprise, there's a Ball Lightning coming into the face here. Sam is actually already at 10. So with the shock land and 6 points of damage, I mean, the heat is on.
Yeah, it really is. And, normally something like maybe Grist would be one of Sam's better plays in a traditional matchup. Just a turn 2 Grist, get it on the board, start generating a bunch of tokens to chump block. But like we talked about, these Ball Lightnings they have trample and they have a ton of power. So they're going to make it so your grist and sort of chump blocking plans are not as good as they traditionally are for this Golgari Yawgmoth deck. We're going to see if it can overpower it.
All right, and just as an update, it does look like the Neoform deck in Legacy has taken game one. We did get a glimpse of the Gristlebrand just doing evil Gristlebrand things. So now that match, that game is done with too. So it looks like Sam's going to be fetching here again for another play, putting Verdant Catacombs into the graveyard, going down to 9. Now, notably, I mean, and I'm sure these deck lists aren't open; these are closed deck lists. So Sam is going to have to sort of like paint a picture of what is going on the other side of the table. And we've seen one ball lightning. We've seen 2 ball lightnings. I think Sam's got a pretty good idea of what the deck is trying to do here. What does he need to do now to sort of survive and win?
In the words of Ricky Bobby, I gotta go fast. We need to get on board quickly and get this combo going, just like we did last game. And this playing the Cauldron Familiar here is the first step in doing that, where we need to find Samwise, find a sack outlet, and just once again present infinite drains as quickly as possible, because Jonathan's deck is going to be really good at pushing damage, but won't play a long game. But we're not going to really have time to bridge that long game due to the nature of the creatures being so unique here. Also, Sam's in on the joke now. You know, some elemental decks used to actually play Skelemental. So Sam might be like, oh, this could be an old one. But now, you know, the trick's up as here comes Harbinger.
Oh, wow. And check this out. This is actually really cool. So 2 triggers are going to go in the stack here as Thunderkin Awakener. This is a 1/2, 1 in a red creature. And what this does is it has haste. And whenever it attacks, you could choose target elemental creature in your graveyard with toughness less than Thunderkin Awakener's toughness.
Orcish Bowmaster lines up really well against Ball of Lightning.
Oh, yeah. Now, this is one of the new cards that has come out of the set here. And if you don't know what this card is, prepare to learn it because you're going to see it a lot this weekend. It's 1 in a black, 1/1 Orc Archer, Flash ETB, amass 1, ping 1. And every time your opponent draws a card, you get to deal 1 damage to any target. And we're going to see here, it's going to just take down the Ball Lightning that got put back into play here from the Thunderkin Awakener. Massive play.
Yeah, Orcish Bowmaster is just one of these new cards that players thought would be pretty good. You know, it lines up really well against Ragavan and Esper Sentinel, 2 sort of staples of the format, but it has so much small application. Really the best raise the alarm of all time hitting the battlefield here. And just also that little bit of ping immediately lets it do things like this, where it's kind of, you know, able to ambush creatures in combat. As we are going to see, you know, a triple block there from Sam to kill the Thunderkin. So that way next turn, Sam doesn't have to worry about the Ball Lightning coming back again.
All right.
That was the 1 ring on Rog for the draw for turn.
Wait, was it actually? Okay, I guess now we can finally get into it. It's kind of interesting to see that Sam is playing not just 1, 2, or 3, but the full 4 copies of the 1 ring here. The 1 ring has a lot of text on it. I'm going to start with maybe, for me, the most incredible piece of text, which is the ETB trigger. It says, when the 1 ring enters the battlefield, if you cast it, you gain protection from everything until your next turn. Wow. Okay, continuing on that, it also says on your upkeep, you lose 1 life for each burden counter on the 1 ring. As you can see, Sam's going to finally put it into play. Announce the trigger has protection from everything, including all your Ball Lightnings. And then finally, you can tap it to put a burden counter on, and you draw a card for each a burden counter on the ring. So the first time you tap it, you draw 1. The second time you tap it, you draw 2, then 3, then 4. You can sort of see how this really gets out of control. Now, hit me with your thoughts on this card, Mason, because I have some violent wording that I may have to share.
So the 1 ring is really good. That's what we have learned as players. And I think the thing that a lot of players missed during previous season is, and maybe you're at home, you haven't seen this card played before, you're like, oh, but you lose life for all the cards you draw. The secret is you always get the cards first, then you get the card, you pay the cost later, right? So the first time you draw 3 cards before, you know, you only take 1 damage. So we're going to see a hard cast Lay on the Void. That is going to make it much harder for Sam to combo if he doesn't have a card like Boseiju in hand. Regardless, the ring sort of is going to be a way to generate more and more advantage. And basically, it just gives you a ton of cards. And that protection clause you talked about, Anurag, means that it's really easy to untap with the ring. And the thing that players maybe didn't fully appreciate at first with the ring is you see Shieldred hit the battlefield. And this is a real combo with the 1 ring. Draw 2, gain 4 life. Now this is going to undo all the life loss that Sam might normally have. And it's going to apply pressure for Jonathan. But the ring, in general, is just a way to generate a ton of cards. And the next copy of the ring resets the ring. Players are like, well, I draw a bunch of cards, but I lose a bunch of life. I can't afford to, be taking 5-6 life a turn. That's too much, despite how many cards I'm getting. Secret is the ring resets the ring. It's legendary.
Yeah, that is impactful flavor right there, I suppose. Just the One Ring is so good that when you play another One Ring, which, where did it come from? But no, I agree with you, and I think this is really good synergy too. I think from my perspective, the One Ring is maybe the most powerful card in Modern. I love to see this sort of innovation here, combining it with Shieldred to gain life. That's pretty good. As a second Delighted Halfling is going to enter play, now Jonathan sort of on under a lot of pressure here because Sam's got a couple cards in hand, but if Sam gets to draw an additional 3 cards, keep in mind that Sam's got a very efficient combo just baked into his deck. This could be very, very disastrous for Jonathan.
Yeah. And just in general, even if we didn't have a combo going that actually won the game from Sam, the Shieldred just gaining you so much life every time you draw these cards makes it so hard. And a card like Skelemental here, normally very, very strong, is going to rip your opponent's hand apart. Doesn't matter with the ring context happening. So, while we are getting an attack here for a bunch because of Exalted and everything, it's just, enough for exact lethal, but Sam can just block and gain enough life back with the ring.
Yeah, so another Thunderkin Awakener going to come into play here. That brings back a Ball Lightning. We can see lining up blocks here from Sam's side. Shieldred going to go in front of the Thunderkin Awakener, just eat that one up for free. And then are we just planning on taking the 6 damage from the Ball Lightning?
It looks like the Ball Lightning is going to go unblocked because we would lose our cat to the Leyline of the Void, and I believe we're just playing 1 Cauldron Familiar, so we don't want to lose that. Looks like we are going to have the Delighted Halfling maybe chump block the Skelemental, so we'll save 2 more life. And one cool thing Sam can do is, normally on Arog, you don't want to activate the ring in response to the burden counter trigger because you lose more life. In the case of Shieldred in play, we can actually see Sam respond to his own burden counter, draw 3 cards, gain 6 life, and then lose 3. So even if we were going to normally die to the burden trigger, we can actually get out of that thanks to Shieldred.
Okay. Yeah, I will say as much that round 1 of this event, I was not expecting to see actually almost anything here, like a sweet Golgari brew featuring Yawgmoth and the Ring and Shieldred. But on the other side, like this elemental deck, I mean, I guess at this point, I originally thought that Sam was going to be on the back pedal, but has he sufficiently stabilized now?
He's really, really close, I think, to stabilizing. As we're seeing here, with Shieldred in the ring, you just generate so many cards, and we passively gain life too. And as the Skelemental deck sort of has this problem of you are throwing away cards for damage, right? Sort of like a burn deck. And we're reaching the part where we're hitting top decks, but instead of your burn spells always doing 6 damage, we have so many creatures in play that, yes, we'd like to keep Shieldred around, but worst comes to worst, Shieldred can block and gain us that life back. So we're going to see Sam drop to 1, gain 2 from the draw trigger for turn, activate the ring, gain 6 more life. And so now we're up all these cards, all these things, and really it's just mana and time that Sam Black is fighting against.
Okay, so I'm just going to point blank ask you this because you're the expert here. Can Jonathan even win from this point? Like, what has to happen here for this Ball Lightning deck to sort of...
I think we're going to need more of those Thunderkin Harbingers so that we can keep bringing back more Skelementals. And we're going to need Sam to draw a lot of lands and high mana cards. This is a thing that sometimes the 4-color decks have problems with, and the control decks with the One Ring, is that you don't have enough mana in order to actually deploy and use all your cards. Now, we saw Sam Black play a Boseiju last turn, which is a clear answer to Leyline of the Void. So clearly Sam isn't that worried about the Leyline, but that's going to stop any sort of combo kill before we answer that. So Sam really is fighting against the mana more than anything because Sam should have the cards to stabilize, but do we have the mana and do we have the time? So we have to see here from Jonathan, who has used 2 Thunderkin Awakeners already.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting too because I feel like Jonathan is running out of gas here a little bit, but still the board state is still quite tense where it's just like all you need is one turn of mana efficient plays, and then you could actually steal a game here. Sam clearly on the cusp of stabilizing thanks to the ring activating it and gaining life, which is probably not how it was designed to be played, but is brilliant to see how players will innovate with this sort of card in their respective archetypes as a Wall of Roots is going to come into play here. So let me ask you a question now. This Leyline of the Void, you've mentioned that it's been a problem for a couple times. Why is this a problem, and then how do we beat it from the Golgari Yawgmoth side for anybody who is trying to become an aspiring black-green player?
Yeah, so the problem with Leyline of the Void is that, we talked about sacrificing our cat and bringing it back in the graveyard. Leyline of the Void is going to stop that. It also stops our undying creatures from doing their whole trick, as we do see a Yawgmoth in hand. So that Leyline of the Void is just basically saying, like, hey, you can't combo kill me, but that's all it's saying. And one of the good things about these black-green mid-range decks that we're talking about is they actually play pretty normal games as well. So, even if we can't combo, look at all the power we have on board right now. And, Honor, you talked about, can the modern ball lightning player win from here? I think that the Yawgmoth is actually game over, because now we can sacrifice any creature and just immediately kill the ball lightning and actually net a life thanks to Shieldren. So I think we're going to need something like a high impact sideboard card from Jonathan if we're going to win this game.
Okay, yeah, that's a really good point, because Yawgmoth does have the ability to put -1/-1 counters on creatures, and spoiler, all these lightning guards have just one point of toughness just by virtue of working with the whole elemental sub-theme. And now Shieldred is actually coming in the red zone, which is terrifying if you're ever on the aggressor side. When the control player attacks, you're in for a bad time. So it's going to be tricky. We'll see if Jonathan has something. As an update, though, Rakdos Sacrifice has taken game 1 in the Pioneer matchup, and Jeskai Delver and the Neoform deck in Legacy are going into a game 3. So maybe we can catch the tail end of that match after we see the conclusion of this game here. But I would say if we had that advantage bar, it'd be all the way off the side of the screen here in Sam Black's favor.
Yeah, we really just need Sam to make sure to touch his cards during the next couple of turns. If he does that, he should find a way to win. As Thunderkin Awakener was a card we talked about, that was the first step in maybe coming back here. But now that the Yawgmoth was drawn, it really isn't going to be good enough unless Sam wants to give, Jonathan a chance, which it looks like Sam decided not to be nice in that regard and instead just going to try and kill this Thunderkin Awakener, lose a life from the Yawgmoth trigger, then gain 2 from the Shieldred trigger, and just be in a very powerful position here.
Wow, I really like this. And now, yeah, this is absolutely merciless. And I am a fan of playing Magic this way. Is like, once you have it, you can see the handshake there, just saying I have no more outs. And so Sam Black going to win the first match of 3 here in the Team Trios event here. Let's see if we can jump into the Legacy match here to catch it before it wraps up, and then get a good gauge of what's going on here. So just as a recap, we have Jeskai Delver on the left here by the hands of Aspa Amiridis, and Blake Stinson on the right playing, it says Simic combo, and to further refine it, it is Neoform. We did get to see Allosaurus Rider come into play and be sacked to a Neoform, fetching up a Griselbrand. I think it was as fast as turn 1 or 2, and that's quite terrifying. Here we're going to see, though, Dragon's Rage Channeler and Volcanic Island. Talk to me about this matchup a little bit. What is the Delver side trying to do here against combo?
Yeah, I was actually going to ask you, because you're sort of, traditionally Delver is sort of a deck that wants to play on low resources, have things like Daze and Forcible to take over. You are much more the Legacy expert than I, so I'm curious, is there any nuance besides, like, hey, we want to sort of wasteland them out, apply pressure, and have, that soft permission? Is there something that really matters here, maybe from the Neoform side on the Legacy build of the deck? Or is this just, kind of traditional, we're going to try and, fight over only the key cards and just hit you for 3 a couple times?
Hold up, I'm gonna get my expert side hat here. Just gotta put this on right. Yeah, no, you are 100% correct here. The Delver deck is notorious for playing a very low to the ground curve. So you're playing a bunch of 0 mana spells in the form of like Force of Will and Daze. You've got a bunch of efficient threats at the 1 cost, like Dragon's Rage Channeler and Delver of Secrets. And the goal here is basically to just be so efficient that your opponent doesn't get to play Magic, which is exactly what is happening on right here. We've sort of seen that we've wastelanded our opponent once, and they're just not doing anything anymore because their deck is just too expensive. Now, I will say that the Neoform deck in particular does have a couple of outs here. You could, I guess, Allosaurus Rider does need to have lands in play to have power and toughness, right? It is a star in terms of power and toughness.
I think so. I'm gonna be honest, I've never seen that card in Legacy. So that's believable, and that's gonna be much harder with Wasteland in play here. As we do see a Gemstone Cavern and a tap here, and notably Blake was holding that Gemstone Cavern, so was playing around a card like Wasteland here for a bit. Oh, and it looks like we're just taking a second to see what's going on. Like, no worries.
All right.
And it does look like Allosaurus Shepherd was played, getting rid of the 2 green cards.
All right. Wow. And is that an Eldritch Evolution?
That is. Oh, You know what it is, Honorog, is you get to play the land, and there's not a chance. Or I guess you could get it with it on the stack, but looks like we didn't care because we just had hard cast Force Negation. As we do have Pact of Negation as the lock card in hand.
Okay, wait, that's actually nuts. That's actually just nuts. Wait a minute.
Yeah, we're gonna get a Surveil trigger here. Aspa, they maybe have a response, but they're gonna get their Surveil first. And this is the last turn of the game, Honorog. We have to pay 3 blue and upkeep, or we're gonna lose it for Blake. And it looks like we're fighting. This fight has been won by the Pact, and now
it's resolving.
We're gonna go get Grizzlebrand.
Oh my goodness. Okay, wait, that's actually so crazy. So I actually love that Blake was able to sandbag the land. Like understanding that Wasteland was going to be a key element there. I think that the gemstone mine was in hand for a couple turns, and then realizing, okay, so we're just going to play our shepherd. We've got a little bit of extra mana here in the form of the Elvish Spirit Guides, and this is something that's really interesting in this kind of matchup, particularly too, because you really do want to sort of masquerade the amount of resources that you have available to you when your opponent is playing a very controlling list, right? Obviously, like at that point, it looked like Blake had no mana, when in reality there was like at least three cards worth of mana just hiding. And maybe that sort of let Aspa to believe that they could sort of play with shields down a little bit, and this is the punish.
Yeah, as we do see the Grizzlebrand here draw 7. And this is really the strength of these decks, in comparison to Legacy to Modern. Things like Elvish Spirit Guide to let you sort of just combo from the hand and out of nowhere. And it's so much harder on the Delver players to play around, right? What if Aspa had tapped out to try and do a cantrip and failed, right? This situation, we just sort of had it, but really challenging. As we are going to see Blake just draw another 7 cards going down to 4. This is our last 7 for now, unless we can find a Nourishing Shoal.
So I'm looking through the list right now. There are 4 copies of Nourishing Shoal. I also see a card called Fortifying Draught. That one is pretty interesting. Where it says you gain 2 life, and then target creature gets +X/+X, where X is the amount of life you gain this turn. So with Nourishing Shoal, you could actually get like plus a billion. There's also, interestingly enough, so I'm basically trying to find out like what's different between this list and like the modern list. I see Thrasta Tempest's Roar. Now this card is 10 green, so it's pretty expensive, but it has cost reduction, so it costs 3 less to cast for each other spell you cast this turn, and also has trample and haste. So what you could do is, buy a bunch of Elvish Spirit Guides and then put this card into play, because you're playing like Lotus Petals and you're playing all these sort of like efficient 0 mana spells that will reduce the cost of Thrasta. The question is, with the 14 cards or so that we drew from Grizzlebrand, do we actually have a way to continue here? I see a Lotus Petal.
Yeah, I don't think we drew a Nourishing Shoal, and we're just conceding.
What?
I can't believe we're conceding.
Wait, that's actually so crazy.
Yeah, we hit no more gain life things. The Pact's going to kill us in the upkeep, and there's no way to win. The deck doesn't have an instant speed win condition where we could respond. Oh my goodness, what a crazy. If you've ever played Legacy or played against Grizzlebrand, you know how unlucky it is to not hit anything you need off 14 cards. It's just so many cards.
This is like it's like an episode of JoJo, like one plot twist after another, right? The first is like, all right, we got Delver, and then you're like, first plot twist, wait, the Grizzlebrand actually got into play? Like, that's not supposed to happen against the deck that has all permission. And then finally, the Grizzlebrand got into play, and you're just like, well, I played a Pact of Negation, and now I'm just dead to my own cards. Like, I mean, if I'm in Aspa's seat there, I'm kind of just like, we take those, you know what I mean? So that's pretty powerful, yeah.
Yeah, actually crazy. And then from the Grizzlebrand player, a lot like ReZero, just constant pain happening there after all the plot twists. So, Honor, that was a crazy first round.
It really was, and just for just awareness, so the way the team trios events work is if you have 3 matches going on, and whichever team wins 2 out of 3 of those matches, the entire team wins. So we don't actually get to watch the resolution of the Pioneer match, because both the Modern and the Legacy seats won on that team. So congratulations to Team Black for making it past this first round with 2 wins in Modern and Legacy. But I was actually just like really, really happy. I don't know who picked the feature matches for this round, but just like fist bump. Those were some pretty tight matches. Wait, was it you?
It was me. Oh my gosh, stop. Flattery gets you everywhere, Honorog.
All right, well, I'm impressed. That was pretty exciting. Because I'll talk about the Modern one too for a moment. I was actually kind of sweating from Sam's side, because when I saw like the first ball lightning come in and the second one come in, if Sam literally just like didn't have a play that turn with the Shieldred or the Ring or whatever it was, I think we would have seen game 2 swing the other way. But yeah, I think continuing on, let's take a look really quickly at the getting a note from production here.
Breaking news.
Okay, so we actually have an update for you. Even though the team trios match is technically over, players want to play Magic. I can't say no to that. So let's dive into Pioneer. Game 3, Dimir Mill against Rakdos Sacrifice here. We're going to have Brian Kowal on the play in this Game 3, and we'll get the UI updated for you just in a moment here. I actually really like this. I love that even though the match is technically over, the players still want to hang out and play. Appreciate it very much. Thank you. Mm-hmm. So now, turn 1, we have, is this Den of the Bugbear? No, that's not Den of the Bugbear. What is that?
No, that's Den of the Bugbear. You're right.
Oh,
Trust yourself, King.
Oh, man. Okay, I was like, yeah.
Yeah, you and I haven't worked together yet, but the reason I got the job on ARG is I know all of the alternate arts. I've only lost the game once, and that's when I wasn't in the booth. I was in Twitch chat, so it doesn't count. That's that's my new agenda. Yeah, I'm pretty good at the game.
As we do all right, well, pop quiz then. What's the crab on the other side? Is it the Hedron crab or the Rune crab?
Hedron crab. There's a Rune crab's not in the old crab's not in Pioneer, buddy.
Okay.
All right, come on, Grandpa. Let's go outside.
It was a trick question. I was just testing you. +1 to Mason. Yeah. All right. So talk to me about starts though, because is this the best start that you could get from the mill side?
This is, playing the crab on turn 1 has got to be one of your best plays. Maybe a card like Fatal Push, against a deck that's relying on Elf would be a little bit better. But in the dark, if you could pick a card, put it up in your hand, this crab is it, because getting the mills every single turn really add up, and getting that passive from the landfall add up. When you're playing mill, it's a lot like a burn deck. You're trying to do X amount of damage. It's just cards in deck instead of life total. So, as we see a second crab come down here, we're going to mill 6. Pretend this is like Boros charming you, but it's when you play a land.
Yeah, I was gonna say, so you're telling me that these crabs are basically just like the blue goblin guides, right? Like that's what basically,
they are. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. This is a lot like Monastery Swiftspear. Just bam, bam.
Oh man. Okay. I think I'm with you now. So let's see. We saw the Deadly Dispute, sacrificing the creature to draw 2 cards, and now there's a lot of cards. Oh my goodness. Wait, that was a
23 cards left in deck. Is my quick math. From the Deadly Dispute, the Draw from Turn, the Unlucky Witness, and these crabs, we've actually just moved through a ton of cards here from Brian. Now, it's possible Brian actually sideboarded in more cards. Having intervals of 3 actually make a big difference. So, for example, having the 61st card can matter in these sort of spots.
Okay, gotcha. How is Brian supposed to win from this spot? Because it does not. You said 23 cards left in deck. It does not. So. Okay. It does not seem very. That's a lot. For this as early as this portion of the game here.
Brian has a few things. Some of these lists play Corvald. I'm sorry, play Croxa. Misspoke. That's a really good way to abuse the mill and maybe catch up. Also, the card Mayhem Devil is a great way to ping down creatures. And we have things like Fatal Push and Claim the Firstborn. If you're a Rakdos Sacrifice fan, you're going to really hope that we have a card like this here to start applying pressure, start picking down the crabs, and sort of hope to whiff on the actual mill spells, because the mill spells are going to be how we do the finishing points of damage, I think, in this matchup. So it does look like we're going to sacrifice a treasure and play an oven.
Okay. Now, walk me through this one more time, high level, right? As somebody who only plays, Legacy and Modern more recently, the Rakdos Sacrifice deck is trying to assemble, it seems like Voltron of some sorts, but what are the individual components there?
Yeah, so they're trying to assemble Cauldron Familiar, which we saw in the Modern suit from Sam Black, and then Witch's Oven, which is an artifact that lets you sacrifice a creature and then make a food. And if the creature has 4 toughness or greater, you make 2 food. So what it works is you sacrifice the cat, you make the food, you sacrifice the food to bring back the cat, you gain a life, they lose a life. It stops all aggression. The cat oven actually got banned in Standard for how good it was against creature decks. It's hold true in Modern. And then when you combine that with Mayhem Devil, every time you sacrifice something, you ping something. So the Rakdos Sacrifice deck is the ultimate sort of, if you're trying to play on the battlefield, I am not going to allow you to do anything. I'm going to ping all your creatures down, and I'm going to stop all the aggression.
Interesting. Well, we're going to see on the other side here, Ashiok comes into play here, is going to activate its ability, mill 4 cards from the other side, and then exile the entire graveyard, which seems to be pretty good here for a deck that has tried to really build up that Cauldron's Familiar recursion. We're going to see Ashiok also go down to 1. And there is the Cauldron's Familiar. Okay, so we've got some stuff going on here. But is it going to be enough, or are we a bit too little too late?
It really depends on sort of, once again, to use the burn dynamic, right? We're kind of down to like 5-6-ish life equivalently for Brian here, to use the burn analogy, which means we're kind of needing one more big mill spell. And if we get that plus, a Fable Passage, that will probably go the distance in this matchup. But it really matters on, do we have, the land and the payoff spell here from Fernie.
Yeah, I mean, and the crazy part too is that Fernie still has 4 cards in hand, and even at this point, like, lands are not even bad to have. So even if you flood out, like, each land is basically mill you for X, and then you're struggling. And so, I think if I had to guess from this position, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm seeing if my notes are, if you're teaching me the stuff, you have to grade me on this, right? Dimir Mill seems pretty ahead here.
Yeah, Dimir Mill, I do think, is pretty ahead right now. The double crab start is as good as this deck can get. And the only thing that could have been better was the third crab.
The third crab. It's like thinking about like Toy Story when like the aliens are in the like machine and they're just like, oh,
Field of Ruin, Honorog.
Oh,
It's
oh.
That's gonna let us blow up a land and get another landfall trigger.
That's cheating almost. That's like another fetch land.
Yeah, and we're gonna see it go after that Den the Bugbear immediately. And Brian does it the Penguins, like, he doesn't need to put a land to play if he doesn't want to. Looks like he has, I would guess, 15-ish cards in deck, not many here.
Yeah, you can see he's shuffling, and it's like really hard to shuffle. The deck is so thin.
Yeah, and we're gonna mill 6 more here when the land enters the battlefield. Yeah, I mean, that is not much left. And you're going to see the players didn't cut because, once again, Sam Black's team, the team on the left, has already won the round. These 2 players just wanted to finish their match, and we're like, well, if you're going to be playing, we might as well be commentating.
Plus, this way, like, at the end of the day, you could tell your teammates, look, I won my round. You know what I mean? Yeah. So.
Yeah, if I'm teaming with Honorog, it's my personal record. If I'm teaming with good friends, it's, our team is this.
All right, here comes the Thoughtseize. Oh, and that's so interesting. I guess this deck could play it too. It's going to reveal a land. Is that Takenuma?
Yeah, Takenuma and Unlucky Witness.
Unlucky
only
Witness.
real choice.
All right. It just seems like we didn't get that sort of hyper-aggressive start that we may have needed from the Rakdos side to sort of really pressure the life total, because Fernie's still at a healthy 17. The only way we're going to win this is through the combat step. Is there any particular draw here off the top that might be helpful?
Devil. Mayhem it has to be Devil, yeah, because we need one way to think about this Honorog from a life total perspective is if you have Oven, Cat, and Devil, if you send all the damage face, it's 1 lava spike, so 3 damage. So if we got another Devil, we could shoot down the crabs. Then that would make it so that we're able to actually kind of go the distance on not getting milled passively and force it to be a mill spell to kill us. And then we would have, deal 3, and then sort of attack down. So we're really close to actually kind of turning the corner. But we sort of have, 2 to 3 turns before we kill them. And they kind of just need 1 to 2 turns is the problem.
Okay. That actually is interesting because you mentioned Mayhem Devil. Now, Takenuma in the hand can buy back creatures and planeswalkers, right? And I think I saw a copy.
Mills 4, mills 3, though. So it's a dangerous line to walk.
Yeah, dang. Okay, that's interesting. It's like, well, it's funny because I've been playing the Ring a lot in Modern, and whenever I get paired up against Burn, I have that same sort of just like ethical choice here. Do I just ping myself and do their job for them to draw more cards? The answer is always yes. Everything to draw cards.
Of course.
But this is a nice little analogy there. So tricky. But wait, where did the crabs go? They're gone.
So it looks like we blocked with the crabs, which implies that Fernie maybe has a lot of mill spells in hand and not a lot of lands. And he was like, listen, these things are going to die to the devil anyways. I might as well have them block more damage now and just get a chance to for sure cast my spells.
Okay, I actually really like that decision, realizing that it's time to pivot, that, even though we are maybe still able to generate a little bit of value here off of these crabs, that it's time to do bigger, better things. The crabs have certainly done their job, right? So we just move on now.
Yes, as we do have Fraying Sanity up on the screen here for you. Or up on the board, I should say. I don't know if we can get that one pulled up on screen in time. Do you know Fraying Sanity?
Isn't this Fractured Sanity? Is like the one that has cycling on it. It draws mills 4 when you cycle it, but otherwise it mills a lot more. Like
no, that's a different Sanity card. That one's from a Modern Horizons.
Oh, okay.
This one's an enchantment. At the beginning of each player's end step, that player puts the top X cards of their library into their graveyard, where X is the number of cards put into the graveyard from the library this turn. So, for example, if you were to have a crab in play, you mill 3, then you mill 3 again.
Gotcha. What? Wait, that's terrifying.
Yeah, it's very good with things like, Jace the Perfected Mind. Normally, I believe mills about 9, and now it's milling 18. It basically doubles all of your milling. As we do see the second Mayhem Devil here.
Don't give me hope. No, don't give me. Oh my God! Wait, this is getting close. All right, hold up. Here comes the devil.
Attack for 5, go to 8. Cauldron Familiar bringing back is 5 damage. The 2 tokens is 7 damage. I think we're 1 damage off lethal right now. I could be mistaken.
Oh my gosh. No way.
Oh, so we still have the Elven activation. Yeah, I forgot we had the first food. I think that's exact lethal. Oh my goodness.
We're doing the thing, we're recurring it a couple times here. Hand motions, more hand motions, familiar and back into play. Do we actually just have it?
Yeah, we had it. Oh my goodness. With just it looks about 3 cards left in deck there too. Looks like, what a crazy round here.
That's insane. Oh my God. That was down to the wire, actually. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, because internally, you just have certain metrics and heuristics, right? When you see crab on turn 1 and 2, you're just like, all right, this was and just uncontested 2, you're just like, this game is just over, right? And still we were able to pull something out of there. So massive props here. Okay, I'm just gonna say it. It's the unofficial, or it's the official unofficial 3-0 for the team. Sometimes you you 3-0 your opponent when you lose to yourself or something like that. This is the 3-0 here for Team Sam Black. And I think that was those are some really nice matches to showcase a bunch of different interesting things that each of the formats have to offer. I'm still, in retrospect, Mason, we saw obviously winning on the very last turn possible against the mill deck. We saw Gristlebrand fail, and then we die to our own Pact of Negation trigger. And then we also saw turn 3 combo kill you with new cards from the Lord of the Rings set. So all in all, I'm gonna, the real winner here is obviously Mason for picking such a great feature match this round.
So I think it's the people who are the real winners who get to hang out with us here all day on ROG watching Magic. We're running Magic all day today and all day tomorrow. So make sure to click that follow button. That way you don't miss any of the action.
Wait, all day? I'm here with you all day.
Well,
Norm, we got to Norm pull up.
Yeah, don't worry. Right, we're going to be stuck here for another 4 hours. Then you get to go home, and then you can watch from home in your bed.
All right. On that note, guys, we're going to take a quick break here. We'll be back for more content. We're going to ship you over to some best of the NRG series matchup content that you can see how people have played in the history of the event, and some pretty exciting gameplay there. Pretty sure this feature match could also make the cut there too. But we'll be back with more content, so you don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody, to NRG St. Louis here, the Team Trios constructed event here, the $10,000 event. My name's Rakdos. I'm here with Mason Clark, and we're going into round number 2 of 7 here today. We've got more modern action. We've got more legacy action. We've got more pioneer action. What are you excited to see, Mason?
I mean, the modern is so cool right now for Lord of the Rings. There's so many unique ways to approach it. I'm really excited to see that. And then we have some spicy decks in Pioneer as well. So it's going to be a fun round for sure.
Absolutely. Let's get on track here with the players to watch. We'll see how our favorite teams here have been doing. So we're going to see here the team of Hobbs, Anderson, Spicklemeyer picking up the win. I think we actually had a crazy round 1 feature match that we could have also shown too between the team of Jung, Mullaly, Harney, and Dijkman, Suleiman, and Powell. They ended up 0-1, as we will probably see in teams events because of the nature of just the games and matches. And then couple other teams, Shearing, Delosier, and Murphy also having won. And then we got to watch Team Sam Black win as well. So that was pretty powerful stuff here. And I do believe the players are almost ready to go. So we'll try to dive in where we can right there. One deck that I think I would like to see today, and actually is our primary feature match here for round number 2, is actually Jeskai Breach. Now, this is a deck that has been doing reasonably well here. I think Corey Baumeister's been streaming it a lot, and we've seen how the One Ring has impacted that deck. What are your thoughts on the One Ring potentially in this deck, and are there any other updates that we've seen to this archetype with the printing of Lord of the Rings?
Yeah, so there's been some, small changes to the deck here. Basically, we worked in the One Ring. That's going to do the thing that the One Ring does to draw a lot of cards, but it also presents another mini combo against certain decks on ROG, as you can sacrifice the ring to Grinding Station, recast it with Emery, regain the Protection Clause, and against a deck like Hammer, for example, they just don't have any real answer to it outside of maybe a Spell Pierce or a Mantide, which is a pretty easy card to play around. So that's going to add a lot to the deck. We've also seen players sort of move in different directions with, the things they have to cut to make room for the ring. And it looks like this week, Mullaly has decided to get rid of, Ledger Shredder, and which is a card that sort of played a mid-range game plan, but instead of having the ring do that. But big picture-wise, this is the same grinding breach deck that we have seen dominate the NRG series last year in the hand of Jesse Robkin. But this week, it is sort of just a little bit more streamlined, a little bit more in on combos than it is a mid-range deck.
Understood. Looks like Connor's going to be going down to 6 here. On the other side of the table, we have Benji Solomon playing Temur Rhinos. Now, this is going to be an interesting matchup. We see two. So Mishra's Bauble and Mox Amber come into play here on turn 1. How do you feel about this from the Rhino side?
On the Rhino side, this matchup can be a little interesting. It's kind of favored you because the Rhino deck is sort of an aggressive tempo deck where its job is to get something in play and then stop like one thing from hitting the battlefield and sort of hope that goes the distance. In this deck, you have a lot of pieces that are nice, but if you stop the breach, it's often enough with 2 4/4s in play to sort of close the door very quickly. So that's something that Connor is going to be seeing aware of. And so you're not super unhappy to see this. If a card like Emery had been followed up by that double artifact start, and it looks like Connor does have an Emery in hand, is going to shortcut some fetches here, then that would have been really strong as we would have started having, 2-3 cards drawn to turn off the baubles. But instead, it looks like we're going to have a little bit of a delayed Emery.
Okay, interesting here. Yeah, that's one thing that I also wanted to check in on with you, which is we see cards like the One Ring splashing into Jeskai Breach. Is there anything from the new set that particularly excites you in the Rhinos deck?
Not too much. I've seen some players actually put the ring in small copies in the Rhinos deck. Seems fine. All in all, though, I think the Breach deck just got a nice upgrade here. And we do need to mill cards off that Emery. Maybe we can get those players that, I guess that's a trigger you can miss. So it might be a situation where Connor's missed it. But basically, there's not too much that the Breach deck got. And that is, a small thing, but it did get the ring on Rog. So, did you need a lot more if your deck got the ring?
That's a really good point too, right? Because I think we mentioned this earlier, how the ring is. I personally think it's one of those format warping cards, and I'm pretty excited to see how Pro Tour Barcelona coming up in a few weeks is going to really be impacted by this. As we see, looks like Mystical Dispute is going to go ahead and counter the Emery, so that's why the trigger hadn't actually resolved yet. As they're still in the stack here, we see Steam Vents, Sacred Foundry, Mox Amber. Benji is going to go ahead and play a Steam Vents untap, fetching on what appears to be Connor's upkeep. This can only scream one thing, right?
Yeah, it's a little fire ice situation. Let's tap down some mana, draw a couple cards.
All right, we're going to go ahead and tap that Steam Vents with ice, draw a card there. Now, the critical turn is a concept that's really interesting in matches of Magic. Really just boils down to when you need to be braced for your opponent to be doing just whatever their deck is trying to do. What do you think is the critical turn here for the Temur Rhinos deck?
I think it's turn 3, Honorog. Thank you for the layup on that one. I think the Cascaders
was it too obvious? I think it was too obvious, right?
It was good. I love it. It made me look smart. As we do see a land drawn here, both players sort of stuck there. Connor picked up the Urza Saga. By the way, I don't know if we mentioned this, Honorog. The team of Connor and Theo actually won our last team event in St. Louis. Their third player, Twinless Twin, couldn't make it out this weekend, so they picked up Chad Harney, a legacy player from Alabama, instead. But these are sort of our reigning champs.
Oh, okay, all right, that's interesting, because you also told me one fun fact, which is that the NRG Series Modern events are frequently won by Temur Rhinos. So we have the winning archetype versus the literal winning player. So now we know whether it's going to be the player or the game kind of deal, which is a little nice dynamic.
Yes, every Modern NRG so far this year has been won by Temur Rhinos. So that is a little bit of a fun fact there. If we had a little trivia board that would pop up. So we're going to see a Ragavan cast for the turn.
Yep, Ragavan in play now. We did see earlier Crashing Footfalls get suspended. Is at 3 counters now. And unfortunately, Benji just doesn't have that extra land drop to get to that critical turn 3 segment here. Stomp is going to go ahead and target Ragavan, presumably.
Mm-hmm.
And in response... Okay.
Yeah, and we're seeing Stomp come back on the deck. People like Oliver Tomeko very loud on Twitter about 5 months ago. I know you did a grudge match between him and Jesse Robkin. We were saying, the reason Temur Rhinos wasn't doing well is because players were playing awful cards like Bone Crusher Giant in the past. And they need to play things like Mystical Dispute. That's actually changed now with the One Ring. Bonecrusher Giant's little flavor text of damage cannot be prevented actually comes up in a big way. So you end up stomping yourself a lot. That way your Rhinos can deal damage through the One Ring and push across that last little bit of point damage.
Oh, that's really cool. Yeah, because if damage can't be prevented, this reminds me back of when True Name Nemesis was really big in Legacy, and people would play Wild Slash to kill a True Name that was blocking one of your creatures. That's hot tech. I actually really like that. Magic is so sweet sometimes.
Yeah, Magic is really dope. As we're going to see Connor respond to this Urza Saga activation for our Player of the Year last year.
And I really like this too, how Connor has not yet moved to the main phase yet, is thinking the turn out before making motions. One thing that I really like about this is a habit that a lot of players, like I personally am I just don't do it enough. But I admire watching Reed Duke at Pro Tour Philly, the Pro Tour that he won, because Reed would just pause at just like random times, and by doing that, he would think about his plays for the whole turn and then significantly decrease the amount of information he was telegraphing. For example, earlier in the match, we saw Benji knock on the table here before drawing the card on turn 3, which is a pretty clear signal that he doesn't have that third land. He's trying to get lucky, right? Those are the kind of small things that I think actually add up throughout the course of a tournament to, like masquerade bits and pieces of information here. Anyways, that aside, Construct is now in play here for Connor Mullaly.
Yeah. Yeah, and we're seeing Benji. It looks like he missed on the land again. I have to imagine he would have slammed the land.
The good news, though, is that the Rhinos, the Crashing Footfalls, now only has one time counter, so perhaps we can get something done that way. Upkeep, we're going to go ahead and ice the Steam Vents one more time, draw a card here, and now let's see. It's really tricky because it feels like both players are sort of stumbling here.
Yeah, it looks like Expressive Iteration using the Springleaf Gem there for Connor. Nice play to sort of, say, hey, there isn't much pressure from me. I have my Underworld Breach in hand. I have most of the combo. I'm really just missing Grinding Station and mana. Let's take this time to develop our mana and just, be okay with it.
Yeah, and as a just a reminder explanation, Urza Saga that created the construct did go ahead and fetch Springleaf Drum, which is a nice way to convert that into permanent mana. Rhinos are going to come into play now here for Benji, and looks like we found the land. Finally, maybe we have the ability to do something. Or do you think Benji's not supposed to play a Cascade spell this turn?
It looks like Benji might have Violent Outburst, so he gets to hold up and then have the ability to maybe hard cast something like Force of Negation if he needed to, or anything along those lines, maybe another Stomp, Missile Dispute type situation. With the Rhinos coming off the suspend here, there's a lot less pressure on Benji to actually get, Rhinos in play off a Cascader. If, we had maybe another turn or two, the suspend happening, we might be more incentivized to tap out and play something like Shardless Agent, as we're going to see Connor Prismatic ending half a Rhino down.
Yeah, this is actually really interesting, but it goes back to what you were saying earlier about, just how Rhinos is that sort of aggressive tempo style strategy. So I'm actually really interested that Benji chose to sort of lean into that. But there it is. Good call on the Violent Outburst, Mason.
Yeah, as Benji now has to sit here and we have to watch this. It's my least favorite part of Cascade. It's the strictly better region of Moto. Yeah, you have to sit there and flip all the cards.
It's so much fun, though.
You shuffle the cards, the Spell Pierce comes down. That's a lot of fun on a Rhino.
All right, so that is actually gonna. Oh, okay, that's because there's a Spell Pierce, but I was like, well, that's a dark timeline you're talking about, but it's the one that we live in right now. So Spell Pierce going to counter here the second Crashing Footfalls, which means honestly, Connor's position doesn't look too bad. We're still able to spend some time developing. Unholy Heat going to take care of the other Rhino.
And I like this tap out from Connor right now to Unholy Heat the Rhino. If your Spell Pierce resolved, that probably means there's no Force Negation, so we might as well fight over this Rhino.
Okay. Shardless Agent going to come into play, and there it is. See, look at that top card, Mason. Sometimes all you have to do is speak your mind honestly, and you get rewarded for it. I love it.
Yeah,
we call it complaint equity.
Complaint. That's right. Legacy players go to, as we do see a fetch here with the Unholy Heat.
Okay, so Unholy Heat going to take care of one of these other Rhinos. Now, honestly, is this a good exchange here for Connor? Because I feel like when I've watched some Rhino players play, they really do like it when you engage in those 2-for-1 exchanges or 1-for-2 exchanges. Like we just use 2 Unholy Heats and a Prismatic Ending to get rid of 1.5 cards from Benji's side. That seems like a losing recipe.
It is definitely a losing recipe. For Connor, though, we have cards like Underworld Breach and the One Ring in your deck. You can make these sort of trades in order to buy time to recoup with cards. And you see Connor has both the One Ring and Underworld Breach in hand. He's very close just to finding Grinding Station and taking over this game. So, Connor doesn't want to be making these trades with the Rhinos if he didn't have to. But with a card like the One Ring and Breach, he's going to undo that sort of loss of card advantage over the next couple turns here.
All right. Well, Team Solomon looks to have also won the first game in Pioneer. Vinnie Fino on the Archfiend deck against Theo Jung on Rakdos Sacrifice. But back to the modern match here. It looks like the One Ring has now entered play. It has given the Shroud of Protection and now has also tapped to draw a card. So what does the Rhinos deck do about this? You mentioned a sweet interaction earlier with Stomp. Is there anything else?
Besides Stomp, there's not much. This is a good turn for Benji to sort of, get more Rhinos on the board and just want to pressure immediately. The thing about the ring, like we talked about earlier, one of our pre-shows, is sort of you get the cards first, life later. The Rhinos deck attacks for such huge chunks that we want to spend this time just getting, our last Rhinos onto the battlefield. That way we can push as much damage so Connor has the least amount of time and life to play with the cards from the ring.
All right. Yeah, no, that makes sense. I guess if this turn you can't push damage through. I mean, maybe so we saw, Benji actually hold up mana in one of the prior turns. I mean, that was obviously explained by the violent outburst, but potentially Benji could have other cards here. What are some other cards that you would want from Benji's side to interact with the breach deck to just make sure that you're not dying, us with the single Underworld Breach on the stack?
Yeah, the number one is Force of Negation. That's going to be both a free spell and a hard spell counter. Benji might have a couple Mystical Disputes in his deck. That was a card that, once again, was really popular before the addition of the ring. We've seen some people like Benji have at least a couple Bonecrusher Giants. So that's a way to also counter Underworld Breach or Grinding Station. Connor does have Grinding Station in hand and Underworld Breach. So he has the full combo since Mox Amber is in the graveyard with Emery. It's just a matter of getting it onto the battlefield. So we're going to have to see how Connor wants to navigate this turn. He is going to start with the Breach before drawing any cards off the ring.
Okay, that's interesting. I want to ask you one more question. What about a card like Brazen Borrower?
That card can matter. So we might see a thing where, Connor goes and uses some mana and taps out, and then we Brazen Borrower to bounce Underworld Breach.
Oh, snap.
Mystical Dispute. I really like this from Benji here. Basically saying, hey, if you want to do this, you're going to lose a lot. Although I think Connor's actually one Mox Amber in the graveyard away from playing through it, because we could have escaped Amber and then used our Springleaf Stone to cast Amber, and then the Amber's online, and we'd just be one mana away. Connor maybe, need to get these cards first here off the ring and see what he could have done, but he's going to draw now and sort of reassess his options.
Okay, I definitely see the Grinding Station in the hand here for Connor. I wonder if there was another copy of Underworld Breach picked up, but
it looks like there was.
Okay, this is really tense now because we're just sort of, it's interesting. Like the Mystical Dispute, do you think that signals that there's no copies of Force of Negation there?
I think that you might make that read, although I kind of like the idea of like, hey, if you pay with the Mystical Dispute, it's going to be really hard to go for it, and I can Force Negation down if you have the second Amber in hand, and I kind of get more out of it. So Connor might be able to assume that there's a chance there's no Force Negation, but I don't think there's any clear signal.
Then that was a really cutting play, and the more I think about it, the more I just love that Mystical Dispute here. I mean, Benji also, he kind of like instantly played it, so I think he knew, like, he's been thinking like throughout this entire time, like, okay, Breach comes down this turn, here's how I'm going to handle it, and like you mentioned, it's pretty close, right? Like we're at the stage of the match where like one turn later, one land drop later, and that Mystical Dispute wouldn't have done anything. So I think the timing is actually also just really incredible.
100%. It's like Benji is tanking. This might be a sign, by the way, that Benji does have a card like Force Negation, because if he's having to think about how to use his mana, he might be thinking like, oh, I have Force or another Mystical Dispute. There's something that's making Benji not want to put a bunch of Rhinos on the battlefield. And or cast that Bonecrusher Giant, because we know there's a Bonecrusher that we could cast no matter what.
Yeah, this is really just goes back to what I was saying earlier, right? Which is like just the idea of, okay, so we're suspending another Footfalls here. Okay, so that means there's one more left somewhere in the deck, and just passing the turn here. So mana is open. Now, let me ask you a question here. If you're on Connor's side, you have the Underworld Breach in your hand potentially that you drew off of the One Ring. I mean, would you have rather seen Rhinos in play or open mana in play? I feel like it's the mana is way scarier, right?
The mana is a little scarier, but Connor is actually so far ahead on board and on cards that he can actually make these one-for-one trades some more. Before we talked about Benji is pretty happy to have, this one card answer the one Rhino. That dynamic is now shifting, and now Benji has to figure out, can I beat this breach? Connor also has the second breach in hand, so Benji's going to have double answer.
Okay. All right. And interestingly enough, again, Connor in not activating the ring before the Underworld Breach, which to me signifies maybe we don't need the cards. To me signifies maybe we're conscious of the life total. What is the reason to not? What is the reason that you could get punished by the ring's temptations?
I mean, that is the main one. Is your opponent has some answer you can't execute the combo. I do think that given the sort of board state and sort of that's the last crushing footfalls, so we know there's no more, flashing Rhinos, that I probably would have liked to see Connor draw his cards first just to sort of get a better idea on what he can and can't fight over. We saw last game he didn't even respond to Mystical. As Mystical Speed is going to hit the Emery, but it just doesn't matter with the Underworld Breach in play. Emery's going to actually mill the cards back, and we have the station. So the game is over if we cannot exile one of the zeros here. And between having Bobble and Mox Amber in play, which is hiding underneath the land there for Connor actually just has the win now. So what we're going to see is Connor can float a mana with the Amber eventually. That will allow him to cast. It depends on what Connor's win condition is. I can check real quick. I think he is playing Thassa's Oracle. Yeah, he has one. So he'll eventually make some blue mana with the Amber, replay it, mill his whole deck, and then cast Thassa's Oracle, win the game. So you're seeing it here. He's sort of floating a blue, milling 3 cards, grinding station trigger, untap, and then going to repeat that process over and over and over again, and then cast Thassa's Oracle. Yeah, and Benji's picking up his cards. Connor says, I have the Oracle, and Benji's just like, yeah, show me.
Yep. All right. And the St. Louis champions take game number 1 here in the modern side. Now, as players are going to shuffle up in sideboard, we're going to dive right into Legacy here to see some more nonstop action here at the Team Trios event in St. Louis. We have Cephalid Breakfast at the hands of Chad Harney, winning game 1 against David Delgado on Doomsday. I'm going to pass the mic to you.
Yeah, I'm a little curious what your thoughts here are on the Cephalid Breakfast deck, as we are going to see a Blue Delta in the passing of the turn here from David. This is a deck that's been popping up a lot. What is the big draw of Cephalid Breakfast these days?
Yeah, so Cephalid Breakfast is like a 1-2 punch kind of combo deck. You leverage the card, I think it's Cephalid Illusion or Cephalid something Priest. It's basically combining that with Nomad's Encore or Shuko. And essentially what you do is a Cephalid Illusionist. Essentially, you just keep targeting your Illusionist over and over and over again. Now, what happens when you target this card? Cephalid Illusionist actually says when it is targeted, you just mill the top 3 cards of your deck. Like you can... Okay, this is a ponder. Never mind. And eventually, you put your whole deck into your graveyard. That includes Narcomoeba, that includes Thassa's Oracle, and that includes Dread Return. So then you buy back Dread Return and buy back Thassa's Oracle with Dread Return, and you win the game there. The crazy part about this is that you could win as fast as turn 2 if you just go like turn 1 Nomads or like Aether Vial or something like that. Although Aether Vial kind of phasing out, and then turn 2 Illusionist. Bam, that's it. You play cards like Daze and Force of Will and Orm's Chant to protect your combo, and you just win.
Yep. As we're going to see that ponder there from Chad's going to think through it. And a passive return to David Delgado, who's down a game here on the Doomsday deck. I know a lot of Doomsday players have been saying that Cephalid Breakfast might be like the better version of their deck. Do you think there's anything to that? Or is that just, maybe some Doomsday players not getting as many new toys and feeling like their deck's falling behind?
Yeah, I mean, historically, Doomsday has been a very, very powerful deck, especially with the printing of Thassa's Oracle. The downside, though, is a single 1-mana Insectile Aberration. Or like Lightning Bolt is really tricky when your key card forces you to slash your life total in half, aka Doomsday. So part of resolving Doomsday is you lose half your life total, rounded down. And that makes a very aggressive strategy is kind of a problem sometimes, especially when they're backed up by Daze and Force of Will. Now, the reason Cephalid Breakfast is, kind of like almost an upgraded version is because not only do you have access to a really fast combo with the 1-2 punch I talked about, you also get access to cards like Swords to Plowshares, a Prismatic Ending, all these white-based removal spells, and that really helps you in the tempo aggressive matchups.
Nice. As we're going to see a grief here. The hand is Orm Chance, Force of Will, Shuko, Brainstorm, Urza Saga, Island, and Flooded Strand. Any idea on what we might be griefing?
This is a delicate balance because, again, this is the struggle here. From the Doomsday side, you're kind of worried about comboing off yourself, but then not getting comboed off here. So I think the real answer is I don't have an answer for you what the correct take is. It really just does depend on the texture of Delgado's hand here. And so that means we could see something like the Brainstorm being taken away to sort of disrupt the hand. If we're trying to go a little bit longer, we could see the Force of Will be taken away here. That might signal that that Delgado has access to a Doomsday that we want to play soon. I don't think we care too much about the Orm's Chant here. And then the Shuko obviously is just kind of a mulligan. One of the downsides to playing the breakfast deck is like sometimes you draw the cards that are combo only, and Shuko is one of them. So we'll see what Delgado decides on.
Yeah, see him think through the turn. Delgado also does have days in
Okay.
hand, so that's going to move things a little bit as Orm Chant was the take.
All right. So with Orm's Chant being taken here from the outside looking in, I would say that that is a card that causes problems for us that we don't have answers to, which means we probably don't have a fast combo of ourselves. We're trying to play a bit more defensively here from the Doomsday side.
Yep. As we do see a fetch here.
Now it's also funny too. You mentioned that there was a copy of Days in the hand here. It's also possible that the Force of Will just doesn't matter, and that's why we're not taking it, and that our hand is so strong that we're just thinking, how do I lose on the next turn? And Orm's Chant could be like a part of that recipe.
Yeah, maybe you cast, in sort of the middle of the combo. You can't go anywhere. As Dark Ritual is being played right now, looks like we are going to fire off Doomsday.
All right. Dark Ritual into Doomsday. Storm count is what, 3?
Yeah. And we know from Chad's side, Chad has Force of Will. Chad also knows that David knows this. And so Chad's going to figure out, do I want to force here, see if David has some sort of protection spell, or do I want to force over some of the later combo turn?
Yeah, and so just as a recap of high level what this Doomsday deck is, I'll just like introduce people who are new to the format. Doomsday is a single card. It says it's black, 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 and it basically says search your entire library for 5 cards. You can recreate a mini deck of those 5 cards, and then you lose your life. You lose half your life rounded. Oh, I guess rounded up. Yeah. So what that means is we're going to look for a card, like a 5-card pile that has Thassa's Oracle and a way to draw into the Thassa's Oracle, and then a way to usually get the Thassa's Oracle to be uncounterable, i.e. Cavern of Souls. So we're going to see here now whether we have all the tools and recipes to do that. There are many, many ways you can do this. For example, you have like Edge of Autumn, Lion's Eye Diamond, and cards like Deep Analysis that used to be in the deck. You have access to Predict as a potential option. We'll see what pile David Delgado is going to cook up here. But looking at the list right now, I do see the Cavern of Souls. I see 1 copy of Consider.
I saw a Street Wraith.
Okay, and you saw a Street Wraith as well. So at this point, I'm going to assume that David's got this on lock. And one thing that's kind of important to notice as well is that the Doomsday decks in a lot of scenarios will make what we call pass the turn piles, where we may not necessarily be able to win the turn we resolve the Doomsday, but if we get to untap, we'll just cause all sorts of mayhem, and that might also be something that David is looking forward to as well. So it does look like we have our modern players shuffling up. So we'll probably return there. And then we'll keep an eye on the pips there at the bottom of the screen here to see how the Doomsday deck is actually going to finish here, as looks like Benji on the play here has a Triome and a Scalding Tarn on the other side.
Yeah, by the way, Vinnie has just won the Pioneer seat with Archfiend combo against Theo on Rakdos Sacrifice. So the team of Benjamin and David is up 1-0 right now. But Connor and Chad are also up the games right now. So there's, only one of these players need to convert, but they do need to convert.
Okay, yeah. Let's see here. So we're going to play Gemstone Caverns into play. Untapped. Okay, that's pretty interesting. Now, we didn't talk about this, but we should dive right into it. Sideboarding in this matchup. I see a couple copies of Endurance from the Rhinos side. How do you feel about that card in this matchup?
It's pretty good. It basically can turn off the breach turn while also being a flash threat that just sort of, allows you to play a normal beatdown game plan, right? You want to put those Rhinos into play, but then sometimes you end up pulling your mana up for like mystical disputes and force negations, and then, they sort of pass the turn, replace something you don't want to counter. And then Endurance is a great way to sort of do that. Also just a great way to 0 mana sort of counter a Underworld breach, as we do see a Forest in the past.
Oh wow. Okay. This is a little bit terrifying, right? I mean, this is just generally how the matchup I'm sure it goes, where you just like put a bunch of lands into play here. Mishra's Bauble going to come into play here now from Connor's side. And we're just slamming Emery here down on turn 3. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we do see Benji taking a moment to think about it. Probably has a card like Violent Outburst in hand, but might also just have, Stomp or Mystical Dispute and thinking I want to do this. We mill 3 Urza Sagas and a Springleaf Drum. So Connor does hit, but only technically speaking, as we do see Violent Outburst Cascade happen.
Okay.
And Connor does have a Spell Pierce in hand, but Benji might have a Force Negation. It might have been.
Okay.
Sometimes players do bring in Force as a way to break up, the grinding station and the breach.
Yeah, interesting. That could be pretty powerful. Just having a bunch of cards in your hand that you can cast free, allowing you to tap out here. But fetching up the Hallowed Fountain, Spell Piercing, the Crashing Footfalls, and it looks like did we just point to it? I think one of the teammates may have come in and
Yeah.
pointed to a card, which to me signals that maybe there's a fight to be had here. Benji, are you going to let this Spell Pierce have its way again with the Crashing Footfalls? The answer is no. Force of Negation on the stack says I get my Rhinos, aggro, tempo. That's the name of the game.
Yep. And this is actually really big, that Force Negation Exile. Sometimes with this Grinding Station deck, you'll get Breach into play and they'll try to fight over a different piece. And now you have Spell Pierce in your graveyard. So it being exiled actually might come up later in the game as well, along with just 8 power crashing under Connor here. This means Connor is going to be behind the 8 ball.
All right. Mishra's Bauble going to peek at the card that Benji's drawing for turn, draw a card on the upkeep. And now I got to ask you, seems like Benji's in the driver's seat. What are we doing? What's the next few turns going to look like?
We're going to play a game very similar to something, we're going to play a Delver type game. We're just going to try and protect these Rhinos and go the distance. That's the whole game plan.
Protecting the Rhinos. That's interesting. So that means that the Rhinos could probably be killed somehow. We did see Unholy Heats and Prismatic Endings. Do those survive the sideboarding?
Sometimes
process?
in small numbers they do. Things like Engineered Explosives are typically played in pretty high numbers out of this Breach deck. With Emery, EE is a really powerful sort of engine to answer a lot of recursive problems, and EE just answers a lot of problematic hate cards that can come your way, like Rest in Peace or something like that as well. So we might see Connor have that, as we do actually see EE tap in the hand. Yeah, and we might even see Connor just pop the EE and then replay it with the Emery for future Rhinos. Really depends on how he wants to play this turnout.
Yeah, that is a really, really, really. I mean, I know a thing or two about getting stopping aggression, and having a sweeper here for 0 mana is probably the best way. You can see, is that Emery coming into the red? Oh no, never. Okay, I freaked out for a moment. No, targeting the Mishra's Bauble.
What are strong cards, buddy? Nothing to freak out right now. We do have Manamo in play.
That could untap our Emery later and get multiple Bauble activations. It seems a little far-fetched, but actually very strong with the One Ring. Much more of a real play than might appear at first glance.
I have been very impressed with that card actually in my testing. Being able to jump from no cards in hand and like a magic trick, suddenly you have like 5 on your draw step or something is an incredible feeling. But now I think seeing sort of how this game is playing out, where does the advantage bar lay? Who is ahead? Who is behind? What needs to happen to get back to parity?
So we need to answer this Emery. Emery plus Engineered Explosives is going to be a huge problem because all of the threats are going to be, these Rhinos. There are some Furies in the deck, and we saw Endurance, and we have Bone Crusher Giant. So we have some things, but the Rhinos are our best bet. So we need to find a way to kill Emery. That way the EE can stop coming down. And another huge moment there from Force Negation. If it had caught the EE, would have exiled it. So that's another way now where maybe we get a future Force Negation to save our Rhinos. And we do actually have it in hand. It looks like it was the draw for turn. So now Benji's going to need to find some way to answer.
Yeah, well, it seems like we need to go back to step 1, which is pressure. So judging from the way you're speaking, it sounds like Benji's actually on the back foot here, right? It sounds like
Yeah, the ball's certainly. Oh, and Chad Harney actually ends up beating the Doomsday pile. Chad must have drawn some way to mess up that pile over there, and or just comboed himself. One of the good things about Cephalid Breathfish you're talking about, Anurag, is how quickly it can combo. So maybe David Delgado took a little bit more of a safer approach, and Chad just went 1-2 Buckaroo combo you.
Yeah, interesting too, because I remember the orange chat and things like that. So actually now the stakes suddenly just amped up by a lot because the winner of this match is going to give their team that coveted point. And honestly, with the records that we're at, it's do or die, right? So we're going to see here whether or not the St. Louis champions can run it back. Force of Negation going to take care of Teferi. So that means Engineered Explosives can come back. Should Connor choose.
Yeah, and you see Connor's talking to his teammates about, hey, do I double bobble this turn or do I Emery bobble? No, sorry, do I EE or double bobble? And it looks like we're going to start with the EE. And then I like this. You want to make sure you get the one you want the most first. That way, if there's something like a stomp or something that maybe they waited on to try and beat a Spell Pierce from the Force Negation, you actually can still get it. As Bob was going to take a look at Benji top card. It is a Crashing Footfalls. You'd love to see that if you're Connor.
All right, untap, upkeep, draw. And I wonder at this point how many cards in Benji's hand are actually known to Connor because there have been so many Mishra's Bauble activations. And honestly, like this feels like one of the real reasons to play the Breach deck, right? Is because even if you don't have the Breach combo, you are one of the dirtiest just Mishra's Bauble looping decks that I don't know, I've seen in all of Modern.
Yeah, this is a big part of it is you have this combo game plan, which is really strong. You have the Urza Saga Ragavan game plan, which is really good at sort of putting pressure on people. And then you have sort of the Ring and Emery now to play normal fair games where you just sort of like, we're sort of playing like a pseudo control deck right now, right? We just have sort of our Wrath, we keep playing it, and we just draw a couple extra cards with Bauble, and we work towards winning eventually.
All right, 2 mana here. Dashed Ragavan coming into play. And now I think we're going to see Connor slowly convert this massive advantage that he's accumulated over the past few turns. Is that a Mystical Dispute going into exile?
It is. And weirdly kind of relevant at times. Like if Benji tried to do something like a Brazen Borrower, now that is going to be a problem. As we're going to see Connor towards his mana a little bit. And it looks like he's going to cast Underworld Breach.
This is interesting. Okay. A post-combat Underworld Breach, and let me ask you this: why would we sequence it this way? Why do we have this Ragavan in play? Why didn't we just play the Breach?
We just put our land in the graveyard on accident. Can we stop the players? We cannot put our Manamo accidentally in the graveyard.
Good catch.
Production, I'm sure will take care of. There they go.
Yeah,
The
perfect. Yeah.
And that's such an easy mistake to have happen too. I assume that's because we maybe had combo in hand. Looks like we do have grinding station, so you can start by just milling Bauble and then eventually find the Amber and start making the mana. So as long as Amber isn't like the last couple cards in your deck, you're fine. And with 3 of them, it's so unlikely. So we're seeing Connor sort of just run it, and that sort of forces Benji's hand. If Benji has something like Crashing Footfalls or anything like that, and he wanted to do it, he just can't really go for it. And then Connor does get a Bauble out of the exchange no matter what. It looks like Connor is going to shock, and that's going to mean we could see 3 Baubles go this turn. And Connor, doesn't even need the ring to draw a bunch of cards. We just have Emery Manamo going.
Yeah, the DIY mom says we have the ring at home kind of deal, right?
Yeah, 100%. As a land on top of the deck there for Benji, and Connor has Force Negation in hand. He is looking to be in a really premium position here.
Okay. All right. So we do see the Crashing Footfalls in exile with 4 time counters, but I suspect that the game's not even going to go that long. Honestly, this Breach deck has looked super sick. And on the resume, it already exists there. So it's like an Aether Spellbomb or something, like an Aether Spellbomb in play, sure.
Yeah, and this Aether Spellbomb is actually a really good way to protect your Emery from something like a Fury. That's one of the cards that could end up mattering. Fury or Bone Crusher Giant. Now, if we try to stomp this Emery, well, we're just going to bounce it to our hand and actually counter the Bone Crusher Giant. It'll go to the graveyard. Try to Fury, well, you're going to get it in play, but we're going to have to save our Emery and keep this card advantage engine going.
And keeping in mind at the bottom of your screen here, you could see the Engineered Explosive still in play. You could see that there is a treasure token here generated by the Ragavan in play as well. Wooded Foothills is the reveal here for the Mishra's Bauble. That's good news for Connor, bad news for Benji. And I think we're going to see the handshakes pretty soon here as it just looks like with a full grip, this game is just utterly dominated here by the Breach side of things.
100%, as we do see a dash Ragavan once again. And this is, or it looks like, sorry, hard casting, my mistake there. And I think we just have so much protection up from Connor that instead of dashing a return, we're just taking a turn off to develop and double check here, as we are dangerously close to sort of finding our combo and getting to go. And withdrawing 2 to 3 cards a turn thanks to Manamo and Emery, it's going to be really hard for Benji to overpower, even if we start, demonic tutoring all our draw steps. If we let Benji pick his draw for turn,
I love it.
To be that to take over.
I love when we're in that territory of like, okay, can I win the demonic tutor challenge? And that is great. I love that. Yeah. I aspire generally to. So actually, I think I was actually thinking about this yesterday. There's whenever I have more counters than my opponent actually has cards in hand, that's when I know I could just relax and like enter that garbage time where I'm like literally just like my eyes are closed and I'm not even realizing what buttons I'm clicking. And you can see here Benji sort of just I guess we're fetching here potentially, just to optimize future draw steps here. But at this point, I think it's pretty cool to say that Connor has it's just it's over.
Yeah, we're maybe get a chance to talk to these players after the round is over. We'll of course ask them for an interview. Last time we didn't have much time between the rounds there, so we didn't get to talk to Sam Black and friends, but we'll see if we can get them to hop in the mic. Whoever wins this, Benji, like I said, probably is going to need a lot to go right. But if we do, I'd love to talk to Benji after that happens. So we'll see what happens here.
I'm pretty sure even if Connor drew 8 lands in a row, that he'd still be in a winning position, right? Like, I don't know. I feel like so this is just like generally what happens with this sort of Rhino style deck is, so you have these really explosive early game setups that you can use to sort of disrupt opponents. You put 8 points of power into play, and then you have whatever. But then after that, like you sort of peter out. Does that sound correct?
That's about right. Yeah, I actually, small misstep from Connor here. I think he was supposed to bobble first and sort of just see if the card was worth taking with Ragavan. In this situation, it was just a land, and Connor would be very happy just to actually not hit for 2 damage because Connor's going to win with a combo. He doesn't need to actually do damage. And now Benji's going to draw Force of Vigor. Obviously, with Imri in play, not the end of the world, but does create some problems here. So, if you're Connor side, it's really hard to lose. Like, you see him be kind of like with Simic. It's like, yeah, I think I messed up, but I got 7 cards, so we'll figure it out.
Yeah. And I kind of want to like rewind and sort of just like look at how this game progressed and sort of try to understand what was the critical moment where Connor actually got really, really far ahead. Do you have any thoughts in mind?
The EE on the Rhinos. That's when we were able to just wipe the board and then put the EE immediately back into play so that all future Rhinos would be at least covered, or there had to be some extra resource used on the engineered explosives. And then when we just started, Embry not being answered, if Benji had drawn, a Stomp or a Fire Ice 3-4 turns ago, we might be having a totally different game because Connor would be down half the resources. If Connor could win, he would go for it. He's not just going to sit here and draw cards because he knows his life total is under pressure, and that is a way he could weirdly lose the game. So He's sculpting right now because he has that ability to, but he's also trying to find the answers. And we've seen Connor, go for the breach in a spot where it wasn't even 100% to win, as we do find the breach here. Now, we know Force of Vigor is in hand, so we can blow up that breach after 1 card is cast. But Connor's going to go for something like a second breach here. And he has Spell Pierce up. I don't know if he has enough cards in Graveyard to actually fight over the Force of Vigor by just cast Spell Pierce, cast Spell Pierce off the escape, but we'll have to see.
Okay, so this is actually really interesting, bringing back a second Underworld breach here. I mean, in a world of Force of Vigor, I'm sure that game that like is not, it's not a winning line because you could just pop, get rid of both of the breaches. But what are we playing around otherwise by getting a second Underworld breach here? What's the reason to do this?
We're getting to keep the rest of our pieces, right? So, for example, that engineered explosives gets to stay on the board because now if you want to stop my breach turn, you have to hit both breaches. You can't hit breach and grinding station. And when you're low on card, like there's probably only 3 to 4 breaches in the deck. Sometimes you might even see players trim post 4 because they don't need as much of it to actually win. Making them have to fight over both breaches means our next breach is for sure probably going to win the game just because you're up so many pieces here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I also
grinding station on the Mox.
Oh, okay, here it is. So Force of Vigor is going to now go on the stack. Most likely targeting double Underworld breach, but we'll see what happens here. And then, okay, it doesn't even matter because we're just going to go ahead and counter that immediately here using the floating mana from the Mox Ember. And that's going to move into the exile. I guess the other thing, too, is we did see Beseiju earlier. So being able to play around another copy of that, or like Odawara or Brazen Bar that we talked about earlier, those are all cards that could technically fizzle the combo with a single breach. So props to Connor for just being diligent.
Yeah, and the reason Connor also knows all of Benji's hand except for 2 cards. As we do see the handshakes are across the table there. Yeah. Congratulations.
A flurry of handshakes. Yeah.
Whoa. What a wild one, too.
That was pretty exciting. So as a heads up now, we will have an interview here with Connor just to sort of get an understanding of what are some of the thoughts that are going on in his head. I actually, I asked you that question about what was the critical moment, and I kind of feel like the big ticket moment was also the Spell Pierce in game 2 on the violent outburst that was on the end step. We saw that Benji immediately followed up with the Force of Negation, sort of with that realization like, hey, I need to have pressure on the board. This matchup is not going to go well for me if it goes long. And then immediately with the punish there with the engineered explosive. So I think it's like a fusion of all the cards together that really kind of is what it was. But that was just a dominating performance from the Jeskai breach side of things.
Yeah, and we saw in game 1 too where the ring was really helpful as well, and we see sort of the upgrades to this breach deck, right? It has breach and ring and expressive and breach and stuff and Emery, right? There's so much card advantage; it's really hard to run them out, and you can make those at disadvantage trades of like I'm going to unholy prismatic ending and still sort of go the distance. So really showing how strong this deck has been. I do believe Connor is ready for the interview, so let's hop on down there and say hello, Gak, to him.
I'm going to remember
Connor,
that
hello,
one.
Gak.
Hello, Gag Cutter. What up? All right, I'm not catching your audio real quick.
Yeah, I'm not getting
but I'm
Connor's
going
audio.
to I'm going to ask you a real quick question first as we get that figured out. So first of all, congratulations on the win here. You got paired up against Temur Rhinos, and I wanted to ask you basically is like, how do you feel about that matchup playing against Temur Rhinos with Jeskai Breach? It seems kind of tense.
Yeah, unfortunately, we still don't seem to have audio from Connor's mic there. Might be a situation with what's going on there.
So what we can actually do right now is we could just cut back to the booth here. We'll stick around. We'll get Connor audio fixed up real quick, and then we'll go from there. But yeah, I'm also wondering. So the other matchups that we also saw, we saw Cephalid Breakfast against Doomsday, which was kind of like a nice little like reverse Uno there. As we left that match, Doomsday was finished resolving on the stack, and we were like, okay, we're probably gonna go to game 3. You just have to untap, play your Thassa's Oracle off of Cavern of Souls. But then we saw the Pip finish up there. So I think what we'll actually do is maybe ask Connor, or maybe ask Connor to ask one of his teammates actually how that game sort of wrapped up, because I would love to see the resolution of that too.
Yeah, my guess is I think probably what happened is the Doomsday player took a slower, more conservative approach. I think honestly, the Cephalid combo must have happened on turn 2 because we had, I believe, Shuko is the name of the card in hand. So we probably played Shuko, didn't get days fought over it, right? Then we probably just like had a setup turn. Like you mentioned, sometimes you Doomsday was winning on the following turn, right? Just wanted to play through everything. And then I imagine that's the only way that makes sense to me, unless there's maybe Thought Scour and Chad stack and Thought Scoured, boom, milled over the Thassa's Oracle, which would have been super cool. And I wish we would have saw that if that was the case.
Yeah, interesting for sure. Looking at the deck list as well, I don't see anything particularly crazy that does sort of shout out to me. I see Orm's Chants and things like that, but whatever it is, we'll get that story caught up here, and we'll keep the chat also in tune for when Connor is ready and back. And then I think the last matchup that we actually didn't get to talk about was the Rakdos Sacrifice against Archfiend Alteration matchup. Now that's a pretty interesting one. We saw Theo, who is a fantastic player, get pretty easily handled by Vinnie Fino, who is, again, another fantastic player as well. So this Archfiend Alteration deck, I've heard whisperings and rumors of it. I mean, at this point, I guess it is sort of an established archetype. What is that deck trying to do again?
Yeah, so it's trying to set up Archfiend of Dross, which is the 6/6 that has these 4 kind of oil counters on it, and every turn it loses a counter. And then when it runs out of counters, then you lose the game. And what you do is you play a card called Metamorphic Alteration, which turns any creature on the battlefield into another one. So what you do is you turn their creature into an Archfiend of Dross, then the Archfiend of Dross has no counters, and you lose the game. It looks like, unfortunately, there's going to be no interview. So we're going to go to the best of the NRG series moment here. It looks like we're having some technical issues. We'll hopefully fix that in the future. Congratulations once again to Connor's team. And Honorog and I will see you back here in round number 3 in just a few minutes.
Welcome back to round number 3 here in St. Louis. My name's Rakdos. I'm here with Mason Clark. We are at the NRG Series Team Trios event in St. Louis. $10,000 on the line today, and we've got some exciting matches coming up here. Our feature match is going to be Living End versus 4-color Control now for the modern section. Mason, this is something that's pretty within your realm, right? So talk to me about this matchup. How's it going to be? What's it going to look like? I do believe the players are seated and shuffling up soon. But while they're doing that, just give me a high level of what the matchup looks like.
Big picture analysis. Game 1, it's going to be a little bit favored for Living End. Just the core game plan is really good, and you don't have too many answers. Now, Sarah this weekend is playing 2 Spell Piercer in her main deck, and that's going to go the distance. But for the most part, we're going to probably see Living End win Game 1, and then post-war really comes down to how many sideboard cards she has. From a big picture perspective, just the throwing so many creatures on the battlefield is really hard to overcome in your 1-for-1 deck. And when you don't have to actually cast them, you just get to cycle, it's really good. And the protection spells like Grief and Force Negation do a long way in that.
Okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense here. Living End being a very deadly combo. I think praise on decks that just don't have like the right sort of interaction in game 1, and like you mentioned, the sideboard games. Before we dive into that, we've got the players to watch ready to give you an update on how these teams are doing. So we see the team of Hobbs, Anderson, and Spickelmeyer advancing to 2-0 alongside Shearing, Delosier, and Murphy, and then updates on a couple of other teams. So Field, Smith, Wolthius at 1-1. Kruger's team also at 1-1. We saw Sam Black's team also at 1-1 now. So those are
actually lost to Sarah and Samantha's team here in the last round.
Okay, that's a cool little bit of flavor. All right. Well, yeah, why don't we just hop into the feature match area then, and we will, as the players are shuffling up. So you mentioned a couple critical things here, that Living End is highly favored going into this first game. Now, from the four color side of things, we don't know matchups, so we're not going to target our mulligans towards certain matchups. But what are some of the key cards that'll be important in game one if we are to see, Don sort of come out of the threat that is Living End?
So there are three things that if you're a Dawn Delosier fan, you kind of want to see happen. One, unless they're in a hand there, to Fairy Time Raveler. That stops the cascade. If we're on the play, that can be good enough. And with the Light Halfling, even on the draw, it is now something you can maybe hit. The other thing is we can evoke our Solitudes in response to a Living End. If our opponent goes for sort of a turn 3 Living End, like a quick one, or we force them to with a Teferi, evoking a Solitude will actually typically kill the biggest thing on the opponent's side of the table, and then also trade with another one. And that means we can start to rebuild. And that's sort of the third thing you're looking for if you're a Dawn Delosier fan, and that is an early Living End from Chris's side. And then you can stick something like Omnath in order to actually just start stabilizing the battlefield. There's a lot of big creatures in Chris's deck. And with the new switch to land cyclers, we only have 14 lands in Chris's deck this weekend. It means we have a lot of more big bodies that can apply pressure for Dawn. But Omnath is sort of the king of the battlefield. And if we can set that up with maybe, a hard cast Solitude or a Leyline Binding, we can stabilize. But this is a big, big ask. And the ring is good in this matchup, but it's something you sort of have to get to later. And it is a way to sort of buy some time against a resolved Living End and sort of, start to re-catch you up.
All right, both players going to take a mulligan down to 6 here. Dawn on the play here. Now, you mentioned a couple of these new Lord of the Rings cards that have impacted both of these decks. Can you walk me through? Let's start from the Living End side of things. What are some new cards that we're seeing that have made an impact in this deck?
Generous Ent and Oliphant are the two big ones. These are just two different land cyclers. One grabs forests, one grabs mountains. Specifically, it can grab shock lands. So what that means is we've seen players trim down to just 14 lands in the deck. And now they have a very small land count, and they just have a lot more consistency on putting a bunch of creatures in the graveyard while having the mana to still operate. So that's going to allow them to do that. From Dawn Delosier side, there's a bunch of new cards. We talked about the Ring a bunch this weekend already. The Light Halfling is also to enter this deck as a way to sort of have some acceleration and add some uncounterability to the 4-color deck. So that's going to be a big game there. And then last but not least, we see some other various cards jump in from time to time. Stern Scolding is a card that players talked about a little bit, but ultimately did not make the cut. But Leyline Binding and Delighted Halfling are the two big ones. And we've seen Reprieve in some builds, which is the white remand as well. So, some amount of interaction has moved between the decks, but players have sort of landed on, for sure we want some Halflings, we for sure want some One Rings. And then Dawn looks to be not playing Reprieve this weekend, which is actually very good against the Living End deck. So, might be a little bit of kicking herself for not having that one this weekend, but does have some downsides.
Yeah, looks like another draw go turn here for Dawn. And then Chris going to use the Oliphant here to find a copy of Steam Vents, kind of like how you were alluding to earlier. And this is really nice, just adding that element of consistency to the deck.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and just the fact that it is basically a land once you have the first one, and that's kind of all you're really needing, and it's a huge body. An Elephant here is actually huge. Being a 6/4 trample matters a lot, and then giving the other creature trample is something that we've seen in the Yawg matchup. Things like Cauldron Familiar, Yawgmoth, Wall of Roots, they would kind of chump block. Well, giving +2/+0 and trample means we can actually push through with our other big creatures, and Waker Wave cards can't be chump blocked. And that matters a ton in this essentially combo beatdown deck.
Okay, going to shock the Stomping Grounds into play here, which is interesting because we did pick up the Steam Vents. So wondering what that sort of telegraphs. Is there some sort of EOT play? Not really, right? Unlike the Rhinos deck that we saw in round 2, does Living End have any sort of interactive spell that they're trying to play, like a Bone Crusher Giant or something?
Nothing along those ends. This deck is trying to be hyper efficient. We have 4 Force Negations and 4 Griefs, and that's about it. We use those to sort of clear the way of counter spells and make sure we're good to go. But besides that, we're not trying to use anything. Sometimes you will see a Brazen Borrower in these decks, and you'll see Otawara and Boseiju. But besides that, that's about all we have. And I believe we're sort of foregoing the Brazen Borrower right now in order to fit in another land cycler.
All right, well, you mentioned one card in particular that was pretty powerful here. I see a third land in play. I see a third land going to the graveyard to fetch up a mana-producing source. You mentioned Teferi Time Raveler. So this seems like a pretty exciting card. Being able to stop Cascade and things like that. If Teferi resolves, what happens to this game? What does the next set of turns look like then?
It gets weird. So if we don't have an we're going to the ideal thing is set up end of turn Otawara, bounce the Teferi, and then go for another combo or hope to grief the Teferi out of hand. But if we can't do that, we're going to start hard casting our creatures, which is a really rough line to win
There
against
it
this
is.
deck. But it does look like we're going to respond with a cycle to Street Wraith, maybe trying to find something like Force Negation to answer the Teferi.
So that's really actually good that you mentioned. Okay, there's Force Negation. All right, so we do have a game. It's not yet that weird, or I don't know. I always think of like timey-wimey, but like, yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
That's pitching a Shardless Agent, it looked like, right?
Yes, that was a Shardless Agent. As Generous Int here is going to go grab a land with the Forest subtype.
Okay.
And we're seeing right now how Generous Int and Oliphant are actually huge role players right now, right? Not only do those cards, by the way, pitch to Fury and Endurance, which are in our sideboards, but they also allow us to have just a lot of lands, but then have creatures in the graveyard. If those were basic lands or fetch lands from the past on ROG, we would have 1 to 2 creatures in our graveyard right now. You know, maybe there's another one in hand we could have cycled, but we wouldn't have this huge army that's presenting to be lethal in just 2 attacks.
Okay, so I actually really like that, right? Like the dual, the modality of these kind of cards. Really, like even though it doesn't like solve a problem, it does give you that extra layer of consistency, which in these sort of dedicated combo decks, I think is fantastic. So Force Negation has handled the Teferi. Now back to the critical turn. I mean, surprise. This time I'll take the credit here, right? Turn 3 is a critical turn. But no play here. Interesting.
Yeah, it looks like maybe Chris had to pitch the only blue card in hand, which was the Cascader, and we picked up a Solitude since then. So now we're in this awkward spot here where Chris needs to find some way to actually Cascade, but Dawn on the other side is stuck on 3 lands and has some powerful cards that she can deploy, but needs to get to them here. As it does look like she did pick up the Misty Rainforest.
Okay, Misty Rainforest going to go into the graveyard. No play on turn 3, or no play on 3 mana rather for Dawn last turn, but the fetch instantly going into the graveyard leads me to believe that we have a 4 mana play potentially that could come in. And if you're in Dawn's seat, what would you rather have here, an Omnath or a Ring?
I think I'd rather have Omnath just because the life gain actually matters a lot in this matchup. The One Ring is really good, and it can bait things like Force Negation to prepare for other Teferis in the future, but the Omnath is like a really good way here. Now, it would have lined up perfectly with Chris Anderson's Solitude here, or Subtlety here, my mistake. But looks like this One Ring might just be resolving.
Okay, yeah, I saw the mention for the protection trigger there. Force of Negation off the top here for Chris. Just a turn too late, and notably, Chris choosing not to flash in the Subtlety here, which tracks, it makes sense.
Mm-hmm. A little fun fact here, you know, I was looking at Twitter and Dawn tweeted that she has not finished a game 1 before her teammates have won the round for her yet. So,
no way.
Yes, way. So Dawn is literally had a little bit of a mini achievement going here. Try to finish this game before the other 2 teammates win or lose. And she's in a pretty good position now as the One Ring is in play, and that's going to give her a lot of cards. And we're going to see Omnath here get cast, but we do know Subtlety is in the hand for Chris.
Subtlety on the stack now. And the cool thing too is we're paying the full retail price, so we get to keep the 3/3 body, which, you know, might be at ends with Living End, but it's going to go after the Omnath. Omnath goes on top of the library here. And do we have a land drop to finish the turn?
It doesn't look like we do. If Dawn doesn't have the land, I think she should have responded to the Subtlety and just drawn to try and find the land drop. Because although you want to have lands with Omnath, you do just want to have mana in general, and the Ring will find you that along with Wrenn and 6 in your deck. So probably a slight misstep there from Dawn, but when it's not the end of the world here, the Strike Riverwinder is cycled. Ooh, Drew Living End. Is that how we want to do it on a ROG?
I'm just going to really quickly consult my notes here. Let's see. Legacies starter guide for Modern. No, you actually do not want Living End at all.
Yes. I like that we help each other out here. You know, you set me up. Sometimes I set you up as we pass the tourney. And we've made anime references every round too, which has been pretty good. So,
so the Ring. Okay, so this is really interesting because the Ring is now going to go up to 3 once Dawn activates it again, and you can sort of see we're also getting the point where Dawn just has so many cards in hand that I don't know. Like it's sometimes like when you get to like the 10, 11, 12 cards with the Ring, it's just hard to hold these hands. These are the problems that we have to deal with, right? Like, but life totals are also relevant too. Look, Dawn is at 10. Are we at risk here? Are like, should we be afraid?
It depends. Yeah, if this Omnath sticks, which it looks to be, we're in kind of a good spot. Dawn also has Solitude in hand, so she can pitch something like an extra Omnath or maybe a Teferi in order to get rid of the Subtlety. So we are getting close to the worry point. It looks like she didn't pick up a land there at all either, which is incredibly unlucky for her. But she, yeah, you can see her sort of like, like I've got stuff going on here. And it looks like she's going to pass the turn and try to move to discard You're going to want to respond before that happens, because if your opponent discards, you can't do anything else after that. It is
but
interesting
this
not
is
to see
really
Dawn go for the subtlety, though.
okay. I was gonna say this is really interesting too, because once we move to discard, what seems to be happening here is that's 2 creatures that she's put face down. And is that a 3rd creature, perhaps? You get where I'm going with this?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, she's putting all the solitudes in the graveyard so that if we actually living in, we're not instantly dead. I kind of like this. I sort of wish we... I guess Dawn's perspective is I can always respond with solitude if there's a living in, but it's better to move to discard now. Yeah, and just put all these creatures in the graveyard and just hope that my leyline bindings are enough against this one solitude before it kills me. As another living in just drawn from Chris Anderson. Oh my goodness. Worth mentioning, by the way, these are our 2 undefeated teams and our players to watch. Only one of them will be undefeated after this round, as Solitude smashes for 3.
It's kind of funny because on one side you see Dawn just like frustrated that she's not drawing lands, and then on the other side you see Chris drawing the living in and immediately going, "Crap!" Like, you know, I mean, which is just like it's funny. Like, and I think it's kind of interesting too, because like I feel like, you know, one big thing to think about here, at least from the 4-color side, is once we're just jamming rings into our deck, getting to the point where we can cast everything properly is something that I've been very nervous about. We've seen a little bit of stumbling here and there from a couple decks, and moving forward with the Pro Tour on the horizon, I'm sure we'll see like lists really adapt to sort of handle all that sort of stuff as you see Ren and 6 come into play now.
Yeah, and worth noting, this Ren and 6 used our only white mana currently, and it's going to get Force Negation hardcast here. Now, Dawn does have a draw 4 from the ring, and if she misses on all of those lands, then she was just doomed to die. But it looks like she might have Spell Pierce, but it isn't enough to actually fight over this, as, you know, Chris has also just got a billion lands due to all the land cyclers.
Actually, this is also kind of interesting because the ring is at 3. Okay, you activate it, take it up to 4. You find your land. Okay, you play your land, you gain 4, you go up to 8, but then the subtlety is attacking. Oh man, this is gonna get really, really dicey because Dawn could go down as low as 1.
Yeah, I think if you're Dawn, you just have to draw cards, though, because the subtlety is going to put you at near lethal anyways, because you don't have the white mana to cast Leyline Binding.
Oh, is that a Hollowed Fountain, I think?
Yeah, the last one was Flood Strand, I think. But I think she drew 3 spells before that. So we are going to gain 4 here. From Dawn's perspective, she can now fetch, you know, and get a burst of mana, but she can also just wait and upkeep fetch again in order to put Chris in a position where Dawn is gaining enough life to counteract the subtlety.
Yeah, and so now in the back of my mind, what I'm trying to track is like how scary is the life loss from this one card, right? And my thought process is you can get low, but the way these modern decks are built and are adapting to the ring, I don't think you're really ever at risk of dying to the life loss, despite like having taken 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's 10 total. So, or I guess technically 6 so far. Yeah. And this goes back to what you're saying is when you get the cards first before you pay the cost of the life, you really like have ways to sort of take advantage of the extra resources you gain. Like even playing another ring here would completely stabilize Dawn.
Yeah, and it looks like Dawn went and let on Leyline Binding because, you know, if Dawn's Leyline Binding got answered, she might want to Solitude it down or something, but instead has his floating mana and I think has another copy of the ring in hand. It's got a lot of available cards too. It looks like she's going to use the floating mana to cast Ren 6 instead. Maybe it looked like it was a promo ring. It might have actually just been some other card.
I think I saw some Fables in there as well.
Yeah, and so we might see that just be the play. She might also just want to hold her mana up in case there's any other weird flash or something like that. But with this, you know, Ren 6, she actually has lethal in 2 by attacking minus the Ren 6 and then force Chris the living end.
Ooh, okay. I like that. Combat math. That's definitely something that I have no knowledge of. So when you say these things to me, Mason, I'm just like, oh, thank God. Because I don't have insight into that at all. But
yeah, I've played a lot of 4-color. A good way to expedite the process and really think about what you want to do is you're always going to be thinking about what does winning look like and can I win this turn or put myself in an unlosable position, right? So for right now, for Dawn, this minus on the Ren 6 is actually really good. Yes, you want to have lands for your Omnath in the future, but if this Ren doesn't, the Omnath doesn't get bounced, you want to just, you know, hit them and then present lethal. Yeah, and we see Dawn minusing on Chris saying, hey, you're at 5. You have 1 turn to reset the board. And even if you do, I have all these Solitudes and Omnaths in the graveyard. The game is definitely not over.
Yeah, here's the Delighted Halfling into play now as a potential blocker should it need to be. But it's funny because before the match actually began, Mason, you were telling me that it's like it's living it. It's gonna be a really short game one. We're gonna be able to see some other forms of magic, but like no, Dawn is just like hold my beer, Mason, because I am not going to lose. I'm not going to take this L. And honestly, really impressive that using the ring we're able to come back into this kind of position.
Yeah, and it looks like Chris here is leading with grief, and we're seeing Dawn considering maybe evoking her solitude to gain a little bit more life, but we know Chris actually just doesn't have anything in hand. So
that's not true.
Dawn,
Chris has another living it. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
Yeah, sorry, he has the namesake. Oh, so bad for Dawn. He has the namesake in hand. What will she do? As we're going to see solitude actually get rid of that grief. That way, it won't come back if there was a living end. And then Dawn also now has another solitude in the graveyard. So if we did living end, and yeah, it looks like our hand is Bindings, Pierce, Fable, and Hollow Fountain. You're correct. Yeah, you have an eye for Hollow Fountain.
This is like on Magic Online, like when you win, and then it gives you the option to like reveal your hand, but you're just like, I still had all D's, by the way. This is pretty terrifying here. Plus, on top of that, okay, it looks like we're gonna hard cast a Generous. Sure, that's fine. It resolves. I allow it. The next turn, we're going to take 4 points of damage for the ring, but then we get to draw 5 cards for 0 mana. Like, that is insane.
Yeah, it is unreal. Also, Dawn for sure has Affection Land too, so Dawn can gain even more life and more mana if she wants to just activate the Ren 6 that way. And she's picked up another ring, so we're probably going to see Dawn go down to 5 here, have the only 1 card in hand from Chris, can't really interact. Sorry, draw 5, and then just play the ring again, and the game is just basically over.
All right, Mason, I need to take you downstairs into my lab. All right. Mm-hmm. It seems like the ring has really improved this 4-color deck. Can we just put it in the living end deck as well? Like where does it stop? Where do I have to draw? Can we play it in creativity somehow? I don't know. You got to help me out here. I'm pretty sure we just improve every single deck.
I think Living End is one of the few examples where you don't want the ring, just because the cyclers are so important and the pitch spells are so important. It's really hard to fit the ring in there. But maybe we'll see a world where players start sideboarding the ring in order to have something for the mirror, because Living End mirror gets weird. So we're going to see Dawn play the fetch land here, gain the 4 life, and then Dawn's just, you can tell right now, she's like, okay, this is my game to lose. I need to make sure that I just don't accidentally mess anything up. So I'm just going to take a second, think through my whole turn. And when you draw, 6 cards on your turn there, it adds a lot of new information. It's a lot harder to be very quick and snappy with your plays that we might see from Dawn with other decks, simply because we're in a position where we have so many new information at the process. And the Delight Halfling making this ring uncounterable, even if Chris, had 2 cards in hand for the Force Negation, means that's not going to happen as the ring enters the battlefield. And yeah, you're going to see Chris pick it up.
Let's go, Don. That's what I'm talking about. We finished the first game and the matches aren't over. That's what I'm talking about. All right, so we're going to pivot over to Legacy real quick here as we have the Delver Mirror. Now, Clay Spicklemeyer playing the Jeskai variant, Samantha Murphy playing the Grixis variant. I'm going to highlight the key cards here that you want to be cognizant of. So on the Jeskai side, you have access to Swords to Plowshares, and you have access to Fourth Airlingas. And then on the other side, Grixis Delver, you have access to Orcish Bowmasters and cards like Snuff Out, for example, and Thoughtseize.
Mm-hmm. It looks like we're going to see Dragon Rage Channel into Bobble, a little surveil action.
Yep.
So who's sort of favored in this sort of matchup? Because they're both Delver, but one player is choosing to play Bowmaster, one's choosing to play Fourth Airlingus. What is sort of what moves the needle for these sort of decks? Like, why this over that?
Yeah, great question. And I think the actual answer is it's pretty even. There's at the end of the day, these are both just like Izzet based decks that have largely the same core. And it really boils down to who's able to I would say Orcish Bowmasters is probably a little bit better than Fourth Airlingas here, given that being able to ping a 1/1, like in this situation, you have Dragon's Rage Channeler, is a big deal. Being able to punish Brainstorms and Ponders. Also, the Amass token is just like nice little value. But, Clay Spicklemeyer is a ridiculously talented player. And also, Fourth Airlingas has the propensity to do some crazy things. Swords to Plowshare is also a really good controlling card.
Yeah, we're going to see Samantha go Delver into Ponder. Now, that's not one of her Eternal Weekend Ponders, because Samantha here top-8'd the Eternal Weekend with Doomsday here, so she's no stranger to Legacy.
Was it Doomsday or Doompo?
It was Tempo Doomsday.
Tempo Doomsday. Love it. Yes. So Interestingly enough here, Ponder resolves, and we're definitely going to try to flip both of these Delvers. We want to get as aggressive as possible here. But the hand on the head there, that might signal that maybe we just like here's the thing about Ponder too, is like it's the kind of card that you play and you like I have found over my years of playing Ponder, I am less and less and less inclined to keep on Ponders because I want like either two really good cards or bust. You know what I mean? I am not willing. I think there's like a fetch land in there, for example. I'd shuffle just even because that fetch land's not very good enough. You can see Samantha going for the shuffle here, which I think is an indication of we're really looking for some very good targeted cards.
Yeah, I think Samantha had a situation where it was land, spell to flip Delvers, and was trying to figure out, is it worth having, these sort of dead draw in exchange to flip into Insectile Aberration. Decides, I built my deck with Delver in mind. I'm just going to count on it to sort of do its thing.
Yeah, and I think here's the other thing too, right? Is like I firmly believe there are two types of Delver players, and I hope I don't look like an idiot saying this, but the best Delver players are the ones that don't really need Delver to flip to anything super special or super scary. That just like naturally happens, right? And so we'll see how this progresses here, whether these Delver secrets choose to flip or not. It does look like the modern match is about to start game 2. I'm going to ask that we just watch like a couple more turns of this because I think the first few turns of the Delver matchup is super really this is just always very interesting. And then we could pivot over to get back into modern to see the conclusion of that as another Dragon Series channel enters play.
Yeah, and then a Delver gets cast as well. Yeah, from that side, if you're a big fan of that and you're looking for something, you really just want the high-impact sideboard cards, which Dawn came prepared for. I was quickly looking at her sideboard. I think she had about 8 cards for the matchup. And when you win game 1 against Living It as 4-color, your win rate shoots up dramatically, way more than a normal matchup. Normally, your favorite you already won a game, but your sideboard cards are so good in that matchup if you bring them that it's going to be pretty favorite for Dawn. So I like the idea of sitting here and sort of seeing what happens. Samantha doesn't flip her Delvers again.
Yeah, this is actually really damning because this is like the aggressive potential to force your opponent to make bad exchanges by virtue of their life total being low, and then you're like pigeoning them into certain corners. Is we're losing that option, right? And also Clay just also really aggressively playing to the board here, matching the double Delvers with a third threat of his own. So like, I mean, we really need something crazy like an Orcish Bowmaster to start to stabilize the board state here because maybe that generates us value, and then also gets rid of one of these Dragon's Rage channelers or Delvers, whichever Sam thinks is better.
It's also super awkward for Samantha here because if she does Orcish Bowmaster down a creature, the other DRC becomes Delirious.
Oh yeah, that is true. So this is where it gets really tricky. This is one of the reasons why I love Legacy is because you get all these like small things that you need to think about. Delvers going crashing in.
If we get a double block or anything like that, I was going to say, okay, we might have had a blowout with a Bowmaster, but where we shoot the last DRC after everything, and then everything dies. But looks like not the case.
And now, like you mentioned, the Dragon's Rage channelers are Delirious. There's Creature in Delver Secrets, Mishra's Bauble, Ponder, and a fetch land. That's 3 cards. So, four types. So those are 3/3s now. And Orcish Bowmaster no longer will be able to handle these problems. I'm wondering what the follow-up here is from Samantha.
Same. Also worth noting, Sarah Shearing just picked up round 1 against Jonathan Hobbs on Mono Green versus Blue White Control, and that's a matchup that the Mono Green players don't super love, is my understanding from the Cabal. So this might be a big win for them too. Kind of 2 matchups where things aren't supposed to go your way kind of went the way of Shearing, Delosier, Murphy.
Yeah, then that's massive in the grand scheme of things and how this round is going to play out. And at this point, I'm thinking, Clay is just trying to cement the advantage that he's sort of developed here, untapping with these aggressive creatures that are going to chunk out Samantha's life total. Very good position to be in. And you can see also Samantha just really low on cards, maybe indication of a mulligan here or something like that. On that note, though, I think we can maybe pivot back to the modern match to see how the post-board game of Don Delosier on 4-color control versus Chris Anderson on Living End is going to go. And we're going to see here lots of stuff. I see a lot of lands in play. I see a Spell Pierce.
Yeah, it looks like a Spell Pierce was just cast on the last turn to stop an end-of-turn Violent Outburst, and now we're going to cascade into Dovin's Veto from Dawn in hand with the mana to cast it. Yeah, we got to shuffle that, Chris. You better randomize that deck with the cops are coming for you. As Dawn didn't have the Teferi, had the Teferi, but chose not to play it because she wanted to hold this double counter turn, and looks to be working out for her. She also has endurance. So Dawn with an interesting play here. She can actually invoke endurance on Arog. And if Chris doesn't have a way to answer, then Chris's graveyard will be gone, and Dawn will be left with an endurance in play.
I was gonna read out the graveyard. I think I saw like one of the land cyclers. I think I saw a striped riverwinder, but at this point, it just doesn't matter, right? This is insane value, right?
Yeah, it's so good. And it looks like, but Chris with the smart play has an Oliphant that he can cycle. And now, it's going to be Oliphant versus Endurance, not the worst place in the world, but it's definitely not great. Another thing to keep in mind is Dawn still has the veto, so she gets to make the choice. She can also, on our Solitude, down the Solitude into play, have it evoke and die, come back and Solitude down the Elephant. And now Dawn's ahead on board.
Are you pitching the Teferi or the Dovin's veto for the Solitude
I would
line?
probably pitch the Dovin's veto just because I can untap Slam Teferi. And if Chris has Force Negation, then both our hands were just insane this game. And it's like, whatever, these things happen. I imagine what we might actually see is Dawn might just let this resolve, play it to Teferi, unsummon the Elephant, and then Endurance block Shardless, and then we just pass. And then we can just work towards hard casting the Solitude itself. That is one of the two ways to approach this. And this is also why, the Endurance line isn't without risk. It sort of opens you up to sort of getting a cycle in response. Had we just gone Dovin's veto and then maybe untapped, slammed an Endurance as a hard cast, it would have also put us in a very similar spot.
Wow, this is actually incredible. Trying to see like the reverse Uno card here, where the living end is actually somehow better for the 4-color control player. It's funny.
Yeah, I have had a couple of matches where I just on game turn 1 on the play just gone Evoke Fury and then pass, where it's just like, all right, let's play. Like if you're gonna do this thing, I'm gonna get some big boys in play. As we do see Solitude sort of answer the Elephant there, and that's why Chris Anderson's life total shot up. And now Dawn is firmly in control. So we're gonna see an attack here. Yeah, from Chris's side, you kind of have to trade. You're not going to win against the lifelinker in the race. But Chris maybe expecting a card like the Fairy Time Raveler. Might be a moment where Chris Anderson, an experienced player, saw Dawn tank on turn 3 and thinks there might just be a Teferi in hand.
And that's a massive read to pick up on now because, this forces the Teferi to play one way over the other, but then also keeping pressure in play. That must be important, right?
Yeah, it's super important to have something. And normally you would see Shardless trade with Solitude because Solitude has 3 lifelink, Shardless only attacks for 2. But in this exact scenario where it looks like Chris was thinking about, this is the only reason to really not do that. And it's looking to be working out. And Dawn is in the tough spot of, listen, I can bounce the Shardless agent and you can recast it, but it also gives you another Cascader. So now it looks like Dawn's just going to tick up and hope that, the Teferi sticks around for a little bit.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, like, besides just like the good old fashioned turn my creatures to the right attack, how else are we getting rid of this Teferi? Because it seems like it's going to just take over the game entirely.
We have Odawara as a 1-of in our deck, and we can unsummon it, and that is the other plan.
That sounded the way you like.
Oh, we drew it.
Wait,
that
no
was Odawara.
Way.
Yeah, we just drew Odawara.
Huh. The way you said it, you really made me think that it wasn't going to happen. And now, like, oh my God. Okay. All right. Wait. We actually have a game here, which is pretty good. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I'm with
is
you.
Actually super huge because even if we don't go for it this turn from Chris, right? And he's signaling it pretty hard to shock in that Steam Vents, someone like Dawn who plays a ton of Modern. Now, typically she plays Murktide, not 4-color, as we see on the tour here, series here. But she's going to pick up on, okay, Odawara is the only reason Chris would do that outside of some crazy cycling turn. So if Chris doesn't just cycle like a bunch of cards at the end of turn, Dawn knows, okay, a future Odawara might be coming my way. And we do have a Violent Outburst in hand to actually cascade again. So now it's just about getting the creatures into the graveyard.
Jeez, that's crazy. Shocking there, like without using your mana kind of screams one thing and one thing only. And even though the Odawara is a 1-of, I'm sure like the alarm bells must be ringing, right?
Yeah. And Dawn might be thinking maybe Chris is trying to psych me out or something, but from her perspective, it's really the only thing she has to worry about. Nothing else can really be a problem. So we're going to see her try and develop some mana here. And I imagine that probably the best way to actually beat this Odawara is to transition into being the beatdown and actually just attacking here with both your creatures. Put Chris down to 9 and don't give Chris more time to set up a stocked graveyard.
Yeah, because I guess it's not just Odawara. You have to also have a follow-up for it as well, right?
Yeah, you have to have Otawara plus the Cascader. And right now, if we even just could cast Living End, all it would do is get back the one stripe Riverwinder, right? So while that would be good, a hexproof 5/5 is nothing to laugh at. It is, not going to kill Dawn anytime quickly. And with cards like the One Ring and all those other things that could be happening, looks like Dawn's last card in hand, I think, is a land. It's a little hard to see.
Okay, Otawara is going to target the Teferi here on the end of turn. Is that a Veil of Summer?
Oh, I think that is a Veil of Summer. That card's colorless, so that's not going to work. That's a card you see players bring in because Force and Negation and Grief are both the big pieces of interaction in the matchup. So you'll see Veil come in as a way to be like, hey, if I catch a Grief, that's cool, but most of the time it's really just one mana, make sure Force and Negation does nothing. And we picked up Curated Mysteries, a big draw here. That's going to give another creature into the bin so that we can...
Oh, there is a Violent Outburst.
Yeah, I think... Yeah, and from Chris's side, no reason to do anything quite yet.
Is this just like the comeback story right here? Like in game 1, we saw Dawn, like in a crazy turn of events, steal the first game. Chris completely on the back pedal here after the double evoked elementals might actually... Okay, so we're main phasing it because the lands haven't untapped yet. So this is Violent Outburst, Living End. That'll clear the board. That'll buy back the 2 creatures in Chris's graveyard.
And Dawn's casting Veil, but she shouldn't draw a card, I don't think, because there weren't any blue cards or black cards played this turn. I think we need to get a... Oh, no, wait. No, the Shardization wasn't cast. Oh, no, the Living End was cast. I'm so sorry. Living End is technically black. Yeah, in my head, Living End is like a weirdo card, but yes. So Dawn just cycling there. That's our mistake. That's why we commentate and don't play.
Speaking of, Clay going to take over that game 2 in the Jeskai versus Grixis Delver matchup. So I guess that answers your question. What you should be playing? Yeah, play Jeskai over Grixis Delver because Clay beat Zam, and that says a lot actually because both players are very talented. So
yeah,
when in doubt, scoreboard.
Exactly. And we are going to see this Teferi. Now, normally unsummoning the creature that gets brought back by the Living End is a pretty solid play because, they're so expensive. But Curator Mysteries is actually the cheapest one, and we have the mana to cast it. So it is going to be good long-term for Dawn to have that happen. But it is definitely not as backbreaking as it is if a card like Architect of Wills or Grief gets bounced. It just can't re-enter the battlefield.
Good point there for sure. Yeah, looking at Dawn's hand, I see a copy of Solitude. I think I saw a copy of Chalice of the Void as well. Those both seemed like pretty good here. But I guess Striped Riverwinder, as far as the Cascaders or the Cyclers go, this must be one of the best ones.
Yeah, it is the one that is sort of the hardest for Dawn to answer. In fact, it's kind of just double blocking is all she can do. Unless she decided to splash Shadow Spear this weekend, which I don't think she's doing. So she's going to have to just, get 2 Solitudes or a Solitude and Endurance and do that. And we're seeing her fetch right now to actually get another land drop with Ren and 6. And I imagine we'll see Dawn just put the Chalice for 0 on in play so that we don't have to worry about any future Living Ends and just work towards hard casting this Solitude. And we can actually race the Riverwinder for a little bit, and we can use that as an answer for the Curator Mysteries in hand as well. So Dawn in not the worst position ever right now.
All right, Force Negation is the top deck there. I think I saw a Grief, and I think I saw another Violent Outburst. We're going to go ahead and recast the Sphinx. And Dawn, not in the worst position, but we don't have very many draw steps.
Yeah. We drew Hallowed Moonlight for the turn. Not going to be a card that matters too much. And this is one of the awkward parts is if you do fall far behind and you start drawing your hate cards post Living End, unless you can stabilize, they don't do much. Now, Dawn does have Omnath as a card that can stabilize. We know she has Solitude in hand. Solitude's going to kill the Curator Mysteries and then also start gaining Dawn some more life and pressuring Chris. So the game is far from over, as Chris is also dangerously close to just hitting the hard cast territory for his threats. It looks like Curator at the face and Stripe Riverwinder at Teferi as the Solitude does get flashed in.
All right, so Solitude is going to target the Curator of Mysteries. That's going to get exiled. Chris going to go up to, I think, 14? Gaining 3? No, getting 4. Yeah, up to 15. Yeah, you're right. Teferi now out of play. So we're slowly solving some more problems here for Chris, but the Chalice is also in play. How do we handle the Chalice?
We have cards like Foundation Breaker. We have Force of Vigor. Really depends on what Chris decides to sideboard. So typically you'll see players bring in one of those in these matchups because Chalice of the Void is one of the more popular hate cards. But one thing about 4-color is, as we've seen also from Dawn, we have a lot of various answers, right? We have Hallowed Moonlight, we have Chalice, we have Teferi. So no one answer solves everything like it does in some matchups. So you see living in players sometimes pick battles or just sideboard in like one of a thing.
Okay. That makes a lot of sense here. Yeah, I mean, like it's kind of a coin toss when you diversify your answer base. So I guess that's just good deck building. Then we'll chalk it up to that one.
Exactly. And it does look like Dawn picked up a Teferi Time Reveler here. Now we know Chris has Force Negation in hand.
And Teferi must be Teferi is one of those cards where like it's just a forced counter, right?
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like unless you can for sure kill it on the next turn, you're just might as well use your counterspell since it turns off the counterspell. We are in a weird spot where Strife Riverwinder is very good against it, so it might just get to resolve. But it wouldn't be surprising if Chris just fires off this force. I might want to hold it for the one ring, but I think it's respectable either way. And you see him actually consulting with Hobbs here, who has taken game number 2 over Sarah Shearing in that favored matchup of Azorius Control versus Mono Green. And yeah, it looks like the Teferi entered play with the plan is just to attack it. So if Sarah doesn't find something, it's in trouble. And yeah, it looks like she's just going to bounce on nothing, take the redraw. I was curious if Sarah was going to pick up the Solitude for potential generous Ent and Oliphant card cast, as it looks like she found a Delighted Halfling, which is huge actually against that Force Negation. We might never get to casting it now.
That is true. I mean, and also you mentioned that if one of the outs to this Stripe Riverwinder is blocking, then yeah, we probably want to even the 1/2s add up over time. So
yeah, all the little halflings help beat Sauron. They can definitely beat Stripe Riverwinder.
You promised me this match was going to be like blisteringly fast, but I'm seeing a literal hard cast generous end here. What the heck?
I told you game 1 was going to be blistering fast, and then
it comes down to sideboard cards. So let's all relax. This generous end does hit the battlefield. It makes a little food.
If you said it gets weird, and this definitely does feel like we're in that category. So I guess it's funny because like this is like a matchup that's like Living It is a really fast deck, and so you don't really get to see what like the end games look like. And I guess this is what it boils down to, right? This is a slog, and part of the benefit of playing these new land cyclers must be this.
Yeah, it really is. Just getting to the point where you can start hard casting really adds up, and like we mentioned before, just the faster starts earlier in the game where, we mentioned imagine the Oliphant was a land, right? When we went for that one, it wouldn't have been a problem. But now we have Delighted Halfling just to double block the Stripe Riverwinder. And Stripe Riverwinder actually doesn't kill everything. It only kills 2 of the things. Probably, a Solitude and a Halfling, but yeah, it can't even attack.
All right, into the red zone here with the generous Ent. That's a 5/7 reach.
Bam, Dawn down to 16.
Okay. It just still doesn't feel like the game is over. We still do have a couple draw steps here. So if you're in Dawn's seat, what are you looking to top deck?
Omnath's the best thing. Omnath plus we're holding fetch lands in hand. You can see that from Dawn as the Elephant is drawn, and looks like Chris is considering a double attack there. Decides not to.
That's big.
Yeah, the Elephant's going to make the trample really add up. And it looks like, Dawn even went for the chump block.
Actually, that's interesting. Oliphant's it's a 6-drop? Okay, it is, yeah. Mm-hmm. So here it is, and this is going to be the weirdest game.
Oh, it's the ring. Dawn needs to use Delighted Halfling here. She needs to be respecting Force Negation. You saw them talk about the Teferi Time Reveler. You know they have Force in hand. Oh. Does he have the blue card, though? And he does. Oh, my goodness. And it looks like Dawn, though, has
Spell Pierce.
She was setting it up, want to have the blocker, and now the ring enters the battlefield, and this is huge. Not only is it going to start drawing cards like normal, but that one turn where Dawn doesn't get attacked can really add up. And now our cards like the Teferi Time Reveler can unsummon the ring and do it all again on Orog. And we picked up Omnath for the turn.
What's that meme? Oh no, here we go again with the ring and Teferi. Yeah, just fogging through your whole deck. This is actually crazy because Dawn was just massively ahead after like using that reverse jutsu on the living end, and then we suddenly have like 5/7s and like 6 power creatures in play that give trample, and now Dawn's like, this is my final form, here's the one ring. I just don't like. First of all, okay, let's start here. We've used the Odawara. Do we have a way to get it off the board, the ring? Do we have a way to get the ring off the board now?
I'm going to check. Normally players play just one Odawara and one Boseiju. Boseiju obviously does nothing. Looks like we're playing 2 Odawaras this weekend. So we are live.
Okay. Because I feel like here at 15 life, with the protection this turn, we're not taking any damage. I feel like we're so healthy and able to use cards. But okay, well, here's another creature. So
It's worth mentioning that these creatures are big on Arog, right? Like they can actually just attack in. So we need to find stuff like Solitude to actually, and removal spells, which are typically you leave Solitude in, but you cut Leyline, Binding, Prismatic Endings because they're not very good unless you ever hit this end game, which is so hard to hit in the first place.
Yeah.
So Dawn might actually just die even though the One Ring's going, or get very close to death over these next 2 turns. Now it looks like she picked up Teferi Time Reveler.
That's a good start.
That's a great start. We are going to want to use Generous this time. I'm sorry, Delighted Halfling to make sure it resolves. But that's going to reset our ring and just give us more time and just more chances to find Solitudes.
Oh, wait. When did this Omnath... Did I just totally missed this Omnath was in place. So, like...
Oh, it got cast last turn. Yeah, it was to draw off the ring.
Yeah, okay. So I think we might actually... It's close. It's really, really close, I think, still. But Teferi being able to, like... So I like to think of the Teferi plus the ring as, like, just playing, like, Turbo Fog, almost, where, like, you just use the ring to draw a billion cards, and you find a Teferi there, then you bounce it and redo it again, and you just rinse and repeat. And so... as crazy as the board state looks like from Chris's side, now I'm starting to get the vibe that Dawn's got this wrapped up.
Well, so it's going to be really close. It looks like it's wrapped up, but the creatures in play are really big.
Yeah,
and they attack through everything. And so Dawn needs to actually maybe make this game about life totals. And if she might want to save a fetch land in order to do 4 to Chris and actually have Chris have to attack down the Teferi. Because Chris is incentivized to kill Teferi because Teferi will start ticking up and threatening things like Supreme Verdict, which it looks like Dawn might not be playing this weekend, but some players do play, and also just a rebounce of the ring. So we'll force our opponent's hand a little bit. Looks like Dawn's going to decide to try and just use a bunch of mana this turn, which is another totally reasonable, respectable way to go about things. Looks like she's just going to use her floating mana. Yeah, it looks like she's going to use the Halfling and save some mana.
This is juicy. This is like I do this in Legacy as well. An uncounterable Teferi off of a Delighted Halfling. Crazy. Bouncing the Solitude.
Okay, so bounce the Solitude so she can actually get rid of either the Flyer or maybe the Elephant, whichever one she sort of deems to be the bigger problem here. Both make a lot of sense. And this might be that, Dawn saying like, hey, I don't need to worry about too much. I got all this covered. And actually, I think Dawn might have a strip mine basically with this Boseiji because the deck only plays 14 lands. 4 of them are fetches. 2 of them are Botanical Sanctums. So we're really close to running out of lands here.
There's 7 mana, 2 Steam Vents, 1 Stomping Ground. That's 3, 2 Breeding Pool, 1 Island, 1 Forest. That's what I see.
So we know this is the last one then because there's 6 in play and 1 in the yard. And so this Ren 6 might actually start doing that. It might not matter for a couple turns, but it is something that Dawn gets to do. And now she's going to see it real quick. You see her kind of testing Chris like, hey, I'm going to go for this land. Go after your Breeding Pool again. Yeah, and Chris is saying, I don't have any more. So now Dawn knows she gets to do that every turn if she wants to, which could add up to something over this long game here. Now, Dawn is exposed to being attacked, but we know Dawn has Solitude in hand, as does Chris from the bounce from Teferi.
All right, this is a banger draw here. This is Street Wraith. Never mind. Okay, so I guess we get to cycle.
Well, you have Grief you can pitch.
Oh, yeah. Okay, that too. That's big.
So you can actually force Dawn to go for the Solitude now, or maybe hold it for a future turn, right? But doing it now means you don't get surprised in combat, or there might not be some other trick Dawn has in hand. Chris doesn't know exactly what Dawn has got working over there, as we do see Solitude get cast here.
All right. If you're Dawn, what are you targeting? Looks like she went for the Oliphant. Do you agree with that?
I think Oliphant or the Flyer is one of the 2 things, the Sphinx. I think Oliphant's a little bit better, considering our life total is actually sort of under a little bit of pressure with the ring, and the Sphinx just gets negated by Omnath, right? So Oliphant takes a little awkward, but I think this is the right call.
Okay. Notably now, too, that the Strip Mine lock is online. I do not believe we can hardcast another Oliphant from this point.
Correct, yeah. And that's going to be something that Dawn is going to actually be super helpful for, right? The Ents, the Elephants, they are all offline. And we have to send some of this at the Teferi. Now, if you're a Chris fan, that's really good. The Sphinx is going to for sure kill the Teferi. We know there's just a land in hand. But we might see Dawn think about double blocking down one of these things.
It's interesting you say that, because I think I want to kill the Ren and 6.
I think attacking the Ren and 6 is possible. What Chris is saying, and we just don't know from the nonverbal.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
We just know that we know one thing's going after Teferi for sure. It looked like it was okay. It was Ren 6. Okay, so we were saying you have to
I
chump
think the
away your
Besage
creatures.
lock is really scary, right? Like not having
Mhm.
lands is more terrifying than, which is crazy because Teferi's so good in the matchup. But now when you say like this Planeswalker is doing more than Teferi, like that's a big sign for how commanding Dawn's position actually is.
Yeah, and I think Dawn just drew the One Ring.
Okay. I also forgot that wasn't played casually. Like even in this
Yeah.
tight situation, Dawn also just has like the ring ticking up every turn, drawing more cards, more resources. Phenomenal.
Yeah, so and this is part of the reason why I was, maybe you're gonna have to kill this Teferi eventually. But now the ring is going to come down. We can't attack Teferi. Notably, the ring only gives protection to you. But Dawn's going to be able to attack Chris here down to 10, gain 3 more life, and then have Hardcast Solitude on the generous end.
All right. Casting a ring into a ring. And let's see. That's going to give us protection again. You can see here it's a legendary artifact. When you cast it, that's when you get the ETB trigger. If you do not cast the ring, for example, if you are, I don't know, transmute artifacting, because that's what my legacy mind thinks of, you don't get the trigger. But here we are casting it, and here we are getting the trigger, and here we are removing burden counters effectively, which is very powerful.
Yeah, this is a big thing that players missed when we first saw the One Ring was, okay, what do we do? Like, the ring's going to hurt us. And we realized after playing with it, legendary just means we can play 4 rings in our deck, and it's a self-solution problem. This Creator Mysteries does get to surveil every time a card is discarded. So we're going to see a little bit of action here. And looks like Dawn's just going to be like, hey, I'm just going to get rid of this before you start chaining off a bunch of cycles and find some way to beat me.
Okay. Yeah, I guess what you're telling me now, Mason, is that we need to revert the legend rule back to the OG, where it's like when you have a legend to play, you literally cannot play the other one.
Yeah, that seems to be the case. Maybe the ring should have had some text on it, like you can only put 1 ring in your deck since it is the 1 ring. But that is a little less appealing of a card for sure. And it looks like Solitude's actually going to generous. And I really like this because now the board is like the biggest thing that can come down are more Curator Mysteries, is what Chris is looking to cast. And if Dawn ever finds a Ren 6 or something, we're going to have that as an option. As looks like we're going to cycle Street Wraith. A lot of light gained here for Chris. Gets to surveil and then draw. Looks like if Subtlety was found, that's actually pretty good at stopping an Omnath from coming down. Of the cards you can cast, that is one of the few good ones. And it looks like a mystery is going to hit Teferi.
Yep, that seems pretty good there. So no more Planeswalkers. I don't know how many cards Dawn has in hand, but with the ring, I'm just going to assume that we're close to 1 billion cards in hand. So that is pretty powerful. Notably, we talked about one card earlier. I wonder if this isn't Dawn's list, but it was Minamo, the legendary land that allows you to untap the ring to draw some more cards.
Yes.
I don't know if that's in this list.
I don't think I saw it earlier. It is interesting.
Yeah.
It works pretty well with Omnath. You have to attack, make vigilance.
Yeah, it looked really good with Emery earlier too.
Mm-hmm. It's pretty good with Teferi Time Raveler. If they tap it, then you can untap it. Just let them know that you're the boss. Like they fire ice down your Teferi, like they ice it, and then you untap with Manama. That way, you're like, hey, not in my house. As we do see Teferi get casting on Subtlety.
Okay, that's not so bad. Does Dawn only have lands in hand?
I think so, but luckily Dawn really heads up here. Actually decided to wait on her draw in case of a card like Subtlety, so now she can redraw and actually unsummon and sort of continue the attack force. We might also see Dawn just offer the trade with Solitudes to the Subtlety and see what Chris wants to do, because it's not clear to me that Chris can actually trade and keep up in the race.
Yeah, I think now Chris only has 1 card in hand. Can't really top deck any of the really scary. Do we have any more living ends left in the deck? Funny that I'm asking.
I think we have 1 because of the endurance at the start when we came in here from our backup match.
Okay, but we still need to kill the Teferi first, and also get rid of the Chalice, and then also see if there are, because there's an Omnath in the graveyard, at least. So we need to be able to manage whatever is coming back. So
yeah,
I don't know.
And we're seeing Dawn here get to
bounce the Solitude. Sure, why not? Yeah.
Yeah. Why would I resummon your thing? I can just hardcast mine again, and looks like she also picked up Omnath, which means she can, as long as she has a white land in her deck, she can, or has the ability to leave 1 up here. She can play Omnath, fetch, play Solitude, answer probably the Curator Mystery, since it's technically 1 more damage, and then take over.
New thought. We need to finish this match before the last match finishes, before the other match, the Pioneer match finishes, because I want to see us at the end of the day just be like, all right, well, how many matches did you win, Don? Just the one. What happened to all the other ones? Yeah, just DNF, like casually, like, teammates either carried me or didn't or whatever,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Dawn makes the winner's interview, and she's like, I won one round, but she's needed to win that round because Samantha did not win her round against Clay Spickelmeyer. So it's both on Dawn, and Sarah is in a bad matchup. Mono Green versus Azorius control is something that's pretty favorite for Azorius. I know some of the, people like Biford and Nelly have this way of approaching the matchup, and they have plans, but they sort of admit, like, it isn't the greatest matchup or not the one I'm super happy with. Mm-hmm. I also think it matters a lot on how strong your opponent is when it comes to those sort of things. And Jonathan Hobbs is known for far and wide for playing these sort of reactive
I'm going to
decks,
actually ask you a question, Mason, and maybe for production too, is if we could just check in on the Pioneer match to see if it's a little bit closer. This one seems, close, but I think Dawn is sufficiently ahead enough where we can step away for a second, if that's okay, to see what's going on.
Oh, so we have a little mini camera. That game is in the heats of it.
Let's transition there then. Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, we'll come back here in a couple of minutes if things don't look crazy. But it looks like what Sarah's doing is she has hit the combo portion and is actually presenting a kill if Hobbs cannot stop it. So what's happening here is Sarah has enough activations with the Planeswalkers with the Chain Veil to activate the backside of Cauldron to gain life off Regenerative Burst, replay all these things. She's generated a loop. She is shortcutting the loop right now, but basically she's making plus at minimum 1 mana and plus 4 life. She will then, at the end of all of this, cast either the Stone Brain and name every card in Hobbs' deck, or she will then play the Cauldron itself instead of Regenerative Burst to mill Hobbs out. So Sarah has a couple different win conditions from this point, but she also basically just has her entire sideboard in her hand and also the ability to activate Stone Brain multiple times. So we might see Sarah do something like cast the Stone Brain, name Absorb or whatever counterspell might be a problem, right? Then, if Hobbs doesn't have it, she can go for the normal one. And if she does, she can exile her own graveyard to put Stone Brain back in exile and re-grab it with Karn. So Hobbs, let's go back to Modern. So Hobbs just lost to Sarah.
Got it. Glad that we got to see the final seconds to see just how it was done. Let's jump. Let's check out Modern real quick and see if there's any potential way that Chris can maybe sneak out of
a defeat here. Oh, okay. Sounds like so. While we went away, Chris conceded to Dawn. So congratulations to Shearing, Delosier, Murphy. They are now 3-0 in our tournament, defeating their other 2-0 undefeated players to watch team. Those were two of our players to watch, of our best teams, and now our only undefeated team left are those ladies crushing it.
That's pretty powerful, honestly. I think we got to watch a lot of good Magic there. I think what was really exciting to me was just the plot twists or the unexpected the turnabouts, turnarounds, or whatever. I'm gonna chime in to see if production can get us an interview with one of these players, if that has been resolved. If not, no worries. We do have some best of content for you all to check out here. Okay, looks like we do have interviews coming in. So Mason, what was the most exciting thing for you from that match?
I think game one was pretty exciting in Living In versus Four Color. There was a lot of cool stuff going on. And that's a matchup that even when that happened, right, and we sort of got to a stabilized point, we weren't fully stabilized for a little bit there. And it was kind of risky. And game two as well, we had this big flurry and fight over those Living Ins on back-to-back turns. And it ended up working out really well for Dawn and sort of the way she approached playing the Four Color matchup to there, and for the endurance and the solitude, and then moving to discard in the other games. So a lot of heads up play against Living In there.
Yeah, I actually really like that turn 3 sequencing too that we got to catch just the tail end of, which was just not choosing to play the Teferi and instead holding up the Spell Pierce and the Dovin's Veto. It does look like Dawn is available for the interview, so we'll be transitioning to that very shortly. But yeah, I agree with you. I think that was kind of really interesting sequencing.
There definitely was. And let's see if we can talk to Dawn here. Dawn, how are you doing? Congratulations on being 3-0 so far in the tournament and in winning your first match of the tournament.
Yeah, I actually haven't completed a game until this match.
Let's go.
Both my other games, my teammates just won so fast because they're absolutely amazing. So they were able to beat me to doing that.
This is one of the reasons why I love team tournaments, is because I know whoever I'm teaming with, they're easily just better than me, and so then they'll just carry me to the top, and I have to win just like one match a day or something. That's like nice. I just like chilling, you know.
Exactly. I love it. I just get to sit back, like cast my Omnas and whatever, and then I know that Sarah's just like infinite comboing over there, and I'm like, yeah.
I do want to ask you about this match. So this was an interesting one. Mason was actually saying game one of the Living End matchup is pretty poor for 4-color. Going into this, did you know that you were playing against Living End? Because we did see you take the mulligan. How did you feel about your hand? Walk me through maybe like the first couple turns, and more importantly, like what you were thinking as the game took a pretty unexpected twist.
Yeah, so I actually don't think that this matchup is that bad. Most of my like analysis going into this tournament was like, I think that there's only 3 viable decks. There's like Scam, Living Ends, and 4-color. So in a triangle like that, like I want to choose the weakest link, and then I'm gonna choose the deck that like has the best bad matchup. But like I don't think the 4-color Living End matchup is actually that bad. That's why I'm playing 4-color. Obviously, game one it's a little tricky, but you have a lot of really interesting tools. Like especially if they go to grief you and then you solitude it, then you're actually putting them in a situation where they have to invest a ton more mana and have the rest of their cyclers to actually be able to beat their own Living Ends. Otherwise, it's going to bring Solitude back. It's going to kill their creature. They don't have the grief that they would have had. You can also set up these situations where they're forced to take like an Omnath, and this is also going to put them in the dirt. So you're able to set up these situations where your Living End is better than theirs, and like they can't win. It's great.
Yeah. Absolutely. No, and you actually executed that strategy perfectly too, because, you know, Mason and I were watching and we were like, well, you know, this Living End, you've got Endurance, you know, you've just got nuked their entire graveyard or whatever. And then they put the Oliphant, I think Chris put the Oliphant in, but then you're like, all right, well, I'm just going to also evoke my Solitude. And now you're on the back pedal. I put the pressure on you. Like, that seemed really, really cool. I mean, very, very awesome. I'm gonna pivot over and just like ask you maybe about you're playing your deck in the context of the team environment, right? So like the modern seat, obviously in the middle, you get input from both of your players, but you're also playing a deck that goes really long. Did you choose this deck specifically also with relation to you know, you being in an environment where your, you know, teammates can finish fast, help you out, like that sort of stuff? How does the team's environment change your deck selection for this weekend as well?
It did it all. I think my deck is just very busted. I think it's just the best choice. I'm gonna be honest here. It's like it didn't impact my deck selection at all. Sometimes it would. Like at first, I was going into this tournament and I was heavily considering Living End as a contender because even though Living End is a very powerful deck, it's also a little bit variance prone. But if I have 2 great players that I can like expect to at least do somewhat well, like in their matches, then I'm okay having a little bit more variance in the deck that I play. But then I just started playing this deck and testing this deck, and it's just busted. So like that's the most important thing. The actual gameplay, the actual quality of the deck matters more than anything. So that's why I played it.
Yeah,
I like that.
You can see this sort of in your sideboard too, where it looks like you mentioned Scam, Living End, 4-color. That was your trifecta, and your sideboard seems to be targeting those decks very effectively. Yeah. And you really do look like. And I was telling Honorog this in the booth. Winning game one is huge. You have like 8 cards there. So congratulations on your good deck selection, deck building. Sounds like the round is starting. So we're going to let you go run off and do that. So that way we can get everyone in the booth. Congratulations on and good luck in the rest of the tournament.
Sounds good. Thank you.
All right, so we're going to cut it back to a break here. We'll have some best of content maybe for you. Round 4 is coming up very, very soon. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a moment.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the NRG Series in St. Louis. I'm your host, Mr. Jordan, my co-host here, Rakdos, and we are going to be covering some Legacy this round to start off our team event. But before we get into that, I want to talk about our last remaining 3 events for the year real quick, because if you've been loving this Magic and you want to come out and play, we do have some events coming up, like in Detroit next month, August 12th through 13th. We have a modern 10K Showdown, Sunday 5K Pioneer Trial. Come out there and play some Magic. We also have some more events coming up. In October, we're going to Indianapolis. That's going to be a Pioneer 10K Showdown on October 14th, and then a team trial on October 15th. Just like today, Pioneer, Modern, Legacy. Get your friends, head on down, and have some fun there. And we have one more event, Thanksgiving Day weekend in Madison. We have November 25th and 26th, Modern 10K Showdown on Saturday, Pioneer Trial 5K on Sunday. Do your family obligations on Thursday, fly in Friday, come play some Magic. And speaking of flying in, let's fly into the feature match and see what is up here, because I think we have 2 spicy decks for us this round. I'm curious to see your opinion on these decks. We have World Gorger combo and Mono Black Control.
I am very excited. So World Gorger combo is a deck that we've seen before in Legacy a lot. Generally speaking, this is a 2-card combo that involves playing the namesake card, World Gorger Dragon, and then also a card like Animate Dead to bring World Gorger Dragon back from your graveyard into play. Now, World Gorger Dragon, this is like say 5 times fast. I promise it's not that easy. World Gorger Dragon has the ability when it ETBs, exile all other permanents you control, and then when it leaves the battlefield, return the exiled cards to the battlefield under their owner's control. So what you're ending up trying to do is you play Animate Dead, you bring back your World Gorger Dragon, that exiles the Animate Dead, right? When the Animate Dead gets exiled, the World Gorger Dragon sacrifices and goes to the graveyard because of Animate Dead. But then World Gorger Dragon's leaving, so the Animate Dead comes back into play. And then that'll target the World Gorger Dragon, put that into play, and then exile the Animate Dead. When the dragon dies again, comes back, and you can see there's like a rinse and repeat loop here where the dragon is leaving and entering and leaving and entering. And what that means is every instance or iteration that happens, you get to proc all your ETB triggers. So the deck actually does play a lot of ETB triggers, and notably, Lord of the Rings has a really good ETB trigger that has absolutely impacted Legacy, and that is Orcish Bowmasters. So Orcish Bowmasters, when it ETBs, you ping your opponent for 1, you rinse and repeat with all the World Gorger loops, and your opponent just dies. Notably, too, we're not playing older cards like Baleful Strix, so I think this deck got some pretty cool upgrades. I'm pretty excited to see how it plays out.
Now, this mono black control deck, it's trying to set up Helm of Obedience plus Leyline of the Void. Is that going to line up well against World Gorger combo?
Oh, yeah. Leyline of the Void on turn 1 would be kind of a problem, mostly because we're also in like Grixis colors, and so we don't have a great way to handle enchantments. And that would actually kind of just cold it. You can see here, reading one of these cards, I think that might be Dance of the Dead. But in general, yeah, I think in general, the Leyline, very good here. The rest of the deck is also pretty powerful with access to cards like Dothy Voidwalker or Karn the Great Creator that you can put into play on turn 2, maybe tutor up like a Tormod's Crypt or something like that. It's going to be a pretty close match. Let's see how it plays out.
Yeah, speaking of which, this grief is going to resolve, and it looks like we have Lotus Petal, Thoughtseize, Dance of the Dead, and the One Ring as the picks here. So what might Brian be thinking is the most scary card in hand?
So, it looks like it's Thoughtseize, actually. I mean, the reality is that the hand from Strassman's side doesn't actually do too much just yet. But with a couple more turns, it could. And I think by taking the Thoughtseize here, this is a very clear indication that we've got something like really, what's the word that I'm looking for? Really like proactive that could potentially cause disruption here. And it looks like that's Orcish Bowmasters. Okay.
Yeah, it looks like we drew grief here. So, got rid of the Thoughtseize, but gained a grief. Call it the bug. Helm was the other card. It looks like Orcish Bowmaster is the pick. So just left with Helm in hand.
Okay, yeah, I mean, Helm is an interesting one. So Helm generally works with Leyline of the Void. So with Leyline of the Void in play, cards don't go to the graveyard, and then Helm of Obedience says you can tap to activate it and basically mill your opponent until they hit a creature. But because Leyline is pushing everything into the exile, this is a 2-card Monty combo where your opponent just mills out and you win the game.
Onark, how about we go Lotus Petal, Dark Ritual, Ancient Tomb, the One Ring on turn 1? Is that good? Was that good?
That's actually insane.
Is that powerful? I'm new here.
Welcome to my format, brother. This is crazy. I'm so in love with it. I haven't yet seen too much of the Ring and Legacy, but from the little that I've played it, I can promise you that this is the strongest value engine endgame that exists in the format. And to get this into play as fast as turn 1 is absurd.
Yeah, we're gonna see the Ring activate. Draw 2 more cards here for Shay. We have an Entomb in hand and a Chrome Mox. Dangerously close to this World Gorger combo. Shay Strassman, someone you're not a stranger here on the tour, has got multiple top 8s. A lot of them in team events, actually. Carrying the team in various formats.
So it does look like the Dance of the Dead was exiled to the Grief. So we don't actually have the combo completely set up just yet. Entomb is going to be able to find something like World Gorger Dragon. We'll have to see if we can draw into the last piece. But with the Ring in play, I think this is going to be just trivial matter. There's not really much that Cooper has going on that could really interact with this at this stage, I think.
And it looks like we're actually going to imprint Entomb onto Chrome Mox so that we can cast a hard cast Grief here. And there goes that Helm that we know is in hand. Last card in hand's another Takenuma. Oof, awkward.
Yeah, and that's a legend. Is that a legend? It's not a legendary land, right? So you can't put both.
It's a legendary land.
Oh, it is. Gross.
Yeah, and we're gonna see Brian pick up the cards. Shay has a turn, the ring going. Oh my goodness, that was so crazy on Rock. And Lee Webb just won the middle seat as well in Rakdos Scam, beating out Tron. Maybe we can check out to Pioneer. Yeah, looks like we have Boris Convoke versus Rakdos midrange up here. Pretty interesting matchup as well. We have a big battlefield. So Graveyard Trespasser and Misery Shadow on the left. And then we have a nice Convoker and Night Errant Vios and a bunch of 1/1s and Voldaren Epicure and Giant Killer and Thraben and Spectre.
Yeah, so let me ask you a couple questions here. Basically, the Boros Convoke deck. Now, this is a deck that popped out a couple weeks ago, like before the RC, I believe, in Dallas, and people were really afraid of it. But since then, I think it has sort of tempered down a little bit. What is this deck trying to do, and how does that impact the Rakdos midrange matchup?
So this deck is trying to flood the board early and then pay off for flooding the board. So it might be a Convoke creature like Night Errant Eos we see him play, or Loxodon Smiter, or sorry, the Loxodon, or you can have the Bushwhacker. So the Bushwhacker gives all your creatures +1/+0 in haste. That gives you these big bursts. So we're putting just a bunch of bodies in play and then abusing that. And that's really what this deck's trying to do. So it is sort of a fast aggro deck where mono white mid-range in Pioneer has often been sort of this consistent aggro deck. So this deck looks to just explode on the battlefield early and, was sort of heralded as like the new best deck in Pioneer. And I think that's in part because there just weren't much sweepers in the format or a lot of spot moves that could handle all the little bodies. So we saw decks trying to, use 2-mana kill spells on these cards. It just isn't an efficient battle. Now players are readapting. We see things like Rakdos Sacrifice sort of rise up and sort of keep these decks in check. But I think this is a solid deck that if ever the format moves back in that position where it isn't respecting it, it is one of the strongest decks in the format in those environments. It's just easily targetable.
Yep, I like to call this the Dredge effect, where like a deck like Dredge, when your opponents don't have sideboard cards, they, you absolutely roll them because it's just the mechanics are really just that powerful. But if your opponent does decide to one day wake up and be like, you know what deck I want to beat? I want to beat Dredge. You will have the worst matches of your life. And so I think it's kind of interesting how maybe that's exactly what happened, is because pre-RC, this deck was literally, the analogy was made that this was Hogak. And I think it's hilarious because, Hogak, that's like not something you just drop lightly, right? But adaptation, evolution has sort of shown that you can beat this deck. And it's really going to be interesting to see now. The Rakdos midrange side, this is a much fairer deck. What are we trying to do from the Rakdos side to perhaps get out of this situation? Because it looks like a pretty daunting board state. Got to start somewhere.
Yeah, so right now we're in a pretty good spot. So the main thing you want to do is you want to stop the early Blitzkrieg from the Boros deck and make it so that they can't just suicide attack in. So right now we can't just throw all these 1/1s under the bus in order to push damage to present lethal. And now we have these bigger creatures. So if you're a Ben fan and sort of Rakdos midrange homie, you want to try and get Shieldred on the board. That will make it so you start gaining life, pressuring their life total, and have a body they can't really attack through. So just right now, cards like Bone Crusher, Giant, Shieldred, that's sort of what we're looking for to finish taking over this game. Right now, we have this Giant Killer tapping down some stuff, which is a little bit annoying for Ben, as we do see him decide to spend 2 mana to bump up the Shadow here. But it is not, an unlosable position here for Andy, although it does look like we did Fatal Push down the Giant Killer.
Okay, so it looks like we're slowly but steadily stabilizing Shieldred, maybe the kiss of death touch that, we want to see in play from the Rakdos side of things. From Andy's side on Boros, are there any burn spells or like ways to cross the finish line? Like, you'll typically see Lightning Bolt, but I think even in the modern version, like this deck doesn't play Lightning Bolt or anything like that. So what is Andy really drawing out to here?
Yeah, so the big thing that Andy's trying out to is actually Goblin Bushwhacker plus a large board. There's no burn spells in the deck, it's all creatures, but Bushwhacker gives +1/+0 to everything. So really, if you're Andy, you're kind of wanting like some Gleeful Demolitions, you want some more Night Errant, you want some Venerated Loxodon, so you just want to draw cards that either are big on their own or put a lot of bodies in play, so that on a turn we can just go boom, boom, give everyone +1/+0 and kind of attack for exact lethal. And with Ben at 12, that's not undoable, but it isn't super easy as well.
Okay, so you're saying basically all the payoff cards is what we're looking for here. Knight Errant of Eos, Venerated Loxodon, and then Gleeful Demolition and Goblin Bushwhacker is a nice little like 1-2 punch over there. That's interesting. There's actually one copy of a card that I've never seen before. It's called Regal Leosaur. What does this card do? Red and a white to mutate. Okay. I don't think this is the...
So this is Regal Leosaur is one of the ways we could get out of this. So
really?
Okay. Creature, and when you do, all of your creatures get +2/+1. So this is sort of a mini version of Goblin Bushwhacker. It's just also a body. Yeah. So as we see here, actually, Giant Killer to kill the Graveyard Trespasser that was on the Glutton side, and then discard a card from our hand. And now we're just attacking for 4, sort of starting this race for Ben. And this is kind of what Andy needed. We needed a way to get rid of that creature and then push damage.
Okay, cool.
And we're going to get a kill spell here.
Yeah, we'll see. This game is pretty close and down to the wire. Legacy players are shuffling up here. We'll stick here for a little bit longer just to see if Ben is able to draw into something here to maybe stabilize the board. Castle Lockthwain is the draw. This is 6 mana.
Yeah, so Ben just attacks the shadow and pumps it 6 times, putting Andy down to 3.
Wow.
Yeah, okay, he's just making this a race.
That's not what I was expecting.
Now, we do see Andy here discarding to blood. He has a Bushwhacker in hand on a rock. If he draws a 1 or a 2-drop, he is going to be able to present lethal this turn.
Does he have it?
Oh, he has the Leosaur mutate on, and then that's going to be +2/+1 to all the bodies. That's 8 damage. Let's head over to Legacy because Ben is dead as the team of Strauss, Lane, and Webb are all up 1-0 in a commanding position.
Okay, that's pretty exciting, and almost as exciting as seeing Ancient Tomb with Leyline of the Void in play on turn 1 here. Something I wanted to also highlight here, this World Gorger combo, in addition to playing new cards like Orcish Bowmasters, I actually didn't really hearken too much on this, but this is not a blue-red version. Wait, this is not the usual Grixis version. This is it features Ancient Tombs, which is actually really cool to help power up the rings and Shieldreds and things like that. I do see Swamp, Scrubland, Underground Sea, so maybe for some like sideboard cards and things like that. This is much more of a stompy styled version, and I'm kind of about it as, yeah.
Yeah, it seems like there's a lot of mono black combo going on here, and there's a little bit of confusion here. So looks like Shay floated a black mana, cast the Orcish Bowmaster, and we were just making sure we couldn't hit the Karn because the Karn's in the stack because that's where we popped the Lotus Petal. But yeah, no, it seems like, I play a lot of Elves, Death and Taxes, and 4-color piles. That's kind of what I do in Legacy on a Rock. So these black combo decks have seemed really impressive to me, where it's like in the last couple of weeks, we saw at our last NRG 2 mono black combo decks, like what Brian Cooper here copied at our event, did really well. We saw Dykeman also, I believe, get a top 16 with it. That's really impressive. And then now we have these other mono black shells. Is Dark Ritual combo stuff just been underrated for a while in Legacy and it's finally coming back?
I think really what it is here, as we're drawing Animate Dead for turn, the quality of the threats in these stompy styled shells over time has gotten significantly better, to the point where we don't even need to like lock into red or white or whatever. We can actually like touch into black here. So the printing of cards like Shieldred, also Orcish Bowmasters, and even the Ring is just fantastic for this deck. One thing I'll also say is and just to give you paint a picture, right? Like back in 2016, when I was doing coverage of Grand Prix Chiba, there was a new deck that had just hit the block, right? And the kids called it Dragon Stompy, which is kind of alluding back to an older version of the Dragon Stompy with Rakdos Pit Dragon, whatever. And it was basically literally Thundermaw Regents and other 4 or 5 mana dragons in the deck. And so you can sort of see how over time that deck had got completely just skewed apart. You start throwing planeswalkers in there like Chandra, then there's Goblin Rabble Master, and then the Bugbear. And so when I say that the threats in these Stompy decks have gotten progressively better over time, mono black Stompy used to play cards like Contamination, right? The stuff that you just isn't really playable. And now today we've sort of reached a Super Saiyan 3 version of the deck where it's we've got these Orcish Bowmasters, we've got Grief and other elements of fire. Atraxa is another really cool one. So I'm really, really excited to see the sort of evolution over time. I think it speaks great stories.
Yeah, it really does. As we do see here, the Karn actually weirdly ticks up. Not anything they want. As we're going to see a Bowmaster actually shoot down the opposing army token. And then I think Shay conceded.
Yeah, so next turn, what actually happens is Cooper gets to downtick the Karn, goes down to 3. We tutor up a Helm of Obedience from the sideboard, and then we just play it for 4 mana, activate it for 1 with the Leyline in play. This is going back to that combo that we were talking about, which is just instantly exiling your opponent's entire deck. So yeah, Legacy, these decks, they move fast pace, and I'm glad that we got to see a little bit of it here and there. Let's check out Modern, though.
Yeah, jumping in the middle of here, it looks like Scam versus Tron with Tron online. But Blood Moon in play.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's a small little asterisk there. Is that online true, but oh, okay, this is great. All right. So here you said you were really good at this, right? Promo card check time. What is the as is gonna scoop it up and Rakdos Scam is gonna take it. There were 2 of one of the Tron lands. What was that Tron land?
Oh, I'd have to see it in play. I'm pretty sure I would guess though, because I know it wasn't Tower. So I want to go with mine.
Okay.
All the games are shuffling. So come on, look at us. Look at us. Let's talk about some future events.
I'll have Twitch chat be the judge, jury, and executioner of that one based on because you said that I mean you didn't actually get to see them, so maybe we'll put like 2 asterisks next to your undefeated record there, but we'll see which one that was. But yeah, it's pretty exciting here. So I think like overall game counts, we're looking at 1-1 in Legacy. We might be 1-0 leading for Rakdos and Pioneer, and
I believe it's over for Rakdos because they were already up a game before.
That's in Modern though. Rakdos in Modern one, right?
Oh, sorry, my bad. Yes,
okay,
my bad. I misheard.
Right.
Yeah.
So we still have a little bit more Pioneer and potentially an exciting game 3 here for Legacy. Now maybe let's talk about the Pioneer matchup a little bit because I think for Legacy it's mostly like 2 stompy decks kind of like smashing heads at each other. Let's actually like dive right in, and maybe you can give me some insight here. Boros Convoke against the Rakdos deck. We saw a pretty crazy lethal swing here with the Regal Leosaur. How does this change going into game 2?
So the Rakdos mid-range decks, it depends on how many really sweepers they have. They should have a bunch, which means that because of decks like this and Mono Green, we see things like a bunch of extinction events, and that makes it so that the players are able to actually keep up. They just need to not die early. So we're seeing Ben here lead on this Blood Tithe Harvester, and that's going to make it so we can't actually attack with the Thraben Inspector. Having this pressure and these bodies is really good because bodies are essentially removal spells. And we just need, as the Rakdos player, to hope things like this don't happen, where there's Gleeful Demolition into another 1-drop into a Convoke creature. Those kind of draws are going to be the things that take over the game.
Okay, that makes sense here. And so we're going to see, what is this, the turn to Blood Tithe Harvester. And that's honestly, like for a deck that is as explosive as Boros Convoke, it seems kind of interesting to me that simply putting like an X2 into play is enough to like stymie the aggression enough where you could actually survive. I think curving out with creatures, honestly, like means that you may not even need to worry about, are we attacking?
Yeah, it looks like we maybe have a follow-up creature, and so we're just getting our 3 points in because as Ben, you don't want to sit there forever because things like last game can happen where they sort of go around you or push through in a burst turn. And so it looks like we're actually just going to use Stomp to answer the white creature and sort of make it a little bit harder to convoke out. And we have a Fatal Push too. We could Fatal Push a Goblin so that if we're stuck on lands, we could not get out something like the Loxodon. Although with the land play tap last turn, you have to assume there wasn't a Venerated Loxodon in hand already.
Ethical question, what is that promo art?
That's Thraben Inspector from the RCQs.
Yeah, he knew. All right, cool. I tried, chat. We're gonna see if we can stump him real quick. Maybe in Legacy, if there's a promo that comes up, that's where I'll be like cackling. But Mr. Burns, like my fingers up all in it. But all right, so it looks like there was a Fatal Push. Good call on that. That's gonna take care of the Giant Killer.
Yeah, and now we see Extinction at the pickup here for Ben. If he has the 4th land, naming odd here will answer half of it. Naming even will answer the Goblin. So we might see a sack of the Blood Tithe, kill the Bushwhacker, name even, get all the tokens. But we might also just be missing on lands. And this is something that can't happen here for the Rakdos deck is the pressure might come down too quickly. And we have some stuff going on there.
Okay, well, it seems like this board state is significantly more stable than what we were looking at the end of game number 1 here. So I would surmise that so long as we don't miss our land drop for too many turns in a row, we'll be able to sort of gum up the board. I think, like you mentioned before, some of the cards that are really terrifying are the Venerated Loxodons and the Knight Errant of Eos and additional copies of Goblin Bushwhacker. So yeah, we'll see how this game plays out. It looks like Legacy is going into game 3, and I'm pretty sure we will be able to conclude that one quite quickly. So let's dive over there real quick and then aim to come back for Pioneer if that match continues on.
Yeah. It looks like let's go back. Let's go. They're mulliganing. Both players are. Okay. Let's just head back to when the match starts. Coverage will just throw us in there once they start playing cards.
That is a great idea. I like that. Yeah. When the first
as we do see Bonecrusher Giant just hard cast.
So yeah, that's kind of interesting, right? Like we don't really have a way to go through it, and we can't really go under it anymore. So we have to go
around.
Like around.
Gotta go the long way around, like the doctor did, as we have wedding announcement in hand.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay, wedding announcement is a pretty good way to do this as well, I suppose. Yeah.
Yeah, this is a card that we see all the white decks sort of use as their plan versus Rakdos. Generates a lot of bodies and then anthems all your creatures. So this is a really good way to sort of, get a bunch of bodies and then have them push through that damage that we talked about before. It's sort of a one-card do-all in the matchup. Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense. And I think that also like tracks with, so you can see wedding festivity there. Creatures you control get +1/+1. The interesting thing here is that this is sort of like an admission that we can't really keep up with Rakdos at parity, like on a fair basis. So we actually, or on an aggressive basis rather, right? Because this is a very fair card, generating a lot of value, is playing a different style of game than that sort of explosive start that you were talking about before.
Mm-hmm.
All right. But this is a really good play here. Shieldred just going to come down here. And, with one of the giant killers already taken care of, I wonder if we even have any more outs that we can deal with.
I think we have 2 in this deck. I was looking earlier. I might be mistaken. We actually have 3 giant killers. So,
okay,
Andy here, not playing the Burning Tree Emissary, it looks like. Instead has Dragantha as a companion and has a bunch of giant killers and Clarion Spirits and all that sort of stuff.
Well, if the board looked really bad on turn 2 with the 3/2 Blood Tithe Harvester in play, I gotta say it certainly definitely looks worse now with the Bone Crusher in play and a Shieldred in play. Drawing a card here, losing 2 life from the Shieldred passive. And I mean, this is utter dominant control here. I mean, the board is just too gummed up.
Yeah, right now, if we draw something like the Regal Sword, we might be able to push through for close to lethal on the following turn, but we probably needed something like Night Errant up Eos on this turn in order to actually find those cards and do that. And this deck really leans on those Convoke creatures to sort of find the other ones or to push through the extra damage here. So it's not done for sure. We have Shepherd Dunes in play for Andy Lane, so that is a +1/+1 to the whole team in the mana base. So in 2 turns that can happen. We'll come back to there in a bit, as it does look like Shay's going Low Spell Dark Ritual.
Dark Ritual. Oh.
Thoughtseize. Is Shay targeting himself? Is this a World Gorger from my hand to the grave?
That would be kind of funny. Also, it'd just also be hilarious if it's just like pass or something like that.
And looks like a Dothy Voidwalker, an Aghanim's Awakening flipped over on the land side, and the agent confiscation agent.
Opposition agent. Yeah, that one's a terrifying one as well. Okay. Yeah. Honestly, none of these cards are really, really scary, but if I had to guess, I would suggest that Dothy Voidwalker is more aligned with disrupting your World Gorger game plan, so getting rid of that is not unreasonable. But then also, Opposition Agent can just like climb you out of scenarios that you have no business losing. Like imagine Opposition Agent in response to an Entomb or something, right? That could be kind of cool. So.
Yep, and it does look like Opposition Agent is going to be the pick. Maybe Shay worried about something like that. We do have 2 black mana left in the pool with 2 cards in hand, so looks like Orcish Bowmaster is the play.
Well, okay, this is kind of cool. I'm just going to say it. Look, mono lands, as Shay has got 1 card left in hand, and Orcish Bowmaster in place, so... this is going to be a slugfest. I'll tell you this right now.
Yeah, and it looks like Brian... It's taking a think. Maybe drew something he could play here. Was the Crowbox? I might have turn 1 Dothy.
Okay. And it is, yeah. Turn 1 Dothy Voidwalker off the back of a top deck Chrome Mox. Now, this does not bode so well for Shay, but we did find a land, so we might be able to do it. The problem is, we're just attacking.
Yes, Dothy can't block the shadow.
Okay. I got you.
Yep.
Yeah, combat math is not my thing, so thank you.
No, you're good. One day we'll get you there on a rog.
It's going to be very, very far in the future here as... Let's see, Takanuma firing back. Okay, this is all elementary stuff. It basically is going to boil down to some exciting top decks, but the Dothy Voidwalker kind of blocking off any like backdoor win conditions like Entomb into Animate Dead is a pretty big deal here.
Yeah, so we do see an attack for 2. Attack back for 3. live totals will be updated in a second here. I believe Brian Cooper is at 16 and Shay is at 14.
+2 from the Thoughtseize, so probably like 12.
Oh, yeah, 12 on Shay there. Good call.
And I think we can understand now why, based on how this game played out, that we took the opposition agent instead of the Dothy Voidwalker, right? The risk of a Dark Ritual into opposition agent on turn 1 turns off all potential top decks here in flooded in fetch lands, and just us not having mana sources outside of the Lotus Petal is kind of a big deal. So that does paint a picture more clearly, yeah.
Also, this Dothy getting the 2 lands under it. Brian has cards like Karn and Helm in hand, like in deck. You might end up cracking one in order to get those in play. I don't know if his deck plays the ring, but it might as well. Like 4 mana is sort of a choke point here, and Brian doesn't seem to have any lands. As we are going to play, ooh, well.
Serenity is kind of an interesting one to keep in here. Now, this isn't. I mean, right now on this board state, it only actually impacts the Chrome Mox. So you can see Serenity on the screen here at the beginning of your upkeep, destroy all artifacts and enchantments. They can't be regenerated, but I'm sure the real purpose of this is to actually handle cards like Helm of Obedience, for example, or any sort of cards that are coming in off of the Karn. Yeah, Leyline of the Void is another really good one.
We're going to see a Dothy attack back here. Just a little ABC magic.
Speaking of which, I think there is a copy of Helm of Obedience in the hand there for Brian Cooper.
Now, that's going to go under the Dothy, Shay now could get Serenity back. Looks like Shay just like, yeah, attacking for 2 again.
I guess we do have some outs here because one Dothy Voidwalker. Oh, no, there are no Dothy Voidwalkers in the World Gorger list. So we're probably going to just have to... Oh, wait, actually, do we just not have outs to this card? Our only removal spell in the 75 appears to be Snuff Out, and that can't kill black creatures. So we're just racing.
Yeah, I guess we have to draw Orcish Bowmaster and hope that Brian has some way to draw a card and then just flash in response, get the ping, get the trigger, get the ping. But I don't know how else you're supposed to do it.
Yep, Shieldred is another card that we could look to top deck to maybe help a little bit, but oof, that is that's hilarious. I should have realized this earlier. Wait, this game is going to be just much more of like a draft game than anything else, huh?
Yeah, it's 2 very impactful modern sets against each other. Lord of the Rings on the right, Modern Horizons 2 on the left. Who will win? As we do see Brian consulting with a teammate here. Honor, you told me that this would be a very fast game. Now, how's it feel to have the shoe on the other foot? As we do see Karn come down off Ancient Tomb. Hello.
Okay, Karn is a doozy here. So Karn, let's see what some of the Karn targets are here. See a Wormcoil Engine, Mycosynth Lattice, Helm of Obedience. There's a copy of the One Ring in the sideboard. That could actually be really good as well. What did he... Oh, we ticked up with the card. Interesting. Okay.
Huh, yeah. I guess just wanting to,
because that works with Dothy Voidwalker as well, doesn't it? If you get Helm of Obedience with Dothy Voidwalker in play, that might just be a win right there.
Oh, yes, that would be a win. I see what you're saying. Yes.
Okay. Which means this might just be lethal here. Mono Black Control putting up another impressive performance.
Yeah, I mean, Mono Black Control deck has really impressed me in all the games here. So we just Animate Dead. And I can hear so many people in the background so excited by this. As opposition agent enters the battlefield for Shay, I don't think that does much.
Okay. Yeah, opposition agent won't interact with the Karn down ticking to find Helm of Obedience here. So what we actually need is for Brian to just not have another mana source, but we're also at...
Oh, Shieldred!
Wow.
Oh,
okay.
Just combat damage goes the distance, and wow. Okay, that's going to make Game 3 matter a bunch here. And Rakdos midrange versus Spores Convoke. Let's throw it up there. That was a crazy game on our... I'm really impressed with this mono black deck.
I am as well. A lot of like micro synergies. And okay, whoa, we're walking into a lot here. So Mason, catch me up with what's going on, because I remember when we left, there was
So don't worry, Honorog. The bus is coming for me. I'll give the players the play-by-play update here. As we do see, the wedding announcement has flipped. Everything in +1/+1. We have a Giganta, a bunch of tokens. It looks like a Reckless Bushwhacker came down at some point during all of this. We still haven't popped the Shepherd Dunes, and we have a the Bugbear with a Knight Errant in hand. Meanwhile, on Rakdos' side, we have 2 Bone Crushers, a Shieldred, a Graveyard Trespasser, and a Blood Tithe Harvester. Can't really attack, even though Andy's at 4, because everything can get blocked so easily and can also maybe get swung back on here. So Andy has about 1 turn before the Shieldred ends up killing him. Needs to draw a card like Giant Killer, and has Knight Errant of Eos to actually maybe find the Giant Killer by convoking. Okay. Looks like he's only convoking 3 from what I can tell. So he won't be able to find another Knight Errant. Curious to see if maybe that could have been a play there.
That was a Thraben Inspector and something else.
Oh, that's a Giant Killer. We can kill the
we're in it?
We're in it, yeah.
Oh, let's go.
Oh my goodness. And yeah, Andy Lane here starting to stabilize just a little bit. I think we can even play the Giant Killer this turn, which is some pretty real game. Now, there's a Spirit in play from the Clarion Spirit. That is actually a flying creature. So with that 2/2, we can actually start attacking Ben down a little bit. And it doesn't seem like much, but like we saw last game, we can get across for exact lethal pretty easily with this deck. And this is what I love about the Boros Convoke deck on Rog. It gets on board. It's really sticky and has a lot of play to it, even when things seem like they're over. You know, when we left it seemed pretty rough for the Convoke deck, but it just has some draws that are totally nutty and explosive. And if you don't have the right cards, you're going to lose.
Yeah, and I think that's something that's like in any sort of aggro deck that you're looking for. One of the key elements is like you just want resiliency. Like if your deck is going to fold completely to whether or not your opponent has like a Supreme Verdict or something like that, you really need to reevaluate like how good the aggressive draws are. In this situation, I love that you're sort of explaining to me that, you know, this deck has value. It can play a longer game. Admittedly, that's not what it wants to be doing, but if it gets into that position, that is a Giganta just in play and attacking. So, yep, I see where we are now, and cool that you could, you know, this Boros Convoke deck has that angle to it as well.
Yeah, and it looks like we're offering this Giganta attack maybe because we can get tricky with the Giant Killer. Although I imagine you can't get too tricky since, you know, Bone Crusher Giant will deal you 2 damage and you'll die to the Shieldred, but it looks like it's going to take 6.
Wow.
So we're going to see Thraben Inspector as the cast return. Yeah, and I wonder if Andy is going to let Ben get the 2 life, or if he's going to chop down now and cast the Giant Killer. It's a tough play, and it looks like, yeah, he's just going to pass the turn and let Ben. I mean, if you untap, you probably let them gain the 2, so they don't get legend ruled. Oh, and there's an Extinction Event in hand. But that Extinction Event also gets some of Ben's board.
Okay, this is interesting. Oh, wait. So maybe let's break it down. Extinction Event gets rid of what on odd from both sides? It gets rid of the Giganta, right?
Gets rid of Giganta, the Bushwhacker, and the 1-drop, and the Knight Errant, and then gets rid of the Bone Crusher Giants and the Graveyard Trespasser. So that would be leaving us with just the Blood Tithe Harvester, so we know it's probably going to die. If we name even, Blood Tithe dies, but we can sacrifice that ahead of time in order to kill something like the Bushwhacker or maybe a Thraben Inspector, and we get rid of all the tokens, which would actually leave us pretty close to killing Andy, because if you go Blood Tithe Harvester, get rid of the odd-costed Bushwhacker, name even, clean up all the tokens, you're going to lose your Shieldred as well, but then you have 3 lethal attackers.
Okay, so this is interesting too, because like Shieldred seems pretty interesting here. I mean, it seems pretty powerful, like to sort of gum up the board. Is it okay to let it go?
I think so there's a the Bugbear in play, so that can actually animate to block, so it's not lethal here for Andy. I think if there wasn't that blocker there, this would be a play worth doing, because Andy would actually just be like basically dead and would need to have some sort of flash creature, which you know Andy doesn't have. But the Bugbear means we won't die, and then we'll probably die on the crack back. So Ben's in this really awkward spot because his Shieldred is dead no matter what he does.
Mm-hmm. To the Giant Killer, right?
Yeah, to the Giant Killer. Okay, so the real question is, can Ben get a chump block in order to try and trick him into not having a new Shieldred played?
That's an interesting thing. Okay, so the way you asked that question, I'm actually kind of trying to think about it. Like, how would you even go about making something like that happen? Like, that seems pretty tricky, right? Like to convince, like, you know, like when Luis did like the token trick with the Settle the Wreckage or whatever. Like, is that the kind of magic we're trying to play now? Like, really just get into our opponent's head?
I mean, I think we are trying to trick our opponent into letting Shieldred, like, stick around until the actual end step. But it looks like we're just going to pop the blood and discard Hive of the Eye Tyrant and get a redraw. And now this does force, Andy is here, has to make a choice whether to give him the 2 life or the potential. Ben could draw a Shieldred here, which would be huge. Looks like he drew some black card, but not Shieldred. Extinction Event, and I think Graveyard Trespasser number 2.
Okay. So now that with that information at your disposal now, does Extinction Event get better or worse to cast now? Is there a world where we just don't even cast it this turn and we wait till next turn after playing something?
I think it's a little bit better to cast now just because it removes the attackers, and I think you want to get rid of this stuff so that you can't get attacked back on. Looks like Noxious Grasp was the draw. I do think if Ben is going to attack Extinction Event, he maybe needed to use the Blood Tides Harvester before popping the blood, although it's all very confusing and hard to know, but it looks like Odd was the name, and that's going to get rid of all of Ben's creatures. Oh, it looks like maybe Even is the name. Okay.
Odd, because Odd would have been real rough there, right?
Yeah. Sorry, he picked up his Gigantha, so I thought he was naming Odd, but he is naming Even. So that's going to leave us with most of the creatures that are actually cards in play, and all the tokens are going to get cleaned up. So the board state's going to be a lot more readable for you at home.
Okay, I got you. So there's a Bushwhacker, and that's where I stop because I'm kidding. A Thraben Inspector, the Knight Errant of Eos, and also the Gigantha. So this looks like a pretty damning board state here from the Boros Convoke side of things. I mean, 1 card left in hand. We lost our Shieldred, but Andy Lane is at 4, so maybe there's hope.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out exactly. So, remember, all of Andy's creatures are +1/+1 from the wedding announcement at the top of the screen. We have the Den of the Bugbear. We drew another wedding announcement, which is actually kind of huge. It means we can keep attacking with like this Gigantha, and then now our board presence is going to rebuild. And this is what I was talking about. You have to work towards killing Andy. You can't actually like control this deck enough as the Rakdos mid-range deck. It looks like, Andy's sizing up, maybe activating this Den of the Bugbear too to get a little bit of extra power in.
And that's actually a really interesting point that you mentioned. I think one of the reasons that I find this deck particularly interesting is like I was playing against this deck in Modern, and I'm sure the play pattern also appears in Pioneer as well. But the chip damage from all these like 1-power weenies that you don't really want to spend a card on, it adds up. And so then you get into these situations too where not only does it add up, but then you can even convert it into larger advantages. So I think I largely agree with you. Like the mentality in this matchup really just has to be like not just the in terms of like stabilizing the board, but also just like we need to turn sideways and find ways to win. So speaking of, in terms of ways to win, how can Ben pull out this game as a second wedding announcement comes into play?
So we have a couple ways. We can like Shieldred to start picking away because Andy is at 4. We could draw another Graveyard Trespasser to ping and then into a Bone Crusher Giant. We could draw running Bone Crusher Giants. Those are the ways. As we are going to see here, Andy only attacked for 1, notably just 1 creature. That way we actually get the token and set up the pop Shepherd Dunes next turn for this huge push of damage because we are threatening lethal on the next turn. And Ben has a draw. If it was, I think it's another Graveyard Trespasser, which might put Ben up to 10, maybe even 11 if he does have double.
Is that going to be enough here? These complicated board states. Okay, let's see. So wedding announcement is giving everything +1/+1. The Dunes is also. You guys can't see it, but for everyone at home, Mason is like doing that finger counting thing right now, which is great. I need somebody who can do that because I cannot. Shepherd Dunes also gives some amount of power and toughness as well.
So I think we're a little short next turn because right now basically we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 attackers. If we activate the Shepherd Dunes and we don't draw a land, then we can't activate Bugbear. If we draw the land, we have the Bugbear as well. Then if we had the 2 blockers from Ben, that's 5 blockers on 5 blockers, which means only 3 power creatures get across. I think they're both Graveyard Trespassers, which means we'll be at 1 life. I'm sorry, 2 life. So I think Ben has just enough to stay alive. And if Ben has enough to stay alive, he only needs creatures from the graveyard on Arog, and then he can attack with his Graveyard Trespasser and exile the last ones and get across the finish line. So we might see Ben do something like attack with Graveyard Trespasser, exile your Thraben Inspector, make a trade happen, and then do something like that. Now, the 5/5 Knight might not just eat it, but that could be a play we see on a future turn as well, as we do have Graveyard Trespasser number 2 putting Ben up to 10 life. And
all right,
notably
Twitch
in
chat.
game 3.
Pop quiz. What was the first thing that Mason said for this play? This is it. Who's been paying attention, and also for anyone else who's been able to track this. Like really impressive analysis there. Actually, I think it's pretty powerful here.
I think it's Noxious Grasp is Ben's last card, by the way.
Okay. So let's see how Andy chooses to line up the attacks here as we're positioning. This is the sort of, and so like keeping in mind that with the game this close, Andy is at 3. A single incorrect attack will decide not just the result of this match, but the result of the entire team's fate. So we need to make sure we do things right. We need to slow it down a little bit. Pause it. Okay, wait, what was that? Why'd you do that?
Because
Mason?
the draw was Voldaren Epicure, which is a ping. So there's 1 damage that Ben might think he's going to 1 on a block and then die to the Voldaren.
Oh my god, I want to see it happen. Please. So just to understand this correctly, if Andy animates the entire board, like with the Den of the Bugbear or whatever, and then just alpha strikes, like is that it?
I think it's almost not enough because the Den gets blocked and all the big creatures get blocked, right? And so then we have a 2/2, a 2/2, a 2/3, and a 2. So that would be 8 damage, I believe, would come through, and we would trade most of the board off. Now, the trading the board is actually really good if you're Andy, because if you trade the board, that means the ability to attack with the Graveyard Trespasser to set up the lethal is much harder. Now, Andy doesn't know there's a Noxious Grasp in hand, but...
Well, this looks like money moves one way or another, right? Like, we're tapping a bunch of stuff here. I think Giganta is being tapped for mana?
Well, Giganta can only be tapped, I think, cast mana. Maybe it is activate as well. I'm not 100%.
Yeah, let's double check that.
Excuse me.
It's just tense. This is so tense.
Yeah, it looks like really close here. Sheffitunes is popped. Unclear to me if this is actually more damage than just attacking with the Giganta, but Andy seems to think so. As it is important to note that the Goblin token that comes in off the attack trigger will be 1 less than the other ones because it does not see the Sheffitunes being popped.
All right, all of these creatures are in play and attacking. Let's see how the blocks lined up. You said it would be pretty simple, right? Big creatures go in front of big creatures. And
yeah,
you could definitely see it too, right? With the 1 mana left over, I wonder if Andy Lane is going to be able to steal this game through the sneakiest of top decks. That would be incredible.
Yeah, I think Ben might be really closer to stealing it too, though, because Ben has the Noxious Grasp in hand, which will kill the Knight Errant. That's going to save us a huge chunk of life, and it gains us exactly 1 life as well. So it counteracts the Voldaren.
Ooh, okay. Wait, this is getting better and better and better. Okay, hold up.
Yeah,
I am unreasonably excited now for the outcome of this game. What?
So currently, it's lethal is hitting Ben because the Knight Errant is a 6 power and these are 3 powers. We know we're pretty sure there's a removal spell in hand. I think it's Noxious Grass. It might be Power Word Kill, but that won't be lethal. And Ben, though, weirdly, is going to lose all of his creatures except that 1 Graveyard Trespasser on Arog. So there'll be 1 creature left in play, and that's enough to attack and maybe present lethal.
Wow. Just wow. We might be going into a game 3 here?
Yeah, in time it's going to be of the essence, too, in game number 3. Because, you're 3-0. Getting a draw doesn't mean your tournament's dead, but it does make it a lot harder. Ben is going to take, I believe, 6 damage, and a bunch of these creatures die, right? They're all super big. Yeah, they got to clean up here. The 1 Graveyard Trespasser, I believe, lives because of the weakened state of the thing. And that's looks to be lethal if there are the 2 alive because Ben just fell to 2 life, I believe. Yeah, and Voldaren Epicure puts him to 1. So Noxious Grass had to be the kill spell there. And Ben Stewart is, and we get a draw trigger from the wedding announcement. Where Ben Stewart is going to attack and then go to game number 3 here. Yeah.
That is so sweet. I mean, first of all, Mason, well done. Like being able to parse all of that nonsense. Because I was kind of just looking at it. I was like, hey, Mason, he's got my back. But that's a crazy, crazy way to break through. One trump card over the other, like the Epicure versus the Noxious Grasp. So we actually have a treat for Twitch chat. We've got deck list this time around. So why don't we go ahead and throw up the first deck list, looking at the Boros Convoke deck. And this is going to give us a general sense of what the deck looks like. But more importantly, let's clock in on these sideboard cards. How would you sideboard in this matchup? We've already seen the wedding announcements come in. Is there anything else that is particularly impressive in this sideboard?
Yeah, Unbreakable Formation, that's going to be that card right above Wedding Announcement. Is really strong. If you cast it in your main phase, all your creatures get +1/+1 Vigilance, and I believe Indestructible as well. That's just a really good way to alpha in. We've talked about the model of this matchup is you get on board early, you get some chip shots, then you can invoke out a big creature, then you alpha. And that is sort of what that card allows you to do as another sort of quicker version of a one-off Wedding Announcement. So that's going to be really good. We might see some Thalias just because they're on the play. Looks like they're playing really quickly, so let's hop back to the main feature match area. We know that for Rakdos, it's just a bunch of kill spells on the sideboard, but Andy has a couple different options. Curious to see the direction he takes it.
Okay.
Down on the play is strong, as you know, Honorog.
he did me like that. Damn. All right. Yeah. So I'm curious to see like what exactly the total gameplay is going to look like. There are only 7 minutes in the round, so you'll see this is not some sort of magical time editing video thing like that. No, Ben is just shuffling that quickly, understanding that we need to get through this game because a draw is not worth it. So taking a look at Ben's deck list right here, Rakdos midrange in the sideboard. You mentioned a couple kill spells. I see 3 copies of Extinction Event and the Noxious Grasps. That must be it, right?
Yeah, we might see a Braid. It depends on you don't really want your Thoughtseize are fine. They're not as good on the draw, and your Croxes are pretty bad. So I imagine those 6 for the 6 kill spells are going to come in. As we do see a Legion's Landing off the Sacred Foundry. And we might see some fast and loose stuff like this. Like the player didn't tap the land, but everyone knows it's Pioneer. There are no free spells. We're just moving quickly as an Endre Ellenbogen Vampire hits the battlefield.
Yeah, I like this. I like playing for time. It's one of those situations too where like the board state was so gummed up earlier that like you can't really be upset at the players for trying to think things out and make sure that we didn't make any mistakes, because otherwise we may not have been able to cross for lethal there from the Rakdos side. And so this is a good start. Legion's Landing in this matchup seems like it's a good place to be at.
Interesting. No follow-up play. I wonder if this Boros Convoke deck is the one that plays the Flash creature. That might be the case. I'm going to take a little peek. As it is. Aha! Surprise. Okay. Resolute Reinforcements.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah, and that's a card we've seen a lot of players. You play this instead of Burning Tree. It lets you get Giganta. It gives you a lot of bodies for 1. And it gives you a little flash play against some of the other rafts in the format. So in the mid game, your creature actually can give you a little bit of play. So this one we have Ornithopter, which probably means we have some power card. You typically want to hold that for either a Bushwhacker or Convoke creature. And it looks like we are going to go Knight Errant of Eos. We're going to take a look at our top 6 and grab a 3-drop or less, 2 of them, and put it in hand.
This is really interesting. Ben actually cast Stomp on the Resolute Reinforcements. What was the reason for that? I mean, trading Stomp for a 1/1?
Trying to stop the Convoke from happening. If Andy didn't have another land for turn or didn't have a 0-drop, we wouldn't be able to Convoke this out unless it was another 2-body card. Okay. Or, a Gleeful Demolition. So really just playing around that and just getting that off the board.
Fascinating here. So Knight Errant of Eos is now in play. Looking at a bunch of cards here, we convoked 1, 2, 3. So that means we can... Okay, so we're picking up, is that a Giant Killer and a Thraben Inspector?
Yep. Okay. Same 2 we got last time. And it looks like we have a Den the Bugbear in hand, so I might be not surprised to see Andy say Den the Bugbear past the turn, not worried too much about anything else. It looks like we do have a Sacred Foundry as well, so we're going to cast the Thraben Inspector. Sure, makes sense. Can't activate the Den next turn anyways. As you see his teammate throwing the token, pass the turn, we got to get in combat. We're going to be 4-0, baby.
Yeah, I know. I feel you on that. 19 to 19 are the life total, so there is some work to be done. But what you're mentioning earlier is that the Boros Convoke deck, it seems like Andy has been playing the entire match with the idea of going wide and then bushwhacking, his opponent in the face. So let's see if this is how the game plays out here. Fable unplay for now, Ben, on turn 3. That was a sentence.
Yeah, and Resolute Spirit in hand for Andy. That's going to be a card that lets him rebuild against these extinction events. Looks like you were just going to attack with the Knight Errant for now. There's some in a world where you want to maybe just throw away your creatures to flip the Legion's Landing. You can just attack with everything, lose a single creature, and then get the flip landing. That gives you more mana to do things like Den the Bugbear, Giganta, etc., and just have an accurate ability to put 1/1s in play. So you're actually netting the same amount if you don't do anything else in your turn. And it looks like Andy wants to do that anyways with the Clarion Spears. We're going to see a block.
Okay. Yep. A little bit of damage coming in through now. Thraben Inspector getting blocked by the Fable. I think. Yeah. Okay. So it goes to the graveyard. Yep. And now, what is this card?
That's a Clarion Spirit. So every time you cast your second spell each turn, you get a 1/1 Spirit token. So you're seeing Andy just sort of dump his hand on the table here, not playing around Shieldred, playing into cards like Extinction Event, but realizes I just have to do something here. We're going to see Fable Chapter 2 as we get a little ramaging, as the French say.
I just had to pause there for a second. I said, "Excuse me, is this like an episode of like Dexter's Lab or something?" Good
like
episode, by the way.
Yeah. Looks like we just discarded this Graveyard Trespasser. If you're Andy and your opponent only discards one card, you're not in love with it.
Yeah, that must almost certainly signify something like an. Oh no, we're just passing the turn.
We definitely have Bone Crusher Giant in hand. I thought we might have saw an attack and then use the treasure to kill the Clarion Spirit and then cast the 4/3. But looks like Ben has some other plans. Maybe a bunch of kill spells in hand. A little hard playing it close to the chest, talking to his teammates. As it is going to see Den the Bugbear, as time in the round has been called for the normal players. We have 2 minutes, though, extension in our feature match area.
Okay. This is a little bit alarming, actually. I mean, not spending your mana on the board at all. Giant Killer is going to go ahead and, or the 1 mana side is going to go ahead and tap the treasure token, the Goblin Shaman. And is this a Noxious Grasp?
Yeah, Noxious Grasp here is going to undo a little bit of the damage and get that big knight off the board. Looks like we have another, we have a Stomp too. We're just going to kill the Clarion Spirit now, get that out of the way, and just end up only taking 3 damage here for Ben.
Okay. I really like this, by the way. It seems like we're setting up for a sweeper here. Extinction Event maybe to get rid of all the tokens and the Ornithopter, slow down the game a little bit. But even after that, we're not really in the clear, are we?
Yeah, we're not in the clear. As we've seen all games where things can get out of hand here. As Andy puts Giganta into his hand.
All right. Big cow.
And this is a big part of Pioneer that's different from other formats. The 5/5 body on Giganta is actually relevant. We saw last game, it was just really big and can attack in. And this deck sort of needs one of those big creatures to often help push the damage. We're going to see Thoughtseize. Looks like we have Giant Killer, Land, and Giganta. It looks like Giganta is going to be the pick. Probably signaling no Shieldred in hand there as well. Andy might be able to pick up on that. And it looks like a minute remains in the round.
Yeah, it's getting tense here. Then we'll have to go to turns. We don't want to be there. So looks like we flipped the first Fable. 3 mana. We don't have our 5th land drop here. Maybe like 2 cards in hand from the Rakdos side. This is getting really close.
Yeah, the Rakdos player is getting dangerously close to I might just have to play for a draw. I don't know if I can win in turns. And I think last time we didn't play this land because we're playing quickly and sometimes that happens. Looks like we're going to pop a clue here, try and find. Looks like Knight Errant of Eos was the draw. We can actually convoke that for 5.
Well, that's big.
That's so huge on our If it was Knight Errant, we can find more Knight Errants and we can maybe set up for an exact lethal in the final turn. Looks like there's some checking. Maybe there's a life total discrepancy of players wanting to make sure they have the same total. Happens all the time.
No
so
time, no time.
5. Yeah, and speaking of time, I think we're about to hit turn 0 here. It was 1 minute going into the turn of Andy Lane here. And we found another Knight Errant of Eos, Honorog, and the Clarion Spirit. We might be able to set up a huge Bushwhacker turn on turn 5 of turns.
I want to see it here. So what are you thinking about taking, then?
Knight Errant of Eos, I think, is the first thing you need because you need to find those combo pieces. Yeah, I like this Resolute Reinforcements. That's just 2 bodies for 1 card. And we're really close, actually, to going off again. I don't think Andy has a bunch of 1-drops, but if Andy has 2 1-drops in hand, we can actually just play the Resolute Reinforcement, 1-drop, convoke again on Arog, and then we've got a huge board presence out of nowhere.
That's pretty dirty. All right, so we're going to play the reinforcements now, get our 1/1. And there's a Noxious Grasp to kill the Knight. Okay.
Yeah, Power Kill, take down the Knight. And that's actually going to matter a ton because as we were just talking about, Andy was setting up to maybe convoke again on this turn. Looks like we're running low on 1/1 tokens. So we have a little bit of a, make it work situation. Andy does have this Giant Killer. It could be important to play it now or hold it for Shieldred. These little lines are what make and break the convoke games. You just cannot have any small room for error in these sort of games.
Yeah, Ben at 9 right now, which means we could just cross the finish line here. I think at this point, now that we are in turns, it seems very, very unlikely that Ben is going to be able to deal the full 18 points of damage without some sort of, sort of even like top decking into a Fable or something like that. That doesn't do it. Like you could make like tokens, but that takes so many turn cycles. So looks like the black die is going to represent what turn we are in. We're going into turn 1.
Yep. And if you're Ben, if you're going to win, it probably involves finding Shieldred and some Wrath effects maybe. But I think winning in this situation is picking up the 1 point for your team.
Yes, I agree. Now, interestingly enough, in the grand scheme of things, draws are not the end of the world because, it's a teams event. There will be lots of draws. But like having the win is just so much better than anything else. So going into turn 2, what needs to happen?
So we have one more turn after this. So this needs to be a turn where we either push a bunch of damage and present lethal, or we set up for lethal. Now we know we have a Night Air and a Eos, and we know we have this Giant Killer. We can actually Giant Killer down the Bone Crusher Giant, which then lets us cast that. We are going to lose a little bit of life. This is actually really helpful too if you're Andy, because the Fable or Mirror Breaker can't copy the Bone Crusher Giant at end of turn, then make another one and try and like present this sneaky lethal out of nowhere. And it looks like, yeah, Ben's actually going for it now to try and save some more damage, which means he won't be able to push. And then Andy can convoke on out. And if we can hold up the Giant Killer from, I think there's one from before, right? So we might have end of turn tap down a creature with our 2 mana.
The Stone Cold Nuts coming off this Night Air of Eos, what are they?
Bushwhacker. And then we draw a 0 for turn.
Let's see it. That's not double Bushwhacker, is it? I think I saw a Epicure.
There's definitely an Epicure.
Ooh, don't show me what it is. Andy, don't show me what it is. I don't want to see what it is.
Oh, there's a Bushwhacker.
Okay, wait a minute.
And a Resolute Reinforcements. So that is pretty close to the start of it. And I think, so I'm pretty sure that Giant Killer is in play is the one that's not Summoning Sick. And that's huge here on Rog. That means we can actually tap down something at end of turn, which removes a blocker for Ben. So Ben maybe has to draw Thoughtseize or a board wipe if he's going to actually stay is this game.
Oh, but is Thoughtseize even good here? Because then you're taking more damage, right? So like, I feel like it's like a damned if you do, damned if you don't kind of moment.
Well, Bushwhacker represents a lot more than 2, buddy. I'll let you. I know you're bad at attacking and blocking. It represents about 44 million, I think, is the technical term. So, we have a Shepherd Dunes in hand too. Even if
my god.
Oh, and looks like the upkeep, that is the non-summoning stick Giant Killer. The players, made that clear. And so now that Fable or the Mirror Breaker is tapped, and we drew just a shock land. Now, Ben does have Activate Hive of the Eye Tyrant, block, cast Fatal Push as a line, but it's incredibly close here, Anu.
I can feel it. Oh my goodness. All right. So this is turn 3. So there's only one more attack left for both players here. Ben very clearly just playing not to die. Bone Crusher going to come into play now from its adventure. And we got 2 mana left open here. So what's the money move? What are we picking up? What's on top of the deck? I mean, there must be this must be lethal, right?
I think this is a don't get DQ'd moment because we block the 3 biggest creatures. We put 2 more bodies on board, and with the bodies we already have, it's lethal. So, Andy, I think Ben could cheat, put another Fatal Push in hand, and couldn't win. I think we could hand Ben a Fatal Push and he'd be okay.
Wait, are you one-upping the Demonic Tutor challenge into the Apparate stuff into your hand challenge? Because that I have never won that one before. That one's kind of tough.
Yeah, that one is tough, but we're in a position where there's Resolute Reinforcements. Yeah, we even make the token first because it's going to gain haste from the Bushwhacker, and that is super duper lethal. The Night will get chump blocked. The biggest creature on board is going to get Fatal Pushed, and then we chump block the next biggest creature. All of these 1/1s are 2 power, so just 4 of them need to connect. And there's just way more than that many bodies. As you see, Andy Lane win in very impressive all 3 of those games in Rakdos.
Wow. All right. Well, that was actually the last match in the round. So welcome back to the booth here if you're just joining us. Wrapping up round number 4. My name's Rakdos. We got Mason Clark here. We're going to take a quick break here because round 5 is literally right around the corner. The action does not stop. And that's going to be our final round together in the booth for today. So what you need to do what you need to
Yeah,
do,
like we said, it's the final round. There's one more with us here. Don't worry about it. We're still going to be here, chat. Honorog, I know he's a little scared. We're going to be here. Click the follow button that we don't miss anything. We're going to take our quick break, and we're going to be right back with some more action.
Yes, excellent. Welcome back to round number 5 here in St. Louis at the NRG Team Trios Constructed 10K. My name's Rakdos, and I'm here with Mason Clark. We've got an exciting round coming up for you. Mason, this has been a great day so far, right?
It has been so wild with you and I in the booth today, Honor. We have watched crazy game after crazy game after crazy game, and the heat just doesn't stop coming.
Yeah, any notable moments for you? Any games that you thought were particularly exciting?
I mean, the last round with the Porras Convoke, every single time we came in on that match in all of game 3 was really, really good and really, really
I was stressed. I was like, just like you couldn't see me, but I was like plucking my hair out and stuff like that. And I'm too old for that anyways. But let's take a look at our players to watch here to see how they are all performing here. We got a number of 3-1 players here. The team of Harney, Mullaly, Jung doing, I believe, the best at 3-0-1. And then, yeah, I think rounding out with the Kruger team, the Shearing team, the Fields team, and the Hobbs team, all at 3-1. So good for them. I think 3-1 after in a few rounds will definitely make top 8, top 4. I'm not sure how the elimination structure works out here, but I believe our players are shuffling up and are ready for this round. So why don't we pivot into that topic of conversation? We've got an exciting match of Modern here. We saw Yawgmoth earlier today here, Hunter Ovington piloting the Golgari deck, but on the other side is Christian Valenti playing 5-color creativity. Now, this is an archetype that we have seen a decent amount of on the series, but with the inclusion of Lord of the Rings, I want to ask you, Mason, has anything really changed with this archetype?
That deck hasn't changed very much when it comes to the 5-color deck. It is sort of just, I'm sorry, the creativity deck. It is kind of the same for the most part, although Christian here seems to be playing Halfling. Maybe we have the names backwards. I think it might be what's happening. I think this is our Yawgmoth player.
Okay.
That would make the most sense to me. Also, I know Christian personally. I know he's got some tattoos on his arm. So I think that might be Christian on our left. There we go. We swapped it over. So the big changes are the other decks have changed on our own. Nothing's really changed here. Some players have, opted for doing other cards and having little tech things. But checking out Christian, it looks like he is just running the normal stuff. Has a Persist in his deck as one of his flex slots instead of a Transmogrify. And then his sideboard is pretty stock. Looks to be literally no Lord of the Rings cards in Christian's deck here.
Okay, and I think that makes sense. Creativity doesn't really play nicely with the One Ring, which is probably the premier card. Also, like we see literally in play, there are 2 Delighted Halflings. Can't play that in your creativity deck. But speaking of Delighted Halflings, I mean, this has replaced, Noble Hierarch as the, or Birds of Paradise as like the mana dorks of choice. So that's an interesting thing. But also talk to me about like Delighted Halfling. You can see it on the screen now. It's a 1/2 Halfling Citizen for a single green that can give legends uncounterability. Talk to me about the sequence here and how this is going to unfold our matchup over the next few turns.
Yeah, so Delighted Halfling, its biggest thing is it's a 1/2 on a Rog. The 2 toughness means it doesn't die to Ren and 6, which has been the problem with all the Ignoble Hierarchs and the Birds of Paradise. And in these matchups was a big reason why you would see the 4-color decks win, because they would play something like Birds of Paradise here. Christian would go Fetch, Shock, Slam, Ren and 6 minus, bam, you're down a card. I'm up my Ren and 6. You're super far behind if you didn't get to use your mana because 7 forbid you're on the draw. Huge. Halfling being that 1/2 means it literally can attack, which helps your B plan, and doesn't die to as many things as normal, and that is really important. Even if it just generates colorless mana for some of your spells, it still does that, and that is enough. As we do see Orcish Bowmaster get flashed in here, sort of showing you, hey, colorless was enough.
Okay, yeah, that's actually really interesting because I've played with the Halfling in a couple other formats, and in Legacy specifically, not being able to cast like Swords to Plowshares and Brainstorms can sometimes be a downside. But you're playing a 2-color deck. Here, your curve is a little bit higher. Here, you actually have ways to convert. So I think it's definitely showing that it is pretty interesting. Now, this is another interesting card that we want to talk about as well: Orcish Bowmasters in the context of the 5-color creativity matchup. How much of a deal breaker is this card against the 5-color creativity deck?
So the best raise the alarm of all times in the house on a Rog, and this card is actually pretty important. So it being able to flash in and shoot down a dwarf is really, really bad for Christian. By the way, in general, Christian is kind of the underdog here now. the matchup has gotten a lot better for Yawgmoth and it was already pretty good. If we stick Yawgmoth, it's really hard to go for the combo using the dwarf stuff. So you have to set up some treasures, which can be a lot more challenging. So Christian here needs to get a stabilized board, and Orcish Bowmaster lets you dodge all these sorcery speed removal like Prismatic Ending and that sort of thing, while also pressuring down things like the dwarf. So it's going to be pretty big here. We're going to see an Eldritch Evolution on the Bowmaster, and that's going to give us a Yawgmoth, but it gets Spell Pierced by Christian and an attack for 1. That could have been like a game-ending play if it had resolved.
Wow. Okay, that and I get it. And I'm actually really like happy that we're going to get more of this specific game, because I feel like this is going to be a critical moment. We're going to look back at the end of the match and be like, dang, this is where the game swung. Orcish Bowmasters, like the actual ability still seems really good in a world of like Archons and in a world of like Fabled Dimir Breaker, Teferi, all this sort of things. So I'm surprised to see that we were so ready to let it go. But I guess, let me ask you the question. If that Eldritch Evolution had resolved, was the game over? Was it a GG in the chat?
It wasn't a GG, but it was really close. Getting the Yawgmoth in play is such a big game. Even if Christian had just gone to Fairy Bounce It, having the access to the Yawgmoth matters so much. And so, really Leyline Binding was the one thing that could have been really bad. If you see a Ignoble Hierarch come down, and it looks like Hunter is maybe signaling a pass the turn because he might have Chord of Calling in hand.
Ooh, okay, that's spicy. One thing that actually made me smile a little bit, like when you were talking about how like Ren and 6 is no longer as good because it cannot like make that down tick leverage tempo play or whatever. It's like the tables have now turned where the Yawgmoth deck is the one that is pinging all the like the X1s now, and it's actually a lot more impactful with the Bowmasters. I think that's just hilarious to me that we'll chalk it up to irony, I guess.
Yeah, it is very funny. And Bowmaster is really good against Teferi, bouncing and just like trying to buy time. Like it just really lines up well in a lot of different spots. So,
all right, well, let's see what's going on here. We're playing the Dwarven Mine. That's going to trigger proc the token. We could just tap out here for Indomitable Creativity targeting the token. What is the risk here? We already know Orcish Bowmaster is one problem. Anything else?
It's Orc or bust here. Just given the game, Hunter doesn't have any other way to interact. And it looks like, oh yeah, Hunter says resolves. And we're going to find the Archon here. And that is a big game. Especially with Hunter here sort of low on mana. Not able to really, even if we do have something, it's probably going to need to be like a Grist in order to kill the Archon. And that means the Archon's already getting a huge amount of value swing. So luckily we have the army token to sacrifice to the Archon itself. But still have to figure out a way to stop this Archon before it attacks. Because once it starts attacking, our life total will be under real pressure. And like we talked about in round 1 of Sam Black's deck, the amount of pressure really adds up quickly in the Yawgmoth deck that needs a decent life total to start going sometimes.
Yeah, that's interesting that you bring up Sam Black's deck list, because I'm looking at the list that that is being played right now. This is a much more stock version of what I would expect the updated Yawgmoth build to look like. So there are 4 Yawgmoths. There's the Strangleroot guys, and there's all the cool little toys. There's no Samwise Gamgee. There's actually 2 copies of the ring in this deck. So while we're trying to find a way to dig out of this situation with the Archon of Cruelty, why don't you talk to me about the 1 ring in this deck and how good and or bad it is? Because it looked really good when Sam was playing it, but this is a different build, or different enough that I think we should revisit the topic.
Yeah, I think it's still really good. Just one thing to keep in mind with the ring, right, is that you need a lot of mana and a lot of cards you can play quickly off the ring, because once you get kind of that second activation, you start getting overflowing with cards. This deck has a lot of mana dorks, which is going to put you in a position, as we see a Quarter Calling here get cast, to sort of dump your hand and get the ring quickly and sort of get it going. And so being able to very quickly dump your hand and play your cards puts you in a much better spot for success. So the 1 ring is really good with cheap cards and the ability to just sort of dump and mana acceleration. Also, the ring, pretty good in this matchup as a way to actually negate the Archon trigger. The Archon does need to target in order to get the sacrifice and the draw and the discard. So the ring could come up pretty big here, as we do seem to have Court of Calling, discarded Yawgmoth, found a Young Wolf, but we're going to concede. And let's check out one of these other matches really quick, as it looks like Pioneer might be the one. But yeah, just going to concede, didn't have mana, I think, and just knew the Archon was going to take over the game. And Christian feeling pretty good to get out of that one unscathed, being on the draw.
Hey, Mason. Alley-oop, passing the ball to you. What is going on right here?
All right. Mono Green versus Gruul. We have Polukranos, Old Growth Troll, and a Llanowar Elves in play on the right with the Lair of the Hydra in the land zone. Be careful of that, along with the Old Growth Troll in the land with the Wolfwillow Haven. We got a lot of mana over here for the green player. Meanwhile, on the left, Lucas Parson playing Gruul Vehicle here. He has a bunch of cat tokens from a bunch of his secret chariots. Look like we've been copying, playing some new ones, hasting. And we also have a Bone Crusher Giant and a Lovestruck Beast in the back. Unclear if those are on an adventure or if those were used to crew this turn. I'm going to guess that since they're both tapped in the back, they were actually just on an adventure. And it looks like Lucas is slamming. This is a deck Lucas has played a bunch, qualified for the Pro Tour, Philly with at the RC at the beginning of the year. Big fan of the Gruul Vehicle deck he is and thinks it's one of the best decks in the format. And so far going pretty well for him and his team this weekend.
Okay, all right. So from this board state now, looks like Brandon going down to 11. I mean, honestly, I can't even be too upset with the position that we're in right now. Like these Old Growth Trolls are pretty chunky on the back end and may be able to stabilize us a little bit. So if we're in the spot of Lucas Parson, Mason, why don't you tell me how we might be able to sneak our way back through these large blockers?
We just need to push damage before the Polukranos gets flipped and gets to a point where it's sort of gaining too much life for us to push through. In general, the Gruul Vehicle deck is kind of a grindy, aggressive deck. So in this matchup where the other deck's kind of a also chunky on the board, mid-range deck with a combo finish, it becomes very, very hard to actually go the distance. So right now, Nykthos is a big draw for Brandon. That means we're going to have, I believe, a 10 mana for the Nykthos activation. From everything I'm oh, sorry, 11 mana, excuse me. So that means we're going to be able to play most of our cards, and we're very close to comboing if we have the rest of the pieces in hand. I don't believe we do. So we might see something like a Flip Polukranos here, and then a Flip Polukranos is just so big and gains so much life that's going to be really hard for Lucas to attack through it, unless he can just draw something like an Embercleave or a Crone War.
Okay, cool. So I think we've done a pretty good job here in sort of figuring out what the outs are on from both sides. Now, I'm suspecting that because we have not just slammed something like a Polukranos into play, that it's probably just not there. How do we evaluate other threats?
It's in play already.
Oh, I'm so sorry. My
yes,
bad.
That's the weird constellation card. No, I'm here for the promos. You're not, and you're here for the looks.
I am now 0 for 1. Okay, so moving forward, then try to flip that, try to erase that. Okay, got it. Push damage. So that's going to be an interesting one. What are the best ways that we could push damage then?
As Lucas, it's going to be cards like a Crone War or Embercleave. Those are two of the most common and normal ways to sort of go the distance here. It looks to me like, I'm going to check out this deck list here. We have 3 of the Crone War and no Embercleave. Yeah, because we have Gigant as our companion. So looks like we're just going to need to steal something and then have it attack a bunch.
All right, so a Crone War, the 4-mana saga here that says it's basically like your pseudo active treason, and then has a couple more phases here, and that might just be. So I guess that's a really good question then, right? So judging from this board set, judging from what you've told me, as someone who is trying to learn Pioneer, definitely the Gruul Vehicles deck is the beatdown. Mono Green Devotion is the control deck.
Oh.
So.
Great play here from Lucas. So we saw the mono green player attack for 6. Lucas blocked with a cat and then stomped his own cat to prevent any life gain. So now Lucas has a huge board. We might be able to do something like play one of our creatures, crew the vehicle, attack. We block the biggest one, and that's still lethal coming across the finish line. Now, there is a layer of the Hydra, so we can animate the block. But if Lucas has something like another stomp or any sort of ability to maybe activate his own creature land, that is all the way it could be going. Also, Lucas might be able to just present near lethal anyways and just win on the race over multiple turns.
Okay, so it does look like Modern might be shuffling up, so we may transition over to that once we get a moment.
Oh!
But
this is the Voldaren Thrillseeker. So it has backup, and when it backups, it puts 2+1/+1 counter something on a rock, and then it gives the ability that Voldaren Thrillseeker has till the end of turn. In this situation, Voldaren Thrillseeker has 1 sack, deal damage to target anything equal to its power. So that is lethal.
That is pretty tight, actually. I'd love to see that. Okay.
Yeah, it's just a 2 of in his deck. I missed it when scanning over looking for ways for him to actually get out of this, and that was probably one of the best things. As it does look like we have a Boseiju.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Back and
Lucas
forth
here getting absolutely messed up there. Now he's going to get a land from his deck. That's going to allow him to maybe cast a different spell that could end up mattering. But had Lucas maybe just moved the combat, we could have, pushed through a little bit of damage, and then Voldaren Thrillseeker one of these 2/2s to do 4 damage. So,
looks like the good news here, at least we can use the Voldaren Thrillseeker maybe to mitigate the impact of the Polukranos gaining life, right, by sacking the creatures that are blocking it.
100%. Yeah, I think we should probably stay and see the end of this game for sure. There's still, a lot going on here in this one. Modern is sort of shuffling up. Their game is going to take a little bit of time, but let's stay on Pioneer. I don't know. There we go. Yeah, this game is going to probably end in the next turn or two. So, a lot going on here.
In the meantime, what I can do for you at home, if you're wondering. All right, I'm going to guess. Turn 1, we have a Shockland, and we have an Ignoble Hierarch. I'm going to catch you up. Then Christian's going to go put a tap land into play. And turn 2, there's going to be like a Grist or something. That's my prediction. All right, cool. Caught you up on the modern coverage from the mind that is myself, I guess. What's going on right now? So looks like we're doing some attacks.
Yeah, it looks like we attacked with the tokens. We animated the lair, and this is important. We chump blocked with the lair. Since it's a Hydra, Polukranos triggers for any Hydra that dies on Rog. So that lair chump blocking means we get a 3/3 reach and 3/3 lifelink. Yeah, Lair of the Hydra is a Hydra, and Polukranos is a very weird card. I think we have a Polukranos.
Is that going to literally dictate what happens here now?
I think it is over. Yeah, because now we gained 2 life by chump blocking, and then we also traded with one of the cats, and now we have another 3/3 lifelinker, and we have this 6/6 lifelinker. We get to attack in, and no matter what, start chunking and gain that life like we talked about before. And without the mana up to use Voldaren Thrillseeker, your line of Polukranos might come up later, but not on this turn, as Lovestruck Beast gets cast.
Jeez. Okay. All right. So now we're getting some back and forth here. Brandon top decking to 1 card in hand. Let's see what it is.
Yeah. Actually, just great play there by the mono green devotion player. It's those little things that matter a lot with the green devotion deck. It's kind of a beatdown deck a lot of time that has a combo built in. Looks like Oath and Nissa was the draw. We're going to get a redraw here.
Okay. Nice. The Ponder of Pioneer.
Yep, and looks like we found Karn the Great Creator. We have a lot of devotion in play, a little less than last turn because our Polukranos doesn't count on the flip side.
But with Karn, what kind of tools are we looking here to get that might be good?
There's a lot of different ones that we could be grabbing. I think we could grab something like some players have Shadow Spear, some players have a Seeker's Chariot, which would actually just be a bunch of blockers. It really depends sort of on what we are trying to find and set up the end game for. We can also just grab Pestilent Cauldron. Oh, it looks like we have enough mana for Cityscape Leveler. That's going to pick it up. Let's go to Modern. Just an 8/8 unbeatable. And yeah, Lucas Parson, so the game slips away from him. Meanwhile, here, looks like we had some early creatures and then a Wrenn 6 to pick up with a Thoughtseize that took a Chord of Calling.
My forecast, by the way, was completely wrong. No Mana Dorks, no Grist, nothing like that. It's actually probably like Young Wolf into Strangleroot Geist or something with the Wall of Roots as well. So this is
the Wall of Roots. That's a Mana Dork, buddy. Don't be so mean to you.
I mean, it's not okay. Like it's not like a, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I wouldn't put it on your fridge. Don't get me wrong. I just don't want you to have that negative self-talk.
Okay, so this is kind of interesting here. I mean, I feel like the board state is reasonably good here for Hunter. I mean, having all the Strangleroot Geist is kind of actually, now that I think about it, wait, does Strangleroot Geist actually go face here and not at the Wrenn 6?
It's definitely possible. I mean, the Wrenn 6 is sort of actually representing, the ability to combo, but if you have some way to disrupt that in hand, like an Orcish Bowmaster, that might be good. And just threatening the life total can be really real, as looks like Christian is using his mana to cast Fable the Mirror Breaker, another chunk blocker.
Okay. Fable kind of good here. Now, what's interesting with Wrenn 6 in play, Fable in play as well, I'm trying to evaluate how strong something like Orcish Bowmaster being flashed in on the end of turn is going to be. 2 cards in hand here for Hunter. Okay, so it is. There it is. The EOT FOFGG becomes EOT OBGG, I guess. That doesn't sound as cool.
Yeah, that's awful. Orcish Bowmaster, though, really giving me Collecting Company vibes. It's just like, I got nothing to do past the turn. Could be anything. Could be anything. And we're really close to winning. If we have a Chord of Calling here, we're in Eldritch Evolution, we can go grab our Yawgmoth and then start ping-ponging back and forth the Undying creatures and draw a lot of turns.
Yeah, just Dimir do it to him, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's see what's going on. I think we might actually just be like also counting up like how much damage do I have in play, and can I just like turn sideways and attack, right? Like 9 life, like what's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like times 2, that's 10 by my math. That works.
Yeah, but there should be a goblin in play, right? Because we shot down the dwarf, but where'd the goblin go?
Oh, from the Fable. Yeah, I was actually wondering that too.
Yeah, they might just be waiting from production. As long as the players know there's a goblin, we can't miss the goblin. Looks like we have a Haywire Might in hand for Hunter as one of the cards. Hunter is attacking.
Okay.
Quarter calling no longer on the table.
And Wall of Root's going to add some mana. He was a Haywire Might. Ooh.
Hunter had Quarter Calling in hand.
Can we still use it for something here? Am I missing? Because we can activate the. We can tap the Haywire Might, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
We could have got a 3-drop, but it looks like we're gonna Haywire Might in the upkeep on the Fable.
We could also just chord for Bowmasters as well, right? Oh no,
yeah,
we don't have any.
Well, yeah, we don't have the mana now because we used the wall. Yeah. Maybe Hunter just has another Orc Master, another Orc in his bow in hand. But, I mean, I guess putting Christian to 2 was pretty close to lethal. Oh, actually, no, it doesn't work that way. Never mind. I was going to say, I think Bowmaster, I thought because you drew the card, but you draw and gain the life as 1 action with Archon, so you won't actually die to the trigger.
Okay. That would be kind of cool if it worked that way.
6. Yeah, it would be really cool. Brendan 6 can just minus from the Bowmaster. And that will just, be pretty good.
Okay, here's Dwarven Mine gonna get us another dwarf. Are we gonna see another creativity? And even if we do see another creativity, is that even good enough? Chord of Calling here. Okay, pinging the Bowmaster. I like the sequencing here with my mana floating.
No, float my mana. Do that real quick.
Persist, Teferi, Renaissance, Tarn, Mesa, Foothills, Teferi, Stevens. I can keep up Tarn. Binding, Spell Pierce. I'm dead. All right, I'm out. I tried.
Xander's Land, Bolt, Wooded Foothills, Spell Pierce, Leyline Binding, Mayors, Charismatic Command,
we got to get that BPM up.
Leyline Binding, Fable of the Mirror Breaker. My APM is insane. I played StarCraft 2. Prismatic Ending, Career Creativity, Loyalty Bolt. Aircon Cruelty. There we go. We did it.
First try. Nice.
And
they doubted you.
And they doubted me. The haters be hating. I am very surprised to see Christian still have the Spell Pierces in the deck. I guess the One Ring has moved the needle enough. Traditionally, it just doesn't hit anything except Eldritch Evolutions and Quarter Callings, which sometimes players even trim. So this is an X's 1 on the Quarter Calling. So it's not like...
Are we just going to put a creature into play?
Oh, yeah. I guess if we just get if we get Yawgmoth, you sack the Yawgmoth, and then you have 2 2-power creatures and the 1. So the opponent goes to 1, and then you're 1 damage away from killing them. Right? So you have to sacrifice the Yawgmoth.
But then there's an attack trigger, gaining more life, so we have to draw something here. I have to wonder if there was something else.
The attack is next turn. So we do have a turn. I think it looks like Stranglergeist is the out. Grist is the out. These are the things that are good draw steps for Hunter. Since Hunter decided to go for this aggressive line. Because we don't get to attack with the Archon this turn. You definitely just want to sack your Yawgmoth because it's the smallest thing, yeah. Now Christian does get to draw a card. Notably, Christian did not leave up his white mana. I think he could have if he had chosen to.
Going back into thinking about this, I almost wonder if... okay, well, there's a clutch draw step coming up, so let's see what it is. Thoughtseize.
Ooh, not what you're looking for. There's
maybe
no
like
way he has Spell Pierce. Yeah, it has to be Bolt. He's just going to bolt down the big wolf.
Does this deck even play Bolt anymore over like the leyline bindings and all the?
It plays them all.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
5-color
wow.
creativity. A good
crazy.
shorthand is it's just 4-color control with a combo finish. Instead of Omnath and Solitude, you just have creativity Archon. It's like a good. Oh my god, all these persists. Persistent Archons in hand.
Yep, duly noted. And playing with the face up. Thank you. I'm kind of curious. There's still a lot of a lot of things that I want to like detective my way through on this. But like, imagine if we hadn't used the Haywire Might, and for example, we had just used that to convoke, getting like a second Bowmaster that would have amassed one, made the army a little bit bigger.
We also have another body in play. We also have the Haywire Might body too. I understand the wanting to maybe trying to prevent the rummage, but the ability to stop the combo on that turn when your opponent's sort of forced for it is like pretty needed.
But the rummage is also like not great because of the Bowmasters too.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, attacks coming in. Block the Strangle Root, guys. Comes back with the +1/+1 counter. And now I am a little bit terrified here as... Oh, were we trying to stop the rummage? Do we somehow know about the Persist and the Archon?
No, I think we just literally were trying to prevent them from drawing the combo.
Okay.
I mean, unless there was some, like, we weren't here for turn 1, so maybe there was a Thoughtseize under all that, and they knew they had Persist. But I think it was just a situation of that. And now we're going to see this Wall of Roots get sacrificed. Christian up to 5.
Oh, it just feels like we're stealing this game.
It really does. It's Christian, yeah, now has that Arid Mace at 5 life. We can actually fetch up a Dwarven Mine to save a life. Save 2 life.
Root, guys, off the top. No, this is a moment of...
And worth noting, in Legacy, Grixis Delver beats Grixis Tempo 2-0. So the team of Parson and Christian need all their wins. Now, it looks like while we were watching this game, Lucas ran over Mono Green in Game 2, and they're now in Game 3. So we might be joining them in just a second.
It's tense. It's so tense. What is this card? What is that card?
It's Quarter Calling. Let's go up to Lucas Parsons' game against Brandon MacArthur and see that. But wow, what a crazy game there. I think
so we'll take a look at some. We'll take a look at some of the deck lists here. Mono green Devotion at the hands of Brandon MacArthur. Let's talk about sideboarding here for the mono green deck. All right, good talk. Now we'll take a look at. Okay,
you might trim the Cityscape level in the main for like an Asika's Chariot. If that's in the sideboard or something like that, just as an early blocker, you could do some like things like you do sideboard with this deck. We can move over to the other deck, but there are small. There is nuance, yeah. There are little things you can do, but it looks like we don't have some of those in our sideboard. Look and check out Lucas Parsons. He does have a large and charged sideboard.
Perfect. So walk me through this here as I see Gigantha, first of all. That's going to dictate a lot of what we're allowed to play. Some Rending Volleys, Roast, removal spells. Okay, the Unlicensed Hearst. The Stonebrain. What are you happy with here?
So the Acrone War is the first thing I'm slamming. That's really good. And it's important to note that ever since Pelucranos came out, the mono green deck just plays a really good beatdown plan, and their creatures are just bigger than your creatures. In the past, you were kind of a lot more even because it was just Old Growth Troll that lined up well with your 3-drops. Now Pelucranos and Old Growth Troll really move the needle, and War was good before. It's great now. Roast, very similar idea. You want to be able to kill the Elf or the Old Growth Troll or the Pelucranos. So
all right. So let's take a look at the match here. Yeah, exactly. And I see turn 1 Mana Dorks on both sides, followed by an Old Growth Troll here for Brandon MacArthur on mono green. We'll see what the follow-up play here is. I mean, we need to play a land here. Okay, Mutavault. And it's okay, Stomp on the Mana Dork. Cool. I like that. I like that a lot, actually.
Yeah, Stomp into Heart's Desire. Well, it'll make a 1/1. Me and who? As we see an Oath of Nissa get played.
Yep. Oath of Nissa. What kind of cards are you looking for? Maybe just like a Nykthos over anything else.
Yeah, it depends on what our hands lack. I can't quite see Brandon. Oath, very similar to some of your favorite cards like Ponder, just gives you a lot of selection sort of in what you can get off the top of your deck here and can sculpt the hand together. It's possible we just need mana Sometimes you just keep 2 lands elf on the play. That's really safe against the Ghoul's Vehicle deck. They typically don't play 1-mana interaction. So we might have kept a 2-lander with that. And if that's the case, you probably want to land. But maybe you're missing out on top-end cards. We're getting a big idea for what's going on here. And for notably at home, you're trying to level up and improve. You're going to learn a lot about your opponent's hand in these spots if you're Lucas, right? Lucas is going to see there's a tank for a while, and they end up taking Forest, which means that there might be a lack of lands in Brandon's hand, which means I might want to fight more over elves, or I want to try and push ahead while I can.
All right. Well, Old Growth Troll here is doing the job, just being as a good blocker here. I mean, we need to find ways to power through it. So you've already talked about how good the Akroan War is. I mean, stats-wise, what are ways that we can check this? We also have the Beast that we can also play for the turn here. Another Mutavault signals some weakness in the mana base here.
Yeah, it does. It looks like we have Damping Sphere in hand, which is a card that's, some players really like against mono green and some don't. It slows down both players a lot, which sometimes is why players don't like it against mono green, because they just get to naturally develop and you can't go underneath them. So it looks like Lucas is deciding whether he wants to play, Lovestruck Beast and pass, or maybe play out another 2-drop and then develop the Damping Sphere. With no Nykthos in play and the current devotion count, I think Lucas is pretty safe to just develop his Lovestruck Beast. If Nykthos comes down on a Rog, the most it's going to be is +1 mana, or we play Elf, which would have to be off the top because we didn't play it this last turn, into a net neutral on mana. So once again, just +1 where we were before. So I think you're okay to take the shields down just for a second and get some bigger creature in play.
Okay. Yeah. That's pretty good to know. Now, what kind of decisions do you think from the other side are we looking at, in terms of developing the boards in the next few turns? What is the ideal situation?
We want to get more of the creature. So another Old Growth Troll, another Pelucrinos, eventually work towards Cavalier, because we want to keep the board stable and then develop our Planeswalkers. If it was play Karn or nothing, we'll play our Karn and wish for something, as we do see Megaloz's Crusher come down. But it is, sort of a situation where you want to get more bodies, as Nykthos is the slam there, and 5-mana Cavalier.
Oof. Okay. All right.
That is the punish for Lucas not playing the Damping Sphere last turn. And now, Brandon, if you play Damping Sphere, will be able to, still cast most of the spells, just won't be able to overwhelm you with mana.
Yeah, Cavalier of Thorns, I mean, in a matchup where we're just basically playing to the board in all capacities, this is the card that, to me, just signals Gandalf saying, "You shall not pass." You know what I mean? This is like 6 toughness, and it just generates a lot of value as well. Here's the Damping Sphere, a little bit late, but is what it is. And then Lovestruck Beast also coming into play as well as a 5/5.
Yeah, and you can see Lucas knows the game's getting away from him here. His last card in hand is another Damping Sphere. It looks like he has 2 in his board and just drew them both.
Hypothesis: board stalls greatly favor the mono green devotion player.
Correct. High marks. Now, I will say this. If Lucas can develop the board a little bit more on a Rog, and Brandon sort of just floods out a little bit, and we can draw cards like the Akroan War, we can come back from this. But we're going to need something like that sooner than later, as Kigora is the play for turn.
All right. 7 loyalty counters. Is there any world where we're attacking, or we're not that comfortable yet?
I don't think we're that comfortable yet, especially because your opponent's low on cards, and you have this Kiora, and it looks like you're probably setting up to maybe do something like Storm the Festival next turn. So just want to make sure your Kiora is alive. Looks like Lucas is taking a little bit of a think there, trying to figure out exactly what's going on. Looks like he drew Roast for the turn. That notably will remove the Old Growth Troll from play, but will put a Old Growth Troll on a land. And I believe the way Old Growth Troll works is it actually is stopped by Damping Sphere, because it makes an additional mana for the land. It's not like Wolfwillow Haven, where the Wolfwillow is making the mana.
Oh, that's really interesting. Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I could be mistaken, but I believe that is the way that interaction works. I remember a judge explaining something like that to me.
And it's okay. Twitch chat will crucify you if you're wrong. So,
Oh, they love to try and come for me, but they always be missing.
Yeah, we still didn't get you to. All right, I don't even have a card that we haven't talked about yet on the screen yet. I was going to say, oh, the alt art there. What is that? But I've literally said that it was Lovestruck Beast. So you get a pass on this one. But
I really need that pass. Thanks.
I think I agree with you here because it does give the forest the ability to generate mana. So that's pretty solid here. Roast's gonna go after the troll. Okay, troll comes back, targets that forest,
and we can give our Migloz Crusher a menace here and attack. Unsure if we want to attack face or the Kiora. I can imagine either. It looks like we might be lining up some just alphas at the Kiora to prevent the extra mana / drawing cards. Both those things are pretty bad. Lucas also has give this menace attack, play second Damping Sphere, which with Lucas out of cards, double spelling isn't a thing Lucas will do much more of the rest of the game, and Brandon will. Now, he can't play this because of the Damping Sphere, yeah. Looks like he's just going to add Giganta to hand.
Yeah. It's kind of funny because, I feel like Damping Sphere is really good at certain stages of the game, but the turn that it came down, it seems like one of those things where you would want to use it as a floodgate, and as soon as, anything is in play, boy, oh boy, does this card look way less... It just, I don't know. I'm not very impressed by it, but I guess it's doing enough here as we see Storm of the Festival on the stack, flipping over a couple cards here. Now that's interesting that eventually Lucas chose to go for face, putting MacArthur down to 16. Do you agree with that decision? Is that what you would do in that spot?
It's tough. I don't have a ton of experience with this deck. I think I like making the game about life. I think if you fight over the Kiora, you're giving your opponent multiple draw steps, and you just need to make the... And this is a huge hit if you're a Lucas fan. Just getting an elf and a Wolfwillow Haven is not enough. So it's going to be a tough spot here. And Brandon, normally these, what you said, Damping Sphere, I think is a card that's maybe better on the play quite often on Honor. You're sort of highlighted that, right? We were a little bit too far behind. We didn't get to capitalize on the lack of mana in the life lane game, but this whiff on the Wolfwillow, this whiff by hitting Wolfwillow means we might actually have a chance for this Damping Sphere to catch up and get us back in this game. And if we can play the second Damping Sphere, and we might it might be really hard for Brandon to ever do anything, and we can just start throwing our creatures away, right? Just be like, attack with everything, eat my biggest one, take 7, and do it again, do it again, and just chip Brandon down to lethal. Because we do have these 2 Mutavaults in the back here.
Yeah, that's certainly interesting. I gotta think about this because looking at the start of the game, right? It was pretty rough. Elvish Mystic and then into double Mutavault. I'm wondering if there was some sort of crazy payoff there that we didn't get to see, that the Akroan War that we kept the hand based off of. I really just want to see it happen, honestly. That's all I'm asking, right? That would be a really nice highlight reel.
It'd be a great moment. And it might become a best of NRG series live if it does. Now that we have those. And it looks like Lucas drew Bone Crusher from hand from the way he's separating his mana. So I might be thinking about, okay, do I want to stomp this elf? And then do I want to animate my Mutavault, or do I want to cast the Bone Crusher? If I cast the Bone Crusher, I can't give Menace to my Migloz, which means my Migloz would be blocked. So looks like it is a situation where we are going to give Migloz Menace. And this is what we talked about, by the way, Honorog, is the Damping Sphere hurts both players sometimes. Right now, I think in this situation, it's helping Lucas way more than it's hurting him. But he is not able to double spell here, and instead just has to, it looks like some players are hitting the table.
No. It's just an earthquake in the multiverse.
Sure, yeah. Maybe we can let production know to go fix that.
All right, so there comes in the squad.
Yeah, like and this
beast is blocked.
Yeah, the beast got blocked. It was the biggest thing we could because Migloz has Menace. And you're seeing it right now. Migloz can also get +2/+2 on Rog. So we're representing Brandon at 2 life here if he doesn't present another blocker. That Storm the Festival was just too little.
That's crazy, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Had it hit even another Old Growth Troll, this game would be vastly different.
This game actually started off so nicely for Brandon. I mean, we saw curving out in from the Old Growth Troll, getting a turn to use the Nykthos, then playing the Cavalier of Thorns, and now suddenly we're in a situation where it's just we had just a little bit of bad luck with that Storm of the Festivals, and now, okay, all right. I mean, there's actually a window here for Lucas, so
we have 9 mana with a land from turn and the activation of Kiora.
9 mana, that's 2, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Just for the record, where no one's trying to be stickler here, you can't play your cards for your teammate, just so we're all clear. Looks like these players are just talking through everything, and everyone just wants to make sure. But
yeah, so we're going over the ruling here where Damping Sphere will stop one but not the other.
Yeah. And that's huge here because, like I said, we have 9 mana with Kiora. It would be 10. We could flashback Storm if not. So this seems to be
Karn, okay.
Yeah, Karn with a mana floating. And we're just going to play the Haywire Might from under the Damping Sphere. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, so we had exactly there. Now we get to activate Nykthos. And we're seeing here Lucas didn't play the second Damping Sphere. Instead attack with the Mutavault to try and set up lethal. And it matters a ton right now.
All right. Yeah, I mean, these are the small micro decisions, but honestly, like I see this, I feel the tension, right? Because you got to attack. Like, you can't just like sit back there forever. Or is that okay? Cityscape leveler, yeah.
Cityscape is huge, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. And the 2 damage mattered, but it was like, dang. Preventing Brandon from double spell was the way for him to win.
All right, a Crow and War off the top. Is that lethal?
Not lethal because you can't attack with a creature the turn you play it, but it's a very good start. You'll get the Cityscape leveler. You could have Crow and War and then cast Damping Sphere and sort of put Brandon back in the same spot with you having the Cityscape, which could blow up some of these things.
Okay. Ooh, this is close. I love that there's still draws that we could draw to, but I'm stressed.
Yeah,
I'm just stressed. Yeah, that feeling when you feel like you're so close, and then like your opponent just plays the one card that stops you in your path, and you're like, well, I don't have the resources to pivot.
So if you've been looking at these players' legs, Lucas Parson, his leg has been bouncing like crazy when he was ahead. Now look at Brandon. His leg is bouncing. He's like, all right, get back to me. Yeah. You don't have anything. Back to me, and let me just untap.
Saying this is the NRG advantage bar right now. The players get to dictate. Okay.
The bouncier your leg, the stronger your position is.
But playing the Damping Sphere here too also just doesn't seem so great because of the Cityscape leveler.
Yeah, but it does. It forces an attack, which at least means that you can attack back. It isn't great, but it is something. It looks like we're just going to put a bunch of creatures on board and cast another sphere.
Okay.
Like you mentioned, we can blow that sphere. You can't use that because there's a Karn in play. We need to get that fixed real quick.
Oh, yeah.
Future match, if we can get a judge over there.
Good catch, by the way.
Yeah, I'm on top of things. You can't trick me. Promos, game rules. I'm pretty embarrassed, actually. Forgot about living and being black earlier. A great shame. Now, I think the way this is all... There's a Karn in play. Yeah. The judge card. Okay. Yeah. They're going to fix it.
So if that just change attacks, or it doesn't change anything, I don't think.
It shouldn't matter. It was a 1-1. The Cavalier, if you were to block, is actually bad for Lucas because then he gets to put Storm on top of the deck, so Lucas would never triple block. Besides, he could never then assign lethal. So technically it's wrong. Luckily, it didn't cause any problems. It looks like the players are sort of talking to the judge, getting their warning, and then making sure the game state's good and everything's good.
All right.
Lucas does have a second Power Stone, though, so that should be on the board still, but, it's fine. It is turned off.
Tapping some mana here for Nykthos, counting it all up, and untapping the Nykthos, doing it all over again. Spinning the wheel here, maybe?
Well, it looks like we might be just flashing back Storm with some mana in the yard. We're really close to combo. We're really, really close to combo. And if your Storm hits like another copy of Karn, you might be able to get there. Another Kiora. If you Cavalier into a Nykthos, that's really strong. Looks like we're maybe needing Stone Brain for the old Crone War.
Talk numbers to me real quick. So what are the minimum amounts of mana, devotion, things like that I would need to combo? Help an old legacy boomer out here.
I believe when you have a Karn in play and then a Karn in another zone, either hand or graveyard, and the same for Kiora, it's 11 devotion. With notably Nykthos activation up still. So you need to have 11 from that starting point, and you can win from there. Now, we found another Karn. We found this Pelucranos, but it doesn't look like we have another Nykthos, so I don't think we can win this turn on that, but we are going to be able to get a redraw here from the Pelucranos entering play. We have some floating mana. And now it looks like the players are talking. They kind of want to go grab Stonebrain and just name the Akroan War.
Oh, I love that so much.
Yeah, it just cuts an out for Lucas there. And, with the Giganta as no information, the other card that could be a problem, Embercleave, which admittedly is a lot more rare in these decks than Akroan War. But that might be the only thing you could outthink yourself. But it is known information. It's not there. Or it was a big oopsie poopsie cheatsy moment for Lucas there by having a Giganta still. So looks like a Mightstone and Meekstone also a consideration. Just play it, shoot down a creature. I do think the Stone Brain is basically you are going to win the game for sure.
Is it time for the Demonic Tutor Challenge?
Yeah, it might be time for Demonic Tutor Challenge.
Okay, so it looks like we're not getting the Stone Brain here, and instead we're getting what is it?
Woodcaller
Automaton?
Yeah. This will let us untap a land, which will be Nykthos, so we have more mana. This might actually be the start of a combo kill if there are pieces in hand that we didn't quite know about. Also just gives another blocker in play.
I think, yes, you can see here, 10 mana, but it's prototype for 2 green, and it comes in as a 3/3. When it ETBs, if you cast an untapped target land you control, aka untapped target Nykthos, it becomes a treefold creature with haste and base power and toughness equal to the Woodcaller Automaton's power and toughness, and it is still a land. So this is a way basically to continue the chain. Here's Old Growth Troll coming down now, drawing a card.
Yeah, and we're up a bunch of devotion from when we started. We might just see make a bunch of mana, sack the Old Growth Troll land, get the troll in play, draw another card, and then try to just find the Kiora to just start comboing or anything like that. Or then we still have the Stone Brain in hand from the first card. So it looks like we're just going to flash. We're checking everything real quick here before we
pass with floating
flash
mana.
Back the score. Yeah. And we found another Nykthos, it looks like. Nykthos, a really good find, makes your Storm really good. And this is the mono green deck. This is the best deck in the format. It always does really well. It always has half the numbers of Rakdos players and always has a very similar win percentage and representation. This is the deck to consider, and it's just so incredibly strong.
Yeah, and you can definitely see why here too, right? It's just the way it just gets on the board, the resources and tools that it has to sort of play defensively and then pivot into offensive gameplay is just a lot. So I remember, back in Atlanta of last year at the regional championship, this was the deck that everyone was trying to beat. And despite, it didn't make top 8, but despite that, everyone trying to beat it, it had the most copies in the top 32. So it was one of the better performing decks of that weekend. And
did the same thing in Dallas, by the way. I don't know if you saw it. While it was only 10% of the field, it was it had slightly less conversion than other decks, and we're going to see Lucas concede here. It was still one of the best decks, and wow, it's kind of a showing that Lucas just knows, I could cast multiple Akroan Wars and lose.
Yeah. All right, welcome back to the booth here. As we have wrapped up round number 5 here, the win going to the team that we on the right-hand side. Pretty powerful mono green, Grixis Delver, and then I think we also saw, Yawgmoth actually was not able to overcome creativity here. But on that note, I think that's gonna call it for us. So thank you so much for hanging out today. We have more Magic content coming your way here at the NRG Series 10K in St. Louis, and this is Rakdos, Mason Clark signing out.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NRG Series 10K team event. My name is Will Hall, better known on the internet as the Will Hall EXP, and I'm joined by the one and only Devin Donnelly, aka Doomwake himself, and we're going to be bringing you the last couple of rounds before we cut to that glorious top 8 and see which team is going to be walking away with those 3 slots at the end of the year to get to the championships. But first off, we're going to see what they're playing for. Let's see if we can get it up on the slide, see what people are playing. We're talking through this, Devin.
All right, so the NRG Series prizes here for our $10,000 team showdown. First place, $3,000 and 30 points. Second place, 1,525 points. And you see down the list, third, fourth, 1,110 with 20 points. And then even if you just make the top 8, still walking away with 570 and 15 points. And those points, Will, are extremely important if we go ahead and take a look at our season leaderboard here. See what players are going to be playing for. You see the players that are named yellow are already qualified for end of year championship, and we have a lot of these players in the event today on our players to watch leaderboard as we go ahead and see exactly who will kind of get to that spot towards the end of the year.
Yeah, as you're saying there. So obviously they're battling out, right? There's 16 slots up for grabs. That's the 16 place. You want to be there. There's a 25 grand cash tournament end of the year. Then not only do you get an invite back to the next year's qualification, but we've just been told the winner of this will get a PT invite directly to the Pro Tour, which, in itself, what a prize.
Wild.
Add the money on top of it. That is huge. Love to see it. But let's get down to this. Let's see what teams we've got. We've got players teams to watch leaderboard to see if we can get that one up on the screen. And again, I'm the new guy here. I'm on a different continent. I need you to talk me through this. Which teams are we looking out for? A lot of 4-1s here.
Yeah, pretty good records here. So we saw Hobbs, Anderson, and Spickelmeyer earlier today. They did pick up a loss of 4-1. We got Theodore, Jung, Connor Mullaly, and Harney as well at 4-0-1. Still technically doesn't have a loss. We got Field, Smith, Wolfius, Kruger, Hoey, Bernal, who we may or may not be watching this round at 4-1. And then we got Shearing, Delosier, Murphy, who we saw earlier as well at 3-2. Gallagher, Stryker, and Miller Granger, unfortunately, with an unfortunate record here of 1-4. And then Dykeman, Suleiman, and Powell, the kind of the super team that we were talking about earlier, 3-1-1. And then Kowal, Black, Amiridis, who we saw in round 1, currently at 3-2.
Love to see it. So remember, if you're just tuning in, welcome. Remember, we started today with 92 teams. 92 teams all battling out. 92 times 3. Devon, go. How many plays is that? Look at the quick math. You guys can't see it, but I can.
276.
276 players all battling out to try and get into that top. Well, I've seen you play hard and scales. Don't lie to me. But we are going to bring you that format that not many people get to see too often these days, unless you're going to tune in tomorrow, of course. And we are starting with the Legacy Seat. Talk me through these two decks and what players are playing them.
So we are starting with a really spicy one here. We have Joseph Bernal on Jeskai Planeswalkers on the left-hand side of your screen against Clay Spickelmeyer on the... Is that Clay Spickelmeyer? I think maybe that is. On Jeskai Delver over here it is. So this is an interesting matchup, kind of the traditional Delver versus Control type of thing. Both players actually feature some brand new cards with the 4th Airlingus, which is the X-Red-White spell. Make some 2/2s, go ahead and get the Monarch if we can get that card on screen. But should be a very interesting matchup, and we see kind of the tempo deck versus the control deck, and this is the traditional who's favored in these types of matchups.
Well, that obviously is going to be my next question, is who do you think would be favored in this, especially game 1? Obviously we see on the leftist side Joseph being on the play. How huge is that going to be, being able to obviously do that wasteland on turn 2 basically?
Right. Yeah. So it's kind of strange because you wouldn't normally associate control decks with Wasteland, but given this is Legacy and Wasteland is that powerful, we even see the control decks playing that card, which is kind of surprising. Usually you'll see that from the Delver side of things. But what appears to be an unchecked Delver, gotta like Clay's side at the current juncture. But I would tend to say that the non-Delver deck is probably a little bit favored in this matchup, given the fact that that Joseph can kind of go over the top of Clay's deck.
Yeah, so I'm just looking at the deck list now. Delver is we've got something quite similar. So it's kind of like a more powerful Murktide, right? Obviously, we've still got Murktides in this list, but instead of counterspell, we have I'm going to call it Force of Me all day, just so that so you're all aware, ladies and gentlemen. But we've still got things like Baubles, Dragonlance Channelers, and we better get to back it up with things like Wasteland, as we see now, a Force of Me battle, ditching I believe that's a Teferi 3 getting exiled for the Force of Me. What's your art of choice? There's been many printings of this.
For the Force of Will, I mean, you got to go with the old school, right? Nothing beats the classic.
Oh, you like the OG of cards?
Oh yeah, and okay, so this is a really interesting line here.
I was about to say this is probably something we should talk about, and this would be a surgical extraction in the main.
Yeah, Joseph Bernal not only has surgical extraction in the main. We wastelanded Volcanic Island, and now we're surgicaling Volcanic Island from Clay's deck list. Now, typically Delver decks, they don't really play a ton of dual lands. Take a look at Clay's deck list. Let me pull it up here. We have 3 Tundra, 3 Volcanic Island, and that's it. So surgical extraction on Volcanic Island, that's going to cut Clay off of red for the entire game.
Well, luckily, like looking at it, there's only 6 red spells, right? We got 2 lightning bolts, 4 dragon challenge, so we're not cutting them off blue yet. But that is going to be able to hold them back potentially. I can't see if their hands. It's a bit of glare if there's any red cards in there. But Delver, remember, is on the battlefield. This is the game 1 plan, right? Get it on the battlefield and protect it. I think we've got a Murktide in there, Daze, couple of land, and a Bauble. So we're not maybe 2 turns away from seeing that Murktide come down. How come we're seeing this powerful card move its way from modern to legacy as well?
Just basically, there was a period in time of in Legacy where people were playing. I don't know if you remember this, but Tombstalker was kind of when that card first got printed into Legacy, and the Delver decks were playing that. The thing about Delver of Secrets is the core is so good. Daze, Wasteland, Force of Will, Cantrips, Delver of Secrets. All that core is so good that the core can really support any additional threat. So we've seen in the past it's been Deathrat Shaman, it's been Renin 6, Dreadhorde Arcanist, and all those cards are on the ban list, and it really just doesn't matter. You can kind of just pick and choose whatever threat you want to add. But yeah, like you said, we have a Murktide of Daze in hand. One thing that I will mention about cutting Clay off of red mana, no 4th Aerlingus, and that is a really powerful card in particularly this matchup. Allowing Clay to kind of take the Monarch and be able to get up a bunch of cards, put a bunch of 2/2s into play. So with that card offline, would have to imagine that Joe's in a commanding position this game.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with you. Just being able to cut someone off a whole color of mana from their deck, and that's one thing I want to touch on is why are we're seeing Delver decks move towards more 3 colors now instead of the traditional. We used to just have the 2 color blue red. Now we're kind of splashing. We've seen some in the past round splashing black. This one is obviously splashing white, going Jeskai. What's the reasons behind these?
So not too recently, the Delver decks were kind of predominantly blue-red. There was this was before the expressive iteration ban, where you kind of had everything that you needed in the blue-red shell. You had threats in the form of Murktide, card advantage in the form of expressive iteration, removal in the form of lightning bolt. But now that we've seen with the banning of expressive iteration, you kind of have to go into a different color to get that card advantage spell. So the card advantage spell that Clay is going with this weekend is the aforementioned 4th Aerlingus, which requires a white splash. And sometimes you'll see like Orcish Bowmaster, sometimes Grixis Delver plays that card, so they splash for that. And that's kind of what they're looking for in that 3rd color, is that card advantage spell that to fill the gap from the expressive iteration ban.
I'm kind of seeing this advantage, start taking effect here, right? As obviously we've still got 10 points of life. That's still quite a lot, for, potentially a 4-turn clock. We know we don't have to worry about the lightning bolts on the other side, but we do need to start finding an answer for this Delver before it does end up finishing the clock. Lots of answers, though. If I'm looking at this main deck here, we've got lots of cheap ways to deal with it. Most of them in white.
Right, exactly. So we have, if we go ahead and take a look at Joseph's deck, we got some Swords to Plowshares and Prismatic Ending. Yeah, Swords to Plowshares, Prismatic Ending. No lightning bolts for Joe. Actually, the only red card in Joe's deck is 4th Aerlingus, from what I can tell. Yeah, maybe some sideboard cards, but yeah, that's so it's almost like a blue-white deck, just splashing that card specifically because it is so powerful.
I was about to say, it shows how powerful it is. And this is one thing I love when new sets come out. Remember, it's only just come out. These, people are still kind of trying to tune decks, see what's good, what's not good. Obviously, we know about the One Ring. I'm sure we'll end up talking about that more in the next couple of rounds or so. But just seeing these other cards come into Modern and Legacy, and this isn't one that was on people's radars, really, I would say. It's kind of one just popped up. People have seen it being good. Obviously, a new one of the casters that was just on is big in this card. He's obviously a big legacy player, been streaming this, and he's been raving about how good that one is as well. So as we see a fetch here, both Tundras getting fetched up. We've got no other choice.
Yeah, as we talked about, no red mana here for Clay. That is a Murktide region, and that is a huge threat. And the Delver has flipped and attacked a couple of times, so it looks like Joseph just fresh out of answers, just doesn't have any Force of Wills, doesn't have any Swords to Plowshares to remove these creatures. So, we're in spots like this from the blue-white side of things, you typically look for sweepers. And looking at Joe's deck list, there are no sweepers to be found, no verdicts, no turbiduses. So really going to need a lot of help here, maybe looking for something like maybe a Brainstorm into multiple removal spells to help answer these creatures. But Joseph, at 4 life, definitely on the back foot here.
Yeah, this is a lot of trouble. I'm literally trying to learn, what's the answer? It is going to have to be some combination of swords to start off with, I guess, take the Murktide off the battlefield, and then, hope our life points. I suppose we've got 2-turn clock if we can answer one. So we've got 2 draw steps, potentially, see what we got going on. I didn't get a good look at the draw. This is one of my favorite things about casting Magic, is seeing if I can see what the card is when the player draws it, especially when it comes to alternate arts. And it looks like we've got nothing there, no cantrips, no way to dig through our deck, and we're just going to be scooping up. And we see on the other tables, it's like Living End has gone a game up and Mono Green Devotion's gone. So while these plays are sideboarding up, which one would you like to go to? Do you want to go to Modern or do you want to go to Pioneer?
Let's go to modern.
Okay,
See
let's
if we
do it.
can take a look at modern. Maybe I don't know if
Let's
they're
get
still shuffling up.
a Cascade Mirror. Okay, apparently they're shuffling up. So I guess let's go to the Pioneer one.
All
Okay.
right.
Mono Green Devotion, a deck that's close to mine and your heart. I know we both play this in paper against Control, and it doesn't look like it's going great right now.
Yeah, this is traditionally it's really tough. I mean, I would say that I think a lot of the mono green players think that they're maybe unfavored against Control, but we see people like the likes of Bobby Fortinelli who have like very specific plans in this matchup. But I think for the most part, I like the Control side of things. They're very, especially given the presence of the card Farewell. That card can just undo so much work from the Devotion side of things, and even gets the graveyard for stuff like Flashback Storm the Festivals.
We're going to see, obviously, Cavalier managed to connect there. You got to be happy seeing when you're mono green, kind of almost top decking, you see that. And also you get 2 Storms into the graveyard. So if we can get our Devotion higher, potentially we can start going off with them. We know that mono green can just win out of nowhere. I think that's another Cavalier in hand, potentially a Cure as well.
Yeah, we do see Will up a game here as well. So was able to take game 1. And yeah, like you mentioned, they've got a Cavalier on the battlefield that can go ahead and attack. Has to be a little bit weary of something like the Wandering Emperor. Typically, with the play patterns around the Wandering Emperor, you want to attack with multiple things so that if the Emperor hits the battlefield and exiles one of them, then that wouldn't be able to exile your only threat. But in a spot like this where Will only has one threat attacking, he might not even want to attack here.
So, like, obviously, we've got access to deck lists. We can see what both players are kind of playing. This is the Lotus Field version. Why are we seeing this one kind of start or seeing play now? Why are we not just traditionally playing islands and plains? Why are we playing things like Lotus Field in these decks?
So the list that Jonathan Hobbs playing actually, I believe, does not have Lotus Fields, from what I can tell.
Looking at the wrong deck list then? Probably
the one that I'm looking at, yeah. So looks like just more of your traditional blue-eye controls, got Teferi's Emperors, temporary lockdowns, counter spells in the form of Make Disappear, Absorb, and then the card advantage spell, Memory Deluge, removal spells, March for the Worldly Light. But yeah, as far as now, like you mentioned, that is a good point to bring up. The Lotus Field decks are kind of typically more tap out based. They don't usually have a lot of counter spells. They're more playing to the battlefield, bunch of planeswalkers, sorcery speed, all that kind of stuff. They don't usually want to hold up their mana. As we see, Wilt does go ahead and attack here. Cavalier of Thorns.
The wrong list here, but anyway, we can carry on going. So yeah, so there is a couple of different builds of this as we see Horde of the Storm Giants come down there. Obviously, definitely not a second land drop for the game, so it's going to come into play tapped. Again, I warned you on this. I could talk about D&D all day long, and that is a D&D card. People know if you've watched me before, you know how much I love my D&D as a Cavaliers to get turned sideways. 10 damage coming across. Low devotion being made here, so this is going to be a devotion count of 7, I believe. 7 plus that's 10. So we get to Storm here. Pick
That's
2
exactly
permanent into
enough.
the battlefield. We're going to go for another Oath Nissa plus a Troll. So the first one of them is going to go to the graveyard. We get to have a look at our top 3 cards. Put a land, planeswalker, or creature into our hand. We're going to go with
Seiju. That's pretty good for Will, because Will can go ahead and maybe take care of the Hall of the Storm Giants or something along those lines. And Jonathan does not have anything. We're going to go ahead and pick up our cards, and that is going to be a very quick sweep for Will Kruger over 2-0 Jonathan Hobbs, and we're going to get right back into the legacy action.
Yeah, this is where we all know it's where you want to be, as we're going to kick off game number 2. Remember, Jeskai Delver up a game, Clay. So Joseph will be on the play yet again, just starting off with the fetch land. Where in Legacy, it kind of plays that slightly different, right? We don't crack our fetches straight away. We try and crack them at the last possible moment to benefit us because of cards like Wasteland. Something that people just tune in. Maybe you don't play Legacy. Maybe you're like, a modern player, Pioneer. It's a very different way of thinking of how you have to sequence your lands to use things like days to your advantage, etc.
Brainstorm as well. That's another
Brainstorm.
one that you typically want to hold fetch lands for. I'm curious to see if we have the same. Do you think that Joseph kept the surgical extractions in after how game 1 went? We surgicaled all of red mana.
I hope so.
Still just
I
lost.
love got you cards. I love it when it's just like, what? Okay, yep, sure. And when you just don't expect it just blows you out. I've been boiled a few times. Let's just put it that way. You know what I mean? I've been boiled. That is remind me of that Planeswalker free drop. Stackability key. Thank you.
Narset Parter of Veils. That is, I believe, 3 copies in Joseph's deck. Yeah, 4 copies, excuse me. All 4 copies of Narset here. Very, very good against the cantrips, so like the brainstorms and the ponders of the world, preventing your opponent from drawing additional cards. And we're going to see a Swords to Plowshares take care of the Delver, something that Joseph could not find any copies of in game one.
Exactly how he wants to fire stuff. And obviously fetching basics, we spoke about that, and obviously we've seen Wastelands taking great effect. Wastelands with Surgical, as game one went, it's you love to see it, let's be honest. Everyone loves to see it, but now we've actually got our first red card cast. It is going to be the powerful one-drop Dragonlance Chandler. Obviously, people go on about Ragavan quite a lot being a powerful one-drop. Not in this format, that's gone, but almost you could argue that Dragonlance Chandler is more powerful in how we, with the kind of shells that we build around it.
Exactly. I mean, there have been conversations about modern, like the modern Murktide decks, where people have been discussing, what is the better one drop, Dragon's Rage Channel or Ragavan, and it is a legitimate conversation to be have. And like as you mentioned, we don't have an option in Legacy. The monkey has been extracted from the format, and
I like what you did there. I like it.
Yeah, you like that?
I love a bit of flavor text and commentary. It's all go okay. So we get to pick 2 cards to the top in any order we like. Yep. Okay, we're happy with how that's going to be. Just fetching up basics. Do love to see it. What's your basics of choice when you play in paper?
I personally like to use beta basics. I don't have a ton of them.
Ooh.
I usually get like one of each, when I'm fetching or playing one of each in the index. So if I'm playing a monocolored deck, I'm not that rich, but
Mine vary depending on how many of the basic I need on what deck that I'm playing at. But that's good enough for you, chat. Let us know what basics do you play in your let's go with Legacy deck. I feel like you're spending a lot of money on Legacy. I want to see some fancy like Guru lands. Someone out there playing Gurus or Alphas. Let us know, chat.
Somebody's got to have a really big collection of Guru lands. Like the really Legacy players that have been playing Legacy forever. They got a ton of Guru lands.
That's the scariest thing is when I sit down opposite someone playing Legacy and their deck's fully foiled. I'm like, oh, I'm in for a bad day here.
Yeah,
they know
dead.
how to
That's
play
it.
this a lot
We're
better
done.
than me. As we're going to see, Swords is going to take out that Dragon Age Chandler. A little bit of life there gained. Now, both of these teams are 4-1. So still battling out to try and get themselves into the top 8. Want to be in those last 8 teams, starting in 92, ending in the top 8, and giving yourself a chance to get to the finals, which we now just told everybody that has a Pro Tour invite. Can't announce it anymore. Plus, it's a team event. I love team events. This is my favorite style of Magic's play. Sitting there with my friends. Obviously, I pick my team I get 2 players that are better than me, and that will carry me through the whole tournament. How do you kind of plan when you pick a team event?
I agree with you. I love team events. We haven't been able to play one in quite a while with all the COVID situation and stuff. Last team event I think I played, I just honestly played with like 2 local friends. We actually was Grand Prix DC was I think it was like Battle for Zendikar Limited. We actually started day 1 9-0, which was it was so much fun. And then we went 0-5 day 2, but we can leave that part out.
We've all got our bad beat stories. I always team with my 2 old friends like we always team together. That's actually how the Will Hall experience sort of name came about. But anyway, long story. And we came 9th at the 25th anniversary RC. So obviously didn't get to play in that top 8 to get to the Pro Tour. It still bites. Basically, if you're wondering why we're still talking for this chat, but players are just doing the things you kind of see a lot in Legacy, right? A lot of cantrips going through, kind of sculpting their hand, finding the cards they need. Devon's now going to tell you the sort of cards they are looking for, what they're trying to sculpt their hand towards, and how they can kind of break this stalemate and who it's going to favor.
Clay is really looking for threats, really wants to find, copies of Dragon's Rage Channel or Delver of Secrets, and the one probably looking for the most is Murktide Region. It looks like Clay's first 2 threats have been answered, 2 copies of Swords to Plowshares in Joseph's graveyard. And as far as Joseph is concerned, there's not a ton of what you would traditionally associate with as threats per se, but Joseph has Planeswalkers in the form of Narset and Teferi to get card advantage. And the way that Joseph is winning the game is mainly through the card for Lingus, which is the X red white, make X 2/2s, and then they gain haste and I believe trample. And then when a creature you control deals combat damage to a player this turn, you become the Monarch. And that is Joseph's only way to actually deal damage, but there's Mystic Sanctuary as well, which can rebuy the 4th Lingus.
So we have access to deck lists and we can see what's in the sideboards. Looking over at Joseph's side, I think he's got 3 more Surgicals in the sideboard. Do you think he's playing with it? Well, there's a lot of talk about this card and how it's probably one of the most over sideboard cards in Magic, as we see Narset come down. What's your sketch on it? Do you think it gets you over sideboarded?
Well, it's funny because I think that the card is exceptional against the graveyard decks like Reanimator. There's other decks that utilize the graveyard through combo, like the Cephalid Breakfast deck has the Narcomoeba Tread Return set up. So I think that there are certain matchups where it's very good. But Joseph, I'm assuming wanted to have 4 copies into 75 and was like, you know what? I got 59 cards. I got room for an extra card in the main deck. We'll just put the 4th one in the main deck. And unironically, it was really good game one. We got to cut. Well, I
Yeah.
mean, he still lost the game. We got to cut Clay off red mana. But yeah, that's. I do think the card is exceptional, especially with the presence of Reanimator. Like typically in paper legacy events, Reanimator is more represented than it would normally be, given the price of it. It's one of the cheaper legacy decks, and it's also one of the most powerful cheap legacy decks. So definitely wants the surgicals for those matchups.
Speaking about cheap, Pyroblast. Obviously, both players have access. This is one of the more powerful counter sort of magic spells in multiple decks in Legacy. That's kind of why you see Volcanic Islands kind of as a splash target, because they want to get that red source. So they have just cheap answers to things like Force of Me, Force of Negation, etc. And we saw that to great effect there. Look, I'm going to do it all day long. Get used to it, my friend.
That's fine.
Get used to it. I actually drafted it once. I don't know which switch set it was, but whatever it was, I actually opened one of my draft pool. Terrible in draft, but I was like, nope, I'm playing it. And every time I cast it, it was Force of Me. As we see this Murktide come down as a nice 6/6. Things in modern where we have to kind of work out. We trying to want it to be a 7/7, so it dodges things like an Unholy Heat. Don't really have that in Legacy because we've got things like Swords Plowshare in this format, right?
Yeah, and we also, just go to the game specifically, we did talk about the removal spells that Joseph is going to need, and right as I say that, picked up a copy of Pyroblast. But yeah, there's 2 copies of Swords to Plowshares in Joseph Graveyard, which those are the Prismatic Endings, which are the other removal spell of choice in Joseph's deck. Those cannot hit Murktide region. So, very fortunate for Joseph to pick up a copy of Pyroblast here so we can kind of contest this Murktide. And I mean, life totals are still relatively stable. Like there hasn't really been a ton of action in terms of the red zone. We've seen all 3 of Clay's threats that Clay has presented have all been defeated. We're gonna have a fight over this. See if we can maybe win the fight.
Force Me in response, we're going to fetch. And this is where we're seeing the value of this, right? Like 1 red and pip, destroy target blue permanent or counter target blue permanent. So now it enables us to do this sort of back and forth battle where we're on the other side. They're using 2 cards to stop my 1 mana card, and we're gonna spell pierce it. No mana open to pay for that spell pierce. So yeah, both of them are gonna go. We're gonna gain a little bit of life. We do need to make sure that Murktide is. Is it just destroyed? Isn't it? I'm thinking of Force of Negation.
Yeah, and with Joseph on 1 card, this would be kind of the perfect opportunity for Clay to find a copy of Fourth Lingus. Currently only has 2 lands, but even if you Fourth Lingus to make 1 token, if Joseph's last card is not exactly Swords to Plowshares, you get a hit him with that 2/2. You become the Monarch. It's really hard for Joseph to take the Monarch back without his own copy of Fourth Lingus. Again, Joseph's deck doesn't really have a lot of creatures in it. As we see a Channeler hit the battlefield here, another threat here for Clay.
Yeah, the Monarchs, we only see this really in Legacy, right? Legacy and other formats like EDH, but Monarch is such a powerful card. Being able to draw extra cards in your turn, which we know in Magic is one of the best things you can do, unless there's a Shield Raid or something on the other side, let's be honest. Or was it Bowmasters are now the new hot tech with people drawing lots of cards?
Well, Will, I would like to kind of counter your point. Would you consider the One Ring to be a Monarch card because you are drawing extra cards every turn? It's kind of the same thing, right?
I feel like we need to hold that conversation because we're going to be talking about that a lot. But I think it's up there. It's up there, especially what's it. Any card that brings you back to playing Modern on your stream, I know it's the real deal. Basically, as we're going to see, a Narset's going to come down while they're tapped out. 1 card in hands. We know we don't have to play around the Force of Me. It's going to end up hitting the battlefield, and we're going to get to look at the top 5 cards of 4 cards of our library. Look at that, as we say, it's straight on the screen.
Kind of the perfect card here for Joseph. The only thing you have to be a little bit careful of is if you downtick the Narset, the Channeler can threaten it. Given I'm just going to assume that there's Delirium. There's a lot of cards in Clay's graveyard. There may or may not be, but if you find a copy of Swords to Plowshares off of the Narset and you're able to kill the Channeler, then you can get a 2nd card off Narset. So Joseph kind of weighing his options here. It's like, is it worth trying to gamble and hit the plow? Because if you miss, the Narset dies, or you could leave the Narset in play. Even if Clay attacks the Narset down to 2, you're still shutting off Brainstorms and other cantrips for that 1 turn window.
Which one do you like here? Obviously, because we're both in a top deck war right now, basically. 1 card in hand. Yeah, the Planeswalkers on the battlefield. this could be my lack of experience. I like ticking it down because there's a chance I can get 2 activations from it. But doing it this way, I'm only going to get 1 activation, and then it's gone anyway. So,
All right, well,
how do you like setting this up?
Chat's telling me there's a Swords to Plowshares at hand. So in that case, then I definitely like. Well, I'm actually kind of surprised we didn't downtick there.
Chat, comment in the chat. That's not a swords in hand. Come on, you all got chibated there. There's no way that's a swords in hand. Let's have a look. Come on. Oh, okay. I'm being told there's definitely a swords in hand. So why would we not be firing it off there?
Days. Okay, that's I got a little got a little off track there. Days. So Joseph tapped out for the Narset, and with 1 mana untapped, did not want to fire the Swords to Plowshares into a potential Days from Clay. So that makes a lot of sense.
This is what I mean. See, legacy players are just literally next level big brain play. They're so thought through on their plays and everything comes through. And there's the swords. Chat with their big brain again. Well done, chat. Take your hat off. Take 5 points. As we're going to see, that's going to get exiled. A little bit of life gain. And now the Narset sits on the battlefield. And that's that's patience, right? On Joseph's side.
Exactly.
Really good patience there. I love that. That's, and being rewarded for it. Just to keep everyone updated, obviously, Chris Anderson's managed to win the Cascade Mirror, Living End, taking that down 2-0. So it is on this game. The winner of this match will win it for their team. Jeskai Delver 1-up. Clay looking at 1 land, 3 cards in hand on against a active Narset and a couple lands on the other side. I don't think we do like we do like that. Okay, we're gonna take this top card. Didn't get a good look at it.
As you mentioned, Joseph with the patience there, played the Narset, was understand that the Days was a potential card for Clay to have, didn't want to play the Plow into Narset, also didn't activate the Narset that turn. So just wanted to say, just like you mentioned, very well played by Joseph there.
Okay, 5 points to tell me what that card that just got counted was.
Savine's Reclamation.
Well done, you. Good.
I've seen that one before.
Has flashback though, so it's because it wasn't a forced negation, just a force to me that got rid of it. There's a chance that can come back. We'll talk about that if it does. Oh, it's already on the screen. Well done, production team. Love to see it. Now, are you cashing in this Narset, or is it too valuable with its static effect on the battlefield?
I mean, it's probably done its job. It's tough. I mean, Clay obviously could be sitting on a Brainstorm or a Ponder, but it kind of depends on what we that's the card that we've been talking about. Are we going to reveal it? We're going to go for a prismatic ending. Joseph does not feel like he's in a position where he needs to put the pressure on, or maybe just has another copy in his hand.
Again.
I think
it's patience. I love it. I literally love the patience of this.
I think Joseph did pick up a copy of Fourth Lingus, and that's why we didn't go for the second one. So and there is a land from Clay. Let's see if we're going to go ahead and fire up a Wasteland.
I say another alternate. I think that's one of the Secret Lair Wastelands.
One of those. There's too many promos, Will.
I'm known for this. This is my thing, right? It's very rare a Secret Lair will catch me off guard. I know what most of them are. And as we say, this Fourth Lingus is going to come down. That's going to be enough, and it's going to go to a game number 3. So we're going to see if we can get the deck list on the screen for you, so we can kind of see what sideboards the people are going to be bringing in. If you are just tuning in, though, where have you been? Welcome. You would in round number 6. We've got a couple more left before we get to that coveted top 8. And this is the deck list for Clay. We saw the Pyroblast come in. Anything else you think would be coming in out of the sideboard?
As far as Clay is concerned, obviously, like you said, we saw the Pyroblast, maybe something like Force and Negation, given the presence of Fourth Lingus and Narset. That could be a potential card. Hydroblast could maybe, again, fight over Fourth Lingus, but there's not a lot of other red cards in Joseph's deck. Joseph does have his own Pyroblast, so maybe you Hydroblast to fight over that. Past that, not a ton. Maybe Surgical once you've seen the Savine's Reclamation. Doesn't know how many copies are in Joseph's deck, though.
Okay, let's see if we can go across and look at Joseph's deck right now. There we go. It's up on the screen for you. So I think we saw the Pyroblasts come in. Anything else take your fancy in the sideboard? Oh, Mentors, sign me up all day. I don't know if this is the game for it, but I love that card.
Yeah, Monastery Mentor is probably more here for the combo matchups when you're trying to race. Although, I mean, I guess you still probably could consider bringing it in here because, it's just another good threat that if you can, if you go Mentor and Spell in the same turn, that requires 2 answers from Clay sides of things. So potential that you may want to, although, it's a little awkward against Days. We did see the Pyroblast. Those are slam dunks. Past that, maybe the second Sabine's Reclamation to rebuy Narsets to Fairies, but not really sure if Joseph wants to go towards that.
Okay, if you were a betting man, would you say that Surgical is staying in the main, or have we boarded that one out for one of these Pyroblasts?
Well, we saw a lot of cards from Joseph that game, but we didn't see any Surgicals, so I'm willing to believe that Joseph may have cut them. It's kind of like a Splitter Twin situation where you have to draw Surgical and the Wasteland, because Surgical is not maybe the best if you not draw the Wasteland. Although, you could maybe surgical one of Clay's threats at that point, so it's tough.
I got you. So while they just finish up their sideboard, and welcome back to the virtual booth, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Will Hall, better known on the internet as Will Hall EXP, and I'm joined by the one and only Devon Donnelly, better known as Doomwake on the internet, and we're bringing you the NRG Series 10K team event. If you're not used to team events and what they consist of, you basically have 3 players, one person in a Pioneer seat, one person Modern, one person Legacy. 2 of the players have got to win the match. It's literally that simple. We've spoke about it. Like, what if you were playing this week? If me and you on the team this weekend, let's say we have Mason as well. Which seats are you putting us in, Devin? Which seat would you want to be? I feel like you're a Pioneer, man. I feel like I'd put you in the Pioneer.
I mean, over the past couple of weeks, I might want to switch to the Modern seat. Although I don't know if Mason's going to give up the Modern seat. So Mason would probably have to go Modern. I'd play Pioneer, and then I guess we would give you the Legacy seat.
You messed up already there. You know what I mean? As long as you 2 carry me, that's fine by me. It's fine by me. We do love to see it. So I think the players are just finishing up the shuffling. Look, I'm just going to look. Yeah, I can see her down in there. But what deck would you bring this weekend? That's the other one. You know what I mean? You've got options to all these cards in any format. You said you want to sit in the Modern seat. What deck would you be bringing in Modern, and why?
In the Modern seat, I would be bringing Temur Rhinos, but I would have copies of the One Ring in that deck. And
okay,
I've experimented a little bit with that. I think the Ring is just kind of a ridiculous card, and it's good in almost every single deck that people play it in. There's decks that you might not even consider playing it in that it's good in. But yeah, it's Rhinos with the Ring. I would be playing.
Love to see it. Okay, so we are off to the races here. Jeskai Delver on the plate, and we see the namesake card of the deck come down. Delver of Secrets, exactly how we wanted to start this up. Chat, let us know, what decks would you be playing? In which seat would you be playing? I'm very interested to know, especially all the the new format, Lord of the Rings, that's just come out. We've got a Pro Tour coming up, so we're going to really see how Modern's going to shape up with that, with all the pros kind of attacking it. I feel like we're in that sort of era of unchecked territory. We don't really get this very often in Magic these days. Normally things get formats get broken quite quickly or solved, so to speak, because of certain streamers. And we don't have this kind of surprise aspect. But at the minute, I think we're in a really good spot with the Lord of the Rings set being Modern, Eternal format only. As we see on the battlefield, let's catch you up. So it looks like we had a little bit of a fight over the Delver, a Wasteland's kind of caught up, and now we're having another fight over a Pyroblast. Everything just costing 1 mana here.
Yeah, fight over a cantrip here. So we got a Delver that got Pyroblasted. Joseph's Land got, oh my goodness, that's a second Wasteland. And I was wondering why maybe it was a little bit aggressive for Clay to kind of Wasteland, or excuse me, Pyroblast the Ponder. But if you have a second Wasteland to try and cut you off mana, it does make a lot of sense. And this is the classic Legacy game. 2 Wastelands, both
Okay, cool. I was about to say, you don't see this in, I think this is turn 4, both players starting off with is a Mystic Sanctuary, and now we get to this is one of the downsides to putting things in your opponent's graveyard really quickly. Is a Murktide comes down, nice 4/4 on turn number 4, I believe.
Yeah, is this turn 4? I don't even know. I guess there was 2 Wastelands.
Turn 3 or 4, something along those lines.
Is it turn 1? I don't even know anymore.
It's all crazy.
The fact that both players had their 1 Mystic Sanctuary without, just in their hand without fetching it was pretty hilarious. But yeah, we see Clay with the Murktide Regent, and that's kind of that is the premier threat here. And like you mentioned, just filling up the graveyard is really beneficial for Clay because we can deploy that Murktide Regent. And as we talked about earlier, Joseph's Prismatic Enemies don't touch those. As we see a 4th Lingus being cast here for Clay, this is backbreaking for Joe.
Yeah, obviously, we're trying to get this Monarch, right? Like, this isn't backbreaking with the amount of power we're putting on the battlefield. Realistically, we want this Monarch token emblem. It's an emblem, or is it a token? Talk to me.
Does it count as an emblem? I actually don't even know, but we got
Chat, let us know.
6 power coming in the red zone, and no removal spells here from Joseph, and that's going to mean we're going to need to draw multiple removal spells versus an opponent who has a personal Howling Mind. This is going to be a really tough game for Joseph to win.
Okay, this is going to be huge. The Monarch token is an emblem, chat's telling me. So thank you very much, chat. You know as well as I do, chat is never wrong. Even if they are wrong, they're still never wrong. They know everything. Monarch token obviously going to let us draw multiple cards a turn. And over on the other side, on Joseph's side, without having any creatures to be able to kind of steal that back of their own, it's going to be pretty hard for them to do that. The only thing they're going to have is this fourth of Engling, unless they bring in those Monstrous Mentors, like we said.
Yeah, there is a Narset in Joseph's hand, but if you play the Narset, Clay can just say attack the Narset and keep drawing cards. I mean, with Joseph at 13, you could maybe even ignore the Narset, even if there's a third land from Joseph. So really needs to find like a Pyroblast, a Swords to Plowshare, something to be able to answer this Murktide region. And yeah, like we said, just the cards that Clay is going to gather in the meantime, because Joseph doesn't have a removal spell right now, it appears that those cards are just going to be able to, just push Clay over the top. You see, it's a fairy here
Okay,
that
this
can
is a
help
good
bounce the
one.
Murktide.
Yeah.
That's not bad.
I don't hate
To
this,
start.
especially as it hits the battlefield. Dice being put on it, so it does resolve. So it means, there's no days or Force of Me or something on the other side that's kind of giving that bit of information away, as it looks like Teferi, I imagine, is going to get ticked down here. Again, gets another card deeper in hand, kind of doing its job almost. Murktide, there's not too many cards in the graveyard. I believe there's just the one, so it won't be coming down anytime soon.
Yeah, probably going to want to go ahead and bounce like you said, the Murktide region. I guess considering bouncing the token, given that, just gets removed from the battlefield, can't be replayed. But like, we mentioned, given that there's only one card in the graveyard for Clay, likely that Murktide region getting bounced is essentially as good as killing it anyways.
Yeah, right now it's going to be pretty rough. But again, it doesn't answer this Monarch token. It doesn't matter how many times we kind of answer these threats. When they're drawing 2 cards a turn and you're using you're playing 1 a turn, it's going to eventually run out. I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, we're definitely playing to the Jeskai Delver side, Clay side, like game plan here. A lot of early wastelands, a lot of counter magic, a lot of early threats. And over on the Joseph side, they're kind of almost playing catch up. And without the access to sweepers, could be a bit of a hard day for them, as that's a wasteland drawn off the Teferi.
Right. We kind of, when we in the intro, we kind of talked about which particular player that we thought would be favored of the matchup. And I initially thought that Joseph would be, given that Joseph can kind of go over the top, maybe has a little bit more removal spells than Clay has threats. But specifically this card, Fourth Lingus, because Joseph doesn't have that really any creatures in his deck, once Clay takes the Monarch, it is so hard for Joseph to get out of that because, again, just doesn't have any way to steal that Monarch back.
Yeah, I think realistically, we're not calling the game early. This is Legacy. This is Magic. You can't ever call a game too early, realistically. But the advantage if there was one, I'm going to push it to the right of the screen. Just in this sort of, when you're drawing 2 cards, I can't emphasize just drawing 2 cards a turn and how good that is. Obviously, I'm sure we'll talk about 2, 4, 6 when we start seeing rings getting cast in Modern potentially a bit later on. But right now, I think in this, the advantage bar is going to go so right. Are you going face and just leaving this to Fairy?
Kind of depends on if Clay has a Force of Will in his hand. You might want to, if you have a Force of Will, you probably want to go after Teferi, given that, with Joseph on 13, if you attack Joseph to 9, it still doesn't change I guess it gives you 1 extra turn, right? Because if you attack Teferi, it all depends on maybe if you throw in a Fourth Lingus in the mix. It also depends on whether or not you flip the Delver, because if you put Joseph to 9, you have 7 power in play, but if you attack Teferi, I guess it's still a 2-turn clock if you flip the Delver. And we're actually forcing a Delver here. Interesting.
Yeah, we're fighting over it. But again, this drops us a life point down, right? So now this Murktide will be a couple of hits now, because I believe the life total drops to 12. There it is. So now we are on a 3-turn clock. I do need you to start saying it's a Force of Me, though, please. All
right, fine.
Thank you very much. I appreciate
no, if I say Force of Me, but it's not
Force of You. Just say Force of You. I'll say
Force of You. Okay.
Chat will just have a go at us. It's all good. It's all good. So I like going face here. But that's just my style of play. I'm more aggressive. I don't think Teferi is doing too much. Yes, it's turned off my counter magic, but I don't. I think we've got a red Pyroblast in hand if we really wanted to deal with it.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, that 1 point that Joseph took, I think if Joseph was at 13 and not 12, maybe you consider attacking the Teferi. But given that Joseph kind of spotted you that extra turn off the clock, it kind of makes sense to go face here, because the Teferi, even if you leave the Teferi plus twice, it still will not be able to downtick before the Murktide kills you.
So again, little details there. Normally, people say attack and then play your spells. We played our spells pre-combat for that reason. Potentially, if it was, and now we know that the life totals marry up to an X amount of attacks. So again, really small margins, really well played by both players here. Love to see it. This is high-level Magic, and that's how you get to 4-1, potentially playing for 5-1 and keeping yourself live for this top 8. Remember, there's going to be 7 rounds today before that top 8. We are in round number 6.
And you know what's interesting here? The best way that Joseph could kind of claw back in this game is his own copy of Fourth Lingus to take back the Monarch. But if you look at Joseph's mana base, we have an island, a Mystic Sanctuary, and a Plateau. We can't even cast it.
I love Magic so much. It's so crazy at times and how things kind of pan out. but can we scrape together a win? Remember, lightning bolts are still alive. They are. Well, would you be keeping them in? I think, like, you know, Delva keeps the lightning bolts in this matchup, or do they get replaced for things like the Pyroblast?
It's tough. Once you've seen Narset and Fourth Lingus, it's kind of you might want to keep them in, because if Narset goes down, you can then use a bolt to take care of it, or kind of same with Fourth Lingus token. If maybe you're like Wastelanding Joseph off some mana and Joseph only cast Fourth Lingus for 1, then you could bolt the token and no Monarch gets taken. So maybe a couple copies, but probably not all 4.
I didn't see any in the little flick through there, but you know, it doesn't mean that they're not in there. Again, all these different alternate arts we now have. They're having a little look. Can you see a lightning bolt in that hand? Didn't quite see it.
He's going too fast. I can't see anything.
Oh, okay, it's cool. Sorry, I've got you. I'm good at this.
All right, you're the spotter.
This is what I do. You just tell me all the right plays. I'll tell you what cards are in hand, and you know, like we're in a real team. Okay, this is going to be a different one. This is, let me see if I can get it up in my screen for you.
Maddening Hex?
That is correct. Well, you just told me that you were blind and couldn't see that. That is a great. So what this one does, whenever an enchanted player casts a non-creature spell, roll a d6. Hex deals damage to that player equal to the result. Then attach Maddening Hex to another one of the opponent's chosen at random. This is amazing. I've never seen this card before in my life. It tells me it's probably been in an EDH set. I am so happy I've just seen this being cast. I love rolling dice. D&D. I told you. I love my D&D.
There you go. Yeah, D&D stuff. This is basically a D&D card. I'm in the process of getting a D&D cube at the minute. Just, you know, just to bore everybody at home. But if anybody wants to play, hit me up. And then we're going to follow up with a Delver of Secrets. A lot to come back here. With Joseph at 4, good luck casting spells into that Maddening Hex.
I want to see it on a dice roll. Let's go. Let's go. If it happens, chat, I want to see emotes flying up. I want to go off this. This is going to be one of those highlight moments that we're seeing throughout today in between the rounds. A dice roll being able to take someone down. But maybe not. Maybe we've got a way to get out of this. Yeah, we're having a little read. The amount of times I've lost to cards because I thought I knew what they did, and then I do get absolutely punished for it.
Yeah, we got a Tundra here from Joseph, so can finally deploy something like a Fourth Lingus. But I mean, even if you go Fourth Lingus, let's say you get to dodge the die roll, it's just there's so many threats going on here. There's the Murktide Regent, the Hex, the Delver. There's just so many things to contend with from Joseph's side. Yeah. And all right, we're gonna roll some dice.
Here comes Narset. Let's go. Let's go. 2. We're live. We're still good. All
right. Joseph goes to 2.
Just about.
We could theoretically cast one more spell. Yeah, we could one more spell, roll a 1.
I love it. I literally love it. Okay, that's a lot of swords of options. I think there's 2 swords in that hand. I think that is one of the ones we're going to be taking. But what are you going to do? Swords, cool. You're going to die to Delver. If we live through this dice. Oh, okay, let's go. Come on. High roll me, baby. Let's go. 1. Oh, okay. We realized there's literally no outs.
We realized we had no outs.
I suppose it would have been like, you know, they forget to attack, Teferi ticks up, Teferi bounce or whatever. But, you know, congratulations to that team being able to take it down and advance themselves to 5-1, giving themselves the best chance to maybe ID, if not play and definitely got a win in at least to get themselves into that top 8. But welcome back to the virtual news booth, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Will Hall. That is Devon Donnelly. We've taken you through round number 6. Round number 7 is going to come up real shortly. We're just going to see if we can get the players out. I'm going to ask the production team how many rounds or games left in the round. Okay, so we've got 5 minutes. We're going to bring someone in for an interview. So, you know, don't go anywhere. We've got lots of things to talk about. What's your highlight from that round, Devon?
The Surgical Wasteland play.
I knew it'd be.
It was great because like we thought that was going to be extremely relevant, and then Clay was like, "Here's this Delver, here's this Murktide. I don't care. I don't need red mana." So I thought that was pretty funny.
Yeah, I told you I love the little quirky ones that get you in, and with Surgical being in the main and being able to take them off, strip them of red straight away. Unfortunately, they still lost that game, but you know, this Magic the Gathering. This is what it is. You know what I mean? And we've only got a handful of red spells in there.
Didn't need them.
I do need you to talk me through this Rhino build, though. It's in the back of my mind. Rhinos with the One Ring. I understand we're trying to jam the One Ring into everything. I understand you're a streamer. I understand it's a very good clickbait title. Genuinely, is the One Ring that powerful that we're paying it into our Castier decks now? And talk me through. Is it? But we've got no way of reoccurring it, right? There's no, like, you don't play Teferis to bounce it. It's literally just once it's on the battlefield, it's going to keep ticking up to either you kill your opponent or you draw enough cards to do it. Is there any other ways to bounce it back? Otawara, I guess, is the...
Yeah, there's one Otawara, and then you can play 4 copies of the ring, so the ring can kind of reset itself, and that's why it's so powerful. That even if you've gotten into a point where you've put too many counters onto the ring, you just draw a second copy because you've drawn so many cards, and that can reset the first one. I've also experimented with like versions that splash. The 4-color versions that splash white for Teferi and Binding, because Binding is good against opposing rings. But yeah, it's really just we're kind of in the ring format, and that's basically where we are.
Oh, we'd love to see it. It looks like we're just getting our interview. It looks like they're sat down. I'm going to go across them. Clay, welcome. Congratulations on to
Thank
take
you.
that one down. Oh, first off, I need to ask, what was your feeling when you got cut off red mana? We've been talking about that surgical game 1. All your red sources just go off the bat. Talk to me about it. What was going through your mind?
Yeah, so I was pretty scared that I was just gonna like die and not be able to cast any spells. But I feel like I just had to be very aggressive that game, right? Like I was only gonna cast a couple spells. And like if he had a removal spell for the Delver, I was pretty dead anyway. But my out was that my stuff's gonna live and I have to kill him as fast as I can. So like I had to sort of. I got lucky. I didn't draw any of my red cards. I had like 1 dead card at the end. But it was really lucky. Like if I was playing traditional blue-red Delver, I would have been like totally screwed. I couldn't have even like fetch for lands. But since I'm splashing white, it actually like plays around Wasteland Surgical a little bit, which is kind of
that
funny.
brings us on to a good next question: is why are we splashing white? We've seen some decks this weekend splashing black. You're splashing white. What are the reasons behind this?
Yeah, so the first reason is I think 4 Theolingus is a really, really good card. And like especially looping it with Mystic Sanctuary, you have this like late game plan against the control decks that you didn't really have before. Like previously you would just like put a Ponder or whatever, but like since the iteration ban, there hasn't really been a good target to like go late against the control decks. Where like if you have 4 lands and a 4 Theolingus, like they can't really beat that a lot of the time. And then also I noticed an uptick of like the number of Shadow decks that were around, and I think Swords is really good against Shadow. The matchup's not great otherwise, so. I don't know. There are also some nice sideboard cards. Like I think Containment Priest is really good with the uptick in Reanimator lately. But mostly it's for 4 Theolingus. I think that just adds like a new dimension to the deck that it just didn't really have before. Yeah.
The last card before I pass you over to Devin, he's going to ask you questions. I want to know, are there any cards in your 75 that you're kind of experimenting with this weekend? You know what I mean? There's a whole new set just got released. What are you playing around with any cards, or are you kind of just keeping it stock, going for the win, going for the W, trying to take this tournament down?
Yeah, so I actually stole most of this deck list from Theo Jung, so shout out to him. But like I noticed one of the things that I saw he was playing was a Gut Shot in the sideboard. I think that's really smart. Like you play against these Bowmasters decks, and like a lot of the times the problem isn't even that like Bowmasters are clocking you that hard. It just makes your turns really awkward. Like being able to like tap out to Brainstorm and still have a Gut Shot for the Bowmaster is really nice to like be able to sort of get some breathing room against those decks. I'm also experimenting with a Caracas in the sideboard, but like I don't really like. I think I should have just played a Containment Priest instead. But like there's some white cards that I'm experimenting with for sure. Yeah.
Talk to me about the Maddening Hex. We kind of got to finally see that in action. I mean, it was towards the end of the game where Joseph was maybe kind of already sort of locked out at that point. But how's that card been for you?
Yeah, so that card, it's been really impressive for me this tournament, actually. I played against like 3 different Jeskai control style of decks, and it's just like lights out in those matchups, right? They don't play really any creatures that they can like Snapcaster Mage sometimes, but like to do anything, they have to take damage. You play it. If they're at less than 10, the game's usually just over. And like I've played it and just killed people from 20 before, you know, like the trouble with the matchup a lot of the times is like they just like swords and snap swords, but like if they can only cast 7 spells before they die, like eventually they just run out of life points, you know, even if you never connect with the creature, which is really cool. Yeah.
I love it. Perfect. By the way, I love, like, I'm a big D&D fan. Anything where we've got to roll dice to kill my opponent, I'm so here for it.
It's also just fun. Like, come on, I want to roll some dice.
Yeah, we're all here for, right? Magic the Gathering, we're here to have fun.
For sure.
Winning is fun, especially when you're rolling dice with these crazy cards from I'm pretty sure it's from a Commander set. I'm not gonna lie, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's some fake set. Yeah.
Any other questions, Devin?
I was gonna ask about the Gut Shot, but we already covered that, so I think that's all I got.
Okay, cool. So what I'm gonna finish up. What decks are you trying to dodge? What don't you want to be playing against?
I think Bowmaster matchups are pretty bad. Like the Dimir with Bowmaster is like not a great matchup. But I don't know. I think Delver's sort of like matchup agnostic deck. I just like try to have 1-drops and dazes, and we'll see what happens. Yeah.
Cool. Right. I think that was either time of the round being called or the next round being called. So we're not going to hold you back anymore. We're going to let you off. Congratulations on taking this one down. Good luck in the next round. Hopefully we get to see you in the top 8.
Thank you.
Cheers. Appreciate it. Welcome back to the booth, ladies and gentlemen. Will Hall, Devin O'Donnelly. We are taking you through round number 6. We're going to have a real short break, and then we're going to come back with round number 7. So make sure you don't go anywhere. Stick around. See you all soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Nerd Rage Gaming. This is the 10K team event. It doesn't look like it. Devin is on the screen with me, but I promise you he is here. My name is Will Hall. Devin O'Donnell is meant to be that sort of direction, but he's not there. We're going to try and work that out. We'll see if we can do that behind as we go across to the players, to what we're watching teams this weekend, ladies and gentlemen. Pioneer seat, modern seat, and legacy seat. Hey, Devin, welcome back. Hopefully your mic's working, because we're going to ask you to talk through these teams who, you know, we're getting to that sort of winning in territory this round. Which of these teams? It looks like only one of them, maybe potentially three of them, are in for winning. But talk us through this.
So we got Hobbs, Anderson, Spickelmeyer at 5-1. They are going to be potentially playing for top 8. Jung, Mullaly, Harney 4-1-1, potentially have a win in it as well. And then likely our X2s are worse. So Fieldsmith, Wolfius, Kruger, Hoey, Bernal likely did for top 8, depending on breakers. Shearing, Delozer, Murphy 3-3. Gallagher, Striker, Miller, Ranger 2-4, picked up a win last round. Dykeman, Slamid, Powell at 4-1-1, still live for top 8. And the Kowal, Black, Amiridis at 3-3.
Yeah, so we've still got a lot of players there, or teams playing for the top 8. We've still got a couple like the 4 and 2s. They're still playing to try and get some prize money, get themselves some extra points, get themselves higher up on that leaderboard. Obviously, you want to be in the top 16 for the end of the year. And then we're going to go straight down to our modern. Oh no, this is not the modern. This is the Pioneer match, as we're going to see Rakdos Sacrifice versus Azorius Spirits. You're our Pioneer master. Which one of these is favored at game 1, good sir?
So I've played a lot of Rakdos Sacrifice. So it's weird because I typically thought that Rakdos Sacrifice was a pretty big favorite in this matchup. But if the Blue-Eyed Spirits player knows, if they know how to sequence their spells and they know what's going on in the matchup, I actually think that Spirits it's a lot closer than people may think it is. I still think Sacrifice is slightly ahead, but the combination of like Spell Queller being able to nab Mayhem Devil or Fable the Mirror Breaker and stuff like Rattle Chains to be able to protect from Claim the Firstborn, I think that Spirits has some game, but I do think I like Rakdos Sacrifice in the matchup overall.
Well, they are, you know, realistically, they do the most powerful thing that they can do, and it's win the dice roll in Pioneer, right? Being able to get on the board early, get underneath it. We've got 2 threats on the battlefield now. One of them, what doesn't the card do? It's a kill spell. It puts things in the graveyard. It draws you cards. It does damage. You know, it's we've seen this card do so much over the RC season, and just Spirits passing the turn back with 2 mana open doesn't mean they can't have anything, though. We know for a fact a lot of these cards can have flash, Rattle Chains for one of them, but a bit more damage is going to come across. And looking at the records, it looks like we have a semi pair down here. The 5-1 has to play.
Yeah, so this is, we saw Jung, Mullaly, and Harney on our players to watch leaderboard at 4-1-1. This is definitely a win in. I can't imagine if that 5-1-1 they would miss, on breakers or something like that. But yeah, the 5-1s, the team on your right, the 5-1 team, unable to draw because they got the pair down. We see the first 3 turns of the game being played here, and not a single card played for Spirits except for some lands. Typically, the toughest starts, or the starts that are the toughest to beat from the Spirit side of things, are like the ones where you go 1-drop into enchantment. As we see a Spell Queller take care of a Fable, that's a good one.
Yeah, like to see it. Obviously, Spell Queller more of a tempo card. Now something like a Fatal Pushmaster to take it out again, just kind of, it's a domino effect, right? That's Spirits want to be going on the play. They want to be going turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, holding up this counter magic that we see. There's quite a few of them in hand now. And now we've got the flying threat. They're going to be able to cost a bit more, but there's 5 damage on the battlefield already. We're happy to trade Blood Harvest for the Spell Queller here.
Yeah, this is a big turn here for Owen. Really wants to see if we can find something like a Supreme Phantom to help change up the clock a little bit, as there's the Supreme Phantom, or potentially a Curious Obsession so we can start drawing cards with the Spell Queller. Unfortunately for Owen, does not have that. And the Bloodscythe Harvester, there's only one, or the blood actually gets sacrificed, I believe. So no blood in play for the Harvester to be able to fuel. But maybe you see something like Mayhem Devil, and which is in Theo's hand as well. Although has to be a little bit worried about counter spells. Is aware of the presence of stuff like Lofty Denial, Geistlight Snare, which Owen is representing here.
So chat's asking, yes, this will be a cut to top 8. So this is a winning in. 8 teams are going to advance. That 8, they're going to be battling out to see which team is going to be able to walk away with all the prize money, get themselves to the finals. But that's a lot more matches got to be played before then, as we're going to see the Spell Queller is going to get stolen. It's going to turn sideways.
And we see a Claim the Firstborn here for Theo Jung. And I believe, unless I'm not mistaken, I think there was multiple copies of Lofty Denial, but we did not want to fight over we didn't want to fight over the Claim the Firstborn with... Interesting.
I was about to say, talk me through that, because obviously there's a lot of sacrifice effects, right? As part of the cost, you have to sacrifice it. Things like Deadly Dispute are in the deck. So
Right.
If you're not fighting over that, I suppose, is it pay an extra 3 or 4 mana? That's probably also would help us.
Lofty is
4.
pay an extra 4 if you control a creature with flying, which we did have online, and Theo did not play the land before playing the Claim the Firstborn. So I wonder if there's some mind games going on where Theo purposely didn't play the land first to try to incentivize the Lofty denial so we could resolve something like a Mayhem Devil, which is the last card in Theo's hand. And that may be why Theo didn't play the land first, because he was like, okay, well, if you counter my Claim the Firstborn, then I get to resolve Mayhem Devil. And we actually see Owen not fall for the bait, didn't counter the Claim the Firstborn, and Theo did not go for the Mayhem Devil, instead pick up
That's a
Giganta.
Giganta going to hand there. Maybe we're running out of gas a little bit on the left of your side here for Theo, but it gives an opening here for Owen to try and, kind of reestablish the battlefield. We see the powerful enchantment about to come down. That one is, remind me of it, a Curious Obsession.
Curious Obsession,
Of
yep.
course it is. Of course it is. Beautiful little one drop goes on, but it does mean we need to start turning this sideways. And the good thing is there's not too much happening on the other side of the battlefield, right? Like there's a couple of 1/1s, which potentially, obviously, if they die, then that's where they start getting their value chain. But at the minute when your opponent's putting Giganta in hand, you kind of smell a little bit of hope, should we say?
Yeah, this is a tough turn here for Owen. It's going to go ahead and tap out for a Catilda. Now, Owen had the option to potentially hold up stuff like Lofty Denial or go ahead and tap out for the Catilda. Owen, recognizing that with the life total very low, really wants to get this life linker onto the battlefield to help preserve life total, and figures, okay, well, if I can survive this one turn, if I get to untap with Catilda, we can start to turn the corner because of the life link, and correctly identified that specific spot, and appears that may be getting rewarded for it, because if Theo can't kill this turn, it's going to be a real uphill battle here for Theo.
So we do have a Fatal Push in hand. I think that's a Mayhem Devil and another land. Is there a way that we kind of like sacrifice our guy, no value, turn on the Fatal Push, or I suppose it's just best to attack, but then the life linker? A lot of options here.
Yeah, so what you could do is you could sacrifice the Blood Tithe Harvester for no value, Fatal Push the Catilda, but then you only have 2 1/1s left. One gets blocked, and Owen would go to 2. You would get a Unlucky Witness trigger, or, well, actually, you could Mayhem Devil first. So you can go Mayhem Devil, sacrifice the Harvester, ping Owen for 1, put Owen to 2, Fatal Push the Catilda, force a block on the Witness to get the trigger. So actually, I think that might be what Theo's doing here.
Yeah, I was thinking that sort of line, and you basically tap top of your deck, hope you've got something on there, maybe another sacrifice effect, cookbook, etc. would be pretty good. But even something just like the Cauldron Familiar would be able to do this last point of damage.
Yep. Yeah, and this is a forced block, so Owen does not have a choice, given that he's a 2 life, and like you said, a lot of outs here for Theo.
Yeah, we can play the land, right?
I don't think we played a land this turn.
Oh yeah, then that's as long as all the damage is going upstairs.
Oh, but you only get to play 1 card off the Witness. Right, so you they choose, if you play the land, then you can't play the Dispute, and Theo didn't have a land, given that the last card's Giganta.
Oh, and okay, you love it. But on his last legs here, trying to get it going across. 16 damage is a lot to do, especially with only 2 creatures on the battlefield. Not sure if we're going to be able to do this. But no, on the other side of the battlefield, they are only 1 card in hand, and we know what that is. It's in a blue sleeve. It is Giganta.
It's not, not the best spot to be in when facing at 1 life, facing down a Mayhem Devil. I don't think I'd like being in that position from one side.
There's no way to get that off the battlefield. There's no what's the one I'm thinking of? Skyclave Apparitions in the main. Doesn't look like there is.
Only the sideboard.
So Otawara is the one way. I suppose we can have like slip out the back, you kind of fade it out for a turn, or maybe. But that's not ideal. We're clutching at straws here. We're really clutching at straws, being at 1 life, Mayhem Devil on the battlefield, and there's a 1/1 on the other side that potentially you want to die, so you're going to turn that sideways. It's going to have to be blocked.
Yeah, I think we're writing down. We're doing some math here for Owen, trying to figure out what is the. So basically, Owen's in a spot where we have to fade a draw step from Theo. We have to put Theo on a 2-turn clock and leave enough blockers back. I don't know if we can do all of that stuff, but it would involve Yeah, that's a good point. Although we need a second white source that doesn't deal us damage, and I believe we have a what's the Pain land, the Dark Art Waste, which we cannot tap for white mana currently, given that we're on 1 life.
I love it. Okay, so a lot of options in hand, but maybe not enough. Not to do everything. So we got counter magic. We could, I say that we want to attack, or we have to attack. Obviously, the enchantment falls off, but realistically, we want to attack while it's got a life link, to kind of up our life total a little bit.
Yeah,
we need 2 blockers. So much going on.
Trying to get a good look at Owen's hand. We know about the 2 Lofty Denials. Looks like there is a Supreme Phantom, and I think I saw another copy of the Curious Obsession, which that's probably not going to change the race that much. So we're going to get an attack for 3 here, but Theo to 13, and then I guess Fade a Draw Step and hope that we can deal 13 next turn. We do the counter spell.
That's spell quell off the top. Again, not. We're just going for it. Okay, so we're going to be able to block / tap down. Big draw step. Easy off the top. Was there any question we're going to get that sacrifice off the top? Okay, looks like we're going to move to our modern table while these players start shuffling up. We have got Azorius Control versus Jeskai Breach. Okay, we're going to see some rings, I imagine, getting cast in this game.
Yeah, well, there's one in play.
Well, there you go. I wasn't wrong. I wasn't lying. I don't lie to you, chat. I don't lie to you. Both sides, I imagine, have got this in the main. And there, as I say, another ring comes down. We're going to see the full power of this card and how it is almost taking over modern, so to speak. I'm a big believer in modern can kind of level itself out at times. Sometimes, obviously, not so much. Hodak and the Drowsy Winters, exceptions, I suppose. But do you think we're in one of those sort of eras, or do you think we're just early in the format? We found a really good card, and there's a few more sleepers kind of sitting around, like, you know, like Fable. 6 weeks ago, we thought Fable was one of the best cards in modern. Now rings floating around.
Yeah, we probably need a little bit more time to figure it out. I mean, obviously the card is extremely powerful. It's going in a lot of different decks, but we'll have to see how it shakes out at the Pro Tour here. We do see both players on the ring, and this is an Azorius control deck here from Jordan. Maybe not the traditional Azorius that you're used to, given you'll see the Sacred Foundry and the Zagoth Triumph in play. This is actually more so like the McWinsauce list that has been doing well on Magic Online recently, which is Azorius control featuring Renin 6 and, you guessed it, Omnath. So it's not like a traditional 4-color deck, because it does still have counter spells, which the more traditional 4-color decks don't have copies of. So this is more of a control deck, but it's still splashing for Renin 6 and Omnath, because those cards just work so well with the ring. Like Omnath being able to gain you life to make it so you're not die to your own ring, and we just see rings back and forth. It's rings everywhere, Will.
I feel like we're gonna see this quite a lot, right? Like, you know, especially in the Breach deck, we were able to reoccur it, kind of go through. The idea, realistically, is we want to kind of mill ourselves out. So the longer this game goes, kind of, does it play into their favor, or is it like they kind of need to get that combo shooting early, and we know that over on Jordan's side, so we're just going to kind of hold up our counter magic and wait for that one big turn where they try to go off. Potentially rings, they're not free. 8 life, 3 counters on it.
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is, the ring usually finds you a second copy of the ring. So even if Jordan Jordan can kind of sit on this one for a little bit, eventually just find a second copy to kind of reset it. It looks like there is a second copy in Jordan's hand. But Connor does, I believe, let me take a look at Connor's deck list. I want to see how many lightning bolts we have. It looks like 0 copies. So we're not playing lightning bolts. We're just playing the 4 Unholy Heats. So it doesn't have any way to kind of go direct burn. But, an Underworld Breach is still probably lethal, given how the stock graveyard here for Connor.
Well,
but
off the top.
Yeah. It might not be actually lethal this turn, because I don't know if there's a copy of Grinding Station, and that's kind of the card that we're setting up here. We want to be able to go Underworld Breach with a Grinding Station in play, along with a Mox Amber. I believe that's a Mox Amber in Connor's hand, which he just deployed. So maybe just missing the Grinding Station part of that is we see a Ragavan dashed.
Yep, and then it looks like now we've got the legendary on the permanent. It turns on the amber, and we are going to see the breach come down. If they start going through the loop, I will ask you, but you were fetching in response, which makes me think we've got an answer to this. So just quickly, I wanted to touch on the ring and why it's a legendary permanent. It's 4-drop. Why is everyone playing 4 copies of this? Normally, it's not good to play 4 copies of a legendary card, but it's almost the value of playing 4 is so good in this card, right?
Yeah, the fact that it's legendary makes it even better, because you could just, like, if it wasn't legendary and you had to keep the other copies of it, it would arguably be a much worse card, because you wouldn't be able to kind of reset the ring, which is the reason the legend rule is so powerful, is because, like we mentioned, in spots like this where Jordan has a ring on 3, is worried about taking damage from it. Once you play a second copy of the ring, you can keep the new one, and that essentially resets the burden counter, so you're not losing as much life. So it's arguably better that it is legendary. And I think the reason that just there's so many decks playing it is the combination of buying yourself a turn from the 1 turn of protection that you get, plus the amount of cards. The biggest thing is, as commentators, as Mason talked about earlier, the biggest thing is you're drawing the cards before you're losing the life. So you're drawing a card, you're losing life next turn. You're drawing 2, you're losing 2 next turn. So you're always getting the cards before the life loss, which is the biggest part of this card.
So why we were talking about the ringing again, how powerful that card is. A big turn that happened. Counter spell was on the breach, and then the Solitude managed to take out an exile at the Ragavan. As we're now going to start playing multiple rings, reset that back down. No counters on there. We are at 2 life, but and it's not open deckless, so we don't know that there are no lightning bolts on the other side. There's a chance that because they've been playing on the top tables, they might know each other. They might have seen what people are playing, etc. As another counter spell is going to take out another breach being played. So I think we're all caught up. We've got the Chalice on 1. That's probably pretty problematic. Let's see how many 1-drops are in the main.
It's interesting.
Crazy amount.
It's interesting because the Chalice on 1 doesn't necessarily stop the infinite combo. So for those of you who don't know, the combo here where Connor is trying to set up is Underworld Breach plus Grinding Station plus Mox Amber plus a legend. You can either be an Emery or a Ragavan, and that essentially mills your entire deck. And the Chalice on 1 doesn't necessarily stop the combo from happening.
I'm being told, chat, that we can go back to the Pioneer match if we want. Let me know in chat if you want us to stick here, see how this one concludes, as we see a third breach being cast and looks like it's resolving. So maybe we're going to actually see some sort of crazy win here, or do you want us to go back to the Azorius Spirits versus Sacrifice? It's your call. You've got about a minute before that decision gets made.
Well, it's funny because I was going to say that this game was basically over given how ahead Jordan was, but there's an Underworld Breach that's resolved. So we should probably stay on this one at least for a little bit because this game is, probably not too far away from concluding. But we see a breach resolve. Connor is going to go ahead and draw a bunch of cards here. Well, maybe it is a little bit far away from concluding.
Well, chat's doing the classic thing when I say, "Do you want to stay at Modern or Pioneer?" They're all saying Legacy. So
true.
Never
can't trust chat.
Never do it. But it looks like it was just kind of like a value type of breach. But we know that that's just while we've been here in this short time. That's the third one. So this is game 1. No Slibles having. We can see that at the bottom of the screen. Obviously, Theo and Chad are both up a game for their team, so potentially they're going to end up finishing this match before this game even comes to a conclusion. So I don't know if we want to stay here and see how this goes. Remember, we've got the ring going to Fernie's now going to be able to reset that. It's going to be a bit of a slugfest going back and forth.
And here's the other thing with the ring. And not only can you legend roll to keep the new copy of the ring to reset the counters, Teferi Time Raveler also does an incredible job at just picking up the ring and resetting those burden counters.
I think the emphasis is on staying on this match. Okay, so we'll stay at this match. See how this game 1 pans out. It's kind of it's getting spicy. 2 life. It's like we're really close. We're just that too far away. I have lost a lot of games to my opponent at 1 life. Let's be honest. It happens to the best of us, but potentially the ring will be able to tempt us a little bit too much. Or maybe Emery could be that lethal threat that we didn't talk about because it does have a little bit of power to it as it's going to mill the top 4 cards. That's going to be a ring, a breach. And hey, look, I've won through Dried Arbor, Noble Hierarch Beast. I'm an Infect player. There's all sorts of different ways to win in that deck. I'm not saying that this Emery is out of possibility as we see a Prismatic ending taking out Chaz. This is interesting because we said there's not many 1-drops besides from, I suppose, Ragavan, Unholy Heat, Spell Pierces.
That would lead me to believe that Connor might have a copy of Unholy Heat, and that's why we wanted to take the Chalice so we can kill the Teferi. So it looks like, this is just a Thassa's Oracle. Interesting. Okay.
Just a little scry action. You know what I mean? We've got 3 blue mana pips, so we do get to look at the top 3. And I kind of like this. And talk to me if normally you think this is the finisher, right? We got to keep this secure. We can't have this being countered. We can't have this die. Why are we playing it now and kind of leaving it open to potentially a removal spell?
Well, Connor doesn't really have a choice given that there's the ring in play. Jordan is just accumulating so much card advantage, and Connor really just has to try and find. I mean, if you look at Jordan's at 2 and there's 2 power in play, that's mostly why Connor probably cast it. But even in the event where Connor does eventually need it to combo, you can actually, like, if it goes to the graveyard, you can recast it with Breach, and if it somehow stays in play, then you can pick it up with Aether Spellbomb. It looks like that's a Supreme Verdict, which, but yeah, I think the biggest reason that Connor wanted to cast it there is just the fact that it has 1 power with Jordan at 2.
So that's going to bring on to my next question. What we have I see Leyline Bindings in the hand, so we have options to actually exile it. Why are we not exiling it? Why are we giving them the chance to bring it back with a Breach?
So
is there a reason behind that, or just
you probably want to save the Leyline Binding for something like the last copy of Underworld Breach, because we did say, I believe that Connor's gone through 3 breaches, so I think there's still 1 left. So if you say Leyline Binding of Thassa's Oracle and save the verdict in hand and Connor draws a breach, then you don't have a clean answer at instant speed for that breach. So that's why we want to use the verdict there.
Okay, interesting. As we're gonna pass the turn back, untap lots of the mana being tapped here for a.
Yep.
Here we come. We're gonna start gaining that life back.
Yeah, this is probably going to close the door here for Jordan. There was kind of a window where Connor was like, okay, well, maybe my opponent's going to maybe my opponent will die to their own ring, but the life gain from Omnath going to easily offset that.
Okay. Right, we're going to move across to the Pioneer matchup, see if we can get in here. Looks like a lot of Mayhem Devils on the battlefield, but also a couple of Spirits. Only 1 card in hand for both players. We are shuffling. I'm not sure what all the... Well, it looks like we're shuffling tokens. Yeah, I do love it when players come with their own token.
It looks like what happened here is looks like a Portable Hole in Witch's Oven. It looks like we Mausoleum Wanderer to Thoughtseize, we Lofty Denial of the Witch's Oven, and somehow 2 Mayhem Devils resolved. That doesn't usually happen against Spirits, but in any case, 2 Mayhem Devils resolved. Not the best spot for Spirits to be in.
Especially if we've got a treasure token on the battlefield. So again, an instant way if we need to sacrifice that, do 2 points of damage. Not quite enough to get rid of that the free toughness here of the, I can't remember the name of it, Spell Queller, thank you. And it doesn't really matter. We've got the Fatal Push, but we've got a way to protect it. Love it. Love to see it. So we're going to give it hexproof. All our spirits now gain flash, but we are empty-handed.
So Theo's going to, Theo goes for Fatal Push. Rattle Chains does protect the Spell Queller. Pretty good for Owen here. And then we're going to go ahead and sacrifice the treasure token, I believe, to kill the Rattle Chains. Probably not enough here for the Spirits player, and that is going to do it. Theo advancing 2-0.
Okay, well, let's see if we have a little look on the Legacy match. Let's see how that one's getting along. You know, people in the chat asking for that one. It looks like they're just drawing the opening 7. Perfect timing, some people would say, Devin.
Yeah, excellent timing. We'd love to see that.
Okay, so talk to me. Like, I know the Jeskai Delver. I know what that one does. Talk to me about this breakfast deck. Well, like to me, breakfast, that's going to happen for me in about 7 hours.
Full English breakfast?
Yeah, a big full English. Give me that bacon, sausage, black pudding. You know what I mean? Give me all of that. But I imagine they're not playing. They haven't sleeved up a bit of black pudding here. Talk to me about this deck.
So I cannot tell you why it's called breakfast. I don't know the origin of where the name came from, but what I can tell you is the combo here is we are trying to assemble Shuko, and let me see if I can remember the name of the card. It's been a while. It's called Cephalid Illusionist. So Cephalid Illusionist is a card that says whenever it becomes the target of a spell or ability, you mill 3 yourself. You mill yourself for 3. Shuko is an artifact that has an equip cost of 0. So basically the joke is you assemble those 2 cards, mill your entire library, which eventually flips over 3 Narcomoebas, a Dread Return, and a Thassa's Oracle. You sacrifice the 3 Narcomoebas, Dread Return the Thassa's Oracle, then your opponent dies because you have no cards in your library. That's the combo that we're trying to assemble here.
I'm trying to picture why it's called breakfast, and it literally makes 0 sense to me. So if anyone's got any insights to that, please let me know. I was kind of hoping for like a card called sausage or something, you know, eggs and bacon from one of the crazy sets that has been released in more recent times. But no, we're just going to start doing what we see Delver do, turning burning through our deck a little bit, playing these Mistress Baubles.
And this is the Jeskai Delver, very similar to the list that we saw on camera last round, featuring copies of the new card Fourth Aerlingus. Seems like a lot of Delver players are kind of gravitating towards that as their card advantage spell of choice, and for good reason. That card is incredibly powerful, as we saw on camera last round.
Chat's telling me that there was a deck called Full English Breakfast, and then it evolved.
See, I knew there was
a name called Breakfast. I wish I was playing that time in Magic. That sounds sick. I do remember all the old names of what did we used to call? Was it Tricks? Like American Control and stuff like that? Was it called back in the
Team
day?
America? No, you know what's funny? Team America was not actually a Jeskai deck; it was a Sultai deck.
Classic.
Explain that. I don't know why, but
don't ask questions. Just accept it. It's fine. As we're going to fetch up a basic islands again, a nice one of this is the unhinged.
Yeah, I believe.
Do like basics. I think I would. I don't know which ones I'd play in Legacy if I was going to play them. It's got to be a nice one.
Guru, I thought.
Oh no! If I had Guru, you know what I mean. I'm not that much of a baller. I normally stick to like a secret lair. If I need a lot of basics, it'll be Urza Saga because that's the set I sort of started in. And then if I need like 1 or 2, it's going to be like Unglued or something along those lines.
You know what I've been a really big fan of is kind of the new, whatever the new one said. I don't know if it's unsanctioned or whatever the newest one is, the one with the space stuff. I actually have a few of those basics. Those are nice.
Oh yeah. It's the way that Wizards know how to get my money. Like you can release a really bad set, but the basics are beautiful in it. And I'm like, guess I'm buying it then. Let's go.
Just hits different, you know.
I'm a little bit upset with the Lord of the Rings set. That it doesn't actually make a full map if you put them all together, though. It's all like all dotted around. But you know that's just me. That's how we go. As we're going to start fetching up here, this is going to be a Tundra coming into play, giving us a bit of blue, a white mana.
No surgical on Volcanic Island this time, Will.
Well, hold your breath, good sir. Let's. I'm now looking at a deck list, really hoping for a surgical, but it doesn't look like we've got one. Okay.
There's 2 in the sideboard, but I cannot imagine you would bring in surgical against Delver. Well, given that there's no wastelands either, so probably off the table. But yeah, we see a lot, like you mentioned, a lot of the. I don't know what stage of the game you want to call this in Legacy, but this is kind of the first 2 turns where players are casting like 3 or 4 cantrips, 3 or 4 Mistress Baubles, and doing like cracking 5 fetch lands. There's usually like that 5 minutes of time before the game actually starts. So now that we've passed that point in this game, now we can actually get started.
I call it the durdling time.
Yeah,
you know
that's
what I mean.
fair.
It's like they're just turning the bird and kind of sculpting their hands, going back and forth. You know, I'm looking for counter magic. We're looking for right lands. We see we've got a couple of lands in hand here, a couple of forces of me going on in there. Basically, we want to try and protect this Delver. If I believe, you know, that is our line to win here. Do you know how this kind of matchup usually goes? Obviously, game 1 went to Chad here, so I'm guessing it was kind of favored game 1. But post sideboard is the kind of favorite.
It's tough. I would typically take the Jeskai Delver side of things, just given the presence of the free counter magic, the Wastelands, which I guess Chad appears to, Chad is aware of the Wastelands, is playing around them, did fetch a basic island here, not cracking the Scalding Tarn. But the combination of removal spells, days, Force of Will, Fast Clock in the form of Flip Delver, I would have to imagine that Delver is a favorite. But the card that really throws a wrench into all of this, which, never mind, I'm not going to mention that because that card's not in Chad's deck list. I was going to say Urza Saga. Some of these breakfast decks do have that card.
No, he's got Urza Sagas.
Oh, they're in the. I always do that. They put them in the enchantment, and I'm looking at the lands, and I just forget to look at the enchantment. So yeah, 3 Urza Sagas.
He's got 3 of them. Yeah, and again, another card that we've seen just when it was first spoiled. I don't think any of us really understood what this card could do, and then over time we all started losing to it and going, oh, this card's actually really good. Not crazy powerful, but again, really good card from the Modern Horizon sets that kind of changed formats. Let's be honest, that was the reason those sets were released, and it changed formats for good or for worse. That's that's up for debate. But I really like how Travis is holding this Wasteland. I like how Chad's been playing around it, and also like how Travis has been holding it, kind of using it almost as a spell more than a land.
Right, and as we just talked about, Urza Saga is one of the more important cards in this matchup because we talked about the counter spells that Travis has access to. Travis is able to kind of like time the counter spells and keep Chad off of the combo pieces. The card that lets you play around counter spells and generates threats is Urza Saga because it can't be countered. It generates 2 massive constructs, and that's exactly what Travis is saving that Wasteland for.
So do you see Travis obviously brainstorming, keeps putting that days back on top, which we know about. That's the one that flipped the first Delver. It's now flipped the second Delver. So not giving away any more information than we need to. Kind of losing its effect currently, but Delver, days can always be a thing, as we're going to see a swords come down here.
Love that swords, by the way. That's the Judge promo one. It's a beautiful one.
Do you own any decks fully foiled?
No, I'm actually not really that big of a fan of foils.
I just think it makes me like, I feel like I'm a better player if my deck's fully foiled. Like that I've just got that weird mentality. I own
That's fair.
Both variants of Infect in Modern. So unfortunately the deck's not playable, but I do own them in foil. So here we are. And as I said, if I sit down against opposite someone playing Legacy and the deck's fully foiled, I know I'm in for a bad time, as Chad has got, it looks like a lot of beautiful foils going on in this deck.
Yeah, we're actually going to be fighting over the Swords to Plowshares on the Delver of Secrets. Travis, interesting, kind of recognizing that maybe... Okay, there's another Force of Will. I was going to say, typically you wouldn't want to fight over a removal spell here if you didn't have another Force of Will and a Flusterstorm. So if we do a quick spell count check, that's the Force, the Brainstorm, the Plow, and the Fluster. So yeah, not enough mana to pay.
Yeah, but in the end, we just let it resolve, sure, and then we're just going to use the days, return a land to our hand. They don't have the extra land open. We now get to play our land drop for the turn, which is that Wasteland, taking out Tundra on the other side. Just a Force of Me and a land left in hand.
Yeah, and it's interesting. We talked about how Travis was holding that wasteland for so long, but given the current situation with Chad at 9, the Delvers are going to kill Chad before the Saga is really doing anything anyway. So just recognizing that is going to fire off the wasteland here.
Okay, this is one we kind of I've done a few legacy events now. I've seen this card pop up more and more and more. Staff of the Storyteller. Why are we seeing this appear in legacy?
I'm going to be completely honest with you, Will. This is the first time I've ever read this card. So we got one in a white artifact. When it enters the battlefield, make a 1/1 spirit creature token with flying. Whenever you create one or more creature tokens, put a story counter on it, and then you can pay a white tap, remove a story counter, draw a card. So this card is particularly powerful with cards like Urza Saga, because Urza Saga generating tokens will go ahead and put counters onto this. And it seems like it's just a very good card advantage engine in these kinds of decks that have other ways to make tokens. Sometimes you see it along with Retrofit or Foundry as well.
Okay, and we're going to swing across for lethal here. Swords is going to be able to get countered by a Force of Me, ditching a Force of Me. So being able to level it up there, Jeskai, Delva, Travis, fighting one back for their team. I suppose we move across to the modern table and see how they're getting on. We've got Azorius Control versus Jeskai Breach, and it looks like our rings just entered the battlefield. So let's strap in for this one, ladies and gentlemen. But a lot more happening on the other side. We've got an Emery, we've got an Amber, and a Urza Saga that we were just speaking about in this format.
Yeah, and we see, game one, we saw Jordan kind of handily take advantage with the ring going unchecked for so many turns, and Connor was unable to find his own copy of ring. We are potentially maybe in a spot where that similar thing is going to happen, although Connor does have quite a bit of cards in hand. It is going to go for a breach with an Amber and Emery in play. Maybe has a grinding station setting up for lethal.
No. Here comes a Force Negation, ditch and counter spell. That's going to get exiled. That is not going to resolve. But it does give us the option with Emery to bring back a bauble. We're just going to straight crack it. I love the just tap it from the graveyard. I'm playing this and cracking it straight away. Looking at my top card because we do have a fetch land. This is something we see quite a lot in modern. Talk me through this. Why am I baubling myself?
So with the fetch land, what you can do is you can take a peek at your top card with Mishra's Bauble. If it's a card that you want, you can choose to not fetch, or if it's a card that you don't want, you can go ahead and crack that fetch land to get a fresh draw, given that the Mishra's Bauble does draw an extra card on the following upkeep.
A nice little scry effect there, as we're going to see a temptation counter go on the ring. We're going to draw one more card, and then we're going to draw the card which we left on top of our deck because we didn't shuffle it, so we wanted that one for the turn over on Connor's side. How can we start moving forward here on Jordan? He's going to start off by drawing some cards.
It's usually a good place to start. Just go ahead and tap your ring. When in doubt, tap it.
Double Teferi off the top. I think we're missing land drops here.
Yeah, we just got a bunch of rings here. I think I saw 2 more rings in Jordan's hand.
So obviously, ring gives us protection from everything, right? Mm-hmm. Like for the turn, as long as we've hard cast it. But over on the Jeskai Breach side, their combo their combo gets around this, right? Fastest Oracle gets around this. So now we're tapped out. Potentially, we've got like almost an opening, if you would call it that. Do you like playing just firing it off and making them have it, or do you like to play it kind of safe? Two different sort of players in the world.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, it depends on the rest of your hand. If you have cards like, if you're looking at like this specific situation in Jordan's spot, because Jordan was missing land drops, really wanted to deploy the second ring, although not activating it main phase, maybe a little bit worried about the life total, given the fact that we're at 9. But yeah, I mean, also like if Jordan doesn't really have any ways of stopping a breach, like no copies of Leyland Binding or counter spells, then maybe you just feel pressured into tapping out for the ring. But you do bring up a good point. The fact that Thassa's Oracle getting around that protection from everything means that, if Connor can assemble the breach combo, we don't really care about that protection.
That's going to be a Springleaf Drum, I think. Got off Urza's Saga. And now we're going to play our own Teferi. We're going to now tap the ring in response. Oh, and we draw the Force Negation off the top. Perfect top deck there to deal with that. We'll have a temptation counter. There it is. Thank you very much.
Love to see that, and that's like you asked a good question last turn. It's like, do you want to tap out, or are you afraid of stuff? Well, if you have Force Negation, you don't have to worry. We don't have to be worried about anything. And
we're going to see another ring come down on the opposite side of the battlefield, get tapped straight away. Emery's going to bring back this bauble again. We're going to look at our top card, but we don't have the option of fetching here. We're just going to kind of use. Okay, I lied. I'm going to wind it all back in as we play the fetch land, but it does look like we want to keep that on top.
Yep, and now we see the ring on ring violence. Both players have ring. Both players going to start activating. And both players going to draw a whole bunch of cards. Well, we see a binding here. That's going to go ahead and answer Connor's ring. Never mind.
I'm gonna, this is a question that I didn't think I would ever have to ask anybody that plays Magic the Gathering, but good old Corey makes me ask this now. You have seen all the Lord of the Rings, haven't you, Devin?
Well, I did like a long time ago when I was like 12 or 13, but I don't remember anything from it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was too long ago. I'm an old man, Will.
Well, let's not get into age. I'm pretty sure I'm older than you, but
Sure.
I watched it 10 times, the very first one, in the cinema, and then once at Glastonbury in the rain. That's the sort of level of fandom that I'm at. Just making it just flinging another ring out there. Don't worry about it. I love the also when I cast the card fling. I also love just throwing that at my opponent, as it looks like we have a wear and tear on the ley lines bind. This is a pseudo way of resetting your ring, I suppose. Let them binding it and then dealing with it this way.
Yeah, this is just so funny. We're just having ring fights. So we had a binding on Connor's ring. Then we played another ring, and Connor's going to respond and kill the binding to get back his ring. It's just ring on ring on ring on ring violence.
We also got Corey in the chat. I know. I love that Corey. He's literally about to cast the Pro Tour Lord of the Rings, and he's like, I've never watched Lord of the Rings, but he has just finished it, and he loves them, and he did it the right way and watched all the extended editions straight off the bat. So, hats off to him. And we knew he'd be watching. Let's be honest, it's his deck on screen right now. He loves Jeskai Breach. He's been doing super well with this, and he loved. Let's be honest. I don't know how his event went today, but I'm sure we'll find out on Twitter later on. Might not be. Maybe he's watching us in between rounds. As Grinding Station is going to come down, is this going to resolve? That is going to be. We're kind of showing the combo, right? We've got 0 mana artifacts. We've got the Grinding Station. We've got the Emery, and I think we're going to be leveling up, and we're going to get to game 3 there. But let's see if we can move across to our legacy match. See how that one's going across here. Well, one player's got no lands. That's good.
Looks like we're resolving a fetch land. But we see the staff here for Chad. That's the card that we talked about last game. So Chad on the play, the Cephalid breakfast deck again we talked about, really trying to assemble the Cephalid Illusionist plus Shuko. Does have Urza Saga to provide additional threats as well. And Travis is the Jeskai Delver deck, really trying to establish an early threat, which it does not look like Travis has right now.
No, but it does have a Surgical in hand, I must say. And here comes a Daze. That's going to counter that. We're going to pick up our land, which is kind of a nice thing, right? It doesn't give away that we're missing land drops potentially because we're picking our land back up. And especially that Brainstorm is really going to help off the top to try and kind of fix our future draws if we want to go that route as we recast it and just pass the turn back.
Yeah, Travis likely wants to hold this Brainstorm for one additional draw step to get the most amount of looks trying to find a fetch land, because you could see in a spot like this where if Travis cast the Brainstorm now, doesn't find a land, then would be Brainstorm locked, as we like to call it, has to draw the next 2 cards. And an Urza Saga here and another copy of Story. Now, the nice thing about this for Chad, we talked about how Chad's deck is a combo deck, but you see here an Urza Saga and a Staff. Those are both threats that don't necessarily involve being part of the combo. It's just threats that Chad gets to put onto the battlefield, make Travis answer them, and then eventually maybe follow that up with the combo down the road.
There was no line that we should have kind of surgicaled in upkeep or something, to potentially hit extra copies of this, right? That's not why we were bringing the surgicals in. And are we Brainstorm locked?
I did not see a land. Yeah, I saw a bauble, but no lands here for Travis.
We do have the counter spell, though. I think that's what we were actually digging for, right? We're trying to find some sort of answer for this while it's on the stack. We do see a Force of Me. Looks like that's going to stay in hand along with a Daze, but we do have the open mana, so potentially Daze is the card that's going to be ditched. We'll see how this plays out. But, really putting value on these staffs.
Right. Yeah. Typically, so the Surgical Extraction, I think Travis wanted to save that for specifically the combo turn. As we mentioned, the combo involves putting 3 copies of Narcomoeba in the graveyard. So I believe that's why the Surgicals came in. And, is potentially holding it for that, as we see a Force fighting over the Story, and Travis recognizing that, Travis is currently kind of getting buried here. We can't really just let one of those threats resolve. Normally you'd want to save that for the combo pieces, but doesn't really have that luxury right now.
We do have a bauble, so it's going to a slightly quicker way to get us out from this Brainstorm lock, potentially, if we do manage to find ourselves some more cantrips or land. But we're just straight up passing the turn back, giving Chad that knowledge that we are missing our land drops as this Urza Saga goes up to 2. And again, these tokens, the way this sort of kind of pans out, we could just see the Urza Saga kind of run away with it. And they're not going crazy on Chad's side, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. If you are just tuning in, this is a team event. They are talking to their teammates here. They're not just going crazy and talking out loud. We've got 3 players on each team, 1 in Pioneer, 1 in Modern, 1 in Legacy. And this is a winning in for the top 8, which we'll be bringing you straight after this match result.
Chad's hand is just all gas, too. It looks like another copy of Brainstorm and another copy of Urza Saga. My goodness, just going to be able to put so much pressure on the Travis, even without that combo. You know, we talked about typically the Delver deck is good at like being able to race the combo. You play an early threat and kind of back that up with the permission. But when you don't have that early threat, you're giving the combo deck so much time to set up and find these alternate win conditions. And that's exactly how this game is playing out.
Woof. Vital land off the top there. Tundra is going to be able to give us our second land and also our third color. So turn on that swords in case these constructs start coming out, because they do get big. Multiple sagas do get constructs pretty big and they can end the game pretty quickly. But we're just going to cast a big old Murktide. If my math's right, it's going to be grow by 3. So it'll be a 6/6. Let's see if the dice. Oh,
Yep.
I'm on it. I'm on it.
You're on another level, Will. On another level.
I'm an inset player, and they go up to 10. That's
it. Typically, removal spells, you would normally associate removal spells being good in spots like this, but specifically Urza Saga, because it generates so many threats, 1-for-1 removal is not really the best way to answer this copy of these Urza Sagas, and these are just going to keep churning out constructs every single turn. It's going to be really hard for Travis to keep up.
How about a $400 Swords to Plowshare taking up that Murktide there? Love to see it. As we now got the Urza Sagas kind of triggering, they're deciding, do they want to make a construct here or do they want to float the mana? This is kind of one of the like unique things that we see from these sagas. Usually things happen in upkeep in the past. Now sagas, it happens in our main phase, so we are able to float mana.
Yeah, it is, assuming that my eyes don't deceive me, I believe there was a copy of Cephalid Illusionist in Chad's hand, so potentially could have gone for the kill there, where you just go float a mana, go get the Shuko off of the Urza Saga, tap the Tundra, play the Cephalid Illusionist, and then go for the kill. But I think that Chad recognizes that he doesn't really have to do that. He's just winning the board very easily with these 3 construct tokens. So doesn't feel the need to go for the combo kill when these constructs are just going to race Travis anyways.
Yeah, as you said, like the 1-for-1 removals doesn't line up great, and if that's even still in the deck moving forwards, and as we see, these constructs are going to go to a 3/3. That's not too shabby. 24 life on the other side. Remember, there is a slight downside to swords, right? There's a slight downside. The opponent does get to gain a little bit of life, but these constructs are going to do their best to try and chip away at that as 3 damage comes across. Draw step, another Murktide. Not great once we've just emptied our graveyard.
Yeah, that Travis is really looking for something like the Channelers or the Delver of Secrets, because, like you said, the Murktide region kind of off the table. We got a couple of removal spells and a cantrip. I mean, you probably have to fire off the Brainstorm and try and find, I don't even know what we're looking for here, some ways to clean up multiple Saga tokens. Like if we look at Travis's sideboard, there is a copy of Meltdown, so that is a potential card that could have came in, where Meltdown being able to destroy each artifact with total mana value X or less for X and a red, so that would be able to blow up multiple constructs, but outside of that, it's just all 1-for-1 removal.
Yeah, it's almost like they're basically missing those land drops are really punishing us here. That means we kind of got to fight our way back into this. These constructs potentially again next turn are going to grow to what, 5/5 as we make another construct, we go fetch another artifact. So if we're going to use this lightning bolt, we're going to have to use it this turn, which turns off the Dragon Rage channel that we've just drawn. We won't be able to deploy that this turn. We are Brainstorm locked. A lot kind of going wrong for Travis here, but not the end. You know what I mean? We can shuffle.
Yeah, you could also see something like a Staff of the Storyteller that could pump up the sagas as well. I guess we've already seen 2 of those gone for Chad, but yeah, just like you said, on the board, it's really going to be really hard to keep up with these constructs. We see a Ponder here and a Shuffle. Again, Travis really looking for something like a Delver of Secrets or a Channeler to at least start to put some kind of pressure. But even then, Chance at 19, you could take 3 or 4 hits from a Delver of Secrets and be totally fine with that.
We shuffled, we drew ourselves a daze for the turn. Remember, Travis and Jordan on the right of our screen, they both need the W's to get their team into that top 8. They did get paired down at 5-1, but over on the left with Theo, Connor, and Chad, they just need one of these games, either Jeskai Breach to win or this Breakfast deck to win, and they get themselves, we think, if the math breaks right, that they enter themselves into the top 8.
And Will, you know what's even better than 2 constructs, potentially 3? How about 5? There's another copy of Urza Saga picked up here for Chad.
It's a good card. It's a good card. Okay, let's see what that card is because I don't know what that
Shuko, that's the equipment that it has no text other than equip for 0. We are going to see the combo. We're going to see if Travis. I don't believe I saw a Force of Will. I think surgical
surgical, right?
Ooh, we could get into an interesting spot here, Will. So if Chad goes for the combo, right? What's going to happen is Chad would. I'm going to take a look at the deck list to make sure I'm not missing anything. But hypothetically, if Chad mills out the entire deck and Surgical Extraction takes out Narcomoeba, I think that might actually be a way for Travis to win. Potentially.
I'm here for that.
Unless I'm missing something, because I didn't see a counterspell in Chad's hand.
Okay, so here's the first 3, and it looks like we're doing it.
So we're going to go a little bit at a time. And the reason you would do this is because let's say you get through like half of your deck and you find a copy of Cabal Therapy. That's really what you want to do, because if the Cabal Therapy is in the top half of your deck, there's the Cabal Therapy. We can actually cast that, do a check for Surgical Extraction, and then if Surgical is not there, then we can actually just continue the combo fully.
I love it. That is very well presented and fully understandable, my friend. Thank you very much. I now know what is going on. So we're just stopping there and getting in.
Just go beatdowns. And there's also a good point. Yes, so the Surgical Extraction, that's true. There are 3 creatures in play, but the Surgical could actually go after either the Dread Return or the Fastest Oracle. But it looks like we're not going to go for the full combo. We're just going to go for the Therapy and see if the coast is clear. That does make a lot of sense.
So do you fire off the Surgical here and try and hit something, or are you just letting them? No, we're just letting them look at the hand. This is my hand.
Yeah.
GG's. Right. And that is going to be take out. Chad manages to take it down and get them their team to a 5-1-1 and potentially into that top 8. Commiserations to Owen, Jordan, and Travis, dropping them down to 5-2. We don't think that's enough. It might be able to squeak in, we'll see, but we're going to move ourselves back to the booth, show you our beautiful face for the weekend. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, if you just tune in. My name is Will Hall, better known on the internet as Will Hall EXP. That is Devin Donnelly. He is better known on the internet as Doomwake, and we were bringing you the NRG Series 10K team event this weekend. We started with 92 teams, and we're going to be able to whittle it down to those top 8. So we're going to set the math break and the tie. Looks like we're going to go to some ads. So we're going to start showing you what's the future events, what's coming up on the series. Maybe you want to start playing in these, getting yourselves to the some more points on the screen, try and get yourself to the end of year final $25,000 tournament with not only a re-invite to it, but also a PT invite to it. And you're going to have to go to these ones. So the next one we've got is in Detroit in August. That is a 10K for Modern on the Saturday and a Pioneer trial on the Sunday. Gotta love it. A lot of Modern people love seeing it. Let's see what we've got the month after that or the next event. That is going to be in Indianapolis. I've never been to these places. Talk to me about it. Are these nice places, Don? Obviously, you got to say yes. We're on the internet, but it's
I've never actually been.
Oh, okay. I love that. I would love this. I would love to travel to these if I was over stateside, but unfortunately, I'm not. Obviously, my cute British accent gives that away. But this is going to be happening on the 14th and 15th of October, and again, that's a Pioneer and another team event. A lot of team events going down, and both 10Ks. Gotta love it. And then going to our last one, but not least, in Madison. I don't even know where Madison is. That just sounds like someone's first name to me, but I'm sure it's a lovely place over in America. And that is going to be in November 25th, 26th. I believe. Is that Thanksgiving?
It is, yeah. Thanksgiving weekend.
See, I know a little bit that's going on in the world. That's going to be a Modern showdown on the Saturday, number 10K, and then a 5K Pioneer on there. But they're going to be they're all battling out. Obviously, the nice thing that NRG do in the series is you can win tokens made of your likeness. And this is a huge thing. I love a token, like especially when it's of my likeness. And we see here, probably about 6 weeks ago, I would have said maybe the most played or at least sought after token in Magic. Obviously, I think Treasure Token kind of just pips it a little bit of most played, but look how cool that is. That's for life. No matter if you stop playing tomorrow, you'll be able to talk about this in 10 years' time. Yeah, I got these tokens made, and this is that. Have you ever had a token made of your likeness?
No, I wish though. I gotta get up to one of these NRG events.
Oh, now I've got actually the obvious question. What token would you be?
Oh, Rhino token, hands down, not even close.
Oh, okay.
You don't have to ask me.
Well, I've got to ask Chat, what would you be? I'd be a goat token, apparently, in 901, but that's taken by Brad, right? Brad's always got to be the goat token. I've seen that one. I think I would be a soldier token just because it lines up really well, right? Like that's literally my day job. So if I could be a soldier token, I think it'd be pretty cool. But this is what players are kind of playing for. They're getting the likeness as a team event. I like a Goblin Shaman token. Gotta love it. And this is the prizes they're playing for this weekend. I'm going to pass it off to you. What are they playing for?
First place, $3,000 and 30 points. Second place, 1,500. Third, fourth, 11, 10. Fifth through eighth, 570. Ninth through 12, 250. And all of those leaderboard points, those are kind of what the players are playing towards the end of the season championship. We're going to go ahead and see if we can take a look at the current leaderboard here. We'll actually see the players that are already qualified. It's going to be 16 players vying it out. And you see Roger Slayman, Stephen Dykman, Daniel Weiser, and Matthew Hoey. These are the already qualified players for the $25,000 prize championship at the end of the year. And if we can go ahead and take a look at the current standings, here we go. We got Stephen Dykman just absolutely destroying every single tournament that we've had so far. You see the players in yellow are currently already qualified. And we have a few players on this leaderboard who are potentially in our top 8 this weekend. Those points are just really, really important for all of these players as they vie for that end of the season championship.
It gives me that vibe of the old, like, the point system that we used to have in like GPs in sort of Pro Magic. You just grinding for every possible point. That 1 point could be the difference between being, platinum, gold, silver, etc., getting the PT invites. And that is what's on the line for the top 16 that get to qualify for the end of the year tournament. It is going to be a 25K cash event. You manage to take that down, you win yourself a big chunk of money and a re-invite. But more importantly, a direct invite to the Pro Tour, which obviously now Paper Magic is back. The Pro Tour is back. We've got one coming up real soon. We've got some people that are working on that in the chat, and I can't tell you how hyped I'm for that. A Lord of the Rings, modern Pro Tour, Paper Magic, sign me up all day long. And that is what people are playing for. So this is our beautiful faces. Welcome back to the booth. We're going to take a short little break while we kind of work out who's going to be in the top 8, see these tiebreakers, and we'll bring it all to you real shortly. So just make sure you stick around. I'll speak to you all soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NRG Series 10K team event. This is the top 8. My name is Will Hall, better known on the internet as Will Hall XP. That's Devin O'Donnell, better known as Doomwake on the internet. And we are going to go through the top 8. We've got it. We've whittled it down from 92 teams down to the final 8. Now we're going to turn this final 8 into just one team. 3 players are going to walk away with the prize money, the trophies, and the invites. Start talking us through this, though.
All right. So 1 versus 8 is going to be Grody, Kenton, Cole versus Jung, Mullaly, Harney. We got the 4-5, Pagan, Bauer, Blyden against Nemitz, Weiss, and Burkhardt. The 3-6 is going to be MacArthur, Ovington, Eller, Slowinski, Slinger, and Slater. And then the 2-7 is going to be Zimmerman, Branham, Hefner against Parson, Valenti, Tyler, Logan. And we are going to be starting with the 3-6. This is actually going to be the modern seed that we're starting. And we're going to take a look at some Yawgmoth because we haven't had a ton of that on camera today, Will.
It's my deck of choice. In modern at the minute, that's my deck. I'm so happy about it. We're going to get to see that one going on, and again, it will turn and burn. And it seems like it's got a pretty interesting matchup against an Is It Breach deck, which we're going to see it against. But let's see if we can get the prizes up. What are these 8 teams playing for? Talk us through this.
All right, so these the $10,000 prize pool is split as such: $3,000 to first, $1,500 to second, $1,110 to third and fourth, $570 to 5 through 8, and then 9 through 12 also picking up a cool $250, along with those very, very important leaderboard points. So it's 30 to first, 25 to second, 20 to third, fourth, and then 15 through 5 through 8. And as we talked about earlier, Will, those leaderboard points are very important towards the end of the season championship. If we can go ahead and grab the leaderboard, we can go ahead and take a look at current players qualified. We have players in yellow: Stephen Dykman, Daniel Weiser, Roger Solomon, and Matthew Hoey already qualified. And then the rest of the leaderboard here, as we see these players just vying for every single one of those points, is so important here.
Yeah, if you manage to win this and take those extra 30 points, that skyrockets you up into that second bracket there we see on the left-hand side if you've already got some points. And if you've got no points, you're still going to be squeaking in now the bottom of 1920. So a lot to play for everybody in this tournament. And also, we're only halfway through the year. We've got more events coming up. So, a lot more points and more chances to be able to get on this leaderboard, get to that 19-player invite-only tournament end of the year. And I say the next one here is going to be in Detroit, August 12th and 13th. A little bit of modern, a little bit of pioneer. 15K on the line, nothing too shabby. Move across to the next venue. It's going to be in Indianapolis. Again, another place I've been to, but it is going to be in October 14th and 15th. That one's going to be Pioneer and a teams trial. I literally love team events. If I haven't mentioned it enough this weekend, I love a team event. And then the last one, as I said before, sounds like someone's name, not a place, but here we go. It is in Madison. It is going to be Saturday. It's going to be a 10K modern tournament and a 5K Pioneer. A little chaser on the Sunday. A little bit of money. We all love it. It's going to pay for dinner tonight for all these teams that are going to be going for getting there. But realistically, they want these points. They want to get those free invites to that invite-only 16-player 25K tournament end of the year, which has a Pro Tour slot on it. I can't emphasize that enough. A direct invite to the Pro Tour. You get to skip the whole RC season. You don't have to go to the RC, qualify for it. You don't have to play in it. You go directly to it, and that's such a cool prize to have. So these are the players that are already qualified already. Talk us through these. Any of these players stand out to you?
We saw Raja Solomon, Stephen Dykeman, Daniel Weiser, Matthew Hoey. Raja Solomon, Stephen Dykeman, we see basically every event. Matthew Hoey, who we just saw take down the June showdown with Temur Rhinos. And yeah, like we said, these are going to be accompanied by 12 other competitors who we will find and crown throughout the year as we approach that end of the year championship. $25,000 prize pool on the line. Doesn't get much better than that, Will.
No, and we're going to fill 3 of these slots now. We've been talking, this is a team event, 1 person Pioneer, 1 person in Modern, 1 person in Legacy. I want to know this weekend, people just tune in, how would you build your team? Who's your dream team, Devin? Who would you want sitting in the other 2 seats that you're not sat in?
How about me, you, and Corey Bowmeister?
Okay, yeah, I suppose we can carry Corey. That's fine. That's good. That's good with me. I'll take that one.
Corey would just be playing every single seat for us,
That's the real fact of it, but let's not say it too loud because chat might hear. You know what I mean? I'm always on the side of I want to just get 2 players that are completely better than me and play. But it looks like the players have finished shuffling up. They finished looking at the sideboards because it is an open deckless tournament. Now we're in this top 8. Players have access to what their opponent is playing, and it's going to be Hunter versus Sack, Golgari Yawgmoth versus Is It Breach. I'm huge on Yawgmoth. I'm huge on there's a lot of changes that has happened to this deck. Talk me through these.
Yeah, so we see the Golgari Yawgmoth player who is going to be sporting a lot of cards from the new set, the Lord of the Rings set. We talked about Delighted Halfling, the One Ring, and Orcish Bowmasters, all present here in Hunter's deck list. And the Breach deck, this is actually not the Breach deck that we saw last round. The more traditional, kind of more popular versions as of late have been the Jeskai combo-focused version. This is, I guess you could call it old school in the form of just kind of fair value Breach. There's no combo, really just trying to set up a Breach and draw 4 or 5 cards, which, I mean, that sounds pretty good. You like drawing cards, Will, right?
I like killing my opponent when they've got a lot of cards in their hand. Remember, I'm an Infect player. I'm also a Yawgmoth player. And this feels great. Being on the play, putting up 2 huge walls and just stone raining this Ragavan on the other side. You know what I mean? You don't want to connect, sure, I'll throw my wall in front of it. The question is, do I throw my 0-5 or 0-4? Because one will die to a lightning bolt, one will die to known holy heat if they choose to go that route. But
I would just double block. You just fire off a double block there.
Okay. I like it. I like where you're at. I like where your head's at. Why not? We're going to come down with another Dragon Age channel here. Kind of set up. And this is, people don't kind of see this about the Yawgmoth deck. They think it's like this combo deck. It does have the beatdown element, right? But the secret to beating Yawgmoth is its life total. Like, I suppose that's kind of obvious. That's how you win most games of Magic. But the higher its life total, the quicker it's going to be to combo and off, right? I'm kind of stepping on your toes a little bit here, but I really am a Yawgmoth player, and I love this deck through and through, and I know all the interactions.
Yeah, no, you're 100% correct. The card Yawgmoth, you do need a certain amount of life total to be able to activate it, given that pay 1 life is part of the sacrifice activation cost to be able to start drawing cards. And, like you mentioned, if you're able to pressure the life total and whittle that down, even every single point matters against this deck. It really is going to, it'll make it so Hunter is able to draw less cards once they are able to deploy a copy of Yawgmoth. And pretty good start here mana-wise. We have a ton of mana here on the 3rd turn for Hunter, is able to deploy a plethora of cards here. Could have a Grist, could have a Ring, could have a
no. We're at end of turn. We passed the turn untapped.
Okay.
You know what I mean? We didn't play anything on our 3rd turn. We missed a land drop almost. But I'm going to.
This is Hunter's 3rd turn.
I thought we were recording. I'm going to.
Oh, okay. I see.
All right, I'll wind it in. That's fine. But again, Strangleroot on the battlefield. And no, again, great blocker. When on the other side we've got something like a Ragavan or a Dragonlance Chandler, it's able to block, comes back. Almost an absolute nightmare for these kind of burn removal kind of decks where they're going to have to they got a 2-for-1 themselves to get off the battlefield basically. But it is open deck list. They know they're not playing down Dress Down, at least not in the main. There is 2 in the sideboard, so we don't have to worry about that.
Right, and typically from the Jeskai side of things, sometimes with the Jeskai breach decks, you'll maybe see a copy or two of Prismatic Ending, but given that this is just Is It Breach, there's not any copies of that card, so no clean ways to go ahead and answer this, guys. As we see a cord for, I believe, 2. Does that sound about right?
Yeah, I think it's 2. I think we used both walls for the mana value to cast a Strangleroot, and we're going for 2. Yep, to get the Bowmaster, to get. Oh, I love it. I love it. And we're doing this while the fetch is on the stack. So while they fetched, we get to play around Spell Pierce, which we know that there's 2 copies in the main, because again, open deck list. Cord, Bowmaster, taking out the Dragonlance Chandler before any spells can kind of manipulate the top of the deck while it's just a 1/1. Love it. A lot of time for this.
Yeah, just an absolute blowout there. Like you mentioned, the responding to the fetch, just very, very good sequence here from Hunter, is aware of the deck list, the Spell Pierces. And yeah, that Bowmaster just taking out the Channeler, and also not only playing around Spell Pierce, but wants to do it before a spell is able to be cast in response, because the Channeler would be able to surveil. So you could potentially, if maybe you say cast an instant and then put, I guess you can't really get to Delirium, but just denying that extra surveil trigger, very important here. And Bowmaster is not only obviously kills the Channeler when it enters the battlefield, but the fact that it makes 2 bodies, 2 blockers for this Ragavan, as if it was going to be hard enough to attack with Ragavan, you're basically never attacking with that thing.
Here comes an Unholy Heat. That's going to get the Bowmaster off the battlefield. That's the lovely RC promo art currently. Do you like that one? And how are we going to fight? Now we're going to start drawing extra cards. Makes sense doing it in this sequence. Don't want to be growing any more that is it a mass army? We're calling it. Is it an army? Yeah.
Orc army.
An orc army. I don't know if it was a mass. A mass is what we used to have. Now this is especially a mass the orc army. Don't know
yeah.
With that.
No, you're correct. You're correct. All right. We'll see Hunter take a draw step here, getting in for some damage with the Geist. Exalted Trigger. Get it in there.
And that's just another one. Another, card. We used to have the other Hierarch. Now we've got Ignoble Hierarch. Just suits these decks so much better. Especially again being an Infect player. Now I get to play my Golgari kind of colors. It does it, and there's another chord. Is that double chord in hand?
Might have been.
So we can chord now. Oh my god, we can chord for loads here. We can get Yawgmoth.
A lot. Yeah, we definitely want to get a Yawgmoth. We saw the Strangleroot guys there, and Zach, knowing that the Ragavan is not really worth much else, just gonna go ahead and trade for the Strangleroot guys, which comes back. And when you're from the Yawgmoth perspective, you have to be pretty happy when you get that trade to happen. But yeah, this Yawgmoth is it's gonna be worth a lot of cards. I can't count that high.
I got some trivia for you. Who was the first person to 5-0 league with Yawgmoth?
Because you're asking me, I'm going to assume that the answer is Will Hall.
Spot on the money, my friend. It was the deck looked nothing like this, but I kind of hold that. That's my little claim to fame, if you can call it that. But this card it is really, really good. It is now on the battlefield, and this is what it does. Right, it looks like we've only got 1 card in hand. At any moment's notice, we can kind of refill it. Advantage bar hardly to our left. We need to start casting some Unholy Heats and getting things off the battlefield.
We can draw 8 cards, because we can go sack token, counter on Geist, sack Geist, yada 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 yada. So yeah, basically Hunter can just at any moment just go ahead and pick up a brand new hand. And Expressive Iteration's good, but I haven't read the text on it recently, but I don't think it says draw 8 cards.
It definitely does do. Normally, when you've got a Yawgmoth in play, that you've got a few more land. If we do sack everything, it would be pretty bad for it. But we've seen this card. It's banned in multiple formats, especially the ones that are being played this weekend. Because remember, this is Pioneer and Legacy with a modern chaser that we're watching now. It is a super powerful card, mate. And I also used to play this card wrong. That's how good I am. I used to play it on turn 2 and go, this card's not very good. Why is everyone going on about this card? I play it, and then obviously it's like, no, it's a turn 3 play. Well, learn that one the hard way. That's why you're sat in the expert seat, and I'm just here waffling about Infect all day long.
And Yawgmoth.
As we're going to start and Yawgmoth, as we're going to turn it all sideways and try and get connect for that is a beautiful 6 points of damage.
Yeah, and we mentioned early on at the start, this breach deck not being able to set up a combo, this is kind of the fair breach version. So there's not really any worry of Zach untapping and comboing out of nowhere, which you would normally associate with a breach deck. And Underworld Breach does draw quite a bit of cards, but it still just does not compete with the amount of cards that Yawgmoth provides.
We've also got to worry about if that last card in hand is a Chord Calling, it could just be game if we tap out. Like it realistically would be a very high win percentage of game if they do tap out. That's got to be on their mind. How can I play around that? Do I need to try and dig for cards with it? It's all to play for here. We're going to see. We're going to start off the time with a Ledger Shredder. Talk to me about this one. Why do we see Ledger Shredders in these decks and the follower breach? I suppose it answers itself there, but.
Yeah, Shredder is particularly powerful in this deck because there's a lot of cheap cards, all the 1 mana interaction and the 1 mana creatures like Ragavan Dragon's Rage Channeler, cantrips as well, and then Mishra's Bauble. So a very common turn 2 play here is you go turn 2, play Ledger Shredder, and then play a Mishra's Bauble immediately after that. As we see in Endurance, just go ahead and blow up the graveyard in response to this breach. And
absolutely backbreaking. And that is the one of in the deck. So again, open deck list. They know that there's only one that needs to play around, and unfortunately for them, it was in the hand. It was in the grip. We're going to shuffle up this library. We're going to put it to the I'm going to shuffle up this graveyard. Put it to the bottom of our library.
It's one of those things where if you're on an open deck list, right, and you see that your opponent has one copy of Mana Tithe in their deck, are you ever playing around it? No, you're just going to jam into it, right?
You're right. I am. Yeah. Better players, maybe not. Maybe they get better reads than I do. I'm do you have it? Cool. Guess I'm going to win. You have it? I'm super blown out then. But again, it's another body though. It's another beater on the battlefield. It still comes along with a 3/4 body, potentially another sacrifice if we need to. And Yawgmoth's obviously got that little hidden text that says proliferate on it. A lot of these creatures are starting to get counters on them.
Yeah, I mean, you don't necessarily want to proliferate the wall of roots because that I think that would
well,
not
that depends. You know what I mean? Like how big your kahunas are, let's say. But now we're going to go for it. And I like this. We're tapping. We've got 2 green mana if we need to play around Spell Pierce with the walls. So this is going to be a chord for 2. I guess it's going to be another Strangle Root. It could
actually
be
isn't the Zulaport just lethal or Bowmaster? I was wondering if Zulaport was just lethal because you can essentially like sack token to target Geist, sack Geist, sack. You know what I mean? Like I wonder if we had lethal with just the Zulaport.
Let's think. What but yeah, because Unholy Heat wouldn't do it to get Yawgmoth off the battlefield.
I guess you could Unholy Heat or bolt the Zulaport in response to the first activation, and maybe that's enough to save you.
I love this. So with the the Bowmaster trigger on the stack up to a mass, we're sacking the first one with Yawgmoth to get triggered. Then the second one resolves, so we get another. This is brilliant. I love this.
Yeah, Yawgmoth's super powerful with Bowmaster, like you mentioned, just being able to kind of reset the token, and you can just kind of just keep going here. Yeah, this is a lot.
So we get rid of the +1/+1 counter because that's how it kind of layering in stacks, and then we put a -1/-1 counter on it. Here comes Lightning Bolt targeting the Bowmaster. We're going to sacrifice that in response. Put another -1/-1 counter on the Ledger Shredder, and that is going to die. And every time we're doing this, we're still drawing more cards. That's the crazy thing about this.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why Yawgmoth is so messed up. Not only do you just get to kill all of your opponent's stuff, you're drawing a brand new hand in the process. And yeah, I don't really, I mean, like I said, we don't want to call games too early, but it's going to be really, really hard for okay, if you want to call it, then I'll call it.
I'm calling this one. This is something I've been learning from Corey. He says I don't call games early enough, and I'm going to say this one's over. Even more so as we're about to drop to 1 life as a big swing for, I believe this is 10, is going to come across.
Math checks out.
We're actually sacrifice it. We're going to bring it back with the Undying. That is 11 Exactsies. Well played by Hunter there on left of your screen, taking down game number 1. Looking on our backup matches, look like Rakdos Painters manages to take down their game. So we're going to move across to the Pioneer. That one's going to still be playing. Let's have a little look what's going on there. We're going to have Spirits. Oh, apparently everybody's sideboarding, so we're going to have conclusions of all those games won. That we're going to get that updated for you all. I don't think I need to tell you or chat how much I enjoy watching Yawgmoth. And we saw why there. The new inclusion of these cards. We didn't see the One Ring, but we've seen that enough already. Let's be honest, this weekend or just in general.
True.
But we saw how good Bowmaster was there and being able to utilize how good Bowmaster is with Yawgmoth. and like just knowing those like little triggers, knowing that you can sacrifice your undying creatures, get them back to get that extra plus on counter, and did the exact C's. Super well played there. Got to love it. Are you impressed with how Bowmaster's kind of putting up results in the format and being able to squeeze itself into multiple different decks?
Yeah, I was actually kind of surprised how well it was doing over the first couple of weeks. When I first saw the card, the main attraction was Legacy because of the presence of Brainstorm and all the extra cantrips. And I think a lot of people kind of associate the card advantage spell in Modern of Choice being Expressive Iteration, which does not actually draw cards, so it doesn't trigger Bowmaster. But even outside of the your opponent drawing extra cards to trigger the Bowmaster, just in specifically Yawgmoth making 2 bodies and being able to pick off an early creature is just so massive because those 2 bodies help you not only get extra cards for Yawgmoth, but can also be food for Cord as well.
Yeah, as you say, it's great in there. And also, there's a card. I think it's all right in Modern at the minute. That tends to draw people a lot of cards. So being able to have some sort of resilience to that, almost or kind of double tax their life total by having a Bowmaster out, it can be quite good. Let's say it's an okay card. I think it might see a bit of play at the Pro Tour. Might not. Who really knows? But
We'll have to find out.
We didn't get to see it in there. But Delightful Halfling, right? Like it's a new 1-drop. We've seen it's got a few more upsides than your traditional like Birds to Paradise, which is we're seeing just straight up gone now. This has replaced it in a lot of different decks. We're seeing it in the elemental decks. We're seeing it now in Yawgmoth. Why are we seeing this card more?
So the biggest reason is the fact that it has 2 toughness as opposed to 1, like Birds of Paradise. One of the more popular decks in the format right now, being that 4-color control deck, sports 4 copies of Wrenn and 6. So having a mana dork that doesn't die to Wrenn and 6 is extremely important when you're on the draw against Wrenn and 6. And the uncounterability also very important. We've actually, as far as I remember, we haven't seen a ton of Murktide this weekend, and I think a lot of that is due to the fact that this Delighted Halfling is pushing counterspell decks kind of not necessarily out of the format entirely, but it is punishing those counterspell decks because it makes stuff like Teferi and Wrenn and 6 in those decks uncounterable. But in the Yawgmoth deck, having the actual card Yawgmoth uncounterable is important alongside Grist as well.
Yeah, it's huge. I'm actually seeing that there's a lot of Magic being played now. The new set's out, and we're actually seeing the Murktide decks kind of going down in popularity potentially because of this card making counter Magic a lot worse. And also on the Yawgmoth side, because it's got that extra toughness, that means I can target it twice with my -1/-1 counters. I can draw my 2 cards of this. Where with a Birds, it'd just be one and done. This gives me that extra little bit of value, which is sometimes is the nick of a game or losing and winning. And we love to see it. Plus, it comes in all the alternatives. I'm one of those crazy people that are trying to get one of every card in the Lord of the Rings set in full art and foil and stuff, and I'll get it framed and put it on my wall, and it'll just sit there forever, and I'll be the only person that ever cares about it. But I do like it, and I think it just fits in this deck. A lot of cards that have been printed recently it's made Yawgmoth. It wasn't really a deck, and now with the Modern Horizons 2 coming out, and now we've got the Lord of the Rings set, and now it's an ever adapting deck. I love to see it, and I'm getting the green light. The Pioneer is good, and we're going to be able to get down to that matchup. Remember, players are able to look at each other's sideboards now. This is open deck list. They know what's in the 75, what their opponent could be playing around, and this is where the mind games are going to start happening. Are they bringing that in? They might think I'm bringing that one in, so I won't bring them in. I'll bring some. I love this aspect of open decks. Personally, casting and watching, I love open deckless tournaments. Being an Infect player, I hate open deckless tournaments. I don't want people to know that I'm on Infect. But realistically for this, I think it's really, really cool. What about yourself? Do you like open deckless? Are you more on the side of open deckless playing in them, or do you prefer playing it in closed?
It's tough. I think on the balance, open deck list leads to a little bit less non-game. So, for example, if you don't know you're playing against the control deck and you keep a hand that has 2 or 3 fatal pushes in your opening hand, or vice versa, you're playing against the burn deck and you keep an opening hand and one or more Thoughtseizes. So I think that open deck list in a general sense lead to more non-games, which less variance. I like that. So I think I'm a big fan of it.
Cool. Well, it looks like the players have just drawn the opening 7, so let's get down to them. Let's see how they're going to be going about this. Another one, when we're speaking about the open deck list and closed deck list sort of stuff, I think there's a crazy stat out there in the metaverse somewhere that mono green in closed deck list tournaments has got a huge win percentage opposed to it being in open deck list tournaments. So it's interesting how some decks can thrive and some decks don't in these open metas, and it looks like Spirits lost game 1, as you can see at the bottom of the screen, so they get to be on the play here. Traditionally, Spirits used to be a terrible matchup for mono green, but that got shored up recently, right?
Well, it's tough. So play draw, obviously, we're in the Pioneer
Huge.
format. Player draw is gonna matter a lot. So the 3 seed being in the play. So our green player wasn't the play game one. That definitely has a part to do with it. But as you mentioned, the most recent printing here for the green devotion decks is the Pelucranos card. I forget there's a lot of Pelucranos. I think it's like Pelucranos Reborn or something along
I think,
those
yeah,
lines.
yeah.
But it's 4/5 reach, and the fact that it has reach is one of the more important parts against spirits because it's a card that you can play on turn 2 to get under a spell queller, given that they won't have enough mana to play the spell queller. Yeah, Reborn, that's what it is. So they won't be able to queller it if you're playing it on turn 2 off of an elf, and it is just able to shut down the entire offense of the spirits. The spirits player, the most common way that you lose as a green player is like exactly this: Mausoleum Wanderer or 1-drop into Curious Obsession, and then just take over the game from there with all that card advantage. But if you play a Pelucranos, you can just easily just have that spirit down in check.
We're literally seeing spirits do what it wants to do. Right, this is what it does on the tin. It gets that early threat down. We've got a way to keep drawing our cards each turn. We've got the tempo value of things like spell queller, counter magic, keep them on a green, off that devotion, keep them off these big explosive turns while we keep getting that chip damage in, while we keep refilling our hand and having this this mana and the advantage of being on the play. We're literally seeing it. If it
Yeah.
was the other way around, the devotion side on the left would be a lot higher. Means that they can cast 2 to 3 spells a turn. It's everything coming up kind of Millhouse here for Mai.
Yeah, this is basically the perfect draw. Like, turn 1, Mausoleum Wanderer, turn 2, Enchantment, hold up. I believe we held up the Geistlight Snare on turn 2. And then turn 3, attack, play a Spell Queller. It doesn't get any better than this. Then we even have a Portable Hole for the Llanowar Elf, excuse me. And yeah, I mean, like you said, want to call games before they're over, but I mean, this one looks pretty over to me.
It's a lot of tempo happening here. This Khan's going to definitely get. This is actually my favorite art of Khan. If I had to have a favorite art, it's the one I use because I think it's
come
the
on.
I think it's the ugliest version of it, and I don't want to play
Oh,
nice versions of that card. So that's what I play as. We're going to refill our hand a little bit more, having a second Curious Obsession come down. So now every time that connects, we will get an extra 2 cards to our hand if we want to. And of course, we always want to.
You see, I like the old frame, but I just don't like the fact that there's no planeswalker symbol in the bottom right. It's kind of like the old school, where it tells you the words, what it says on it. I do like the old frame though. I can appreciate that.
I don't want anyone to appreciate it. I just want that card to look rubbish and ugly. But I say I'm a mono green player, so I have to play it. I think mono green's a very cool deck, especially in Pioneer. Not too much against spirits, and when you don't get to cast many of your spells, as we're seeing this game. You called it. I'm pretty inclined to go with you here. This is a lot of flying damage keeps coming across. That's 6 damage connecting. 2 more cards being drawn. We've got all this counter magic in our hand. We just need to keep hitting our land drops, hold up this counter magic, and we're going to get ourselves to a game at number 3 really quickly, I imagine. Devotion count is 4, though. So Nick versus Jen a little bit extra. Here's 5. Here comes down a Cavalier. That's countered, and we're scooping it up. That is a real quick game. I feel like traditionally that's how it should go for the Spirits matchup.
Yeah.
But again, draw, play, super specific. But I think the modern table's just getting into the knit and grit. So we're going to move across to a modern table. If you just tune in, this is going to be Yawgmoth versus Is It Breach. It's not the combo version. It is more a value engine, kind of like a Delver variant, so to speak, as in just lots of very efficient blue and red cards with breaches in it. And we're catching, it looks like an endurance coming down just in the nick of time of emptying that graveyard.
Yeah, and we saw the Yawgmoth player was able to kind of the biggest thing that we want to talk about in this matchup was the Yawgmoth player does not have to worry about any sort of combo. This is the fair breach deck. So, as far as the sideboard is concerned, do we get any help there? So looking at the sideboard, you mentioned the copies of Dress Downs. Those will certainly be coming in. Past that, there's not a ton here. The 1 copy of Fury could be coming in, maybe the copy of Unlicensed Hearse, but not a ton of upgrades here. I assume you're the Yawgmoth, the player in this regard. I assume that you like this matchup here from the Yawgmoth side, right?
Oh yeah, like I've got more Durances to bring in. They're definitely coming in. We've got Force of Eagles. I feel like there's a card already exiled. I'm trying to look there, just below the at the bottom of your screen. It looks like we've got 2 cards next to each other, and then one kind of turns sideways. So potentially already a Force has been cast.
I think it's a Grist, but that wouldn't make a lot of sense.
I'm about to say, but what are we exiling for Grist? That's but I'm sure it'll work out. But here's a Blood Moon coming down to shut us off green mana. We do have a swamp on the battlefield, but green is pretty important for our deck. We do have 3 forests in the main, and okay. I don't even know how this layering works.
I was going to ask you the same thing, Will. I'm glad you don't know because I don't know either.
I think it taps for red. I think it's a mountain, but also a 1/1. But chat will tell us. Chat knows everything.
This is like layer 575.
It's a 1/1 mountain, yeah. So I think I've ran into this problem before, shall we say? But this is another reason why I'll be bringing in these forces. I think I've got targets for force. Anyway, looking at the sideboard, I know there's going to be Blood Moons. I know there's going to be hearses. Potentially, there could be EEs looking at this sideboard. So I would have been bringing in the Force of Vigors. I don't think we're going to be flying in blind to it. But not ideal when we need to hit forest playing a Dryad Arbor.
Yeah. Well, yeah, this Blood Moon is really kind of a haymaker here, really crushing for Zach here because, like you said, Hunter only has access to black mana right now, does not have any green, and really needs to find a copy of Force of Vigor to be able to answer that Blood Moon or potentially a forest. Let's do a quick Besiege you check. How many copies of Besiege are we looking at? There are 2 copies along with 3 forests, so kind of has to find one of those, or maybe the Ring. The Ring is also a card you can cast under Blood Moon.
Yeah, true. So that obviously, if the Bowmass is in there, we can still cast them. Chat's asking about the Yawgmoth in play and how that works with Blood Moon, with layering effects. I'll let you take this one.
Blood Moon does trump the Yawgmoth. Don't ask me why, but I know that for whatever reason, it might be a layer thing, but the Yawgmoth is considered a mountain under a Blood Moon. Therefore, it does not have any other abilities besides tapping for red.
I would say that's a win there for that Dryad Arbor being able to get in front of that Ragavan. Again, we've seen how powerful that card can be and how far quick it can run away of games. So being able to use potentially our land drop to get that off the battlefield is pretty good. Because if it starts connecting, generating those treasures, then we start seeing Zach being able to double spell in his turn. And well, let's be honest, we're not far off that anyway. As a Fury comes off the top, these are cards you don't want to be seeing as a Yawgmoth player. Right. Fury is a backbreaking at times.
Yeah, and I was thinking maybe if Hunter had a copy of the One Ring, wanted to keep that Dryad Arbor around to be able to cast it because we do need 4 mana. But doesn't look like there is a copy of Ring because likely would not have traded for the Ragavan in that case. And yeah, you mentioned the Fury. I would have to imagine Zach would have fired that off if we had a 5th land. We just go land 5 Hardcast Fury, kill the Endurance. So I'm guessing might not have a 5th land in hand and is going to go ahead and Unholy Heat this Endurance.
Well, it looks like we do have a land, but obviously it's going to come and play untapped. It is just going to be a basic mountain into a hearse, but it does give us 2 targets if we do draw a force. Okay,
we drew a forest. All right.
Forest turns on the Might. The Might exiles the Blood Moon. We're back into it now. Everyone's got forests. The combo's kind of semi-shut because obviously there's this hearses on the battlefield, and this it's problematic because it exiles 2. And ideally, you want 2 to be able to go off with Yawgmoth. And you obviously, while the trigger for Undying is on the stack, we'll be able to exile it. And we're just going to start chipping away at it now. And this is the problem.
That forest, massive top deck here for Hunter. Like we said, just needs to be able to get back into the game with being able to cast black spells and green spells. Can't quite get a good look at what Hunter has left over in the hand, but now that we're able to cast spells, I'm sure that we have something here. There's a breach here for Zach, and funny enough, the Blood Moon got exiled off of the Haywire Bite. That's actually incredibly relevant here because could have just played that off the breach.
Correct. I think that's 4 red spells, so not ideal for Hunter because his best way to get into this is playing something like a Wall of Roots or just seeing if the coast is clear first with a Fortsies. Interesting one to be bringing in. I do like it. This is another advantage of playing these in the sideboard being traditionally a creature combo deck, being able to clear the way. I'm not sure what you want to take here though. What do you think?
Probably Fury. Depends on if you have an answer for the breach. Okay, we are going to go ahead and take the breach. My guess is that means there may or may not be an answer to that card in Hunter's hand, because the Fury seems a little difficult. Where if you one of your best cards here is the card Yawgmoth, and Fury being able to take care of that Yawgmoth and leave behind the 3/3 body is a little tough. But he's going to go ahead and take the breach there, which kind of does make sense.
Yeah, there's a nice new one as well from March to the Machine. Pylon is started to see a little bit of play in Yawgmoth. Remember that's a cascade removal spell that does have a little scry effect to it. And here's the Beseiju taking out the hearse. That's going to deal with the last 2 cards.
So we did
a little bit.
We did have the answer for Breach and Hit, but we wanted to use the Besieger to take out the Hearse. That makes sense.
I like it. We just need to kind of refill our board. And now it's will Zach fire off this Fury early to get a creature on the battlefield, or is he going to be patient and hold it and see if Hunter kind of progresses the board a little bit with potentially Water Roots, Young Wolves, etc.?
Yeah, it's weird. Both players know about the Fury, right? Because Hunter saw it in the hand, so maybe Hunter is not going to necessarily play into that. Like, you're not going to see the 2 Delighted Halfling pass or like Delighted Halfling into Hapatra or something. So, you're almost in a spot from Zach where it's like, yes, my opponent knows about this. Maybe there's a chance that I should just fire it off. Especially with Hunter at 15, like, you kind of want to get the clock started as well. We did mention that Yawgmoth does need quite a bit of life to be able to utilize that as their resource.
Yeah, it's kind of like both players are throwing the sideboard cards out. We're getting answers on both sides, but Zach is turning and burning, sculpting that hand, getting what he needs, hitting each land drop. That's going to be an Engineer Explosives to hand. Consider is going to go to exile and the land to the bottom. We're going to fire off this Consider. Do we like that top card? Yes, we do. Looks like a Ledger Shredder.
Okay.
You definitely need to tap the land better though, because that's a fetch line that we're tapping.
We can't tap the Flooded Strain. The Blood Moon is no longer in play, so if we could maybe have them pause, or we can get a judge over there.
Oh, the Yawgmoth.
We missed that. Okay.
Oh,
never mind.
Love it.
We're good.
No, I love it. I love it. Players know what's going on a little bit better than we do on our tiny little screens in front of us. It's all good.
Hard to see the lands. I think the Yawgmoth is behind the forest, so it's hard to see that it's actually Yawgmoth. We're good though. We're good.
Here comes a chord. Going to get ourselves a Young Wolf.
It's been a long day, Will.
You're telling me it's currently 1:45 in the morning for me. It's early days. It's fine. Yeah. But we'll be back again. Remember, if you're just catching this top 8 now, there is Legacy all day tomorrow. When NRG will be coming back to you with all day 5K Legacy events. So make sure if you're into that, you hit that follow button. Make sure you get the notification when they go live tomorrow. Me and Devin will be back for you on that one, doing the evening shift yet again. So hopefully we see you all there. As we're just going to kind of advance our board here on the Yawgmoth side.
Oh, I can see the Yawgmoth.
We see it now. That's it. Now it's been blatantly obvious and we've been rinsed in chat about it. Yeah, sure. Well, how are we going to do this? Again, because the ledger is on the other side, playing 2 spells is also kind of bad for us. Grist is going to come down. Love this card. Love all the flavor and the text of this card. And I'm going to ask you, how many times have you cast this card?
A few. I mean, I've dabbled a little bit with Yawgmoth over the past couple of weeks too, especially with the ring. I had to try it for myself. One thing I will say, I cannot play Yawgmoth on stream. It's really hard the deck's hard enough as is, but trying to do that while managing chat, not possible for me.
Mine was Hun Scales. Could not do it. Yeah. Like, I felt everything I did was wrong. And, chat was always like, you missed lethal. I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what's going on right now. But with Grist and the tick up, it's got this unique little thing that if you hit another insect goes to the graveyard from it, you get to redo it. Use the activated ability yet again. The most I've ever done this is twice. I managed because Grist is an insect. So I managed to hit 2 Grists off the top of my deck before and get like multiple triggers. I've never done the full, get the full play set in a one-er, unfortunately. But
so you've not dabbled with the Changeling deck, then I see.
No. I haven't played that deck. No. That's a YouTube video deck. If I've ever seen one in my life, I don't think we're going to see that taking down any challenges anytime soon. As we're going to see, Young Wolf is going to be sacrificed. We're going to get off that Ledger Shredder because remember, Grist is also a removal spell, as well as being able to flood the board with little 1/1 insects if we want to go that route. And then the last card we're going to play for turn is this Young Wolf. Nice opportunity for Fury.
Yeah, I was just going to mention both players know about the Fury, and we kind of talked about this earlier where Hunter didn't want to overextend into the Fury, but we kind of gave Zach a pretty good Fury turn, and we're even going to start with the Shredder to be able to loot. Wow, this is a really good turn here for Zach.
Great, so we're going to get the extra trigger here from the Ledger Shredder. Lets us scalp to our hand a little bit better and leave Yawgmoth on the other side with just a nice little 2/2 wolf. We do see that it looks like mono green Brandon did not manage to pull it back against the Azorius Spirits, and Marty managed to take it down 2-1. So now this matchup and just the legacy to go. Remember, we are in top 8. This is open deck list. lots of money to play for, a lot of points to play for, and a lot on the line for whoever managed to get to the top and get those free invites directly to the end of year tournament. 25k with PT invite on the line, as we're just going to play the wall and pass it back.
Yeah, this has been a really good game. You know, we saw the Blood Moon on turn 3 for Zach, when Hunter was able to rip the forest, find an answer for it in the form of the Haywire Might. Really been a nice back and forth, and then that Fury is what appears to be the turning tide here. This looks to be a chord that's being cast. So we're going to find off of that.
Okay, are we getting to the point where we're going to have to start calling this? I think we're very close. I'm trying to think of the line. You know, it's not out of the realms of possibility. Well, you've got a couple of creatures and lands in your hand, but your opponent on the other side have sculpted their hand quite a bit now. There's a good chance there's counter magical removal on the other side. Yawgmoth, not great because our life total is a bit low.
Yeah, it's like, what's the plan here for Hunter? Where do we even go? Where do we got to start with something? I guess you maybe start with a Yawgmoth. You could maybe go like play Yawgmoth. You could put the Young Wolf on the Fury before damage, sack the Wall Roots, put a counter on the Young Wolf. Maybe start there, but I think that's where it has to start. And we are lining up 4 mana.
I was thinking maybe that Grist might have been the route that we wanted to go. Kind of make some, you know, because that can make an infinite blockers potentially for the Fury, but Yawgmoth is also going to be up there in contention of what we need to do to get back into this. It looks like it's going to resolve, but it looks like, before it resolves, we're going to get rid of this Young Wolf.
Yep.
And then it's probably going to eat the Unholy Heat, I guess.
Yeah, bolt the Young Wolf in a response so that there can't be any shenanigans with sacrificing the wall to put a counter on the Young Wolf. And then, yeah, looks like we have Heat, Flooded Strand, and the Fiery Lotus left over. So probably going to sacrifice that first. Maybe try to find another removal spell. I think Fury might just be, or Fury or some other way to kill the Wolverines might just be lethal.
This is what I was thinking about. If I do the Unholy Heat end of last turn, we then get to we get to trigger and kind of cycle away the land in our hand potentially, but doesn't matter. Super far ahead here. This is a Lightning Bolt and a Unholy Heat in hand. 2 damage coming across. Is that how we're going to end here?
Potentially.
We could obviously.
I wonder if we maybe have the life totals incorrect, because I don't know if we updated it after an attack.
I think
blocks here.
I think they're right. I think this is very close to lethal. Obviously, remember there's a fetch on the battlefield. Yawgmoth every time we sack it, which is what we want to normally do. We do lose life. Unholy Heat. I think we're sacking it in response. Putting a -1/-1 counter on Fury. And in response to that, we're going to Unholy Heat it. Yeah, that looks like what's happening.
I think it was the Shredder, yeah. So you went block the Fury before damage, sack the Wolverines, put a counter on the Shredder. The Yawgmoth got Unholy Heated. See, big draw step here for Hunter. See if we can find.
Okay, there's the Halfling.
Not a great start.
It's a blocker. It's a blocker.
It yeah.
It's not great. Especially as a Lightning Bolt in hand. And if the life totals are correct, we just sequence our spells correctly. I like this. Because remember, there are instant speed things on the other side of the battlefield, potentially endurances and chords of calling.
Yeah, so you can just bolt the Halfling, get 2 triggers off of Shredder, and that would be, as far as I can tell, 7 damage. But maybe you're in a position where you don't even need to go for that. Here's a Bowmaster. Okay. Let's make some more chump blockers. Could be a good start.
I think I like this, right? This is the reason we didn't fire off that Lightning Bolt. Again, patience. Everyone in this tournament has been playing so well, so patient. I suppose that's why they've all managed to get themselves into this top 8.
It's weird here because depending on what you want to kill, if you respond to the Bowmaster trigger, if you want to kill the Bowmaster, you have to let the Bowmaster trigger 2 more times because of the 2 Shredders. So it might be more beneficial to cast the bolt with the Shredder. Yeah, okay, we're going to do that. Bowmaster still in the stack. We're going to bolt the Halfling so that the Bowmaster will not trigger off of these 2 Shredder Knives. That's a heads up play.
Yeah, I like it. We get to get rid of this. And I think we've drawn an Unholy Heat off the top and a Ragavan. And yep, Ragavan's going to go to the bin, leave an Unholy Heat left in hand.
Yep, so not quite lethal, because even if you Unholy Heat one of the creatures, there's still one to chump block the Fury. That's going to be 2 damage, putting Hunter down to 5. But like we talked about earlier, the Yawgmoth deck is really, really needs a lot of its life total to be able to utilize the card Yawgmoth. And when you're putting this much pressure on them, like, yeah, here's one of the best cards in Hunter's deck, but how much is it doing at 5 life?
Okay. So we're trying to trigger both these Ledger Shredders. Do we want to, in response, fire off this Unholy Heat?
I would imagine.
I also think this is a good play.
And also wants the Heat now before the Bowmaster token comes into play, so the Bowmaster token cannot be sacrificed to the Yawgmoth.
The Bowmaster, does it become? It comes in a 1/1, and then both triggers make it a 3/3.
So it would be two Bowmaster
actually, right?
triggers. So it would come in as a 1/1, and then the second trigger would give it a counter. But you could also just go resolve the first Bowmaster trigger, sack the token, and then resolve the second Bowmaster trigger, as we saw earlier. So you would basically get get a 1/1 sack and then get another 1/1.
Also, we know that they're going to be empty-handed after this. Last thing we want is for them to draw more cards. So 2 bubbles at the top, going to grow both Ledge Shredders by 1 power, and that, we're scooping it up. We ain't coming back from that one, so that we get a game at number 3 here. And if you look at the bottom of your screen there, it looks like Grixis Delver managed to also pick up the W. So it is all going to be on the modern seat. Who is going to be able to take this down? Yawgmoth gets to be on the play, but obviously sideboards are huge in this. And we saw then how good Blood Moon is, how good the Hearst is going to be, and then cards like Fury on top of it. Could be a real uphill battle if the cards line up correctly for them, and especially with we could say the new Mulligan rule. It's pretty old by now, but with the latest Mulligan rule, the Mulligan rule we currently go by, it really helps in these decisions. Like, how many cards would you sideboard down to try and find those key cards?
You mean how many cards would you mulligan to?
Yeah. Like, would you if you keep it open? It's not great. It's workable. It functions, but it's not got like these almost houses of sideboard cards in. And I remember you on the draw. Would you sideboard down, or would you just play it as it comes?
Well, it kind of depends on the specific sideboard cards. So if the sideboard cards that we have access to from the Breach side of things, there's not like a haymaker like you would normally see a Leyline of the Void against Dredge or a Stony Silence against Affinity. There's nothing like that. It's more so just marginal upgrades, additional removal spells, stuff like Dress Down, the Fury that we saw. So you're not going to want to mulligan too hard for those. You're going to want to just kind of keep a hand that has a functioning couple of removal spells, maybe a threat, maybe a cantrip spell. We're not really going for like the specific haymakers like that.
See, I'm literally just looking, and it looks like there was only 1 Fury in the sideboard, and obviously that's the one they drew. There's only 1 Hearst. They drew that. There are 2 Blood Moons in there, but we also know there's Dress Downs, Engineer Exposure. There's a lot of cards we could be bringing in, and this is kind of a big problem. I think people, especially when they just start getting into competitive Magic, they start over sideboarding, right? Like there's a good chance there's like 10 good cards there, but are they better? And if they do bring in those 10 cards, they're going to dilute their main deck. How do you kind of combat these sort of problems? Being you're an experienced player. How do you kind of decide that you don't over sideboard, or make sure that you don't over sideboard?
Kind of depends on what your deck is trying to do. Like in this specific matchup, or like the deck that the Breach deck. We'll take that for example, right? So the Breach deck has a lot of interaction, a lot of removal spells, Lightning Button, Holy Heat. So what you're doing is you're basically just marginally upgrading those. So you're not necessarily diluting your deck by that much. You're just getting some small upgrades here and there. So like you said, you brought in maybe a couple Blood Moons, maybe 1 or 2 Dress Downs, but past that, you don't want to board in a ton. But when you're playing maybe the combo version of Breach, where you just can't afford to sideboard a specific number of cards because that would dilute your deck too much, and we wouldn't be able to combo. It's a different thing there. So with this deck, you can sideboard a little bit more liberally because you're not really changing the deck's game plan that much.
Okay, well, it looks like they're already kicking off, so we're going to move straight down to this match. They're firing off. Remember, everything on the line here. Who's going to advance themselves, get themselves into the top 4? We're starting off with the Halfling on the left of your screen, and then a Bauble on the right with a Fetch Land. So we obviously did a little Bauble Scry trigger that we spoke about earlier on. Quite common to see in modern Magic these days. It's been happening. I think the earliest that kind of was happening was around. Did Death Shadow used to use the Bauble Scry trigger back in the back in the day kind of?
That's where it started. Yep. Yeah. It's funny because modern Mishra's Bauble has been in Modern since its inception. Mishra's Bauble was a card that was printed in 2005, maybe 2006, and Modern started in 2011, 2012. So but people were not playing Bobble in Modern for the longest time until people realized they started putting into Death Shadow decks with the fetch lands. That's kind of what that's where it took off.
Okay, so see, interesting here. We play the Wall of Roots and just hold up that 1 mana instead of potentially tapping our 2 mana and getting in there with the Halfling. Reasons behind this? I think we're about to see it, but
yeah,
I
it
was,
looks
I was
like we're
trying
gonna
to
go
set you
ahead
up.
and tap. Yeah, we wanted to go ahead and play another Wall of Roots. But yeah, we wanted to do that. Go ahead and play the second Wall of Roots, maybe deploy some more mana, potentially setting up for a Court of Calling, and we will have to see. Well, we're still doing more stuff.
And here comes the little mic comes down. Again, that one-off Fury is just sat there in that hand. We're a little ways off casting it unless we want to evoke it out. But I think
You only
on
need
the
one
Yawgmoths,
copy.
that is true. One copy does a lot of work. Right now in this battlefield, it wouldn't do too much. You just get like the smaller creatures off the battlefield. The walls are 0/4s currently. Remember, that is a -0, -1 counter that they gain. We don't really see those counters too much in Magic anymore. It is kind of unique to see that. 2 cards in hand, but a big grip for Zach here. A lot of red. I think on the Yawgmoth side, you want to see more blue cards in your opponent's hand than red, but
especially with the Halfling in play, you don't really care about the blue cards that much.
Boop. Now we're going to show them that we have that hand, and then we're going to ditch this. When your opponent starts ditching iterations, how strong is their hand? That card's huge, and it is going to take out these two smaller 1/1s or 1/2, so to speak.
Yeah, and it's weird because this is a spot where we saw Blood Moon do some work for Zach last game before we were able to find the Haywire Mite to answer it. But this game, there's a Forest in play and 2 Wall of Roots, 2 forests actually. So Blood Moon, even if that's a card that Zach kept in, not going to do a lot this game. You see the Grist get countered, but Zach is missing land drops, and missing land drops when you pitch an Expressive. There is a second copy, so really going to try and help to find some lands here for Zach.
Yeah, we got one. Plus we got a cantrip if we need it. But the walls are, I guess I say down, but we know that there could be things like Spell Pierce, and there's a Force Negation in the board, as well as Fluster Storm. If that, I don't think this is the matchup for it, but all Force Negation really. That's only going to counter things like Evolution and Chord, because Grist has got that lovely text that says in every other part of the battlefield it is an insect except for on the when it's in play, which again another unique thing for this deck.
Yeah, can't force a negation it. If that card is available for Zach, we're going to go ahead and take a draw step. What are we going to find here? A Ledger Shredder, and it does have a Lightning Bolt, multiple copies in hand, but with it Wall of Roots being 0/4 is not really a good target for that to be able to trigger the Connive.
But Hunter's not doing anything. And this is kind of strange. Like obviously we've got some instant speed threats. We've got the Bowmasters if we need to, as long as they're still in the deck, Endurances, Chord of Calling, but not doing anything for a full turn and just passing it back again. Here comes a Strangleroot. Not saying that we drew that for the turn, but I'm pretty sure we drew that for the turn.
That's a start. It's something. We gotta get. Yeah, I'm just trying to think of what could be in Hunter's hand. I mean, the most logical explanation is a bunch of Yawgmoths because we don't have access to double black right now.
That makes sense. I do like also Hunter on the other side respecting Lightning Bolt here, not using the walls. Just you kind of try and use your walls as much as you can in Yawgmoth. So you get the max value out of them, but realizing that Lightning Bolt is a card here and keeping them at 0/4.
Yeah, and then if we take a look at Zach's hand, like you mentioned, there's the 2 copies of Lightning Bolts. I think I saw a Heat as well. Here's a Dress Down being fired off. I wonder when this is. I wonder if this is second main phase or end step.
It might be why the Strangleroot's on the stack, right? So it comes into play, doesn't have haste, and then dies. I think that might be how it is, because the Dress Down isn't sticking around, so it wouldn't have been an end step thing.
Right, and that's why we didn't see the Shredder trigger, because you need the Dress Down to resolve in order for the Strangleroot to not have ability. So once the Dress Down resolves, then the Connive never happens because the Ledger Shredder doesn't have abilities when the Dress Down's in place. So that makes sense.
Yeah, Dress Down again, another card you don't want to see on the Yawgmoth side, especially if it gets followed up by a Fury. You feel real bad when that happens. But open deck list, we know that the 1 Fury is now gone. That is in the graveyard. Potentially, this is a breach deck. If we do get a lot of mana, there's a chance we can do it. And I think a Hearse was drawn and is in the grip now.
Chat does bring up a good point. A couple turns ago, but we could have actually gone, let the Striker guys resolve, lightning bolt, hold priority, dress down. That could have been a way to trigger the Shredder, but in any case, that is not the case. So we'll see an attack here at the Shredder. We have an endurance that's
Oof.
pretty good, but against the Shredder.
Again, it's got that lovely little text saying reach on it, but it does not say uncounterable. So it does eat a counter spell. I'm not going to say that's an ugly whiteboarded one. I'm not a fan of the whiteboarded cards in general, but
That's 6th edition? I think it's 6th.
All right, Boomer. I have no idea. You know what I mean? Okay, we're going to start tapping a lot of stuff. It looks like we've got a swamp off the top that gives us access to our double black that we needed so we can kind of get this Yawgmoth on the battlefield. We've seen 2 counter spells already, and because we have an open deck list, we know there's only 3 in the deck. So as you said, just play into it. But here's an Unholy Heat.
Going to take care of the Yawgmoth.
That tells me there's other Yawgmoths in hand as well.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, and we talked about their Hunter having a lot of cards in hand for so many turns without deploying anything. Finally picked up that black mana, was able to deploy one. I would agree with you. There's very likely a second Yawgmoth, at least a second, maybe even a third.
Now it's time. Do we want to use these Wall of Roots? I think you do. I think they're already in Lightning Bolt range. We know there's no Fury that will be able to do some crazy sort of mop up here, and yeah, I think they're agreeing. Here it comes. Does this resolve? But look at the other side. Look, Lightning Bolts, Unholy Heats for days. Now we might start seeing some Wall of Roots getting sacrificed.
Yeah, a lot of stuff going on here. Hunter does maybe have to be a little bit careful. Life total. So we're going to go to 14. If the bolt gets fired off, maybe you bolt the Wall of Roots, trigger the other Shredder. Okay, we're going to sack both Wall of Roots to the Yawgmoth.
Mm-hmm.
Start there.
I think you need to. I think you just need the cards, right, to try and get back into this. Your opponent's got more cards than you, got a better board state than you, got more lands now than you. And here comes a Hurst. This is a card that's kind of shocked me, just in the fact that it sees as much play as it does. Obviously, it's format dependent, meta depending on if this is better, some of your better graveyard hate or not. But it also can be a huge threat the longer it sticks on the battlefield, right?
Yep, and that's exactly why we see a lot of people playing it in multiple different formats. The fact that you get the graveyard hate aspect of it, and then later on when your graveyard, typically with a card like Tormod's Crypt or Leyline of the Void, once later on in the game, once your graveyard hate is maybe not useful, if your opponent is doing other stuff, then your graveyard hate is offline. That's not the case with Unlicensed Hearse. You can start attacking for 6 or 8 damage with that thing. Here
comes a Bowmaster, and in the battlefield have the trigger on the stack, and I think I'm guessing that's a connive on the. It's a 1 blue mana, and I can't. I consider, sorry, not a connive.
Yeah,
can't quite see it. It's just off the screen for Saul.
Responds to the Bowmaster, so we don't get the extra trigger for Hunter. Correct me if I'm wrong. I believe the counters and the Shredders are not +1s. I think they're -1s from the Yawgmoth, right? Okay,
yeah,
good.
They're -1s currently. But that's something we might want to be triggering our Ledger Shredders now before it hits the battlefield.
Yep.
So we get the.
It's a little awkward though, because if you have a removal spell, you kind of want to kill the Bowmaster, but if you let the Bowmaster resolve, then you're taking more damage. So it's a really weird spot for Zach here.
What have we got? So we know there's 2 removal spells in hand. Plus that's on the stack. They do have a few cards in hand. I think there's 3 cards in hand for Hunter. Yeah, this is an interesting turn. Or
Bolt in the Heat for Zach. So it looks like the Bowmaster has potentially resolved. I thought we considered did we not consider? Oh no, I got it wrong. The Consider was cast. The Bowmaster was cast in response to the Consider.
Yeah.
I see. That makes more sense. Got it.
And Besage you to do with okay. This is looking a little bit better here for Hunter. In response, we're going to exile 2 more. That's going to be the Endurance and the Grist. And these things that get exiled, they're not just nitty gritty. You know what I mean? There are Endurances in the deck. This is one of the ways that Yawgmoth can win. You know, it targets itself with the Endurance and keeps turning and burning through its deck. So, you know, exiling these key cards, which are Endurances, which are the Yawgmoths. This is not just nothing to sniff at. Not just just exile 2 random cards. No, we're targeting the cards that kind of matter.
Yep, and we see a Yawgmoth here being cast. Bolt is being cast. I'm guessing that's going after the Bowmaster, potentially going after the token. Although, yeah, I imagine you want to kill the Bowmaster here. The token's slightly more of a threat because with the Shredder being an O2 currently, can't actually block that 2/2. So 2 damage going to come across here.
This is not the last. We're in the top 8, ladies and gentlemen. This is the top 8, and then we are going to be giving you all the matchups through and through. So we are currently in the quarters. Then we're going to go to the semis, and then we're going to bring in the finals. So a lot more team magic to be seen. So if you strap in, get yourself a cup of coffee, sit down, do what you need to do, and just enjoy this beautiful magic that we see in Pioneer, Modern, and Legacy.
Yeah, good sequencing here for Zach. Does go ahead and kills the Bowmaster first before bolting the token to go ahead and trigger the Shredder. Puts a counter on it, which is essentially going to, wash out the -1/-1 counter that was there before. And we're kind of back at a pretty even board state, right?
Yeah.
You see, 14 plays 12. There are a couple, I guess, the second Shredder makes things a little bit more favored for Zach. But, I mean, this is going to come down to who top decks better.
It's impressive. 2 turns ago, I would have been in advantage bar fully to the right of your screen. Zach looked like he had a grip for the cards, good board state, hate cards. But Hunter, give credit where it's due. He's managed to get himself back into this game. Very timely cards, doing what they need to do, deciding that, turning walls into cards is worth it. And it's got himself back in the game. It's not just, we're not going to get super overrun like it looks a couple of turns ago.
Yep, and the Bowmaster was able to trade for 2 cards, and that's kind of that's basically how Hunter is sort of back in this game. Is the Bowmaster required 2 answers from Zach, an answer for the 2/2, an answer for the Bowmaster itself. I can't tell if there's some sort of maybe life total discrepancy, and that's why players are discussing here. But yeah, the second Shredder is on the stack here, and I'm not sure what we're discussing here.
While they're discussing it, let's just remind people at home. Remember, this has been a team event, but tomorrow, the NRG, we're going live yet again for 5K, and that's going to be Legacy all day long. So if you are a fan of the format Legacy, you are going to enjoy tomorrow. So make sure you hit that follow button. Make sure you got the little alarm bell going off so you know when we go live. We'll be starting off in the morning shift. I'm not entirely sure which 2 casters are doing it tomorrow morning, but I definitely know which 2 casters are doing it tomorrow afternoon. That is myself, Will Hall, and the good old Devin O'Donnelly, better known as Doomwake. We're going to bring you the last, I guess it'll be like 4 or 5 rounds tomorrow of Legacy. So any Legacy decks you want to see tomorrow? Anything? What's your deck of choice?
I'm a big fan of the initiative deck, especially with the new card, the Fourth Lingus. I've been loving that deck, playing a little bit of it on Magic Online. So I really hope we get to cover some of that tomorrow.
I think there might be one of them in the top 8 today, right? So there's still a chance you'll get to see it a little bit earlier. I think my favorite deck is also in this top 8, Lands. I do love Lands. That is I just love the style of it and how it plays out. And speaking of lands, here comes a Dryad Arbor coming down. Beautiful little 1/1 for 0 mana.
Got to put that one in your lands deck.
Value is what we're saying here. When you're top decking against your blue opponent, that is the exact card you want to be seeing.
I don't want to be seeing that card. I don't know about you. I will say I'm a really big fan of Zach's basic island choice. Love those. I don't know what they are, but I love those basics. Maybe chat can tell us.
I need him to get pulled out a little bit more here before I can comment on that. Do you prefer full arts or like kind of OG type arts, as in with the half and half split?
OGs all day. OGs, baby.
I see. I think that's where we differ. I love a full art. I do like full art cards. And yeah, we're going to turn this into a race. 2 legislators getting turned sideways.
This is a really weird race, Will. 2 Shredders, the second Yawgmoth. It's like I don't know who's favored. This is gonna be anyone's game.
While you're in a team event where everything's on the line for this game, are you going to get to keep playing Magic this today? Get yourself into that top 4. Give yourself a better shot of getting you and your team to the finals at the end of the year in a 16-player invite-only tournament. And yet we've got Young Wolves getting turned sideways and 1 free Legistrators. But we did have a quarter calling. Great draw for the turn. Being able to get this Endurance, which, as we spoke about, is a 3/4 with a reach. And it gets to block and get rid of one of these Legistrators. That's huge.
Phenomenal draw step here for Hunter. That's basically what you could have ever wanted. Interesting that, you have the option you see there's some mana left over here for Hunter. So had the option to court for Yawgmoth, still chose to go for Endurance here. And I think that's due to not only being able to eat one of the Shredders to put you firmly ahead in the race, but also get rid of the graveyard. If you get something like Yawgmoth, maybe you worry about a card like Underworld Breach off the top of the deck. But now you essentially cut off one of Zach's best top decks here.
That's a huge decision. Like, literally on the battlefield right now is the combo for Yawgmoths on it. We'll be able to keep turning burning for our deck till we get another Call of Calling or the Blood Artist and then go off. And we decided against it. And oh my God, did we draw back-to-back chords?
Sure did.
No way is this happening. We've gone from the clutch of death to back-to-back ripping Call of Calling, getting this on the battlefield. This is huge. And we don't need to even fire it off. Our board state is now bigger than our opponents. This race is fully in swing on our side.
Yeah, absolutely wild top decks. Was that an expressive iteration?
Crazy.
I can't tell, but I think it might be an expressive iteration. Well, this is just, these top decks are absolutely insane. My goodness.
I would be jumping for joy so far. This is great. I'm glad that we get to bring it all to you here. I'm glad that everyone's watching. I hope you're enjoying this weekend, through and through. A lot of Magic to be played as we start seeing the Yawgmoth combo going through. And we're going to get the Ledger Shredder off the battlefield straight up. We're not even going to mess around with that before this starts reacting. Looks like we've got a couple of lands in hand. That's a dress down and a couple more lands.
Yeah, it looks like EI. I think that was just 3 lands. I didn't
One of
even
them
see a
is a
spell
redraw.
off of it. We're going to play the fire yet. Yep, a Spiral Bluff Canal. So that was a pretty bad expressive iteration. One player top decks back-to-back Court of Callings, one player expressive iterations into 3 lands. I would say it's about even.
Okay, we get a redraw. Didn't get a good look. It might be a bauble.
And the question is, do we have lethal in play for Hunter? Yeah, more than lethal,
1,
right?
2,
4,
3, 4,
6,
5,
9.
No, it's not lethal
quite,
yet.
Not quite. Well, no, the proliferate, right?
Oh yeah.
I think proliferate Xaxes.
Proliferate will be to 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, Xaxes. Dress down in hand doesn't. Oh, this has been a game and a half.
It has.
Do we have
crazy game?
We were so close to calling it.
I know,
like 4 turns ago. This has been absolutely next level.
There was that spot where where Zach kind of emptied out his hand and both players were in top deck mode. And, as when you're in top deck mode, drawing back-to-back Court of Callings is a pretty good spot. And that one decision where Hunter chose to get the Endurance over the Yawgmoth, I think really, really got paid off there, being able to take care of the graveyard. Again, if Zach had found something like another World Breach and that Endurance didn't get gotten, this could have been a much, much different game. But you do see the proliferate and lethal on board.
We're going to dress down, end of turn, draw. Hope we hit an unholy hit. It's more land, and we're going to get the handshake. Hunter, guys, to take that down for his team, advance them to top 4. That is crazy. That game is amazing. That is going to go in the highlight reel for ages. Whoa. What did we just see? What did we just witness? Wow. Oh, I'm speechless. And that's hard to do.
That was a game. Yeah, like you said, I'm also speechless. We got to see both players in top deck mode. Really just came down to top decks at that point. And yeah, 2 Court of Callings better than expressive into 3 lands.
That's insane, but we get to see more of that Yawgmoth deck. So congratulations to them. Commiserations to the other team. But they do get to walk away with a load of points, a bit of money, enough to get a really nice dinner tonight, and they get to chill out and potentially come back tomorrow and play some more legacy action. I'm gonna ask our production team: is there any more games this round, or are we gonna go to a quick break? Okay, cool. Looks like we're gonna have a real quick break, and we'll be back real shortly with those semis. So make sure you stick around. We'll see you all shortly. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the semi-finals here, the NRG 10K team event. My name is Will Hall, better known on the internet as Will Hall EXP. My dance partner for tonight is obviously the one and only Devin O'Donnell, better known as Doomwake Online. And we've narrowed it down from 92 teams down to the final four. It'd be all day if it was 900, but down from 92 down to the final four. And we need to try and whittle that down just a little bit more to get the final two. So let's see if we can look at the bracket, see who we've got left in it. Talk me through this, Devin.
All right, so we have Grody, Kenton, and Cole. That was our 1 seed versus Nemitz, Weiss, Burkhardt. That's our 5 seed. That is where we're going to begin our action. And then on the other side of the bracket, we have Zimmerman, Branham, Hefner, the 2 seed versus MacArthur, Ovington, and Eiler, the 3 seed.
And obviously, we know that there's some prizes on the line. Let's get them up on the screen. Let's see what they're playing for. They know they've already got themselves in the top 8. They know they've already guaranteed themselves a little bit of money, but it could always be a little bit more. Plus, there's those points on the line. Talk us through this.
$3,000 going to first place, along with that invitation to our end of year championship. $1,500 for second, $1,110 for third, fourth, and then 5 through 8, $570, along with all of those points that we talked about throughout this entire broadcast. Those points are so valuable for every single person competing for that end of year spot. We're going to give out 16 total spots, and it could just be one of the people here that those points matter for every single person here.
It's not only that, you get to go with your friends. You literally team with them. 3 invites on the line. Let's see if we can maybe get that up, see who's already qualified for it, and kind of work out how all these slots are going to get filled. Because remember, 16 slots, $25,000 invitation only. And not only can you win yourself a re-invite to this, as you see there, 2022 champions been invited back, but also there is a Pro Tour slot now. That's huge. Paper Magic is back, ladies and gentlemen. Talk through this, Devin.
Yeah, we got Raja Salima, the 2022 champion, returning to defend his crown. And then we have Steven Dykman, our March winner, Daniel Weiss, our May winner, and Matthew Hoey, our June winner. And like you mentioned, we're going to crown 3 more. Our team, the winning team, is going to all be qualified for the end of year championship.
There's one thing I don't think we have enough of is we don't give out crowns. We give out trophies. I would love a crown to be given out, but I think the players are ready. We're going to head down to the feature match. And of course, we're going to be starting with the Pioneer. Oh, no, we're starting in the Modern seat. So I thought we were going to start in the Pioneer, but it looks like we're going to start in the Modern, where we've got 4 color control versus Jeskai Breach. On paper, who do you think's favored here, game 1?
This is a really close matchup. Both players are sporting 4 copies of the One Ring.
Oh, yeah. We're going to get into that.
Yeah, this is I really don't know who I want to be favored or who I would say is favored. I think I'm gonna go with the 4 color control side. There's a lot more, like leyline binding and stuff to be able to answer the underworld breaches. Urza Saga does kind of throw in the wrench in that plan because that's a card that's good against the 1-for-1 spot removal. And yeah, I'm gonna go with the 4 color, but I think it's really, really close.
Do you think that obviously now we're in the top 8, or in fact we're in the top 4, it is open deck lists? The whole tournament's been closed. Now we're in the top 8. It's been open. Is that going to play a factor into this with keeping the opening 7, or are they just going to? I know I'm against this deck. I know generically what it does. I'm going to keep this. I'm going to do my game plan, which is kind of something we should talk about later on. Is how people try to not lose the game more than win the game. But we'll talk about that later on.
I think the open deck list probably favored the 4 color control side of things more than the Jeskai or the Jeskai Breach side of things. Or actually, excuse me, vice versa. So 4 color control, like a lot of its cards are kind of do the same thing. You have a lot of card advantage engines. You have a lot of like Mana Ramp, the Delighted Halfling, the Red and 6. So like you're not going to like the 4 color control deck is more about keeping a hand of just lands and spells. It doesn't really matter what the spells are. From the Jeskai Breach side of things, now that you're playing against 4 color versus something like, say, Yawgmoth or maybe a deck that's like Tron, like trying to race you and things like that you need to put pressure on. This is a matchup where the Jeskai Breach player wants to kind of try to play a bit of a longer game alongside the 4 color deck. Specifically, this card that we talked about here, Urza Saga, one of the better cards in the matchup. There's a lot of spot removal on Brinson side of things, but doesn't really have a good, clean answer to that saga in a game 1 situation.
Now, one of the powers of these 4 card decks, right, is their ability to 2-for-1. To grind. This is how they're going to gain their advantage. Super powerful cards in the early game and in the late game. And we've just been told that Matthew on the right of your screen here, the Jeskai Breach player, did mulligan down to 5 in this opening game.
Yeah, Mulligan, Mulligan to 5 is rough, but Urza Saga does get a lot of those cards back. You can generate 2 tokens and get the artifact in the 3rd chapter, which can maybe get something like a Mishra's Bauble to even replace itself further. And is that a turn? Or we're searching for
We're
Elishnorn.
searching
We're
for
going
it.
to
Yeah, we're not
cast it. We're
casting
going
it.
to cast it next turn, though.
I'm trying to think like what ways have we got to get that off the battlefield. I think it is Oh no, we've got Unholy Heats. No, hold on, it's 7 toughness, isn't it?
7 toughness.
We're gonna have to double spell to get off the battlefield. If not, Teferi bounce. It looks like Theo in the other way.
Yeah,
Not
2
even-
Teferis, no Otawaras. Now, the one thing I will say that specifically in the sense of Unholy Heat plus Underworld Breach, it's not too difficult because you can cast the first Unholy Heat and then get the second Unholy Heat from the Breach. Specifically with Underworld Breach, it's not an enters the battlefield trigger. The Underworld Breach specifically just says it gives each non-land card in your graveyard escape. So it's not something like when Underworld Breach enters the battlefield, do X. It just gives them inherently the ability. So Elishnorn doesn't necessarily stop Underworld Breach.
I was going to wait for that to bring it up so you can talk about interaction, but you're already 2 steps ahead like you've been all weekend, my friend. Good effort. And I do want to talk about these basics. We've been talking about them all day long. What basics people bring. These ones look like they've been altered. These are the unglued ones because I know I use these, but normally mine have got like a nice little original board around them, shall we say. These have definitely been altered.
Yeah, well, I guess I was gonna say old school, unglued. It's not really old school because they're a little, like you said, the new. It's like old school meets new school kind of thing. Is like the secret layer MTGX, whatever the new secret layer they decide to put out there. It looked nice. I will say that I appreciate them.
Still, for anybody out there, the Lands Guru count is 0 currently on stream for us, which is I'm a little bit hurt by it, but tomorrow say is Legacy 5K, so those big expensive decks are going to be getting pulled out tomorrow. So fingers crossed we get to see some of those Guru Lands make their way to the second part of the day where me and Devon will be back commentating. So if you think you'd like yourself a little bit of Legacy, make sure you hit that follow button and make sure that notification bell is on because you don't want to miss any action when it happens. As we see Saga kind of doing a lot of work.
Yeah, we did talk about how Urza Saga is pretty good at pressuring the 4-color deck. You know what's really good at blocking Urza Saga tokens? A 4/7.
At the minute, they can get bigger. They can get bigger. And we're going to play an Emery here. So Emery against the battlefield. It will not mill the top 4 cards because remember all the triggers are turned off because of Mummy on the other side, Elishnorn herself. But we do get double triggers over on Vincent's side. If you wanted to play something like a Leyland's Binding, it would trigger twice, or something like a Solitude. So we'll see how this plays out.
If you cast the ring, enters the battlefield, you get 2 protection triggers.
That's relevant. It's relevant. I love it. Stipulate for the rules. I'm all about that. And here comes Omnath.
It is relevant. Drawing 2 off an Omnath. Oh boy. And then fetch land getting
we drew a fetch land and a ring as well. Just to really rub it in. So we're gonna gain 4 life. We're gonna get 4. Do we gain 4 life twice or do we gain 4 life and then get the mana?
So the Omnath trigger, the way that it works is so you play the fetch land, you get 2 Omnath triggers. The first one gains you 4, the second one gets you mana, and then when you break the fetch land, the Omnath triggers twice again. The first trigger will deal 4 to your opponent, and then the second trigger will essentially do nothing because you've already resolved the first 3 abilities of Omnath.
Value, I believe is what it's called. Absolute value. And that's why we see this, Elishnorn as a one of in these decks. And kind of this is kind of meant to be like the ring deck of choice, so to speak, right? Very popular currently in Modern. And we're seeing why. Managing to get themselves into the top 4 and put themselves currently in a really good position to try and potentially take down this game 1.
Yeah, Brinson's got 4 mana floating here, plus 2 untapped lands, access to 6 mana. Like you said, you picked up a copy of the ring, so it has plenty of stuff to be able to do. I imagine you likely want to deploy that. But one thing that we did talk about, we are very, very far away from comboing from the breach side of things. But one thing we want to mention again is that the fastest Oracle kill does not really care about the one ring protection.
No.
So that is something to keep in mind maybe down the road. Not this game, might not matter this game, but also given the fact that Elishnorn shutting off the fastest Oracle trigger, that could be pretty relevant.
Yeah, that's huge in itself. But we've seen that there's just Modern in general is adapting to that, right? We've seen in Yawgmoth now moving away from Blood Artist because Blood Artist is a target effect. Obviously, we're moving across to the remind me what they've replaced it with now. the one that doesn't target, basically your opponents. It says all opponents lose 1 life instead of target opponent loses 1 life. It's got its up and down side, but we do see the meta kind of evolving to it as this Ren 6 has now got 7 loyalty counters on it.
That's a lot.
I'm pretty sure if we cash that one in and just been able to rinse and repeat lightning bolts and coolings, it's going to be a real quick game.
Yeah, I don't really think that we can ever beat Ren Emblem with a lightning bolt. I mean, theoretically, but at the current juncture, it looks like I'm trying to get a good look of what is in Matthew's hand. I saw a copy of the ring.
Yeah, I think he's got 2 copies.
2 copies of the ring. Maybe if it looks like an expressive. I think I saw a fetch land in there as well. So, I mean, I guess you can go towards the ring, but the ring draws a lot of cards. I'm not sure that it beats a Red Emblem though.
We're going to see it all pan out, and so is everybody at home and looking at it. Oh, it looks like all 3 games are still in this. Remember, 2 of the 3 players in the team need to win to advance themselves to the finals. They've been battling out all day long. 4 teams left. We just need 2 more, and we're going to bring that to you straight after this round concludes. So make sure, get yourself a cup of tea, stick around. A lot more magic in Pioneer, Modern, and Legacy to come.
I thought you told me you didn't like tea.
Look, I said that off air in secret, so now everyone in Britain's asleep now, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah, I do hate that. I'm very British and patriotic, and yet I don't drink tea. I do upset. Support Cutthroat, thank you very much, chat. I do appreciate you helping me out there.
All right, we got some mana here. I will guess this is an expressive iteration. We're thinking about casting it. I think we just said go.
Okay.
All right, decided against that.
Yeah, we're going to go construct route by the looks of it. And we're cashing in this Ren 6. Get ourselves a Ren 6 emblem. Remember, that means that we can discard a land from our hand, and then we can cast sorceries and instants from our graveyard. Trigger. Bolt, bolt,
We're
bolt,
just
bolt,
going upstairs.
That's great. That's great.
Because we had red mana from the Omnath plus 3 other red sources. Yep. All right. Well, we answered that question.
That is. I think the other tables are kind of getting cleared up. There's a mono green devotion managed to take down game 1 against the Ataka red, and then Reanimator manages to take down game number 1 against Death and Taxes. I'm going to ask the production team any games. Okay, it looks like Pioneer's just starting to draw the opening, so they finished so once. Let's move ourselves across to Pioneer. Remember, Ataka red is going to be on the play, but that doesn't look like Ataka red cards in the hand to me.
Yeah, I actually just realized this when I was looking at the deck list. We have this happen a couple of times on production on camera, and sometimes players will jokingly call their deck something that it's not. So this Ataka red deck is actually not Ataka red. It's as Abzan Greasebank. So keep that in mind.
Oh, in that case, they deserve the loss then. He tried to troll us in the booth. But it looks like they are taking a mulligan. And this is one of the decks in Pioneer that kind of, it's got its game plan and that's it. It's straight to the point, right? And mulligans happen quite a lot with this deck, I would say, opposed to some of the other decks in the format.
Yeah, exactly. Both of these decks are pretty much just kind of really 2 ships passing in the night kind of thing. As far as post sideboard, I guess you could say that the Greasefang deck is going to sideboard more in, given that the Mono Green Devotion deck is typically all Karn targets. So as far as play is concerned, the Greasefang deck probably has a slightly more play, but I mean, both, this is really just trying to set up turn 2 Grizzly Salvage, try to put a Parhelion into the graveyard, find a Greasefang, and, attack for a whole bunch of damage. And the one card that matters easily the most in this matchup from the Green Devotion side of things is Karn, given that it shuts off 100%. Artifacts. So you can't activate something like a Parhelion, and that's really the card that Grayson is looking for.
So that's actually the game plan, right? Is that a mongoose hitting the battlefield?
It's kind of like, I guess the 2023 version of Mongoose. It's called Noose Constrictor, but for all intents and purposes, it's very, very, for those of you who remember the Wild Mongoose, big shout out to the old school players out there. But
look at that, straight up. So obviously, I'm looking at this. This is a 2/2 with reach. Obviously, that's not the main reason that it's in the deck, right?
No, not 2/2 with reach. Although having reach is pretty relevant against spirits. But yeah, this is a way to discard a Parhelion from our hand. So we see a Pithing Needle. Now it's interesting here. Mason does have a copy of a Parhelion, but if you discard the Parhelion in response, I wonder what the needle named. Actually, I'm curious. I wonder if we can maybe check that out.
They'll be trying to find out. Also, I love the art of this Pithing Needle. This is the Yawgmoth Nexus being opened up. And obviously, I keep going about it. I do love my references to Yawgmoth. I'm just looking at what chat's saying here.
All right, well, let's see if we can. I can't see that.
You can't read that either.
I tried.
Can that? Oh, okay. It's the Noose Constrictor that's it's actually named. Love it.
Interesting, because that's kind of weird, because Mason did have the copy of Parhelion in hand, could have responded to the Pithing Needle and discarded the Parhelion, but instead is just kind of okay with Grayson naming the Noose Constrictor instead of the Parhelion, and had the Greasefang too. That's an interesting line here from Mason.
Well, I like how both of these players, like how it lined up. You play to what you know and the knowledge you've got the board right, and like I understand why both players did it here, and obviously the way it's panning out is we'll see, but being able to turn off the discard outlet there, that's pretty key. Well, clearly it's key as we see the Greasefang come down again. Super powerful card, the namesake card of the deck. By itself, just a 4/3, but the main ability is getting the vehicles out of the graveyard. And this is just like, we're just cooking on gas now. Look at all these threats start hitting the battlefield. Might and a Pelucanos to the turn.
Yeah, and the Haywire Might as well. That can go ahead and cover, if the Parhelion does hit the graveyard somehow here for Mason, the Haywire Might can just go ahead and kill that in response to a crew. So we're going to go ahead and go for a Grizzly Salvage here, but no, I guess what we're looking for at this point is probably a Chariot, because with at least with Chariot, so Chariot would make 2/2/2s. You could go to combat, get the Chariot back, respond, or go to crew, and then if the Haywire Might gets popped in response, you could then crew with the other creature, the Greasefang that you have. But the reason that Parhelion wouldn't work is because you would crew with the Greasefang, respond with Haywire Might, and then there's no creature to then re-crew the Parhelion there.
I do have a question for you that I literally cannot work out. What is that card, the green card above the Might there, just underneath the
That's
needle?
an Elvish Mystic. It's the commander version of Elvish Mystic.
Oh my god, we found a secret lair that I didn't know. Well, not a secret lair, an alternate art that I didn't know. I did not know that, but that's actually a beautiful art.
I wonder if Mason would have known that.
Of course he would. Mason knows everything, let's be honest. The man is great in the booth. Okay, we're kind of stacking up. How much mana have we got? Devotion wise, we've got 7 devotion. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 devotion.
6. Yeah. So 6 devotion plus the 2 elves is access to 8 mana. We're gonna go ahead and play a Cav.
One more float in. So we find ourselves a basic that goes into the graveyard, as long with a storm that could be relevant next turn. Storm the Festivals, of course. I believe we've got 1 mana floating, right?
Yeah, that's correct. 1 mana floating. So really wants a second Nykthos here, because then you can go Legend Roll, keep the new Nykthos, use the 1 floating plus the untapped Forest, activate Nykthos for 9, tap an Elf, and that's not a Nykthos. Okay, so no storming this turn.
Just to beside you, 3 mana and a Troll. So yeah, our devotion count is through the roof. But we are empty-handed and not much else to do for the turn. I don't think we're getting in there for one. So yeah, we're just going to pass the turn back.
Yeah, kind of like this weird stalemate where you're, is that a Sky Sovereign?
Yeah, that was a Sky Sovereign off top. Not incredible here, but it is a something we could potentially cast if we've got another land in hand. Gets the Might off. They do have green mana up, so they can obviously exile it in response if they need to. I don't know. I just feel like, go on.
The Haywire Might makes this really awkward, because normally if you can set up a Parhelion in the graveyard, you'd be able to just kind of like crew and then but yeah, the Haywire Might being able to kill that Parhelion is kind of awkward. So we're actually going to go, this is a really cool heads up play. So we're going to go for Haywire Might. The boat's going to get exiled. I'm surprised we didn't crew that in response. I thought we were going to do that. Interesting. Well, because the text on Haywire Might specifically says exile target non-creature artifacts. So if you crew the Sky Sovereign in response to the Haywire Might, it's now a creature, and then it wouldn't actually resolve.
It's been a long day for everybody this weekend. Remember, they've played 7 rounds just to get where they are now. Now they're currently in the 9th round of Magic. It is a team event, so not only when you finish your match, you go and help your fellow friends. So, you know, a little bit of tiredness can be kicking in. This is one of the key things of going to tournaments. Make sure you take your water bottle, make sure you eat throughout the day. And these slip-ups can happen, but this is the beauty of paper Magic. This is why we love watching these sort of things. You don't get this online. Online triggers happen for you. Nothing gets forgotten on lines. In here, paper Magic, anything can happen. just like last round where we saw top deck after top deck after top deck and get themselves the W. As we see Mono Green turning and burning, doing what it needs to do, generating loads of mana, turning. We're just trying to find planeswalkers and big threats at this point. Here comes Akura.
Well, we spent 10 mana on a Start of the Festival. We only put a land and an Oath of Nissa onto the battlefield. So
Value.
Not the best storm.
We have seen better, let's be honest. But value's got both sides, right? We can not only just cast it, we can play it from the graveyard. Do we have another one in there? We're having a little check.
I don't think so. I think there was only the one from the Cavalier. I can't remember there being a second storm in the graveyard. See a Kiora untapping Nykthos. Well, if we're untapping Nykthos, we're probably doing something with this mana.
Well, we do have two Hydras in amongst our land. They can grow pretty big if we need to. If we need to start turning them sideways.
Is it beatdown time? It's always beatdown time.
Well, it's a Dungeons and Dragons card, and I haven't spoke about it. But I'm itching to talk about him. But I think we are on beatdown. So, we're flipping the Pelucanos, making it a 6/6 with a lifelink and reach, I believe. And then if it dies, it gets the 2 3/3 tokens, each with reach and is it life and reach or life and death touch?
Reach and lifelink.
Reach and lifelink. I got it right the first time. I was questioning myself. I was like, no, that's Wormcoil Engine. But it kind of has the same effect as a Wormcoil Engine. Being a Hydra is kind of like a worm looking thing.
Yeah, this card is so huge in this matchup. So there's typical play patterns where if you Parhelion, like let's say the Mono Green Devotion player plays Pelucanos on turn 3, and then the Greasefang player puts Parhelion to play and taxes a bunch of tokens. The 4/5 token, the 4/5 body from Pelucanos gets to block a 4/4, and then the next turn you can flip the Pelucanos to just race the Parhelion straight up because of the 6/6 lifelink. And here we're going to see that as well. It's really hard for Greasefang to it's the Greasefang deck is a combo deck of sorts, but it's also limited on the amount of damage output that it can produce, given that, it's really hard to put more than just a Parhelion onto the battlefield. So it's really going to be hard for Mason to be able to get through this amount of damage with the 6/6 lifelinker.
And it looks like that Hydra was a 7/7 coming across. That did get blocked along with the Pelucanos. So just 9 points of damage coming across, dropping Mason down to 7. Semi-locks out the game, Fortseeds for the turn. Not exactly what they want. I think we're going to be calling this, and Mono Green is going to be able to take this down. So we're going to probably end up moving back to our modern match momentarily. But we've seen amazing top decks happen here. We've seen all sorts happen. And are we going to be able to get anything back? So there's a sliver of hope here. Wayfinder. Flip the top couple of cards. And
Can't stay away.
No, it's gone.
Yeah, can't stay away in the Wayfinder. Trying to look for a vehicle, but doesn't even find it. I mean, even if a vehicle was found, like with Grayson at 24, like I said, the Parhelion, it's going to be really hard to be able to punch through and get through the last points of damage.
Fort sees me. Parhelion. Okay. So Parhelion forces ourselves. That goes to the graveyard. There isn't a Khan on the battlefield right now, just making sure. But then even if it comes across with the damage, the backswing is just going to be too much.
Yeah, Thoughtseize myself. It's a very heads-up play for Mason here. Going to put the Parhelion in the graveyard. But even, we see the Parhelion comes into play, gets crewed off the Greasefang, 2 5/5s, which means that even with 2 5/5 blockers plus the Satyr Wayfinder, if we do some quick maths, the Nykthos can say make layers. Yeah, I mean, even if we make both layers, say 4/4s or 5/5s, I'm assuming we have enough mana to make them both into 5/5s. This, I think we're done.
Yeah, we're going to take it. So that's going to face the Angels. I think go towards Cura, gets that off the battlefield. But yeah, I think it's just too much here with the layers that are going to be able to be activated. We can block 3 creatures here. Let's say we block the 3 biggest ones: Pelucanos, Cavalier, and potentially one of these Hydras. That's still more than 5 damage coming across. Is there anything we need to play around? Fatal Push potentially? Are we kind of bluffing something here?
I mean, I guess theoretically Fatal Push on one of the layer of the Hydras. But you can go Nykthos. You can actually make both layers into 5/5s because Mason is at 5. So the 2 layers, the Cav and the Pelucanos, are all lethal by themselves. Yeah, it's even more mana. So let's say there's 4 lethal attackers, 3 blockers, plus 1 Fatal Push. Hypothetically, no, because that would still have you taking 6 from the 2 elves and the Ultra Troll. So yeah, this is more than enough.
If my math's right, it's like 26 mana in the pool to activate these, making both Hydras like 13/13s coming across. And yeah, we're going to be scooping that one up. So Congratulations to Grayson taking that down. We're going to move straight across to our mod and try and catch all the action here. Remember, this is Jeskai Breach versus 4-color not 4-color elementals, I guess we're calling this build.
Yeah, 4-color Omnath, 4-color. I kind of lumped them all together, but yeah, you're right. This is not really the control version. This is more of the 4-color Omnath deck.
4-color ring. That's what it is.
Yeah.
4-color ring. Because both of these decks have got the full 4 copies in them. But,
well,
Mites on the battlefield.
Well, wait a minute, though. Matthew has 4 colors and 4 rings. So is Matthew also a 4-color ring deck?
For flavor text, I'm going to say yes.
Okay.
But this deck game looks a lot different than the game 1 where we were watching.
Yeah. No, it looks like I think both players had a copy of the ring. It looks like both players dealt with opposing copies of the ring. My guess is one was Haywire Might and potentially one was maybe Leyline Binding or something. But yeah, it looks like we have a couple of construct tokens here from a Saga along with an Emery, likely drawing some extra cards off Bauble. Matthew appears to be pretty ahead this game.
All right, I was say a big grip of cards, but here comes big old Omnath with a land trigger. If we've got a fetch land, it doesn't look like if we do with deployment, we're going to play just the fetch here. Wrong, the shock. Steam Vent taps, not going to pay the extra 2 life. We're going to gain 4 life from it, and just pass the turn back. So shield potentially down. Normally, I don't know however long. Whenever Monster Horizons 2 came out, it used to be, my opponent's tapped out. Cool, they don't have any spells. Now we live in a world where that's not the case. So there are instant speed ways of things happening. Looking at the deck lists, we've got 3 endurances, 2 furies, and 4 solitudes. We don't know how many stayed in or not, but that's the route that we can go. Or we've got to be playing around on Matthew's side because this is now open deck list. It hasn't been all day. 7 rounds of Magic, closed deck list. Top 8, we pass it out to them. So before each game and during sideboarding, you get to look at your opponent's full 75 and to kind of memorize what you're playing around, and that's where the mind games happen.
Speaking of that 4th color here, well, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but this prismatic ending for 4, going to go ahead and target an Omnath here. That's a really big play.
Yeah, that's huge. It's one of the only ways we've got to get rid of it, right? Unholy Heat and prismatic endings. I'm trying to look at
Let me go in for a Haywire Might.
Oh, sideboard.
6. Go ahead.
No, I was looking. I was like, I don't see any in the main, so they're out of the sideboard. 2 prismatic endings in the sideboard, and coming into effect, they're being able to take that Omnath off the battlefield.
Yeah, likely wanted to bring in prismatic ending to answer something like Renin 6. That's more of that's the primary card that you want to bring it in for. Yeah, that's fair. I guess there is 4 colors available to Matthew, so being able to X = 4 is pretty important versus the ring versus Omnath. Yeah, that is huge.
This is nice. Teferi comes down and actually take away one of those tokens, generate a little bit more value, get to draw a card from it. And then the lightning bolt's going to go after the Emery. So we are clearing the battlefield up. Kind of this Teferi is going to stay around, potentially not for much longer. But with your opponent, with Vincent down into 9 life, do you prefer to go face now that your battlefield shrunk, or do you think getting Teferi off the battlefield is worth it?
It's kind of tough. It depends on how many artifacts that you can deploy this turn. If I can make this construct token into a 2-turn clock, I'm going face, right? With currently a 2/2, we'd have to play 2 more artifacts to be able to have it be a 4/4 and the 1/1 Haywire by putting Brinson down to 4. So I think best place to start here is start off with the iteration, see if you can find some artifacts to grow that construct. And then, let's say maybe you find 1 artifact off of the expressive iteration, you can only make it a 3/3, which we did find a Saga and a ring. Those are 2 pretty good cards.
Having it, we've got it all. So we get to play the Saga for our turn for our land drop. Obviously, it comes in with a counter on chapter 1. 4 mana up, and yeah, we're just going to slam this ring. We've seen this multiple times. This is going to enter the battlefield, giving us protection from everything because we did cast it. It is also indestructible. And then we get the flavor of getting tempted by the ring. Everyone that's watched Lord of the Rings knows fully about this. And we're going to see a lot of this, I think, in the next couple of weeks when we get to get the modern Pro Tour Lord of the Rings is going to happen in Barcelona.
Yeah, it looks like the Haywire Might took out the Teferi, and then we would dealt 3 points to Brinson, putting Brinson down to 6. So that means we currently have 4 power on the battlefield. We can represent at least 1 other power with that Saga token, even if there are no artifacts in hand. So yeah, this is things are looking really good for Matt here.
One thing to note: no lightning bolts in the 75. So, there's no sort of breach lightning bolt thing to finish it off. This is just like the full sort of grinding station combo if that stayed in after game 1. Here comes a prismatic ending. That's going to take the token off the battlefield, potentially the biggest threat currently. Interesting, we have the option to get rid of the ring there if we wanted to, but valuing our life total obviously a lot more. And as you have been speaking about, and so were the lads in the earlier rounds, about the power of ring, that you get to draw the cards before you lose their life, and how key that is in this modern format.
Yeah, prismatic ending on the token leads me to believe that there's no additional removal spell for, like, there's no Solitude or anything in Brinson's hand, because if you had a Solitude, you're more likely to want to fire off the prismatic ending on the ring and then Solitude the construct token. But Brinson is really worried about the life total here, given that construct could represent lethal. So that's kind of my read on the situation.
Although we've got two in hand.
So that's a little confusing. Yeah, now looking at Brinson's hand, there are copies of Solitudes. I'm wondering if he wanted to go after the ring there with the prismatic ending instead.
Well, it's interesting. We'll see how this pans out. We've got a Doman's Veto in hand as well. That looks like what we've decided to keep up. So it looks like we've gone with the ending and Veto, hold up Solitude if we need to. I can't work out what the other 2 cards in the hand. It might just be lands, potentially a Chalice. Pardon me.
Yeah. So I guess you want to hold up Veto here, but it's interesting because the Veto's not that great against the Saga on board, and then also if you're not casting the prismatic ending, you're just giving Matthew access to so many more cards from that ring. Yep. It would be a different story if Brinson was able to say go have 6 mana and then 4 for the prismatic ending, 2 to hold up Veto. As we see a grinding station here, I don't know if we're going to fight over this. We'll have to see if Brinson wants to. We do.
Yeah, not much of a fight. Just yep, cool, it happens. There is a Underworld Breach in hand, I see, along with probably about another 8 cards in the grip. So not what we want to be seeing over on Brinson's side, if that's who you're cheering for currently. Here comes the fetch. And again, our life total is super high on Matthew's side. 16 life points with an active ring on the battlefield.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the best part, is when you just feel so invincible when they have this card in play, upticking every single turn, drawing an additional 2, 3, 4 cards. You're not really in danger of dying anytime soon off of it. And specifically, this Jeskai Breach deck utilizes the legendary ability or legendary text on the ring so well because of the fact that it has Emery, right? We mentioned being able to replay a ring to reset the first copy if it goes too far. Well, it's very powerful when you mill over a breach, is you can mill over a ring. You can Emery back that ring to get the legend roll and keep the new one to be able to kind of keep looping it. That's what we call a Splinter Twin situation.
Oh yeah, I've seen that multiple times on old Corey's stream when he managed to take down a challenge a couple of weeks ago doing that. It looked disgusting. Playing against that, I'd have been like, oh, cool, yep, concede scoop. But you know what? We just play this Emery, milled the top 4 cards, but more importantly, that gives us lethal next turn. If we make a construct in a turn, that'll be a 3/3 moving itself to a 4/4. And then with one of these 1-powered creatures, will be lethal. We know about the Solitudes in hand though, so not just game yet.
And Brinson's hand is stacked. Like we mentioned, the multiple copies of Solitude. Brinson has not been playing lands. It's just all spells over there. So, a lot of gas, but it's still just impossible to keep up with the amount of cards that Matthew has from the ring and these multiple sagas and everything. It just feels like from Matthew's side is replacing itself. And it's really hard for Brinson to keep up just on the battlefield and in terms of the card advantages. We see a Solitude going to go after the Emery. Again, that's a fine step. It's a fine start, but it's not, even close to really answering all the problems that are on the battlefield here for Matthew.
No, it does have a life link there, so it's a good block if we get to go that route. But as you said, we're kind of just like treading water almost. We're not advancing too much. We're just trying not to lose the game, which is the first step in Magic. Try not to lose the game and then win the game. But it looks like Death in Taxes at the bottom of your screen. Eric's managed to pull it back, go to 1 apiece there. So, fighting the good fight. Well, we've got Matthew here trying to, again, win for their team. In team events, so how do you kind of play out with your mates? If they start losing, do you give them the old pat on the back? I don't know, we'll get it next time. Or do you guys have a bit of banter and give it, we're not a team with you next time sort of thing?
I just walk away.
Oh, okay. It's just that. Just don't talk to me. Don't talk to me. Okay, cool. Got you.
It depends.
Okay, we got a lot of mana here. That's 7 mana plus a Saga trigger on the stack. If you want to tap that for mana, we're deciding if we want to get a construct on the battlefield with our opponent just at 5 life. That could be a good option we want to go. But then we've got an active ring and plus a huge grip of cards.
Yeah, so I think right now, if I'm remembering correctly, I believe we're with responding to the Saga Chapter 3 trigger. So I'm wondering if maybe in response to the Chapter 3, if you want to activate the ring to see what you're drawing before you maybe decide what you want to get off the Saga here. We're really just trying to, I guess we're trying to find a removal spell to clear the Solitude out of the way so we can make this construct into a lethal attacker. Potentially, there's a Shadow Spear in Eric's sideboard. I doubt that one came in this matchup, not usually for the 4-color matchup. But if that is a card in Matthew's deck list, then that is something that they want to consider as well.
Yeah, we know that obviously on the other side there's Leyline's Binding, so that's got to be over in Matthew's mindset. What am I playing around? How can I advance my already good board state? I think we're in the situation of how can I possibly lose this game now? And we are going to start off with activating the ring in response to this. Draw yourself a bunch of cards. That is a couple of Ragavans, and I think that was an Unholy Heat as the last card. So there's the answer to the Solitude that's on the battlefield.
I think that's about right. Yep. So it's hard to tell. But yeah, if that isn't an Unholy Heat, we can go ahead and get rid of the Solitude. As far as Leyline Binding is concerned, with the 1 mana up for Brinson, not unable to cast that, I believe. Yeah, no. Does Brinson even have the Swamp Triumph in the deck? Let me take a look here. There is a Zagoth Triumph in the deck list, but from what I could tell, not in play. So unable to cast Binding currently. We do know about that other Solitude in Brinson's hand. So, if this Solitude gets removed, you could say, pitch cast Solitude, the other copy, to be able to kill the Construct token and not get lethal this turn. We will have to see.
Well, we say that with Dash Ragavan, does that change the math? So Construct gets exiled.
Damage coming through.
Free. Yeah. So quick math, Will. Good effort.
Still get a Ragavan trigger, which is not anything to scoff at as well.
Well, you could Ragavan trigger, hit a lightning bolt off their deck and lightning bolt them, and that'd obviously be amazing to watch on stream. But we're going to start with this on the Holy Heat.
Actually, no. There's only 1 copy of Lightning Bolt in Brinson's deck list, and that's in the graveyard. All right. Well, we found lethal anyways somehow. Okay, fine.
They would get a Redded 6. I don't know where we're going with that, but cool. We get to level that one up. So I think maybe we'll be able to move across to our legacy match. That's one still probably going while these players are sideboarding. So Death in Taxes versus Reanimator, game number 3. And
that's an Atraxa.
That looks like an Atraxa, and a very good, nice Atraxa on the battlefield. And we might just be going through the motions of this is a gate turn 1.
Yeah, this is typically what happens, Will, when Reanimator is on the play against decks that don't have. Well, I mean, if we look at the deck list, I mean, we can pull up the Death in Taxes deck list real quick here to see exactly what sideboard cards we're working with, because you have to imagine there's something here. Surgical Extraction, that's really the only one. No Leyline of the Voids or anything like that. So, when you don't have those cards in your opening hand, sometimes you get turn 1 Atraxa.
Hey, there's a Krakus on the other side there in the grip, which obviously that can get deployed, bounce target legendary creature. So it's not all doom and gloom. You can't foresee that one.
Yeah, and then if we take a look at the deck list here for Brian Cole, there's 1 Atraxa and 3 copies of Archon of Cruelty. That's kind of the threat that these Reanimator decks will typically turn to in the face of Karakas. So, maybe if Brian has some way to access, like maybe an Entomb to put a copy of the Archon into the graveyard and then a way to reanimate that, given the presence of Karakas, really wants to try and find that. As far, past the Karakas, the rest of Eric's hand, not the best. A couple of copies of Mother of Runes, the Council's Judgment, Pithing Needle, I guess could shut off Gristlebrand, but, that we're not really going towards that because of the Karakas anyways.
Is there anything you think you'd pick here? Looks like we're picking the enchantment. Obviously, we want to be able to cast more than 1 spell in a turn if needs be.
Yeah, the silence seems to make the most sense. Like, you're a little bit far away from the Council's Judgment, and the Karakas is going to answer the Atraxa anyway, so it does kind of make sense to take the silence. One of your best ways past this at this point is to, like, draw maybe a way to put a Gristlebrand into play, draw a bunch of cards, and then you basically have to get the Archon into the graveyard in order to have a threat that doesn't get Karakas.
Land, go to combat, bounce it. That's going to go back to hand. Enchantment's going to fall off. That's going to go to the graveyard. Now, can we reset?
Depends. We got a Grief and an Animate Dead. Unfortunately for Brian, you cannot grief yourself. Unmask is a card that you can target yourself, but the wording on grief specifically says opponents. So definitely can't go towards that. It's hard to take a look at what the other cards that Brian is holding on to.
Haven't got a good look. I think one of them might be another Grist. I'm not entirely. Oh no, one's a petal at least. So Modern's just starting, but I think that's going to take a little bit of time to kind of, get firing. They're just going to start dawdling for the first couple of turns as they normally do. We'll stick here a little bit, see if we can get a big threat onto the battlefield, or maybe it's just going to be this Grief.
Are we going to animate Dead Grief and make a 2/2?
Hey, you do what you need to do. It can't be Craxus.
Yeah, can't Caracas that one. I mean, it's only, not that you need to. It's only a 2/2 anyways, but you're right. Yeah.
It's
got
got
a couple
menace.
of Mother of Runes here.
Well,
we could double block with 2 Mother of Runes.
Love it. Okay, cool. So, when we tuned into this match and it was turn 1, attracts on the battlefield, it looked like potentially game over there and then on the spot, but no, we've got the cards we need, and we've still got a game here, I think.
You see, well, this is actually Plan A. The Animate Dead Grief. This was the plan the whole time.
I love it when a plan comes together. As a Thalia is going to come down, tax all the non-creature spells, make them cost an extra 1. But looks like both players hitting their land drops here, so nothing too big. Maybe getting punished a little bit for not playing that petal out a little bit earlier.
Yeah, Thalia being a first striker also means that it just stops the entire, just breaks the entire board here. So we're going to be staring at each other for a while. The Mother of Rune's able to protect the Thalia. We're going beatdowns. This is officially a racing situation.
Well, exactly. You can't sit back. You know what I mean? We're going to have to turn things sideways to win this game of Magic. A little bit of life discrepancy here. Maybe they think they cracked a fetch earlier on, but it doesn't look like there's a fetch in there. But we do need kind of a bit more of a clock, I would say.
Well, I mean, I don't know. You got the Thalia kicking in there, the Mother of Runes to protect. I mean, theoretically, Eric is winning this race just with the Thalia versus the Grief, right?
All right, sure, yeah.
Oh, we got the Orion. You want to talk about a way to win the race? How about a 4/5 flyer, Will?
Yep, that's going to do it. That's a good one. Didn't see that one hiding there, sneaking down on below our screen there. But again, closes the game now. We are a land away from that.
This is such a weird game.
This is a very weird game. We've seen some absolute craziness happen in Legacy and some of the other rounds, and right now this looks like 2 bad draft decks going at each other. I mean, except for these are expensive draft decks. Let's be honest. Is that Field of Ruin or something? Yeah,
Field of Ruin. Yeah.
But it gives us, more importantly, our 5th mana, so we can play this. Flicker the Thalia. That's going to come back in untapped.
4/5 flyer. This is, you're right. This is literally just a limited game. We got a 2/2 menace versus a 4/5 flyer and a 2/1 first striker.
A couple of little 1/1s. We're not far off being at hard cast some of our bigger threats. So let's be tell the truth here.
We do have 6 mana. I mean, Archon of Cruelty only cost 8. You got 2 more lands at hand. Maybe, I guess we know one of the cards in hand is... No, the Atraxa got pitched to the Grief,
we
right?
don't know any of the cards now.
Yeah.
But we're not casting anything, so what could this be? Like potentially Fortseas and stuff?
Could just be more lands we're holding. Could be Gristlebrands, like some of the fatties that we are unable to cast.
Here comes some of the big swings now. 6 damage coming in, silence in the battlefield, and we're scooping it up. Death and Tax is taking it down. Eric managed to contain it for his team and get them into the finals. I'm not entirely sure if the modern game is going to continue playing out or not for the stream. I'm just going to let our production team kind of work that one out and whisper in my ear. Okay, well, it looks like we're going to come back to the booth and then we're going to have a real short break before we get to the final. So welcome back. If you just tune in, where have you been all day? Literally, where have you been all day? We've had 7 rounds of Team Magic. That's Pioneer, Modern, and Legacy. Battling it out. Started at 92 teams. We're down now and getting to the last 2. So we'll bring you the finals real shortly. Make sure you stick around and we'll see you all real shortly. See you soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NRG 10K team event finals. 92 teams. We've whittled it down to the final 2. Let's get them up on the bracket. Let's see what we're playing with. Talk me through this, Devon.
All right. So on the left-hand side of your screen, the team of Nemitz, Weiss, and Burkhardt, who we just saw take down the match. The last match we saw was Burkhardt playing Death and Taxes. They are our 5 seed. And then on the right-hand side of your screen, we saw Zimmerman, Branham, and Hefner, who are our 2 seed, take the victory over MacArthur, Ovington, and Eiler, who is the 3 seed. So that is what the finals that we're looking for, and it should be an absolute banger of a match.
And what's on the line? Let's get some prizes up. Let's see what. Then obviously, they know they've already won some prizes, but this is going to be a $15,000 game of Magic, basically, right?
$3,000 for first place, $1,500 for second. First place also playing for that coveted spot at the end of the year championships. As you see, the 3 trophies as opposed to 1, because we're giving out 3 invites to the end of the year championship, and the points as well. The end of the year, end of the season leaderboard. Every single point matters. We've talked about that as well. 30 for first and 25 for second.
Well, let's see if we can move across to the leaderboard. Let's see what's how these points kind of filter out what they're looking for. 30 points here is huge. It gets you into this top 20 straight off the bat. Obviously, we see Stefan, they're just absolutely running away of 80 points. But if these teams get 30 points, that gets them right up here in contention to get themselves to the top 16. Let's see if we can see who's already qualified, who's already going to be there. I believe we've got 4 names already. Here they are. Talk us through this.
We got Roger Solomon returning from our 2022 champion, Steven Dykman, who has just been at an absolute tear lately. Won both of the first events of the year. Daniel Weiser, the May winner, and then Matthew Hoey, the June winner. They'll be joined alongside 12 other competitors, 3 of which we're gonna crown right now.
Exactly. And not only on top of all this that they get to get their own token made, which is one of the coolest things in Magic that can happen, right? You get to get your likeness on a token. Last time it was a Goblin Shaman, potentially one of the most played tokens there is in Magic currently. What token would you have, chat? Let us know. Devon, you said Rhinos. Let's say you've already won one. Let's say you've already got that one made. What's the second token you want made?
I thought of another good one with how prevalent the ring is. I wonder if we can make a token that just says protection from everything and have that as the token.
How would that look?
I don't know. I haven't thought about that. But
I think it's just like you in a force negation sort of bubble. You know what I mean? Just protecting everything around you. Yeah. I think that's something that I would like to see. Okay, well, once we've got this, let's talk a little bit about this end of year tournament, right? So 16 players get to qualify for it. 4 already there, 3 more today. So not only do you get the cool factor of being qualified for this, you get to take 2 of your friends with you. You know, potentially your testing team for this. So they're going to be your opponents, but also your friends here. So you get to see your friends doing well. 16 players get to go to it. It is a $25,000 prize pool split between 16 players. That is a big chunk of money. And then again, if you win, you get reinvited back to 2024 finals. And the new thing that's just been added to this is you get a Pro Tour invite directly. No RC tournaments for you. No trying to qualify that way. You've already get your straight invite to it. Paper Magic, which we've got coming up in a few weeks in Barcelona. Lord of the Rings, Modern. What more do I want to say as I see the players shuffling up and about to draw their opening 7s? Let's see if we can get down to the table down here. We are going to start off with, okay, we've got to change this. We cannot be starting off with Tron while I'm commentating. I will have a hissy fit and everything. Can we start with the Pioneer match? Maybe people in the back group. As we see, let's talk about people looking at their phones. Okay, you're allowed to look at your phones currently because this is open deck list now that we're in the top 8. So the whole tournament itself, 7 rounds has been closed deck list, and in the top 8, you get open deck list. So you get to see the full 75 or 95 in your cases of what your opponent is playing around. And this one should be over relatively quick one way or another. A lot of people look like they want Legacy going on. If you want Legacy, we are back tomorrow. 5K every single round tomorrow on this channel will be the format of Legacy. So if you do like that, hit that follow button. Make sure that alarm bell is unticked so you get to know exactly when NRG goes live next. I've spoken too much. Devon, say some words.
So if we are going to go ahead and start on the Pioneer side of things, we have Boros. It says Boros Control. I think it's meant to say Boros Convoke, so
Yeah.
keep that in mind. Boros Convoke versus Mono Green Devotion. Really, all again, as we talked about in Pioneer, one of the more important things is who's in the play. So 2 seed, the Boros Convoke side of things, that Spencer is going to be on the play. Very, very important in this matchup. Really just wants to try and get under the green deck. For those of you who have not seen the Convoke deck, it is trying to put as many small creatures onto the battlefield in the form of Thraben Inspector, Voltaren Epicure, utilizing those particular blood tokens and clue tokens to be able to enable a card like Lethal Demolition, make a bunch of creature tokens, use those to convoke things like Knight Errant of Eos and Venerated Loxodon out, and then from there just amass this giant battlefield and kind of end the game all in one swoop. Typically, this matchup is actually kind of close. I think green is slightly ahead, which is not the norm for green devotion versus aggro, but I do think that green is slightly ahead because of the creatures that can just kind of gum up the ground, stuff like Pelucranos and Old Growth Troll. So I like green, but I think it's a fairly close matchup, and Boros is in the play.
Remember Boris, not too long ago, people were calling for the ban hammer, saying that this is like Hodak. Like, that's a big claim to say that era of Magic was so dominant by a certain card, and this deck just comes out of nowhere, starts doing really, really well, managed to take down the European RC. You know what I mean? It's done and performed real good numbers. I love that we've still got formats in Magic that we can be innovative in. We can make new decks that come out of nowhere. I don't even think it was any. Oh, I suppose there was a couple of cards that were printed, right? It was the Knight of Eos was the kind of card that got this one. Should I say over the edge, or like at least on the radar? Having that extra sort of big convoke card in it. So I'm a big fan of this. I'm not. I don't like when Banhammer style gets thrown around a lot, but we do have a mulligan here. I think on the mono green side.
Yeah, funny enough, this Boros Convoke deck, it actually kind of started as all good things do, an aspiring Spike deck, where Spike was playing it in Modern, and I kind of had the bright idea to kind of go ahead and try it in the Pioneer format. You get some small downgrades there. You get you don't have Memnite, you don't have Kuldotha Rebirth, so you get less copies of those type of effects, but still, been a very, very big presence in the metagame, and one of the decks that people need to look out for. One thing I wanted to mention and kind of wanted to bring up here, the Mono Green Devotion deck, not a deck that we typically see a lot of room for innovation. It's usually the same 60 cards. There is one little spicy one here in Grayson's deck list. Do you want to tell Chad about that one?
You, Sam. It's too much of a Tron card for me.
Well, it does cost, yeah, I guess I said little. It costs 10 mana. That is Olamog, the Ceaseless Hunger, which I'll be honest with you, I haven't really ever seen in the Mono Green Devotion deck. So maybe not for this matchup specifically, but I would like to see it come down.
Yeah, I suppose it's taking the role of the Cityscape Leveler that kind of you potentially see one on the board, one in the main. But because it's an artifact, you can keep that one in the main, kind of fetch that with the Khans. So having this one in the main, again, it's a cash trigger. So even if it gets counted, 2 things get get exiled, and then if it hits the battlefield, it's really hard to get off the battlefield. As we speak about flooding the battlefield here on the left of your screen, Spencer putting so many permanents on the battlefield, potentially have one of these big turns next turn.
Yeah, we get an Elvish Mysticure for the green player, and then a whole bunch of 1-drops. And this is kind of exactly what I talked about here. The Pelucranos is going to make attacks really difficult here for Spencer. Now, this is, to be fair, this is the turn that Spencer kind of wanted to take off to play a Convoke spell anyways. And given that there's a 4 or 5 blocker, doesn't really want to attack into it. So Spencer really looking for something along the lines of maybe another 1-drop or 2. There's Thraben Inspector, and then really wants to go ahead and kind of curve these into a Convoke spell. We'll see if that is what we have available. And we're tapping creatures.
I think it's a Loxodon Smiter. I definitely saw one of them in hand. So yeah, I think a lot of +1/+1 counters are going to get put on all these little weenies, make them a little bit bigger. And now that's a lot of power on the battlefield. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 13 power on the battlefield on turn 3 in Pioneer. We're seeing the power of this deck and how explosive it can be. Can we fire back on Grayson's side on the right of our screen?
Yeah, and we talked about the 4/5 being a very good road blocker in terms of being able to gum up the ground. Well, what happens when you just go wide where you just don't even care? Like, you can just shove all of your stuff into this board. Even if 2 things get blocked, you're still getting in 7, 9 damage. as we do see a Cavalier of Thorns here with a Nykthos. A lot of devotion over there. This is going to be the pivotal turn. We'll have to see if Spencer can potentially get to a lethal attack with something like a Reckless Bushwhacker, pumping up the team. And because if Grayson gets one more turn, if there's a payoff like a Karn or something, we might be done here.
I think Spencer's got one card in hand, and the card he's going to draw for this turn. Does have a couple of redraws if he wants them. We've got some clue tokens and some blood tokens over there. But I think Mono Green's just had that great Mono Green turn that you kind of see, getting these big bodies on the battlefield. They've got a big toughness. They've got big butts over on the right side. We're going to crack 2 mana. We're going to get that clue token, go 1 card deeper into our deck.
Yeah, and worth noting, the list that Spencer is playing, as we see another copy of, a Ranger Knight Errant of Eos being cast here. Spencer is playing the version that does not companion Giganta, which means that you get to play Burning Tree Emissary. So you mentioned that there was only 1 card in hand for Spencer. If hypothetically, if it was a Burning Tree Emissary, you could draw a Bushwhacker and still be able to go Burning Tree Bushwhacker in the same turn. That's a rough night out of Eos, only finding 1 copy of Raven Inspector here.
Yeah, that is not what we want to happen. Or we obviously want to be trying to restock our hand, refill it. This is the card that made this deck get on the radar, make it kind of a viable deck in the format of Pioneer. But now we're going to have to pass the turn back to a Mono Green Devotion with 1, 2, 8, 9 Devotion with an active Nykthos, plus whatever they draw for the turn and the 2 cards in hand. This could just be game now, right?
Yeah, this is like we said, depend on what the payoff is here for Grayson. I didn't quite get a good look of what was milled over with Cavalier of Thorns. I don't know if there was a copy of Storm the Festival. I want to say there wasn't. But like you said, if there's a copy of Karn in hand, that could just be all she wrote. Karn could get something like a copy of Pestilent Cauldron that could keep looping depending on what's in the graveyard. So we'll see what the follow-up is. Looks like we're just going to go ahead and transform.
Yeah, well, getting a big 6/6 lifelink is also really good against this small aggro deck, as another Plukinus comes down. So that's 9 mana generated from Devotion, plus the extra 1. No, it's to flip it, and it's 3 mana. I keep thinking it's 4 mana to cast that Plukinus. It's even better than I think it is, as another Nykthos comes down, and then a Storm come. I'll just be like, yep, cool, and go. Do we get 2 powerful permanents, or is it just going to be 2 land? This is going to be pretty big.
I don't know. I see a couple lands in the pile there. Probably not a Karn. We likely would have slammed that one. It looks like an Elf and a Nykthos. Okay, so not
we're going to spin the wheels
Storm,
again, right?
but we can. I don't know if we had enough mana floating. So before the Elf and the Nykthos, we had 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 Devotion. So I think if my math is correct, only 1 floating, but we can tap the Elf for mana, so that should be enough to reactivate, even if we only had 1 floating. So yeah, we should be able to spin the wheel again with Storm.
This is where, when you stream, you have that kind of clown music, like you just do this, and then just, am I dead, or do I get a turn? Like, what's going on here? You just have to sit there and watch your opponent basically play Magic, turn and burn through their deck. As we see, Karn now hits the battlefield along with another troll, which makes me think we will have another turn for Spencer. If we can do much with it, that's a different story.
I'm not so sure about that. Well, I guess there's nothing in the graveyard to be able to get with a Pestilent Cauldron. From here, your typical combo setup is like there's a line that involves Chain Veil, but you also need a copy of Kiora, which is not present on the battlefield for Grayson. And then there's also a line that involves 2 Kioras, 2 Karns, and a Nykthos, or 2 Nykthoses alongside the Pestilent Cauldron and 14 Devotion. So with no Kiora in sight, you're probably right. We might get 1 more turn here for Spencer, but what is it going to do with 1 turn,
That's what I mean. I also don't think we've got enough mana floating, right? Like, I don't know what mana's floating at this point, but I imagine it's not too much if we're using 10 mana to cast the Storm out the graveyard. Okay, this is a good. If we're going to get one, this is going to be a good one. Looks like we've got a little bit of mana. If we do want to cast it, we're going to blow this for 0. Just get rid of those tokens at the top of your screen. I give them extra draws that are not needed, and also the Armor Fox gets taken out here.
Yeah, it's a little interesting to blow up the Filigree Alex, because the Karn is shutting off the tokens anyways. But yeah, it's kind of like we're so far ahead, it probably doesn't matter too much. And there's really not a lot that Spencer can do, especially against that 6/6 lifelinking blocker that represents, blocking a 4-power creature and gaining 6 life. That's effectively representing 10 points worth of damage that you're stopping with that 6/6 alone. And there's just so many other blockers here. I can't imagine Spencer getting out of this.
I'm going to leave it up to you, but I'm pretty on the side of that we can just skip to Legacy right now. What are you thinking?
Yeah, no, I could see that if you want to go to Legacy.
I think we're just going through the motions right now of this game being over. So if the production crew, if you can do that and move us across to Legacy, we'll just jump in on this one and see what's going on here. This week, there's a lot going on here. This one looks a lot more. Okay, break this one down for me, Devin.
Will, I just want to ask you, when is the last time that you saw a true name nemesis in the battlefield?
That realistically a while ago. But I love seeing him on the battlefield now.
Me too.
Especially with Jeskai. Well, okay, scrap that. No Jeskai.
Jeskai on the other side of things. So yeah, we have the blue-white Stoneblade player on the left of your screen, Jesse Hefner. A couple of true name nemesis, a Teferi bouncing assault, which I guess is fine because your true names have protection anyways.
Yeah.
Eric down to 7 life facing 2 true names. If we take a look at the Death in Texas deck list, I want to take a look and see how many copies of Council's Judgment. That's usually the only answer to true name. Main deck 0 copies, 2 in the sideboard. So these true names are here to stay.
So basically, we've just gone from a game that's over to another game that's basically over.
True.
Please don't make me go to Modern.
Well, we can't
Please
escape it. We cannot escape it. You know it's going to happen.
No, we can't do it. Stop, put your cards back down. Okay.
We can't escape it, Will. We can't escape
let's
it. Maybe
go to the Modern table and see
if we get any Will Hall Tron emotes in the chat. Hey, looks like Tron is losing, okay?
Hey, look, I'm not saying I've got favorite in this matchup at all. All I'm saying is the Jeskai Breach deck looks like they're going off right now. A bit of mana's floating, a couple of creatures on the battlefield, and yeah, it looks like we're comboing off. At least I think that's what's happening. There's a lot of opponents just got taken off the battlefield.
Yeah, I think we were floating mana with the Saga. There's still mana floating. I'm assuming that's what those dice represent, right?
Yeah, so I also believe
confused.
There's no like looks like relics have been cracked at this point. Okay, Breach is now being cast.
Okay, Breach 2 blue. There's a grinding station in hand, and the Mox Amber is right there. I have to imagine this is probably lethal.
Well, let's see them play out. Just in case, let's just see if the Breach player does manage to beat the Tron player. Let's
yep.
Go.
Yeah, so
again, no favorites. No favorites.
We go station here. Emery is going to mill 4. We can float a blue mana with the Mox Amber, tap the station, sacrifice the Mox Amber, mill 3, replay the Mox Amber. Yada, rinse, repeat till we mill our whole deck, eventually hit the Thassa's Oracle and cast that. So that should be game over here. Game 1 going to our Jeskai Breach player.
Yeah, they're showing the Oracle here. Remember that you only need to demonstrate one loop of what you're trying to do in paper to your opponent and say, I'm just going to do this X amount of times. Where another things at Magic Online, you got to do that 1,000 clicks to get there. Let's be on. But I think all our tables are now sideboarding. So we're going to come back to the booth. We're going to show you what our beautiful faces look like. Maybe you don't know what we look like, but welcome. My name is Will Hall, better known on the internet as the Will Hall EXP. That there is Devin Donlin, better known as Doomwake on the internet. And we've been bringing you the last half of today here at the NRG Series 10K team event. Pioneer, Modern, Legacy. So much magic has happened. Where have you been if you just tune in? But don't worry. Tomorrow is more Legacy action. 5K. Me and Devin are going to be back for that in the evening. Definitely evening my time. It's getting a little late here, but this is the sacrifices we make to bring you guys at home this beautiful content here. Devin, we're not going to go straight into it, but I do want to know what's been your highlights so far this weekend. Potentially, we're going to see more highlights in the next couple of games. But what's been the super highlight so far?
I would have to say the match, the Yawgmoth match that we watched, that one game where it was Yawgmoth versus Breach and both players were kind of top decking. That was a really fun match to watch.
Yeah.
It was haymaker after haymaker. That was probably the moment that stands out to me the most. What about you?
Well, that one, I was going to say that one. That's going in the archives. I'm sure that's going to get played multiple times on this channel in between rounds and potentially on YouTube. That was such a good game to watch, commentate on. I love it. I did like the surgical, all the red sources out of their deck in Legacy. I'm kind of a sucker for like that sort of that format, and then they still lost the game, but that was pretty cool to see. I enjoyed that. So chat's now trolling me about how I take my tea after you broke the news to them that I don't drink tea when I told you that in confidence. So that's quite awkward, but don't worry about it. We're still friends at the end of the day, aren't we, Devin?
Thank you. I appreciate it. That's all I can ever ask for.
Well, it's good. I've got you, man. I've got you. This is open deck lists, so we might, in between games when we floating back and forth, you might see players on their phones or bits of paper out. They're not cyborg guides. That is your opponent's deck list. It's been closed deck list up to now. Top 8 open deck list. You get to see the full 75 that your opponent's on, and you get to see try and work out how they're going to sideboard. Remember, this is a team event, and we did start with 92 teams. We've got 90 of them. Got rid of them. Got 2 left, but there can only be 1. Just like in Highlander, there can only be 1. There can be 3 players walking away with those trophies, those points, that money, having a great dinner tonight, and knowing that they're coming to the end of year finals, 16-player invite only. But we do have some future events coming up. We might get them on the side, start talking about them. Like, how can you at home watch one of these? Maybe one's coming to a state near you, a town. The next one is going to be Detroit. Being a typical Brit, I know this for being where Eminem's from. So that's my claim to fame with Detroit. But that is going to happen in August 12th to 13th. And that is going to be modern 10K, followed by a Pioneer 5K on the Sunday. The next event after that is going to be in Indianapolis. Again, no place I've never been, but it's going to be in October 14th and 15th, Pioneer 10K team. Another team event. Love it. Team event on that Sunday. And that is going to be 10K again. More invites on the line. And then the third place is going to be, I keep saying this just sounds like someone's name. I swear you guys are trolling me and just making up these places. But Madison in November 25th, 26th. That's Thanksgiving weekend, I believe. So modern on the Saturday, that's 10K, followed by a Pioneer Chaser of a 5K. If these are going to be somewhere close to you, you should make sure you get down to these, because then you get beautiful people like me and Devin commenting on your matches. You get to show us how good you are at Magic, and not only that, everybody at home. I think the players are shuffling up. I'm getting little inklings of potentially the Legacy seat might be ready to go. You happy with that, chat? We start off with a little bit of Legacy. Stoneblade versus Death and Taxes. Stoneblade 1 game up. And Death and Taxes is starting off with a Mother of Runes here.
No Tron will, right?
I'm not saying I picked this matchup. This is what Production put forward to me, and that is a Piffing Needle here. We'll see if we can get a name on what that's naming for you all at home.
I have a rough idea of what it might be naming. Probably that. I would guess the Mother of Runes is on the battlefield. I guess it kind of depends on what's in Jesse's hand. If there are multiple copies of Swords to Plowshares or something, and you want to, if we see the Mother of Runes attacking, I think that's probably a dead giveaway.
This isn't something I've just thought of, but people in chat are saying Mum, Mother of Runes, etc. Like, there's only one Mum in Magic, right? And that's Elish Norn. We can't be calling this one Mum as well. Elish Norn's the one and only mummy.
They both have Mother in the name, as we do get word from our production team that Needle is in fact naming Mother of Runes. Now, we got note from production team that's saying Needle was on Mom. Now, does that mean that Needle is on Elish Norn, Mother of Machines, or does that mean that Needle was on Mother of Runes?
Well, I'd call a judge and be like, "Wow, no." But this is actually something that happened in Magic once, right? And this is why the rule actually got changed of it. I don't know. It's just kind of interesting. It's like that food thing where we used to have a full English breakfast, and now it's just called breakfast. So, it's one thing I quite like is how decks randomly generate these names sometimes. Like, who came up with breakfast, and we're now calling Elish Norn Mum, etc. We're going to fetch up our second land here. This is not being cast off one land. There we go. Tundra comes down, and then Stoneforge Mystic's going to get a GT. Super powerful equipment. Some people talked about this potentially could come back to mod, and I think those people don't know what they're talking about, but people do talk about it. But we've got it up on the screen for you here. Talk us through all the modes of this and why this is such a good equipment.
Well, I mean, it's so dominant in terms of combat, right? Combat is the best. It just dominates combat in the sense of like being able to give your own thing +2/+2, being able to give something on their side -1/-1. Gaining 2 life also helps you in the racing situation. Also, equipment extremely powerful when combined with something like True Name Nemesis, given that it has protection from your opponent. They can't block it. They can't, kill it with anything. As we see a Wasteland here taking out a Tundra that is going to it's going to keep us off of the Stoneforge Mystic, and then we also saw a Solitude Exile pitch cast to take care of the Stoneforge Mystic as well.
I can't wait to when we interview the winners and ask who had the best record over the day. You know what I mean? Normally when I'm in a team event, it's my teammates are 7-1, 6-2. Will's 0-4. You know what I mean? Some will not pulling their weight, and that's always going to be. It's going to be interesting to see what these who it was, or if anybody in these teams. Maybe they've all been putting in a shift and getting there this weekend. So we did see Cauldra, one of the new equipments, kind of grabbed there off the Stoneforge Mystic. So seeing going from a GT to a Cauldra. There's
One thing that I didn't bring up in the sideboarding for Eric here, it's our Death in Texas player. So we mentioned the 2 copies of Council's Judgment. That's a kind of a clean answer to True Name Nemesis. As clean as it gets, it is 3 mana. There's also a new card here, Will, from the Lord of the Rings set. It's called the Battle of Bywater. 1 copy, colorless, white, sorcery, destroy all creatures with power 3 or greater, then make a food for each creature you control. So that is another answer to True Name Nemesis. So 3 total outs in the sideboard here. For Eric, because that was a card that gave Eric, nightmares in game 1. Cauldra hit the battlefield here. I'm going to go ahead and get in with the Germ token. Let's see if there is a response here from Jesse, maybe something like a Swords to Plowshares.
Good effort to production, getting the card straight up on the screen there for you, so you could all see it. One of the newer cards, so you might not be too familiar with it. And now we're seeing it pop up in Legacy. Essentially one of the most powerful formats we have in Magic, but no Swords to Plowshare during combat or end of turn. So it does look like that gem's going to be sticking around for a little while. And it's not for a Brainstorm.
Yeah, Brainstorm going to be really looking for an answer for that Cauldra, something like a Swords to Plowshares, to be able to kind of cleanly answer that, given that we do have the Pith Needle on the Mother of Runes, so our removal spells are currently turned on. But yeah, there's also a Wasteland here, so I guess Jesse has to also think about that. Maybe there's a reason. Maybe Jesse had something like a Swords to Plowshares, but didn't want to fetch and get the Tundra Wastelanded on Eric's turn because the Wasteland got tapped for the Stoneforge Mystic. But that's something that Jesse also has to keep in mind, where if you fetch a Tundra to cast the Plowshares, then you're opening yourself up the Wasteland.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, again, Legacy, we've seen it. We've seen everyone be so patient and methodical about how they're going through things. Here comes the second Brainstorm. Again, we're going to draw a 3, pit 2 back. Didn't look like we got any answers again there. I think it might just been maybe a Teferian land, I think. Didn't get quite a good look, but 2 are definitely going to be going back to the top of the deck. Brainstorm going to the graveyard. Do have our land drop for the turn, and there it is. It's going to be an Arid Mesa.
It's also very, very important that it's an Arid Mesa and not, like something like a Scalding Tarn, because we can get a basic Plains with that if we have a Swords to Plowshares.
I was just seeing if the whole deck's foil or not. I'm not sure if those Brainstorms are foil. Again, there's some very fancy Brainstorms out there currently. One more is going to be one in a couple of weeks, I believe, at the one of the side events at the Pro Tour. Those Brainstorms are beautiful. In fact, I don't know if there's a bad Brainstorm art, is there? They all look beautiful to me.
I mean, the one that Jesse's playing with, it's not my favorite. It's not bad, for sure. They're all good. I mean, I'm an old school guy. Give me the Mercadian Mask Swan all day.
Oh, yeah, you've forgotten about that all day. You've sucked your guns on this. You do like the OG cards, don't you? You're trying not to be a boomer, but all the signs are there, my friend.
Whoever said I was trying not to be one? I just embraced the boomer lifestyle. Oh, okay. Well, you believe everything chat tells you?
I'm a man of the people, as we're going to see a basic mountain come down here. Get off this subject before you find out that they didn't. And we're going to bounce the token back. That's a nice, good, clean answer to the Cauldra on the battlefield, because now it's 7 mana to equip. And then a Ponder is going to be the last. Is that another? Did we draw a Cauldra of our own here? Let's get the deck. Let's have a little look.
I think it was. Yeah, there is a Cauldra present in Jesse's deck list because, again, both players are playing with Stoneforge Mystic. One thing that we kind of glanced over, Jesse is already all the way down to 4. That Cauldra chunks for really, really big points of damages. And with Jesse on 4, there's 2 1-power creatures in play. That's just a 2-turn clock here from Eric.
Yeah, it's huge. You know what I mean? It's awkward to block. And when you do block it, things go bad for you. It's not like we used to see with what's the one that has lifelink and vigilance? Batterskull. It's not like Batterskull where you pay X mana, you can bounce it back to your hand and recast it and get another germ. But you can do this. Flicker Wisp it out so it comes back into the battlefield. Another germ token is generated. So now it is back online. A lot for Jesse to do this turn.
Yeah, I was gonna mention, we didn't actually we had the potential 2-turn clock with Jesse at 4, but we decided to go one at Teferi and one at Jesse's face because the Flicker Wisp is able to present 2 more lethal attackers. Anyways, I just wanted to point that out. But yeah, this is a lot for Jesse to deal with. Has to at bare minimum deal with at least 2 creatures right now. That both the Flicker Wisp and the Germ Token are both lethal. And then even if we deal with those, still got 2 1-power creatures facing down at 3 life. So it's going to be really, really tough here for Jesse.
It looks like they got a plan. They're not just picking them up. Is this going to be... Okay, it's a fairy. Bounce the token again.
Step 1. Maybe something like, even fetch Swords to Plowshares isn't good enough because you have to fetch to 2 and then you're just dead to the Mom and the Stoneforge. And that's going to be game number 2 going to Eric.
We're going to pick up. Well, let's see if we can move back across. Well, I'm being told we have to go to modern, ladies and gentlemen.
Will, if you want, I could just do this I could do the whole modern segment by myself if you want.
Can I have a break? Is that cool? Now we'll go across to the modern section. We'll see what's going on here. It looks like we've got a relic and a worm coil engine on the battlefield. Is Tron? Yep, Tron is online, but then there's a lot of artifacts on the right of your screen there. Those constructs are big. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 sevens. If my math is correct.
Sounds about right. 1, 2, 3. Yep, 7 sevens. Now, constructs being big, they can attack past the worm coil, but worm coil is very, very good at being able to trade for at least 2 of those because you can trade for 1, given that the worm coil has death touch, and then the 3/3 it kind of splits into 2, 1 death touch, 1 lifelink, and then the other 3/3 death touch can trade for another construct token. So that's going to be kind of a little bit hard to grind through that worm coil, and as we talked about before, Haywire Might has the additional text on it where it says non-creature. So unfortunately for Matthew, cannot exile the worm coil with the Haywire Might. Really wants to find something like maybe a Teferi Time Raveler, but we don't really have enough mana for that either.
Yeah, but the good thing is it's not really being bounced. It's not really attacking though, is it? This worm coil, like it's definitely on defense duty, so to speak. We're going to see the Haywire Might's going to try and take out this relic here in the upkeep. Try and get him to use the mana on their turn, and it's going to get cracked. We're going to exile for him. We're going to get an extra draw, as well as I believe is it Scavenger Ruins? Is that what the land's called? That also exiles a graveyard.
Scavenger Grounds. Yep.
Scavenger Grounds. Yeah. So multiple ways, and potentially the combo is going to be shut off in this. Maybe we do have to go with the kind of beatdown plan here.
Well, it's really hard to go for a beatdown plan versus a worm coil engine. If we took a look at Matthew's hand, I think I saw multiple copies of Force Negation and Spell Pierces. So, has kind of the non-creature answers covered, but didn't really have a good answer for this worm coil engine. So, Andrew's not really going to get into the red zone anytime. Never mind. Right as I say that, we're turning the worm coil sideways.
What do we know? We're just 2 bumbling idiots here. Players know a lot more than us, played a lot more Magic this weekend and got themselves to the finals. Something that 90 other teams could not do, but there will only be 1. 3 players will be walking away this weekend with the prizes, with the points, with the money, with the trophies, with the tokens. Is it going to be the players on the left of your screen or the right screen? I'm really upset we don't have the team names on the screen as well. Because it doesn't rhyme too well off the tongue when I have to rattle 3 people's names straight back to back. I'd love to just say Team Tron.
Yeah. This is kind of an ambitious attack here for Andrew. So funny enough, Andrew goes to 21 off of the attack. You'll notice there's 3 constructs and there's 6 artifacts. 3 quick maths, Will. What is 3 times 7?
3 times 7 is 21.
All right, so Force and Negation going to take care of the O-Stone. We have a lethal attack here for Andrew, even after the worm coil connected. Well, assuming there's an artifact, I should say. We need 1 more artifact.
Do we hedge all our stock into that O-Stone resolving then?
Yeah, I'm wondering if Andrew was supposed to cast the O-Stone pre-combat. Remember how we talked about that earlier, where typically you want to cast your spells post-combat, but you sometimes want to see if the coast is clear. Like if in the event where this O-Stone doesn't resolve, then I cannot attack with the worm coil engine.
Don't worry about it. There's a Khan in hand and there's a Cityscape leveler. So, I don't think we've got options. Too? Yeah, there's a leveler in there as well. We got options.
I didn't see the leveler. Yeah, this would have been a little bit rougher.
We're going to go
for the Karn, though. Interesting. I believe there was also a copy of, I don't know if there was a second Force. I thought I saw one, but I think it might just be, I think the leftovers are Spell Pierce, Breach, One Ring. So yeah, I think no second Force here.
So that's gonna looks like it's gonna resolve, and we're gonna tick it down. Go to our sideboard. What do we want to get here? Bridge.
Could get something like Bridge. I'm looking to see if there's any copies of Engineered Explosives. That one might be one of the better ones. That or Ratchet Bomb to be able to clean up all the
There's a ring in
constructs.
there as well. There's a ring.
Okay, we could do that too.
Well, giving us protection from everything's pretty good. Doesn't stop the combo, which we've spoke about multiple times so far, but being able to give yourself protection for everything for the turn is pretty good. Then you get to untap again. The Khan would not survive though, right? Because the Khan does not have the text U on it.
Correct. Yeah, so looking at the sideboard here for Andrew, there are no copies of Engineered Explosives and no copies of Ratchet Bomb. So the only thing that we can really get here to survive is that ring. I don't really see any other option. I guess the Ensnaring Bridge, that could be option number 2. And that's the one that we're going to go for.
Here it comes.
All right, so Bridge being cast here.
Let's see, how many cards? 2 cards, right?
Two cards, not quite enough, yeah. I guess we'd have to like somehow shrink the constructs down, go to combat, attack, and put more artifacts, and yeah, that's not going to work out. But
I was about
anyways,
to say, I was about to say, what about if we have a prismatic ending, but we can't do that because we can't use our artifacts? That's huge. There, that could have been game, and instead we're still back in it.
Yeah, maybe but that was the pickup because we saw the rest of the hand was Breach, Ring, and Spell Pierce. So that's the hand right now for Matthew. Breach, Ring, Spell Pierce, and Prismatic Ending. Breach, not really doing anything. No graveyard, doesn't have enough mana to play Ending or the copy of the Rings. So what we thought was going to be a potentially good swing here for Matthew, after the Worm Coil attack, ended up not being what we needed, and we're going to go ahead and get a Ring here.
It's happening again. This format's full of them. It's going to hit the battlefield. We are going to gain protection from everything till the end of next turn. And obviously now we can start getting tempted. But as everyone's been speaking about this weekend, you draw the cards before the damage happens. That is the key bit of this card here. So we get to do Ancient Stirrings here.
Yeah, and one thing I didn't want to mention real quick, we'll just say the as you see on the top of the first match on the top of your screen, the Mono Green Devotion deck did take down Boros Convoke 2-0. So the team of Nemitz, Weiss, and Burkhart up a match, and then they got Legacy going on to game 3 as well.
Yeah, still, advantage to the right of your screen here. Our 5th seeds going into this weekend, but Andrew doing everything he possibly can to keep his team in this event, get themselves one step closer to the trophies.
It's got to feel pretty good to Spell Pierce a Karn Liberated, huh?
I didn't know that card was still played. I thought that got replaced for the ring. But not in a bad place. Wormcoil still back, protecting this Karn. Bridge and play. I suppose Bridge and Ring kind of don't play too well against each other, putting cards in your hand and, stocking it up. But with all this mana we have on the battlefield, I think that is 12 mana currently. Pretty easy to cast multiple spells. Maybe not if they all cast 7, but...
Yeah, and the constructs being so big as is, given that there's so many artifacts in the battlefield and not really a lot of ways for Matthew to remove artifacts from the battlefield to shrink the constructs to be able to attack under the bridge, it should be totally fine here for Andrew. Trying to even think of like how we would get out of this from Matthew's side of things. I mean, there's a Breach in hand, and that's obviously where everything starts, but not really a stock graveyard. And not really a ton else going on. Doesn't have access to a lot of mana. It's going to be really an uphill battle here.
It's been really hard for an active Karn on the other side when we can't activate our grinding station to kind of at least do the combo route, so to speak. But over on Tron side, here's a Chalice on 0 coming down. It's a nice way to start emptying our hand.
Yeah, and the Chalice on 0 is going to also add some insulated protection against the combo, because in order for the combo to really work out, we need to be able to loop Mox Ambers alongside Grinding Station. Obviously this is assuming we eventually, and I mean, there's an Ulamog, so we're probably going to go to game 3 here pretty shortly.
I was about to say, what you target both lands, get them off the battlefield, get a 10/10 indestructible, and then when it attacks, we get to exile the top 20 cards of our opponent's library. There it is on the screen for you. Great art. Looks like a big scary monster. Is a big scary monster, and enough for Matthew to scoop them up and go to a game number 3. So Andrew doing everything he possibly can to keep his team into it. Let's see if we can jump across to the Legacy. How Death and Taxes versus Stoneblade going on. A lot going on here. Okay, so it looks like we've got multiple Stoneforge Mystics, a GT that is active, a Teferi that's on the left of your screen, plus a lot of basics. And then on the right of your screen, we've it's a vial
Ether
at
vial,
the bottom. Yeah, I haven't seen that one in a hot second. That's on 2. And a Stoneforge in hand, so that's quite nice, I guess, for Eric here. Maybe an end of turn as as I say it, bang on the money.
Yeah, there is a lot going on in this battlefield. Looks like a Mother of Runes. I'm not quite sure. We're not quite sure what the Pithing Needle is naming as of right now. But Mother of Runes, given that there's no Pithing Needle on Jesse's side of the battlefield, is free to roam. Looks like we're resolving a Stoneforge here, potentially getting a copy of GTA of our own. Mother of Runes particularly important at stopping GTA from being able to hit, because you can just go say block with your creature and then give your creature protection, which means their creature doesn't deal damage. And now if you have your own active GTA, things could get maybe spiral out of control here for Eric.
If Eric does manage to take this one down, he'll be taking it down for his whole team, securing them the W this weekend. As he gets to untap, Vial is staying at 2. Was that a land for the turn? Something shiny. I think we got a Flicker Wisp in hand. I think I got a little glimpse of that there. 2, add this to the battlefield. 2, equip this.
Yeah.
Go to combat.
Get in with the recruiter. No real reason to protect. Yeah, well, yeah, you don't need to use the Mother of Runes now. I guess I wonder if Jesse blocks with the Stoneforge that has the GTA on it. If you let damage happen, no, you can't really do that, because then you're allowing the GTA. This is kind of a weird spot where it's like, if you activate Mother of Runes to give your recruiter protection, it's GTA on GTA fights it's too much for my little brain.
Well, luckily we're not going to see that here. Mother is going to give it protection. We're going to start getting some dice counters on here as damage is going to happen.
And the nice thing about this is, now that you have an active GTA, Jesse can't really ever go for a GTA hit of their own, because if whatever creature has the GTA on it, you can just kill with your own GTA counters.
I was literally just about to ask you why we're not firing these off right now to try and get the creature away, and you answered it. You are a master of your craft, good sir.
Now, the punishment here is obviously Stoneforge is not named with Needle because we wouldn't have been able to activate it, but the punish here is if Jesse draws a copy of Cauldra, you could say activate Stoneforge. Okay, Pithing Needle is on Teferi. Got it. So for those of you interested in what the Needle is naming, that does make a little bit of sense. But if there was a Cauldra here, oh my will, we have a Stoneforge activation. You can go put in Cauldra, equip GTA, and that is going to be a massive swing here for Jesse. Oh my goodness.
Oof. Hits the battlefield. I mean, here's my foil gem token. I'm in a bad spot. Okay, we're not going to equip. Is there a reason
that is interesting? Not sure why we wouldn't equip the GTA to the Batter Skull, to the Cauldra token. That's kind of strange. We did have 2 mana available. I guess we wanted to maybe we wanted to Swords to Plowshares the Mother. Maybe you're worried about the last cards being exactly. Trying to think of like Solitude White card. There is the GTA on 2, so maybe you're worried about being able to GTA on 2 into something else. It's kind of tough. It's a really interesting position there. A lot of ways that Jesse could have played that, and but
all right, we're coming across with everything here. Get the damage in while we can. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 damage coming across, but more importantly, 2 counters on that GT, giving us the ability to potentially peel down. Okay, we're just Solitude and Exile Solitude. Do what we need to do. Get that gem token off the battlefield. We can't have that equipped with a GTA on the other side. So now, back and forth swings. It's happening.
Yeah, and that must have been what Jesse was playing around last turn. And as you see, why we didn't go equip the GTA to the Cauldra. But I guess maybe you just were accepting the fact that you were going to trade your Stoneforge for the 2 GTA counters and not get a GTA hit in. But it's kind of...
But things Solitude can have. There's a Teferi in the battlefield.
That's a good point. That is a good point.
There's
Teferi in the battlefield, right?
Well,
yeah.
Here's another one. Here's a powerful Merfolk. It is Merfolk Wizard, isn't it? I think the creature types of it. Merfolk Rogue. So
unless
close.
it got errated to a different creature type, I'm not sure. But
no, Merfolk Rogue comes down, but more importantly, protection from a chosen player. So that is going to be replaced with the words Eric if it was an online game. And coming down is we've seen this one in Pioneer. Haven't seen it too much in Legacy, but that is going to be able to exile, more importantly than just destroy, exile that GTA on the other side of the battlefield. And if it does get removed, they'll get themselves a XX illusion token, which will be a 2/2. Sky Cave Apparition being the card that is on the screen for you. Again, beautiful art. The art of cards they're just so good. Really, I literally love looking at Magic art, let alone playing with them.
Yeah, the Skyclave on GTA is massive there. The GTA on GTA fight, it really all comes down to who has GTA advantage. And now not only does Eric have a GTA on 2 counters, but now Jesse doesn't even have a GTA. And if the Skyclave apparition were to get removed from the battlefield, as you mentioned, it's not like typical Oblivion Ring type effects. You don't get the card back. You just get a random 2/2.
One thing I do want to note is the Aether Vial that's just been slightly moved out of screen there has got 4 counters on it. We're ticking it up to get this Yorion in play. Next turn, it'll get its 5th counter, so we can vial in a Yorion and flicker a lot of good cards that we have on the battlefield.
That's a good point. Yep. So the Vial is slightly off screen. I think it's at 4 right now.
Yeah, it's at 4. So in our upkeep, it will go to 5. That's what I mean. I just want to make sure that we've done nothing with the Vial for the last 2 turns, right? We ticked it up to 3, didn't do anything. Ticked it up to 4, didn't do anything. We're definitely ticking it up to 5 for this Yorion. I believe that's the game plan.
Right. And oh boy, once that Yorion enters the battlefield, we're going to be able to flicker the Recruiter to get an additional card, flicker the Stoneforge Mystic to get another equipment. We can, reset the Needle if we want to. We can Skyclave something else. This is going to be a rough one. And the Yorion, so the weird part about this game, as we talked about the GTA advantage, True Name Nemesis is able to prevent a GTA attacks from Eric to happen because protection. But the Yorion has flying, so the Yorion can kind of fly over the True Name, and Yorion can wear a GTA just as good as the next creature.
Oh, can it? Oh. Game Store, this is Legacy. So much to go on. And if you do enjoy this, ladies and gentlemen, remember tomorrow, all day long on this channel, will be Legacy 5K. So make sure you hit that follow button and make sure you stay tuned tomorrow. If that's the format that you like to see, I'm personally hoping I see some Infect tomorrow. Like I just haven't. If any format it can be playable in, it's going to be Legacy. As we see, Prismatic Ending is going to be flashed back from this Snapcaster Mage, and then the GTA is going to deal with the Snapcaster Mage while it is on the stack. And yep, so that's 2 GTAs exiled for both players now. But Vial quickly ticks up to 5. We can't see it on the screen, but
yeah,
definitely
we knew Eric knew where he was going with that one.
Don't want to miss that trigger there. Drew for the turn. Didn't get a good look what it is. Might have been a Swords.
I like how there's just 2 Wastelands chilling in play versus the 5 basics on Jesse's side of things.
Magic 101. Animate this. Play this. Put this into play. Trigger. I would like to flicker these 3 cards, please.
Just everything. Yeah, we're not going to
do you do the Vial as well here to try to reset it? Because we're not casting anything else on 5.
No, because I think the Recruiter is going to get Solitude, and you want to. So with the Teferi in the battlefield, which is one thing that we didn't mention earlier. Remember how that turn that happened a while back, why we didn't GTA the GTA and the Cauldron, we were playing around Solitude. Teferi was on the battlefield, so that couldn't stop, prevented that. But if you keep the Vial on 5, you can actually have the ability of Solituding on Jesse's turn, even through the Teferi.
I like it. Okay, so we're going to exile the Teferi here. I suppose if we're doing it this way, would you also want to do the Epiphany Needle here? Potentially name Stoneforge or the Cauldron?
Yeah, if you're going to go after the Teferi, that might have... Well, you don't want to name Stoneforge because you have your own Stoneforges, I think. And we're going to be resetting the Stoneforge here, so I don't think Eric wants to name a card in his own deck. Trying to think of, like, if we take a look at Jesse's deck list, I'm trying to think of anything else that you would consider naming here. Just pull this up real quick. Because players do have access to deck list. So
Yeah.
I mean, I guess you could maybe name Batterskull. I don't really know. It's kind of tough at that point, but I guess you're preventing futures to fairies from happening too.
Yeah, I suppose that is a point. You know, obviously Jesse kind of fight. It looks like it feels like they're fighting an uphill battle right now. Not completely out of it. You know what I mean? Some super powerful cards sitting there on the battlefield, but on the other side, this Yorion is literally turning the corner, getting more cards in our hand, resetting everything on the battlefield, taking things off the other side of the battlefield. But we've seen so many times already this weekend how games can turn so quickly with the right top decks.
Yep. And we see. So the pickup is that a Cauldron and a Stoneforge?
Yep, Cauldron and a Stoneforge.
Interesting. We didn't want to go for a Solitude here. I guess the threat on the other side of the battlefield being Churnamed Nemesis means that we don't. Okay, looks like we're gonna actually take a break and switch over to our modern match here.
That's means that someone here looks like they might be going off. We've got a Cityscape Leveler on the battlefield, the left of your screen. The right of your screen, we've got an Emery, a Breach, a Grinding Station, and 0 mana artifacts. I think we are just going through the motions right now. And the team of Grayson, Matthew, and Eric are moments away from getting the W, taking down this team event. Congratulations to them. They get themselves into the finals end of the year, a little bit more money, but more importantly, walking away with that trophy and a custom token made. You can see there, just from the fist pumps of how happy they are. Congratulations to all three of them, gentlemen. Whew, that's been
claps in the chat, everybody. Claps in the chat.
That was a heck of a top 8. Like, you know, every game we covered so far in the second half of the day was so good and so well played by everybody. So congratulations to everyone in the top 8, not just our 3 finalists. We are going to have an interview with them, ladies and gentlemen. So, you know, if you've got any questions, you got about, I don't know, a couple of minutes to throw it in the chat while we kind of move them across so we can give a, you know, a bit of a winners interview, see what was going through their minds this weekend. But now I do get to ask you, Dimir, what is the highlight? There can only be one. You get to choose it. The responsibility is on you. What is the highlight of this weekend so far? Good.
I'm going to go with the same thing that I said earlier, that Yawgmoth versus Breach matchup. That just being able to watch that game where both players were basically hell-bent, relatively stable, even life totals. I think they were both at like 14 or something, and just haymakers back and forth, back and forth. That was the highlight for me at the weekend for sure.
Yeah, that's going to be, if you didn't get to catch that one, make sure you check it out on the VOD, check it out on the YouTubes. It is definitely one you're going to want to go back and watch. Production team, how far away are we from getting people in? I can see someone moving around in the background. Almost there. Okay, cool. Well, when they get there, we'll just be cutting across to them, ladies and gentlemen. But as I've said once or twice today so far, Legacy tomorrow. If you enjoyed today, the team event, and a lot of you in chat have been saying you want to see Legacy. So good thing for you. Tomorrow is Legacy all day. There is going to be no Pioneer. There is going to be no Modern. It's going to be just Legacy on this channel. So hit the follow button, stay tuned, and let me know which decks you want to be seeing tomorrow. Because obviously we've got access to a load of decks tomorrow. We can try and get them on the screen for you. Also let us. You know, I kind of want to see Lands and Infect. I think that's my 2 choices tomorrow. What about you?
We talked about this earlier. I want to see Initiative. There was actually, I believe there was an Initiative deck in top 8 that we didn't get to see, but I love all the Initiative decks.
Yeah, so you know, even through a ban, that's still a good deck. You know what I mean? Still picking up really good results. So we have to love that. But these players that we're about to interview get to walk away with a custom token made. I want to see what do you think is going to be made? You know, the 3 people I've never met them. I don't know what they're going to make off the top of your head. Let's get your bets in early, chat. Let me know, and also let me know what would you want. What token would you want made if you manage to take down one of these? And you can take down one of these. There's 3 more future events coming up. We'll see if we can get them on the screen potentially. Maybe I'm throwing off. No, in fact, I'm going to lie because it looks like someone's just sat down to have an interview with us. So maybe we're going to move straight across to them, and we'll be able to interview one member of the winning team. Well, Eric, congratulations on taking down this team tournament. Hats off to you and your team. How does it feel?
I can't hear them.
Well, I can't do sign language, but apparently they can't hear us. So someone's going to try and help them out on that. Classic when you do live TV and live broadcast, ladies and gentlemen. Something go wrong.
I can hear you now.
Can you hear me now, Eric? We're just saying congratulations on taking this down for you and your team.
Thank you so much.
How does it feel?
Honestly, it feels unreal. So the past couple Legacy 5Ks, I've done pretty good, but I've lost my winning ends to get into the top 8, and go from that to just winning the whole thing is just, I couldn't have imagined this happening this morning.
You get to walk away with that trophy. You get to walk away with the title, the bragging rights, that tweet later on, but also you get to get a custom token made. I need to know, what token are you and your team going to get made?
We've been talking about a couple. We don't know for sure yet. One candidate was the companion token. Since it's a team tournament, it seems pretty fitting. Though we might end up going with something funny like clown. I don't know. We'll see.
I'm all here for humor. Okay, let's get down to the nitty gritty. This weekend, you really managed to play 10 rounds of Magic, 3 different formats between your team. Who had the best winning record?
I lost exactly one match all day, actually to my finals opponent back in the 5th round. I believe Grayson also only lost one, but he might have lost a second one. He was in the pioneer seat, so I couldn't, see how he was doing from my seat a lot of the time.
Cool.
Yeah.
And what's been your highlight of the weekend? What's the cool place? Like, we got to catch a couple of your games this weekend.
So the highlight play for me today was actually in the very first round. I was playing the Mirror against Death in Texas. My opponent had a Cauldron Complete Germ equipped with a Jite, but their life total was really low. I wastelanded myself in order to put extra lands in my graveyard so I could cast Canoptic Scarab Swarm and make 2 extra tokens, which put me over the top.
Wow. Big brain. Big brain. That's lovely. I love to hear it. Devin, any questions from you, good sir?
Well, I wanted to talk about the finals here. We watched a little bit of Legacy on the NRG series, and I'll be honest with you, I have not seen a True Name Nemesis in at least about 3 or 4 years. Talk to me about the finals matchup. Do you play against a lot of True Name Nemesis?
Yeah, it's been a bit since I've seen True Name outside of today. Like I said, I did play against my finals opponent earlier today. He actually got me in that match with multiple True Names in both games that he won. He also did that in game 1 of the finals, but it looked like I had 3 sideboard cards ready for True Name Nemesis. I had 2 copies of Council's Judgment and the Battle of Bywater, one of the new cards from Lord of the Rings. So I felt pretty prepared, though True Name's definitely a card that can still just get away from you and steal games.
Absolutely. Yep. The only other question that I wanted to ask you is about the what of in the main deck, the Canoptic Scarab Swarm. This is one that we've seen a few players play over the past couple of Legacy events. Talk to me about this card. How is it overperformed, underperformed? Do you like it?
It's been incredible. Shout out to XJ Cloud for putting it on my radar. He was playing it 2 weeks ago in his top 8 finish at the NRG Mullaly 5K. He said it was great. I'm like, okay, I'm buying one, and it was fantastic. I was never unhappy to have it in my deck. The floor for me today on that card was, I believe, 3 1/1s. Most decks in the format play fetch lands, and it triggers off of lands. So, yeah,
perfect.
It's good. It got you there. It got you to the final. It got you the trophy. 92 teams this weekend. Your team is the only one that can say that they are the winners this weekend. Get themselves all the prize money. Get yourself a good dinner tonight. But more importantly, we'll be seeing you at the end of the year with your friends in that 16-player invite-only 25K tournament. And if you manage to take that one down, you'll be able to get yourself a direct invite to the Pro Tour. How does it feel to be put in such a small field with such a
honestly,
high prize?
It feels absolutely unreal. As a player up to this point who has only played Legacy as my exclusive format since about 2015, 2016, I never really expected to be in this position where I could qualify for a large event. I feel very lucky to be in this position, but I'm also gonna have to figure out what I'm gonna play because I spent no time on Modern or Pioneer.
Well, you're going to have to put the work in, my friend. That prize is definitely worth it. Any shout out, any last words you want people to hear before we go?
So I already gave a shout out to XJ Cloud. I also want to shout out Akaleth, Luanil, Static Crypt. All of them have been very helpful for me developing as a D&T player. Couldn't be more happy to have them. And then shout out to the Nerdbirds as a whole.
Well, that's the last one. What was your team name?
We didn't actually have a team name today. I'm part of a
Winners.
larger group. Yeah, I guess
Winners. Straight up
clowns.
winners. That's the team
Yeah,
name. We
we'll
are the
see.
winners.
We'll see what our token is, and we'll just retroactively call it that.
All right. Well, one last virtual high five. Congratulations. Cheers for you for taking this down. You and your team. Go and have
Thank
a
you.
real good evening and celebrate it.
Appreciate
And on
it.
that one. No, have a good one.
Thank
we are
you.
going to start ending the stream, ladies and gentlemen. So again, as we spoke about, we started with 92 teams this weekend. Times that by 3. That's 270 odd players.
Something.
Six
I don't know. I'm not gonna bet.
It's been a long day. It's like 3 a.m. for me. It's been a lot of players. We whittled it down to the final 3. They managed to walk away with those trophies. It's been such a sick tournament. Devin, I couldn't ask for a better co-host on this. You've carried me through the whole evening, my friend. Thank you very much. NRG, thank you very much for putting these events on. And there's more tomorrow. It's Legacy tomorrow. More rounds of it. So make sure you stick around for that. That's it from us, I believe. Devin, anything last to go before we shut off the stream?
High five. You want to try to do the high five?
Okay, cool. I've
Right,
been trying about this one. We're trying to do this virtual high five off stream. We're going to try and do it on stream. This is for you, chat. 1, 2, 3. It still
that was
sucks.
pretty good. That was
It
pretty
still
good.
sucks.
It's pretty
We'll
good.
try again tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you all have a good evening wherever you are in the world, and we'll speak to you tomorrow. Bye.